That is a very cute haircut.
That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's still Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has those foods.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Runners at first and second, 2 men out. The 1-1. And that ball hit high and deep into left field. Dominguez goes back, watches with the rest of us as Josh Jung has just walked off the New York Yankees. A 3-run home run to left center. Rangers win it 8-5.
Well, that was fun.
It was long. It was long.
It was a long home
It was
run.
a long game. Oh, boy. The 3-hour games are back. 3-hour games are back, but that was a fun
Except
way
Sunday.
to end it.
But yeah, except Sunday. I think that one.
Good morning,
Yeah.
Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ. We got Bobby Wonder with us, along with Peyton and Aiden in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We have some eye sensitivity right now going on. What's up with the glasses?
I don't know. I just saw him sitting here, and I think they're Wolchucks, and I just picked them up, and I was just trying to see. I don't know. Maybe this is my new look now.
Oh, I like it.
I don't think I've ever put on sunglasses, or
Really?
like I mean, I put around. I don't think I've ever put on sunglasses around you guys. Is what I mean. I don't think I've ever had them on.
You don't take them out to practice. Why?
I don't even buy a pair of sunglasses. I don't think I own one.
I don't usually wear mine. I wore them at practice because we were outside for but when I don't, when I'm driving, I never wear them.
I don't know. There's just a connotation with sunglasses these days that maybe I just.
These days? What is it?
I mean, you talk about it all the time. Like I feel like I'm a profile picture on Twitter when I wear them.
Is that a Unabomber joke?
No, that's the Shaw not liking the. You're in your pickup truck. You've got the sunglasses on. You probably got a little. You got the little bio flag in the corner. That's what I'm talking
I
about.
don't recall ever saying that. I don't profile anyone wearing sunglasses in the
You
truck.
profile
Although,
aggressively.
I have profiled a certain type of sunglass. Yes, I have done that.
Which ones?
The Lance Armstrong kind of sunglasses, those sporty sunglasses.
Yeah.
That guy dips for sure. The guy who the one that wrap around the sides a little bit. Yeah.
Yes. All Karens wear. Not everybody who wears those glasses is a Karen, but all Karens wear those glasses.
Yeah, I don't put them on in the car unless it's a drive for over 2 hours. The
eye doctor says the hat is the same as the sunglasses from a protection of your eye standpoint. So,
Which I only wear hats.
too. So,
All right, let's talk about last night. Josh Jung is one of the heroes, extends the 10-game hitting streak. And Joc Pederson, I almost tweeted out, I was like, I can make this a bit. Every time Joc comes up and I tweet, he's about to come through. He's about to come through. And then Joc Pederson hits the big home run to send in extra innings and yells to the Ranger dugout, "Don't F with me.
don't play with me. Yes.
Don't mess with me."
You don't
and my
get to-
120 average.
You don't get to yell that.
You cannot yell
You can
that.
be pumped. You can yell bleep. Yeah. You cannot look and go don't mess with me.
That is athlete, though. That is athlete. That's why athletes get to where they are. The confidence, the sheer, utter confidence they have that it'll all come around. It's all going to come around. But that was he needed it, big time needed that one, and he got a pitch served up and took full advantage of it.
It's the redemption game. How many different times has there been criticism about Joc Pederson? How many different times has there been criticism about Ezekiel Duran, who had the 2-run single that tied it up in a big spot? How much criticism has there been in the last month and a half on Josh Jung, who hits the game-winning home run? I mean, last night it was everybody coming through for you who has basically just been destroyed by Rangers fans all season. Deservedly so, too, all of them, pretty much. But it's coming in a big way, all three of them.
John Gray, 5 innings of relief.
Dude, he's the easy star of the game. He keeps them in it. Without John Gray, there's not really a chance for Joc Pederson to tie this game. There wasn't a chance for Josh Jung to win it on a walk-off.
And he still gave up 2 runs.
Yeah, I mean, but like saving the bullpen, right? They didn't have to go super deep into their bullpen. Because you are going to have. I mean, look, you got 2 more games in the series. The way Bass was talking last night, obviously you never want to use all your relievers in game 1 because you give the other team a really good look at a lot of your guys. Not that it would matter with the Yankees bullpen of their super bullpen.
That's right. RJ Choppy on the practice fields of Oxnard telling me you better score against them. And I'm not doing this to mess with you. They added a lot of names, but you better score against the Yankees in the first 5.
I went and looked.
Last 3 games.
Since they debuted their super duper pooper pen.
Is that what they're calling it?
That's what I'm calling it. Super duper pooper pen.
The bull poop?
The bull poop. They have thrown 15 2/3 innings. They have allowed 12 earned runs.
Holy crap.
They have allowed 15 runs total because they are a bad defense. And 5 homers.
That's the way
5 home runs.
That's we went out and got the real super duper pen with Colomb. All right, that's what we got.
Watching the movement though on his fastball is incredible.
Colomb's
fastball, like it's starting to a left-handed hitter. It's starting, like it's gonna land, behind the seats to the right and then cuts back to the left. I'm like, okay, this is fun.
He also feels like he's pitching like almost off of the mound at times where he stands. But I was slightly panicked when the ball was hit back to him in the 10th and he turned around to throw to second. I was like, this is like
it's gonna end up in the outfield.
This is going to the outfield. I was like panicking for a second, just going like, just throw home. I know you want to get the double play, but just throw home because you can get the guy at home. And instead he turns back, he gets the throw to second. But I was thinking this is done. This is a run here.
It felt like this was a blowout loss to me early on. You go behind 1-0. Patrick Corbin is totally off. That's him and DeGrom now following each other in back-to-back starts just being off. But Corbin was way off.
He threw like 60 pitches in 2 innings.
Yeah, he gets that. It could have been much, 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 much worse in the first inning, and he's able to get out of it. I felt like this was going to be, a quick, 3-0 game. They did fall behind, and look who you're going up against. Because they're sitting there on the TV broadcast saying, well, you're up against Fried, and 1-0 already feels like a lot. 3-0 could be game over, but Max was struggling as well.
Ever since he had a finger issue a couple of weeks back, ever since that, he just hasn't been the same. And that was, he was a little bit off last night. But early on, first inning, it was like, okay, this guy's going to be tough to hit. He's got something today. And then the Rangers get to him in the second.
It's... I mean, if you don't get Corbin striking out Volpe in the first inning, that felt like it could have gotten 6-0 really quick. And then, I talk about how Colombo was worried he was going to throw it into the outfield. Like, you get bailed out by like a pickoff move that goes into center and scores the go-ahead run, and you get the big Durant. It was so up and down for Fried yesterday because, like you said, first inning he looked great. I think what was the last inning he pitched, 5th, 6th, or whatever, where he struck out the side. He looked great at times. He looked dominant, and then there were other times they weren't able to do he wasn't able to do anything.
Bruce Bochy on how big of a win that was.
Oh, it's got to help the morale. Tough road trip, come home, got in a little late, had a plane delay, and and get down early off a really tough pitcher, one of the best pitchers in the game. You love, the way they fought back and took the lead there. Of course, they regained the lead, and it's all about playing 9. And of course, Joc, he bailed us out, tying that ball game. It doesn't get any bigger than that. So anyway, 2 outs, we got the hit we were looking for. Just a great ball game. I mean, good effort by everybody. The bullpen, again, with Gray, Danny, got in the jam there, get the big double play. A lot of good things tonight.
Yankees have now lost 4 in a row. They're going to get Nate Dogg tonight. RJ Choppy will be there for the return of Aaron Judge as well. Nathan Eovaldi, your American League Pitcher of the Month for July, 30 2/3, 30 strikeouts, a .59 ERA. Skeens won it on the other side.
I mean, Eovaldi's been ridiculous this entire season. Whenever you've had him available, he's just been incredible this year. This is last night, though. This being you getting the game-tying home run from Joc. You get the walk-off from Young. What was the play 2 weeks ago you were talking about that you were like, is this the play of the season? I'm trying to remember what we were talking about. Do you remember which one it was?
Oh, yeah. Dang it.
Whichever it was, like you can now put up either the Joc home run to send it into extras or the Young home run last night.
It was
like
Wyatt running.
No, okay, yeah. So this to me, the combo of those two, Joc in the 9th and Young in the 10th, and I know it's 2 plays and cheating, but just getting those big home runs from 2 guys who have struggled, getting that late to tie it and then win it.
Yeah.
To me, that's the biggest moment of the season.
Well, because you had
last night.
Yeah.
I mean, this series was hinging. You had New York had an obvious pitching advantage in the starting last night. Tonight, the Rangers have an obvious pitching advantage. And then, game 3, it's is it Leiter and Rodon? I mean, I could see both pitchers going 6 and pitching really well, and I could see both pitchers getting absolutely blown up. You already took the game where you had the pitching disadvantage. Now you're in a great position to take 2 or 3 at minimum.
What perfect timing, because yesterday on the G-Bag Nation, they asked Chris Young, weekly GM show, are there any talks to find an alternative plan instead of giving Joc Pederson at bats?
Yeah, it's a fair question, and I get it. Trust me, it's something we discuss internally in terms of how are we going to be able to get the best out of Joc. And in fairness to Joc, he got off to a really tough start at the beginning of the season, and then he was coming out of it. I think he had a 2-week stretch right before he was hurt where he was starting to perform and was about 20% above league average offensively, and then he got hurt. And he was out for a long period of time, almost 2 months, and then we've kind of accelerated his rehab to get him back in the lineup, knowing how good he is when he's healthy. That said, he's still not in midseason form. He doesn't have his timing. His at-bats aren't where we expect them to be and where we need them to be. And so it's a very delicate balance of really trying to give Joc the runway he needs to find his timing and get going, but also doing what's best for the team in terms of performance. And I've said before, it's a performance-based game, and there will come a time where we probably have to pivot a little bit and reduce playing time if the performance doesn't start here soon.
I love how honest and blunt he is about personnel decisions on the G-Bag Nation.
That was very direct. That was very just like, yeah, I mean, like...
he's done it with Adolis. He's done it with multiple people. He's done it with Josh Jung.
There's no cover for him. Like I mean, that's not him good. They asked basically, like, when are you going to bench him? Right. And he goes, that's fair. He's like, that's fair to ask it. And he's like, and to be, again, also to be fair, I think we did feel like Chris Young's right. Right before he got hurt, we did feel like Joc Pederson was hitting the ball hard, and he was like, it wasn't that he was having problems just swinging and missing at stuff like Josh Jung was. We felt like he was starting to come out of it a little bit, and then he got set back a little bit. So hopefully, I mean, this is something where this will wake him up. And I mean, this is an instance of 3 out of the last 4 games, he's gotten base hits now. So, okay, just stack good days on top of good days.
Have we noticed if his bat speed, is there a way to find that out of his bat speed post-injury? And even in the last few games.
G-Bag, how many brisket sandos he's had. If it's less than 4, the bat speed has increased.
Is that what it is?
Do you think they worked that? They should have worked that with Chris Young is what they should have done.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know if he would have laughed.
I'm certain he wouldn't have.
Yeah, I think he was probably aware of what happened with Rowdy. With old Rowdy.
Bat speed's basically been the same.
Yep.
Okay. Bob, I can't do the glasses.
I look great.
You do look great. I need the eye contact to know when you're about to talk.
Fine. Okay.
They look cool. You should wear them.
Oh my God, it's bright in here.
You should wear them more often.
Holy cow, I didn't adjust it. When you mentioned Nathan Eovaldi's ERA just in the month of July, by the way, I had to look this up. His last 75 innings, which is a massive chunk of the season, his ERA is .96.
I think that'll do.
That's dominant.
That'll do.
He's the ace.
It's insane how good he's been.
He's my game 1 starter. He's my ace. He's the Nate Dogg on the mound tonight as RJ Choppy will be on the field for batting practice and the return of Aaron Judge. We'll get to that coming up. Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053. We have a Nelly ticket giveaway. We have Ask Reddit. We have PP in the morning at 8:20. We have Tommy Yarsh from Oxnard, DallasCowboys.com. Is there anything you could find out about the negotiations to make you take Jerry's side? Inside the Star for a Cowboys practice recap from Cali next on Sean and
Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack.
Right, but I just mean
877-333-3233. With Frank on Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frank on Frankel, the go-to car truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's do it on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Micah Parsons was back in his jersey yesterday for practice. Brian Schottenheimer said he wanted everybody to look the same when asked about it before they took the field.
That's look, you can.
That's showing respect for Schottenheimer.
I was gonna say you can mock the culture thing or anything else that you want to. That shows that like what Brian Schottenheimer is trying to do, it does at least resonate with Micah, and Micah does have a level of respect where he'll say, "Okay, I'll do it." Like I mean, and that's something that I think speaks to everything that Schottenheimer's trying to get established.
La'el Collins is back, apparently as lean as ever, looking good. Said, excited to show what I have left in the tank. I have a whole lot left. My body is fresh. I feel great. It's almost like I don't have any weight on my joints. The current weight is 300 pounds. Says he has not been that light since high school.
Oh, man.
He's open to playing tackle or guard.
I believe it. I believe that he looks as lean as ever because you watch Joe Thomas or Andrew Whitworth or these other guys when they stop playing football for a couple years, they drop the weight. It all just kind of disappears.
Whitworth looks slender.
And La'el Collins hasn't played football essentially for 3 years. That's basically where you're at. He's been on some teams. He's done some practice squad stuff. What did you drink?
I just went from the Peyton coffee to the choppy coffee. I left my big coffee cup at home this morning. I put it on one of Ollie's little toys in the garage and took out the trash. And then when I got back from the trash, I got in the car and didn't grab the cup. And I had the decision like 4 minutes down the road because I was scheduled to arrive at 5:50. I said, all right, if I go back and then leave, that's 4 extra minutes. So I'm doing the math in my head. And I was like, do I want to sweat getting here at like 5:55? Could there be an accident? So I came here naked today without the coffee cup, and I went from Peyton's one Lipton tea bag to Reuben in Oxnard. I like it extra strong, but I was not prepared for the change.
So which one did you get it out of the actual?
Yeah, it's brewing live right now.
So you just did the live brew. Oh yeah, that's always gonna be stronger.
Oh my God.
Even no matter what, I just did one bag.
Oh,
I just did one bag. It's just out of the brew thing. Oh. Because at the end, you notice it does regular straight water out.
Huh?
It does just like straight water out after a little bit. So to cut it.
And you may as well move that canister right now because twice already this morning, your mic stand is going to knock it over. I know it's happening.
It's got a lid.
No, it's happening. But yeah, I just drank some of that Roger Emmerich chicory right there.
No, thank you.
But La'el Collins is back. Mozzie Smith went to the injury tent, apparently with knee soreness. And Nick Harris, the only practice tidbit I cared about on the field, a great day again for my guy Trayshawn Holden. Back-to-back touchdown grabs in 7-on-7 red zone.
He's been, to me, that's every year we get the undrafted free agent or the no-name nobody was talking about who all of a sudden it's like, oh my gosh, is he going to show up? If Trayshawn Holden shows up in games the way he's shown up in practices, he's making the team. Like, because he's done everything he's supposed to do in practice. I understand they've got a lot of tight numbers at receiver. I understand it's a difficult spot to cut down because you've got guys you've invested draft capital in or guys that you like behind your starters because you've got Mingo here. All right, is he going to be the third or the fourth? You've got Turpin. Turpin seems like the third receiver. Right. He seems like the number 2 guy who's going to get touches in this offense right now. But then behind that, you've got Ryan Flanoy, who they drafted. You've got Jalen Tolbert, who it feels like might be kind of in a do-or-die situation at this point.
I think Mingo's going to give us a little bit this year that we're pleasantly surprised by.
Mingo or Tolbert? Who do you think is going to? You think Mingo's going to do more? You got to move Tolbert then, I think.
Yeah.
Right now?
I mean, he's coming off a 50-catch season, everything else. Like, I don't want to cut him.
Led the team in touchdowns.
Yeah, he did. He was really good against double coverage last year. He was one of the most efficient receivers in the NFL against double coverage. It's just, to me, it's like, I don't want to just outright cut him. He's a former third-rounder who had a decent year last year that some team might go, we'll give you a late 7th to have a receiver who's produced.
Let's pump the brakes a little bit on Holden. Every year we have a receiver who we talk about in Oxnard. It's easy in your one-on-one drills. and you're 7-on-7, and then we don't see anything.
Well, and just take Holden out of it.
I can't keep him over a 50-catch guy anyway.
Take Holden out of it, though. You're right now, I think everybody feels like it's for sure Lamb, Pickens, Turpin, and then probably Mingo. You're still talking about Tolbert having to be fifth, which the fifth receiver is not touching the field very much.
Well, Clarence Hill tweeted Jalen Tolbert's not going anywhere because he can still tackle on special teams. So that was a special teams note from Clarence.
Bones isn't here anymore. We don't have to worry about that anymore.
All right, Nick Harris resetting. It's going to be the Rams on the practice field today. No Matt Stafford. I think it's going to be 4 o'clock Central if you want to follow all of the Cowboy insiders in Oxnard. One of them is Nick Harris, and he kind of reset how we got here with Micah. And it had Bobby asking, is there anything you can find out about the negotiations that would make you switch sides? 85-15 was the poll question result with over 5,000 Tolos voting. Whose side are you on? 85% Micah.
Which I feel like the answer for most people is probably, regardless of which position you're holding right now, the answer is probably no. There's not much more you could find out that you're going to come to Micah's side if you're on the front office side. There's not much more you can discover that if you're on Micah's side, you're going to come to the front office side, which is probably not the way to look at it. It means you probably need to stop down and take a closer look at, all right, what's really going on here and what can we determine? Because right now,
my instant answer is if I find out they're not moving off of 50 a year, I'm on Jerry and Steven's side.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's we don't have
and
enough
I'm not
information,
saying asking it to get to 45. I'm saying if they're not moving off of 50, I'll be on Jerry and Steven's side.
What's the number? Is the number at 41.5 now? 42?
41.
41, TJ.
Well, shoot, man, even if they're holding on 45, I'm not on their side if they're holding on 45. Even that's too much of a jump. You can't have what was the going into this year? That would have been a $10 million jump just this year alone in that one position group.
I mean, Mulligan has gotten a higher jump on a lower number. He took the $24 million number for corners and got Stingley 30 this year. And so 41 to 45 is not even as big of a jump.
But in the same to me it's like it's a $5 million offseason incrementally, you know? It's like you start at 34 and you get to 50.
But I mean that was because Horn got 25 and then the next day Stingley got 30. So I mean they've done it before.
I'm guessing that they want 4 for 45 a year fully guaranteed. That's my guess.
Probably.
Yeah, I wouldn't. That's probably around what it is. Which would 4 for 45 year would be 180. Because you're talking about $180 million fully.
Because Jerry was kind of suggesting the number around 200, and we were all like, all right, 5 for 200. Okay, well that's at 40. Jerry said I've reached. Getting it basically fully guaranteed at 200, I'm not viewing as a reach if I'm Micah and his agent. That you're fully guaranteeing it. We're in those ballparks anyway with other players.
Yeah, and look, we've talked about it before. David Mulligan is not just, he doesn't just want to get his guy to be the highest paid. He wants to get him something nobody else has.
Yeah.
But like he
wants to make history.
Yeah, Deshaun Watson, you're fully guaranteed. Derek Stingley, you're going to jump the market by 20% or whatever. Like, I mean, you're talking about he wants to get something that's completely unique to his player that goes, this matches what that guy is.
And I should have put the agent on the poll question of who do you blame, because we got a great call yesterday from a female Tolo in Indiana. I remember the state where I heard her correctly, unlike the other call that won G-Bag of the day, apparently. And she said, why are we not mad at the agent? Micah came out on Friday in the trade demand and said, I was willing to negotiate and do it before the other pass rushers got paid and left money on the table. And that screams the agent saying, no, you're not going to.
It did. It sounded to me like he was saying he had to tell his agent, I don't care that that's how you want to do it. Go reach out. And his agent reached out and then the Cowboys didn't get back to him. That's how Micah positioned it. Yeah. Now, Micah some of this could be a little off. Because this is, I think when you read through this timeline that Nick Harris wrote over at the Fort Worth Star-Telegram of just, it's kind of he called me the other night and he was telling me he was working on this and that this was going to be, he just had this really comprehensive breakdown of like, I'm just putting in everything we know that's fact, not anything somebody's claimed that we haven't verified. This is just going to be the stuff that we factually know both sides agree has happened so far. And he starts it off in September of last year where I had remembered this quote, but it was the quote from Mike. He said, a lot of fans, who's on his Edge podcast, he said, a lot of fans are worried about me. I know I'm going to be a Cowboy. There's nothing like Cowboys Nation. The love is mutual. But I'm focused on winning the big games. The contract, I'm not really worried about. Steven came on with us later that day after these quotes came out. Not with us, but on the station. And Steven had said, Micah made a conscientious decision that he thinks he can put together an even better year. I think he got off to a great start against the Browns. I think his play speaks louder than words. I think he expects to have a great year under Mike Zimmer and then probably feel comfortable to talk about it then. So I will say this. Jumping back and remembering Steven had said that, which I had not remembered, that is a very consistent line then from the Cowboys for a year now. That Micah had told them last year, I don't want to negotiate. And Micah then claimed in his statement, it's the other way.
Choppy and I were told in Oxnard by someone really, really important that Micah was not trying to get a deal done last year.
Right.
We were told that. So that lines up with what Nick says.
So the fact
and
that...
why wouldn't he?
Because he wants to see others get done. And he thought he was going to be able to have a great year.
They were like, the way I'm roughly paraphrasing, it was like, you don't think we would want to get this done? Would have wanted to get it done for like 30 or mid-30s? They weren't doing that.
No. It doesn't sound like they were willing to entertain it. At least, again, Steven publicly claimed that last September, and Micah didn't shoot it down. In fact, Micah said, I'm not really focused on the contract. I'm focused on winning games right now. And so to me, that does at least refute one thing that was in his statement, which is he said, I was ready to negotiate last year. It's like, well, that's wrong. So if there's doubt in that one, it does make you start going, is there anything else in here that's not totally lining up and being laid out the right way?
And, going back to the comment about why don't we just, where are we not blaming the agent on this? I just can't ever blame an agent. An agent, that's their job. Their job is to change the game. Is to get you more money. It's to reset everything. How the hell are you going to blame an agent? They're just doing their thing. Now you want to blame because of the advice? Well, I mean, the player's in charge, theoretically.
Right.
I can't ever blame an agent. The agents, people always wanted to blame Scott Boras. Scott Boras wasn't the problem. Scott Boras is doing his job.
Charles Robinson wrote about it yesterday or 2 days ago in that article you had mentioned yesterday that Dak did a really good job of the entire time publicly putting his agent out front and saying, that's who you talk to. And you don't come to me. You're not doing that. Jerry had walked up to Dak the weekend before, or like a couple days before he signed his deal ahead of the Cleveland game. And when he came up to him, he had told him, like, the way Dak relays it is he came up to him and was like, they had a quick conversation, and Dak's impression was he wasn't going to get the deal done. But that was really the only interaction he had with Jerry about the contract. Otherwise, he just let Todd France handle all of it. I think the issue here, and part of what Nick lays out, you got to remember, December last year, Micah very openly talking about how willing he was to get the deal done, how much he wanted to do it, how good his relationship with Jerry was. January 10th at the Cotton Bowl, Micah and Jerry are sitting together, and they're laying down, they're talking about the future and talking about likely the coaching situation and everything else. And he had talked to the media that they sat down and they were talking about, where do you see us going? How can we become contenders? How can we bounce back from this year? I think the problem here is that Micah put himself in front of Jerry a couple of different times to where Jerry probably thought, like, all right, this is, you talked to me at the Cotton Bowl. Now we're sitting down. We're talking about the future.
Yeah.
I think unknowingly he had some missteps here. And he didn't play. Now, I ultimately will still say the Cowboys are the ones who have to get this done. And the Cowboys ultimately have the majority of the blame. I just think there's enough about the way Micah's gone about this that you can say there's some responsibility on Micah's side.
Yeah, I'm not going to put it anywhere close to Romo category, right? But it felt like Micah was becoming Jerry's next one that Jerry would put his arm around.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is going to be my next son / protege. And then when Micah was like, no, I'm not doing that, I think that's an extra level of betrayal that Jerry feels, because it's like, hey, man, you buttered up to me. Everyone knows we're going to sit next to each other at different events. Micah talking about Jerry at the Super Bowl, waving him down on the street. It was like he's the new pet. He was the new teacher's pet, didn't follow through with it, and Jerry felt extra spurned.
Yeah, and I think that's the biggest problem, is that it's now become, we talk about how personal it feels like on Micah's end. Like, man, they've gotten personal with me. I think Jerry feels like it's personal for him.
Yep.
Like you guys just disrespected me.
Why did Jay-Z and Nicki Minaj get involved with the Dallas Cowboys drama? That's next with a Nelly ticket giveaway as well, right here on The Fan.
After we get you over to
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What did it cinnamon sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No,
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron?
Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
That is Peyton Phillip Russell. This is Sean and RJ here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Back to maybe the win of the year. Last night in Arlington at 7 o'clock, we got a Nelly ticket giveaway, 720 Expressway, and we will ask Reddit. So I had to use Grok the other day. Although I didn't actually type out the question. I just retweeted someone else doing the work for us. And by the way, side question.
I don't even know how to ask these things.
What?
I don't even know how to ask AI.
You go, hey, at Grok, ask your question.
Oh, see, then everybody knows what you're asking. I need a privatized thing.
No, you don't need to. If you go on the app, there's a little personal Grok section where you don't have to tweet at him.
Oh, baby.
Or her. I just assume it's him.
So you can do that on Twitter, or I do have the Grok app. It's fantastic.
Okay.
It is fantastic. But I'm like you. I don't want to put my business out there. I'm not going to say, hey, Grok, tell me who's.
That's why I don't ask questions during Jerry interviews. I know it sounds stupid.
How do I beat Orange Magic Wings?
I lost my train of thought. Oh, my side note was this. You know that we never fully agree on anything in life anymore, right?
Yep.
Twitter is a cesspool, and everyone has an agenda. Everyone. Are we all just total blind, full believers in Grok? That Grok is unbiased and gives us the straight answer? I feel like right now, Grok is the most trustworthy source in the world.
I believe nothing is unbiased.
Okay.
Everything has a slant.
All right. Well,
someone's programming it. And that person has a slant.
I scared Choppy. I need to. It's a long conversation. I just need to do it in a segment at some point this week. But I got into a fight with ChatGPT recently. Of course, we're not talking. We're not talking.
Get into a fight with an inanimate object.
We're not.
We're not talking anymore. Like we're just on the outs until it apologizes. But I showed Chop while we were at Oxnard, and it was freaking him out. Like I had basically gotten lost down some rabbit hole, and ChatGPT basically acknowledged, like, all right, I was trying to lie to you so that you'd stop asking me questions.
ChatGPT said that?
Yeah, it basically said that. Yeah.
Even you even annoyed a robot.
Yeah, I know. And the robot was like, all right, I tried to lie to you so that you would stop asking me.
He was asking the robot about all things that,
It's like the meaning of life questions.
Yeah, and also all things that, someone of my kind of people would ask, just questions.
Italians?
Not some, yes, but he went down that rabbit hole. And let me tell you.
Yeah. There's a lot
Scandals.
there. I'll show you during the break. It's quite terrifying.
Tinfoil hat, baby.
So I assume Grok is the same way as ChatGPT.
Oh, I trust Grok right now. And I don't see many people fighting with it. So Nicki Minaj somehow inserted herself into this Dallas Cowboys drama. I'm going to start with Dez Bryant giving Micah Parsons props on his Twitter account after the trade request.
Hey, Micah, what you doing? A message that you sending, the business that you standing on is extremely major, brother. The guys like myself, guys who came before you, we failed. We failed tremendously on standing our ground, due to the lack of knowledge and the lack of support entering a world that we was very unfamiliar with. I remember being in that situation like you. Nervous, scared, don't know which way to go. Can't trust my support system. By the way, shout out to David, man. He's one of the best agents in the business. I respect how y'all go about y'all business.
So that's Dez supporting Micah, while also, I think, inadvertently firing shots at Rock Nation, who represented him when he's like, my support team didn't get it done the way you're getting it done. That's what I took from listening to that. Well, Nicki Minaj decides to tweet Dez and say, how about we play a game? Every time you do a Jerry Jones or NFL story time, I'll do a story time of my own. Now, thanks to Grok's help, I found out that Nicki Minaj apparently hates Jay-Z and Rock Nation.
Yeah, it's something to do with her Lil Wayne, Drake.
They were. There was a time where they were on good terms. They're not on good terms anymore.
Dez answers back basically saying, yo, no thanks. I don't want any part of this. You really get a feel for celebrity and popularity when you go and look at Dez Bryant's followers versus Nicki Minaj's followers.
Oh, it's...
I think it's quadrupled. It's like 3 to 17 or 18 million. And Nicki Minaj, that wasn't good enough for her, with Dez saying, no thanks, I want no part of this. As she writes back, all my stories will be about Rock Nation, Jay-Z, and the alleged racist Desiree Perez, Rock Nation's CEO. I hope you fully understand the rules. It is your truth. And Dez again is like, look, Miss Nikki, leave me out of it. I don't want no problems. Then she crosses the line by bringing up Dez's 2012 arrest for misdemeanor domestic violence against his mother. He wrote back, he did not go to jail or touch his mom. He was defending himself, had to remove her nails from his skin. There's corruption in Dallas at the time, before bringing up her husband, saying, why are you even talking to me? Your husband is a registered sex offender. Then Nicki Minaj replies back and says, I'll offer you $10 million to fight him since you beat your own mom. $10 million cash offer for Dez versus whoever Nikki's husband is. I would not want to be. I don't know if this guy's. He better be an MMA or UFC guy because Dez Bryant's one of the last people I think you would ever want to fight.
I would not want to tussle with Dez Bryant.
Hell no.
All.
Yeah. So I don't know who the husband is, but that's Nicki Minaj getting involved because of her hatred for Jay-Z and Roc Nation. And then Dez had another round of fighting with Jerry Jones after Jerry said this Saturday while explaining why he hasn't contacted Micah's agent.
Because the agent, when we have a problem within the team and a player, I don't ever find the agent. He's nowhere to be found. Okay? Jay-Z said that Micah would make all, not Micah, but that Dez would make all meetings. Jay-Z and I negotiated the contract. We spent hours negotiating the contract, Jay-Z. And he said, anybody in my organization is on time. He said, my office used to be on the street corner, and I've always been early. So they will be on time. I said, where did I sign? But I'm going to call you. Finally, he quit taking my call.
Dez got a hold of that and tweeted to Jerry Jones, I don't think it's smart to mention my name. I kept quiet about a lot of unfair S. We can have story time if that's what we are doing. Roc Nation then tweeted Sunday morning, in 2015 at the 21 Club on a napkin, Jerry Jones, Juan Perez, Jay-Z, and Stephen Jones negotiated a 5-year, $70 million deal, which included 45 blah, 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 at the time, second largest contract for a receiver in history. The claim that Mr. Carter or Roc Nation representatives did not return a call from Jerry Jones is not only a false statement, but it is a comical one.
Man, for the most part, outside of a string of events, this franchise has done a really good job of keeping the bodies hidden. You don't want to open that can with Dez. Like, Dez is one of those guys that you don't want to go down that road where he can start.
Well,
because, there's no way of, corroborating. Like, they're not going to corroborate or deny.
Yeah.
They're going to ignore everything Dez says. But Dez starts going at him on social media. That's out there. And once it's out there, it doesn't matter what the truth is.
Yeah, I don't think Dez wants to go down that road either.
I don't think he does either. I'm just saying, again, once something's out there, it's impossible to put that genie back.
Yeah, I think Dez is talking, and I love Dez, and Dez is, I think Dez is still hurt by how everything went down with his career in terms of just the trajectory, the getting hurt, the feeling like he was playing through injuries that he didn't think he should have, and how he feels like that ended his career prematurely. How he felt like, I'm here as a loyal soldier for the Cowboys and doing things, and then it's just like not even a pay cut's offered. It's just your cut and you're gone. And so I think it was a brutal thing. And then when he got the chance to play the Cowboys, he had that false positive COVID test that kept him out of the game and just kind of killed his spirit. I think there's a lot that upsets him that when he reflects back on it. And so I understand the emotions of it all. I think if he sat there and thought about it, do I want to get into a P match with the Dallas Cowboys? I think he's going to say no. He does not want to do that.
Let's break down Jerry's justification for not talking to Mulugeta because of what happened with Dez.
By the way, Nicki Minaj's husband is 5'9", 172. I think that Dez is going to be fine.
I just saw him. He's not now, unless he's some like you said, MMA trained jiu-jitsu warrior.
Right.
I'm not taking.
I'm taking 6'2", 225 Dez.
Yeah, I'm taking that, and I'm taking a quick $10 million if I'm 88.
Yeah.
So let's break down Jerry's negotiating justification. He's saying because the agent is not there when things go awry during a season, I don't need to talk to an agent to negotiate Micah's deal. Are these apples and apples, apples and oranges?
No, it's not.
In his world, they are.
It's not a legitimate comparison. It's not. And I mean, if you want to be honest, I know that
I don't want to be.
David has been more involved in telling them certain things about Micah. Like, hey, no, Micah, make sure Micah's got this, Micah's got this. And I think that they haven't liked that all the time.
You mean like to hold him accountable, or he needs special?
They want Micah to do something or something like that. And he's like, that's going outside the bounds of what he's supposed to do. No, he's not doing that. Like I think there's been a little bit of that. And
also like Jerry's whole philosophy is like, why would I have a GM? I have to go through the GM to get to me, right? Why would I go to the agent? I just go to the player.
Right, but I mean, like the whole thing of just like, well, they're nowhere to be found during the season. Well, no, David will check in with them, and he'll tell them certain things about like you're not going to have Micah do and it's not even related to stuff on the field necessarily. It could just be stuff about commitments or different things like that. And that's the kind of he's willing to check in on that sort of stuff. So that's not David. That's not a legitimate gripe with him, I don't think.
They're just not getting the answer they want about the other commitments.
it's mama, daddy, and the kid story again with Jerry. It's like Jerry talking about the other day. It's the same sort of thing. I don't like this answer. We'll go get another answer from somebody else.
877-881-1053. So that is how Nicki Minaj, Jay-Z, Jerry Jones, and Dez Bryant all fit together in the Micah Parsons story.
Such a Barbie.
What's that?
Nicki Minaj. Her Barbs. That's her little fan club. Her Barbies.
The Barbies.
Mm-hmm.
Are they? How do you rank them versus the Swifties and the Beehive?
I mean, the Barbies haven't been relevant, I don't feel like, for like 10 years. So Nicki's career has kind of gone downhill.
Nelly ticket giveaway coming up at 7:20. Commercial-free expressway with Ask Reddit. But the most maligned Texas Ranger, the guy who gets beat up the most by the fan base, had his moment. That's next on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ. 105.3 The...
studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's the pitch, and there's a high drive well hit. Right field, straight away, way back. That ball is history. Joc Pederson has tied the game with a home run off Devin Williams.
Don't blank with me. Joc Pederson down the first base line as the Globe, which Mike Bassick estimated was filled with 40% Yankee fans, went crazy before Josh Jung ended it. Maybe the win of the year. Maybe a game in a memory and moment that we remember as kind of a springboard to finish out this regular season as the Rangers beat the Yankees on 105 through the Fan 8-5. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with you on DFW Sports Station. What made last night even better was watching the game with one of the meatballs. One of my New York college buddies, diehard Yankee fan. And I had texted him and I said, Corbin's broken tonight. And he wrote back, I'll just read you the text messages. You can never turn off a Yankee game unless Fried throws a complete game.
Yeah.
I actually have MLB notifications to let me know when the Yankees go to the bullpen. That means it's time to turn it back on and see it go to SH blank blank. Then it happened. He wrote, there you go. I wrote him, Jazz is insufferable. Chisholm was just annoying me again last night with all the antics.
He's a wild card.
Oh my God.
He is going to do all the antics. I mean, that's why he's a household name for three reasons. One, his first name. Right? He's got a one name.
Yeah.
You just say Jazz, you know what it is. He is like wild card where he will do crazy things, but also like good things, but crazy at the same time. And then, he was on a video game. Like that.
Yep.
That's really the three.
You shouldn't do it. You understand why coaches point at their head when they talk to him. you get it's the old Chris Rock line. I'm not saying it's okay, but I understand.
They are like that is a sloppy team. I posted this last night. I said, you do a drinking game between base running mistakes and errors for these two teams last night, you'd be drunk. You'd be hammered by the fifth inning.
Well, the shortstop made a great play, and the broadcast was like, oh, my God, he actually made that play because he's been so terrible at shortstop.
Yeah.
But the game goes to extras, and my buddy writes, Yankees are the worst team in the league in road extra inning games. Guaranteed double play coming, and then this happened.
0-1 the count to Austin Wells. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ball hit right back to Coulomb. He goes to second for one. Seager to first. Double play. 1-6-3.
Huge. And he goes, yeah, I've watched a lot of Yankee games throughout my life and this year. So that was watching one of the meatballs, and it was extra sweet because he suffered.
Yeah, and look, you get two guys, one guy that absolutely needed it in Joc Pederson, and then Josh Jung. I mean, obviously anybody can use a walk-off 3-run home run.
Yeah.
I think it's simple. The Yankees just got to ban the beards again. Like that's all this is.
That's
just ban the beards.
Well,
that'll change everything.
The guy who's been in the headlines, right, for facial hair and the policy, Michael Kay, your boy, he's here in town calling the series.
He's not here. He does. He was in Miami over the weekend, but he did not come here. I said, "You coming here? I'll be at the game on Tuesday." Because I'm skipping the series.
Why? We're not good enough.
Two things. Well, at the old ballpark. At the old ballpark, I know it was too hot. It was too hot at the old ballpark.
Too hot.
Yeah, at the old ballpark.
Were the Yankees broadcast set up in the bleachers?
No, but it's open air. It's the press box is open air.
Okay.
This one, I think this had to do more with the show.
He doesn't know that we have a dome now.
No, I think this has more to do with this.
inside.
I think this is more to do with his radio.
I think it has more to do with he's a diva.
Yeah,
That's what I
it's
think.
He's not a diva. I think it has more to do with his radio.
Well, okay. He can be your buddy. Don't say he's not a diva.
Just said it was
Look, he didn't like the heat.
It was too hot for him to call a baseball game.
By the way, Josh Jung, since you mentioned him and him needing it, this is a 10-game hitting streak since he got back. Every single game, he's hitting 383 since he got back.
Yeah.
He's been on fire.
And speaking of the Yankees broadcast, Awful Announcing has this headline that they were insulting Joc Pederson last night before the big moment. Pepe, you want to go ahead and set this up?
Yeah, so this was on the Yes Network yesterday. Michael Kay was out. Ryan Ruocco was in, also calls ESPN basketball games. And this is throughout the Joc Pederson at bat. They kind of just take a bunch of random shots fired at him about his weight and everything, and then Joc does what he does best.
Here is Joc Pederson, who has really struggled
stunning. Those numbers are absolutely stunning from Joc Pederson, who signed a 2-year, $20 million deal to come over here, hitting a $126.
A 908 OPS last year with Arizona. Takes ball one. You can see the physique definitely has evolved for Joc. Hit in the air to right field and deep, and this game is tied.
All right. So they call him fat, and he goes yard. They could host 2 to 7 here.
I was going to say, Rowdy Tellez started hitting the baseball pretty well. Maybe that's the key. You just got to...
Had yourself a brisket sando yet, Rowdy?
Exactly. you just got to get to him a little bit. It's true. Like in terms of if you look at the fact that like his physique has changed. He has not been hitting the baseball. Like all the things they said were accurate about what his season has been.
So the Rangers get game 1. Choppy will be there tonight on the field.
Before the game. We'll be on the field. What time we get there.
Speaking of being on the field, I could not stop just looking at Jared and Elvis behind every hitter.
Get that guy a chair.
No. In back.
In the little pen area or whatever. Yeah, every time I see him on TV, I'll take a picture and I send it to Sandler.
Yeah, I was just noticing it yesterday, and man, they did this 2-step dance video before the game. I thought I couldn't dance. Holy hell, Jared. That's not cool, guys. Slow motion train wreck watching him, and Elvis was just smooth as silk. It was impressive. But there they are behind the batter. Back to you tonight.
Yeah, so we'll be depending on what time we get there. It all depends on the kids because they got you got to pick out your helmet for middle school football today, and it has to be done at a certain time. So I would like to get down there at 4:30. I'd like to. That's when batting practice starts for, I get BP passes. I get in before the doors open.
Wow.
But I don't know. Probably get down there around 5.
How'd you get those?
We know a guy. He'll join us tomorrow.
All right, let's talk about some other headlines. ESPN and their humongous NFL deal. What does it mean for Red Zone? What else do we need to know? Well, they're kind of taking over the company that Bobby Belt also works for.
Yeah,
Are you an ESPN employee now?
I'm gonna have to quit if I am, because I'm not gonna be teammates with Dan Orlovsky. Not gonna happen. I don't know. This whole thing has been the whole setup that they have for this is the arrangement is really odd. It's like there's a partnership or a purchase, but there's still like NFL influence. It feels very much, not to risk getting in trouble, but it feels very much like there's conflicts of interest here that I wouldn't think.
You think?
Yeah, I would think that there would be some sort of resistance to it, more than there has been, it feels like.
I mean, ESPN programs or shows based off conflicts of interest.
So what happened? What is the deal?
Basically, what it is that ESPN is acquiring the rights to different things like Red Zone, and that'll become part of their packages and different things like that. But NFL, I believe the NFL is still retaining certain ownership of the general media rights. The honest,
like Good Morning Football is still going to air on NFL Network?
Yeah, like NFL Network will still be its own thing.
Channel.
It's not going away. It's just it's now there's a lot of mixing of the books, and there are probably some different bosses along the way.
All I need to know,
Red Zone's intact.
Where's Red Zone? How much?
Well, the how much is the question.
Is it going to be on ESPN? What extra app do I have to get for Red Zone? That's the number one most sports important thing in my life. It's not close.
According to Andrew Marchand, like they expect Red Zone will stay as is. They're not going to touch it because it does well. It does bring in a lot of money.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not it's on its own channel, whether or not the price goes up, I fully expect Mike Greenberg to shoehorn his grubby little hands on that thing because he can't let anybody have a job other than him.
Scott Hansen should put on a vest.
Would you be able to keep watching Red Zone if Greenberg took it? You would mute it, right?
I would. I've never been a mute sporting event guy, but I think I would have to. I'd have to try out the mute button.
Now,
God, I can't stand him.
They say it could take about a year to go through. So this.
All right,
we're looking at the earliest the start of the 2026 season.
They need wasn't there something out there this week that they will need some sort of federal assistance in getting this through?
They do. They need to go through that because it's you're talking about monopolies and such, and the president could block it if he wants to.
And
he loves to needle the NFL.
Oh, I'm waiting for it. I will reject this deal unless you go back to calling them the Redskins. That's what we're heading towards.
Why would he want to needle the NFL?
He just loves to needle the NFL. I mean, like he just does it all the time.
Why?
Oh, I mean, I think going back to Kaepernick. I mean, we're going back 10 years here on this.
I think a lot of it is it's an easy point of interest for a lot of the American public. But
he wouldn't let him in.
I'm certain that I would bet almost anything that's what becomes his leverage point. You want this deal to go through, you need to change their name from Commanders.
But he has authority to get involved and stop it?
Yeah, because this is antitrust. This is you've created companies that are too big and have too much of the market share.
Details on the NFL gunman in New York, on how he got the weapon, what he was asking for or seeking out before the incident.
Dude, Shane Tamura is the gunman, 27-year-old. He was a casino worker in Las Vegas. He had regularly met with doctors, including neurologists. He got yearly MRI exams, various treatments seeking to diagnose the cause because he had these frequent debilitating headaches. He got injections in the back of his head. Yearly to try to ease the headache pain. But how about this? Like, this is also that came out, this information, that the gun that he got, he bought from his supervisor. Like, could you imagine being the guy that sold him this gun, and then he goes on a killing spree at the NFL headquarters?
Yeah.
How do you live? How do you live with yourself on that? I mean, and now there's a legal situation with him. He's in trouble because they have to find out if this was a legal sale or an illegal sale of the weapon.
The murkiness of those sort of things too, of just the transactions and how we're seeing it in an era now where, what was it? It was the Michigan school shooter where the parents were prosecuted for getting the gun. I mean, it varies from place to place too.
Deion Sanders has been banned from Browns practice.
I'm so happy for Shedeur Sanders. I thought that Shedeur was going to be a problem. I thought that Shedeur was going to have all sorts of issues in Cleveland. Not the case, other than the sore shoulder he had, where he had to pull himself out of practice the other day. But they were asking, they're like, hey, where's Deion? Why hasn't Deion been out here yet? Well, Shedeur Sanders has banned him from coming to training camp practices. He said, I don't want him coming to see me right now. This is from Mary Kay Cabot of Cleveland.com. He said, I don't want him coming to see me right now because I want to get to where I want to go then for him to see me. I don't want him to see me get a couple reps and he's cheering like a good dad. Nah, you can't be proud of me right now. I got to get where I'm going, and I know it's a lot I've got to do to get there. Good, refreshing from Shedeur Sanders. It doesn't cover over everything else, but it's a good start where Shedeur saying, nope, there's work to be put in. We're not just here to celebrate the fact that I'm here. I did get picked in the 5th round. I did happen to fall way past where I was thinking I would go. So I wonder if we are just seeing maybe a little bit of the ego check.
Little eye rolly, but whatever. I'm rooting for Shedeur right now, who apparently is number 4 on the depth chart, according to Tony Grossi in Cleveland. Joe Flacco 1, Kenny Pickett 2, Dylan Gabriel 3, then Shedeur.
It doesn't appear that
Deshaun 5.
The Browns.
Yeah, where's Watson?
There's conflicting things on Dylan Gabriel because Albert Breer saying there's no doubt that he is the number 2. He's ahead of Shedeur. But then there's other people like Dale Ryder, who's up there in Cleveland, who a lot of people seem to respect. He's like, this is not even an NFL quarterback.
They're all hurt right now. All their quarterbacks are hurt. They just had to sign Tyler Huntley yesterday. So they've got a 6th quarterback there now. Former Pro Bowler, by the way, Tyler Huntley from 2022 when he threw 4 passes and made the Pro Bowl.
That's still wild. That's was it Moreland or Palmeiro that won a Gold Glove here with 16 starts?
Rafi won a Gold Glove at first base when he played 30 games there.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Your home of the Cowboys and Rangers is 105.3 The Fan. That's also the number to call when we hook you up with the Nelly ticket giveaway. That's coming up next, and the commercial-free expressway. And now, Brian Schottenheimer's visor has become a national problem. Back inside the Star, commercial free with the expressway with a Nelly ticket giveaway and Ask Reddit after this.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
Who said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, what's your name?
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
By the on-time experts and the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Thank you, San Antonio Radio in Oxnard. This is Sean and RJ with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. So is that a staple of theirs, that morning show? They do the ooh-wee to open up?
They do like, good morning, and whatever he does, he just goes into a higher register.
Just
and it
full
sounds
on
like
Robin Williams.
It was loud enough that in the middle of us talking with headphones on, you could hear it.
I think we did a very nice job with the volume. We
Didn't hear a word.
One instance, one choppy instance. I think that's it.
Yeah,
not a single complaint that we heard from anybody. Nobody communicated like, "Hey, could you guys be a little quieter in the morning?" We were pretty good.
And thanks to all the Tolos for checking out all the station coverage. The YouTube, fan cam, Twitch numbers were through the roof. They've been fantastic this week. So let's hook you up early today.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call on number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Nelly at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas on Friday, September 5th. That's call on number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right.
It must be the money.
Coach rankings are out throughout the National Football League. RJ Choppy, take us through them before you agree with the national host that Ryan Schottenheimer's visor is a problem.
Oh, I didn't know I was going to agree with that, but here we go.
Where's Mike McCarthy on this list?
I do hate visors. Yes, I do. Number 32. This is so embarrassing.
And this is from who?
This is from ESPN. So this was Ben Solak.
I like Ben. Ben's a good dude.
So this is the ranking of all the coaching staff. So head coach and both coordinators, they left out special teams. They left out positional coaches. So if you've got a crack staff of the best 10 wide receiver, linebacker, they don't count it.
Shots fired at Bones.
Right. So, number 32. It's embarrassing when you're in your fourth year as a head coach. You're behind all the rookies. But the New York Giants are the dead last worst staff in the NFL.
It is wild how quick opinions change. Daboll was right after year one, was talked about as like, oh my gosh, this guy's going to be the culture saver, and look at everything he did in Buffalo. And how there was at one point we've talked about Schottenheimer was the hot name in coaching circles, and then that kind of faded. Garrett at one point, Jason Garrett was considered one of the most advanced, aggressive offensive minds in football in 2007, and it flips on you in a hurry.
What do you hear about Daboll?
He's difficult. He like he's a bit of a prickly personality, and he's somebody which I don't know. I guess they want that in New York, maybe a little bit, like that kind of a personality, kind of mirror like all right, we want the tough, blustery guy, but. Yeah, he's thought to be not a great communicator. And he is thought of as being a bright X's and O's guy.
I mean, look, this is what happens. I never trust somebody with no neck. I have no neck. Don't trust me. Okay? We can't be trusted. We'll never stick our neck out there for anybody.
And you were against Daboll from the jump.
Didn't like him. Can't remember why, but I didn't like him. Number 31.
Tennessee.
Jacksonville.
Okay.
And Liam Cohen. So they were 18th, last year.
I mean, based on what?
That's the thing.
He did a hell of a job with Baker Mayfield in the offense.
I mean, I could say if I don't know anything about rookie head coaches, I might be able to just say, all right, he's kind of bounced around a bunch of places. He's never had a stable job, and the fact that he kind of played his own organization in getting to Jacksonville. Oh, I'm coming back. Oh, now I'm ghosting your calls. And I would imagine a lot of the coordinator stuff that they can look at, they can assess, all right, this is what their track record is.
I got a problem with number 30. I think it's too low. It's New Orleans.
That is way too low.
They got Kellen at third. Kellen, but they also have Doug Nussmeier, been around forever. And then Brandon Staley, who was a pretty good DC before and has head coaching experience. That's not the third worst staff. I'm sorry.
I get it.
Nobody likes Staley. I understand that.
Staley had a lot of stink on him leaving the Chargers. Nussmeier has not been an offensive coordinator since at any level since 2017. I like him. I think he's a good coach, but I understand there's unknown factor there. And then Kellen, he's going to be he's the offensive mind or whatever, but there's going to be questions about game management and other things relating to preparation that it's at least a question that I understand why he's 30. I don't think he'll be anywhere. I don't think that staff will be anywhere close to 30 at the end of this year. But right now, it's fair. Probably.
With no quarterback?
No, because I think that's the thing. I think you're going to see that ultimately they maximize guys.
Boy, early returns on Shuck are not good.
No.
Boy, he throws the ball about as deep as Brad Johnson.
No,
check down right there.
Shuck will be good.
He can, but in practices, he's just been checking down left and right. Number 29.
Detroit Lions.
The Dallas Cowboys. They were 16th last year. And I'll read up the write-up here. I didn't think I would need to brush up the old Schottenheimer stats from when he was coordinating Seattle. And fans were beseeching Pete Carroll to pass the football, but here we go. He's been an offensive coordinator for 14 years in the league, 6 with the Jets, 3 with the Rams, Seahawks, 2 with the Cowboys. He called plays in 12 of those seasons, of those 14. But look at all 14, his success rate on offense averages 43%. The league average was 43%. So right around the league average. His offensive score an average of 1.85 points per drive. The league average is 1.91. So not terribly far off. Expected points added per play. His offense is literally average out to 0.00. So I don't know if they use 0.00 as 100 on OPS plus, where that's league average, above or below. I don't know.
Yeah, I think
lather up, ladies.
I think it's also important to know, and we talked about this a little bit when Schottenheimer got hired, and we were trying to figure out, all right, what's the real legacy for him, or what's the real context of how good he's been as a coordinator, is that, for instance, the Jets, as bad as his reputation was with the Jets, and when you look at the numbers aren't great, but when you look at it, those are some of the high marks of Jets offensive rankings over the last 20 years, 25 years. He got the most out of basically any offense they've had in 25 years. And in Seattle, we've heard he was fighting Pete Carroll to do more modern stuff. Pete Carroll wasn't letting him.
All right, so here's more. That's not to say the Cowboys' offense will be average. The personnel matches up nicely with his preferred offense. Between the tackles, running game, vertical routes, and the passing game, it's just tough to argue him as an elevator of the offense when we have a large body of work to show otherwise. Has he grown from his time coordinating the Jets, first time in the lead chair? I struggle to get too excited about Eberflus as DC. Eberflus defenses tend to look strong against bad opponents and struggle against elite quarterbacks. Simple scheme, easy to find space. Adams as OC, however, is exciting for the hipsters, the football hipsters. Previously, the Cardinals running game coordinator, he's got a deep bag of quirky running schemes. An injection of creativity on the ground could be big for the shoddy offense. I don't know how you differentiate any of the rookie head coaches. Schottenheimer, Aaron Glenn, Kellen Moore, Liam Cohen.
Again, if he's including coordinators, you can probably stack based on some of the stuff you know about what the coordinator staffs are.
Bobby,
it's pretty embarrassing that Daboll's last, though.
Very embarrassing.
You can figure that out.
You can rehire the Cowboys coach today between Shoddy and Kellen.
Kellen, still.
Okay.
I think Kellen's going to be a really good coach. I like Schottenheimer. And I said at the time when they hired him, I wasn't freaking out about it. I like Schottenheimer's coach. I think he's going to be good. I think he's, like I've mentioned, he to me is the senator that has spent his entire career running for president, and he's going to be prepared. I know that.
The Jets at 28, Tennessee at 27, and then, man, the utter disrespect of Todd Bowles at 26.
Wow.
And I don't think Todd's this great head coach.
That's bad.
It's disgraceful. It's a disgrace. Todd Bowles does nothing but win 10 games.
Yes, I agree.
Is he like an elevating you over the top head coach? No, Todd's got a ceiling. Todd's at the 26th best head coach in the NFL.
I will say in 8 years he's won 10 games twice. So,
damn it, Bobby, why do you bring facts? Okay, just let me assume that Todd Bowles wakes up and wins 10 games. Can I not have that assumption?
No, yeah, that's too low. That's too low.
I mean, it's a better staff than the Jets staff, but you put him behind Dave Canales and Raheem Morris, and you put him behind Jonathan Gannon and Ben Johnson. What are we doing?
I will say, and I don't know where the Cardinals are on this. I know Gannon's staff is praised around the NFL as one of the brightest in the league.
Go 1 through 10 down.
1 through 10?
Yeah.
So start at 10 or start at 1?
1.
All right. Number 1 is Minnesota.
Okay.
They got our guy Wes Phillips as the OC there.
I'm going to have to root against my guy, Kevin O'Connell, to win the J.J. McCarthy argument. It's going to hurt.
The Chiefs, Boy, the chief staff: Reed, Nagy, Spagnola. That's solid.
Put Steve Spagnola, coordinator, Hall of Fame.
San Fran 3, Shanahan, Kubiak, and Saleh. Ravens 4. Rams 5.
My Ravens buddy, he was trying to talk me into the Micah trade yesterday. He got one of those like internet graphics that just gave out 3 trade proposals for Parsons, and it was Washington giving up McLaurin, a second and a third.
What?
No.
The Patriots, are you saying what? Like I'll take it?
For Micah?
Yeah.
I would not take that.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
McLaurin at 2 1s. Yeah, sign me up.
Patriots, 2 firsts, a second, a third, and a fifth.
Sure.
Yes.
2 firsts, a second, a third, and a fifth. The Ravens, Rashad Bateman, Van Noy, and a first.
No.
And I told him, I said, this is arguably the worst of all the offers. He's like, oh, like Kyle Van Noy, double-digit sack guy, 4.5 a year. The Cowboys, you already told me, liked Rashad Bateman and a first. That's the best win-now deal. I said, no.
No, the best deal there is New England. By
Absolutely.
far. New England. If New England called and offered that deal today, I would turn that in so quickly to the league office.
The Rams 5. This is the Nepo baby coordinator, Mike LaFleur, who I think is Matt's brother. I'm assuming that is. And then Chris Shula. I mean, if you just change your name to Shula or Lombardi, change your name to Lombardi, everybody assumes that you're related to Vince.
Well, not Michael Lombardi. He sucks now after canceling Thursday.
Speaking of Lombardi, Joe Lombardi, along with Sean Payton and Vance Joseph in Denver. That's a good staff.
Mike McCarthy with better marketing.
Yep. Bills, McDermott, Brady, and Babich. Let's see. Number 8 is Philadelphia. Number 9 is the Raiders. Who's their OC?
Todd Downing.
Chip Kelly.
Oh, yeah. That's
Chip Kelly. And the Packers at number 10. Detroit at number 11.
Feels low for the Packers.
ESPN's rankings of the best head coaching staffs in the National Football League. Maybe Schottenheimer got dinged all the way down there at number 29 because of Colin Cowherd, who used to go after Tony Romo for the backwards hat, and now he's going after our head coach for the backwards visor on FS1.
You know, I don't like backward hats. What's worse is a backward visor. That's a 2-win team. I'm taking away 4 wins. That's awful. That is so bad.
If you see a guy wearing a backwards visor, you think one word, it's inappropriate for TV. But, like, could you hang with, like, if I rolled up to play golf with you and I had a backwards visor on, would you just pretend like you don't know me, Colin?
I would just say, and I know everybody gets mad at this, I only really care, like, for instance, Bank of America is behind him. It's a big sponsor. Yeah. And so I do think if you're the head coach or the quarterback of an organization and you do press conferences, you're not only representing yourself, that's very selfish and narcissistic, you are representing the Dallas Cowboys and you're representing Bank of America. That's probably a huge team sponsor. They probably paid $8 million or something like that, $7 million to the Cowboys, or, some, big money deal. So I tend to think, here's what men do very poorly. Men often don't think of others in social situations. It's how do I look, and how I think women tend to be a little more self-aware, a little less narcissism. So when you sit in front of a podium, you're representing the Cowboys, you're representing Bank of America, you're representing a $12 billion corporation. I think you got to do better as a head coach than a visor backwards.
He looks
That's just
like
my take.
Look, I got to just... First of all, I don't like the visor. I think the visor's a terrible look. Okay. But this is, first of all, this is not going to impact a single play, let alone docking them 4 wins. Not a single play is going to be impacted. Plenty of coaches. Sean Payton wears a visor, he wins. Dennis Allen wears a visor, he stinks. Nick Sirianni wears a visor, he wins. I will argue the backwards visor is literally the only way to wear a visor. A backwards visor looks far better than the forwards visor.
And he's not going to wear it like that during the game. It'll be forwards visor.
Yeah, but even Dan Quinn wears his hat backwards during the game.
Yeah.
This is
and he wears a snapback, which, that's a whole other party foul.
This is the Cowherd bit and has been for 15 years, 20 years, whatever it has been. Like, he knows what reaction this gets. The guy that is most, irritating to me in that clip is McIntyre.
Oh,
yeah.
McIntyre,
Hey, talk about a weasel.
If this dude, a total weasel.
A kiss-ass weasel.
Cowherd years ago accidentally crashed the Big Lead. Crashed that website by telling people to go check it out. And McIntyre was over at the Big Lead at the time. And McIntyre was just this, screw Colin Cowherd. He took down our service bus. And now he just sits there like a little lapdog with it. And it's pathetic.
And it felt like Colin got him over there to stop like Big Lead criticism.
Yeah.
So it's like, let me go get the guy from the website killing. That's what it feels like. I'm trying to think who in sports media I've changed my mind about the most in my 40 years more than Cowherd. I still think he's intelligent. I think he's different. I think he's unique. I'm assuming that. I haven't watched him for years and years and years and years, but it just felt like he sold out to me for the whole,
Past his prime.
low-hanging fruit stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who else I've changed my mind about the most when it comes to play-by-play or sports talk people. Where I'm like, I used to really like him, or I used to dislike him or her, and now I like him or her.
Well, listen, if you pay me the way they're paying him, I'll pick the fruit off the ground.
Yeah.
I don't care how low it is.
I had the negative to positive flip for me, Cam Newton. I could not stand Cam when he first started talking. Now I will stop and listen to anything he has to say.
Cam's great. Cam's great.
So there it is. Colin Cowherd and his little lapdog talking about Brian Schottenheimer and the backward visor. It is time for many people's favorite segment of the week.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
It is time for Ask Reddit, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. You can answer these questions on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. You can also kick them around on the Twitch and on the YouTube. We'll get your answers there, and we will answer them here in the studio ourselves, where we go to Ask Reddit, the now almost 60 million member forum, where they ask all sorts of salacious, controversial questions every week. And we take the most viral ones, and then we answer them here on the show. Let's start off with an easy one that I know everybody has an answer for, because I already looked at the cut sheet. RJ Choppy. What is the band/artist you regret never seeing live before they broke up or passed away?
Let's see. There's two that came to mind immediately. Like, these are the two, and this is easy because I can't do bands like the Doors. That didn't count. I wasn't alive. I never had a chance to see the Doors. Jim Morrison died in like 1971 or something. Okay, and I left Pink Floyd out of there because like they had kind of broken up before I was even like 10. So I have two. That I will play you. And the first one is like, this is an amazing band. I could have seen them, didn't. Very much regret not seeing Rush. And I figured Bobby would appreciate this one. This is like one of those, like, where if somebody does sound really well, he likes it.
Yeah.
Rush does music really well.
I like Rush. Rush is good. They're absolutely one of the better bands that's been out. Like, I'm a big fan. That's the only thing is they were killed a little bit by the movie I Love You, Man. Have you ever seen that?
No.
They've got Paul Rudd's got a Rush obsession in the movie, which is kind of irritating. But other than that, no, they're good. I like them.
And then the other one, and this is the easy one because it was right in my wheelhouse. I was a teenager, and they just basically stopped touring because the lead singer just couldn't stay off speedballs. That's what eventually killed him. But it's Alice in Chains. Without question, the best grunge band of all time. They started the genre. Everybody gives Nirvana credit. Now, Man of Box came out first. They were the GOATs. Best 90s lead voice. End of story.
DMavs 4131 on the YouTube says Nirvana is his answer. Sean, do you have a band for this one?
Nope.
Nope.
No one I regret missing. I don't think about this question whatsoever. I use this as my opportunity just to tell you randomly that I finally was able to pick out a free movie on a flight.
Okay. I saw it. I looked over. I said, where the hell is that movie? I couldn't find it.
You know what movie it was?
Complete Unknown.
Yeah. I loved it.
I watched Gladiator, and I was like, this is awful.
What is
Gladiator
Complete
2.
Unknown?
What?
I don't know Complete Unknown.
The
What
Bob
is that?
Dylan movie.
Oh, that one.
With Chalamet. It was, although I have not seen the last 10 minutes because why do they make you put away your computer, but I can keep my iPad out?
It's you could hold the iPad on that thing, I think. It's not big enough. If you had an iPad, you'd be okay.
Yeah, but the iPad people hold in their lap.
No, he's saying, why do they make you put up the laptop and not the iPad?
Yeah.
Because I just think the computer's bulkier. It's easier in an emergency.
It's ridiculous. So I had to put it away. I tried to let the stewardesses go back to their seats while landing and bring it back out. And then I was thankful that we had the delay while taxiing, but I've still got like about 10 or 15 minutes left. It was fantastic. I don't know what I'm more bothered by. Oh, no, I'm more bothered by that Bobby has not seen the Pony Express that was just running on ESPN, or the Bob Dylan movie. Bob Dylan movie has been out a lot less longer, but it was excellent. Maybe go down a Bob Dylan rabbit hole. That's my music.
If you like it, if you like that movie, you should check out I'm Not There. I'm Not There is a little weird, though. It's a little like Lynchian the way it's.
I don't know what that means.
It's basically David Lynch. It's a David Lynch style storytelling, but basically it's like 8 different people play Bob Dylan, including like Cate Blanchett and Heath Ledger. It's kind of weird flick. All right, 940
sounds awesome. Really weird.
940. No, it is good. I'm just saying it might be a little too outside the box. 940 is giving the same answer as Peyton.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not a big concert guy. I've been to 4, maybe 5 in my whole life, so I did some thinking. But I mean, this is someone that I listened to early on in life, had a bunch of their songs, and they're still somewhat together, but it's before Chester died. I've heard great things in concert that they're really good, so I mean, it's not someone that I thought of that I would hope to see.
Linkin Park's good. That's a good answer right there. And Chester was always really like energetic and stuff. My answer is going to be very hipster in nature, but it's going to have local meaning. And I promise there are going to be people on the fan text who agree with me on this one. My band is a local band named Waking Norman.
Little girl, I'll raise her, I smile on this little girl.
I don't know this band at all.
It's a molded shape.
I love these guys. Troy Mayfield's the lead singer there. I had, near the end, Kristen and I, when Addison was really young, we're going to go see them. They were playing at Love and War, which is that's the restaurant now that Red owns. Red, our buddy from Cowboys training camp, he owns Love and War in Plano. We had gone there. We were going to go there to watch him. We couldn't find a babysitter. She's like, let's just take her. I was like, no, I don't want to take her. We'll stay home. And I don't know that they've played another show together since. And so I was very upset by that. But I absolutely loved Waking Norman, and that was one of the first bands that Kristen and I really kind of coalesced around.
Franco injured during his fan text real quick, 877-881-1053. Rage Against the Machine, Soundgarden, D12, Michael Jackson, Bowling for Soup, Selena, Prince, Bob Dylan. The people saying can't have a laptop because of the keyboard.
Well, what about it?
That's how they terrorists communicate on a plane, apparently.
Oh.
But that's makes no sense because you can have the laptop out during flight and you'd still be able to communicate. So I don't know.
And you can put the little keyboard under the iPad. Like they've got those attachments.
Yeah.
So I was trying to pull one off of Addison's school iPad last night. All right, it is Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, what is the worst way you've been rejected by a woman?
Well, I don't get rejected often. No, this one, it wasn't more like an embarrassment for me. It was just such a stupid reason, and it ruined our relationship at that point. I was on the dating apps, and I think this was a couple years ago, and I had been talking to this girl. We were texting back and forth all week, just keep going the whole week, and the conversations were really good. And so I finally asked, because when you're on the dating apps, you only see the first name. They don't give you the last name. And so you have to ask that awkward question, well, what is your last name? And I kind of just threw that in there one day, and she was like, why? So you can stalk me on social media? Ha. She put like 8 ha-ha-has over there, and I was like, no, I'm too grown for that S. Like, I'm not going to do that. And she just replied back, ha-ha-ha. And that was it. Never gave me her last name. And I was like, that is such a stupid reasoning. And I still think about it to this day.
Yeah, getting stalked, that's dumb.
That was pretty bad. 940, I was mid-love shut down. Is their answer to this
really?
one.
What?
In the middle of it.
Why?
They didn't say. They just said that was the most brutal way they were rejected. Sean, when you think back through all the different rejections over the years, what's been the most intense?
I don't know if this is technically a rejection, but this girl was asking for proof of who I was, and I was trying not to be like RJ in a traffic stop and bring up the radio or the Fan or the Cowboys, and I'm like, I'm on this radio station, I'm not trying to trick you. And she's like, well, send me audio proof, or send me your bio and all this stuff. And I'm like, this is getting way too weird. So in a way, it was a rejection, but I'm having to put together a resume tape for this Tinder girl.
Yeah.
I'll put together a reel. I'm sitting here auditioning because she didn't believe who I was or needed to see more proof.
I asked a girl out, and she goes, no. And I said, are you with someone? She goes, no. I was like, oh, so it's me.
Damn,
okay.
Joy Taylor just shooting it down like that.
Getting rejected by Joy Taylor has like whole new meaning now.
Yeah. That's
bad.
That would be
feel better after those.
Well, no, you would feel better, but I would imagine that you'd be like, well, what's wrong with me? You know, like why was I not one of the options? So I guess you could take this one of two ways, whether it's the rejected over like a course of time, like something didn't work out, they chose someone else, or you could go with just the flat rejection in a moment. And I guess the one that's more embarrassing is the flat rejection in a moment that I had, which was when I don't even know if I was like, it was more I was just going to just kind of like talk in a bar one time, and I walked up, and as I walk up, I get like the first word out, and she goes, no. And I was like, no what? And she goes, just no.
Damn.
Okay, cool. See ya.
Wow. That's harsh.
Yeah, that was cold. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. Sean Sharif, what's the pettiest reason you wouldn't be with someone?
Like date?
Yeah, like a reason that you would just be like, yeah, this is not going to work out. That would cause someone when they walk up to you, you go, no.
Maybe if they were like dipping.
I don't know that that's petty.
It's not petty?
I mean, you got to taste that.
I don't know. I have to think about it.
Easy. If they were funnier than me. Could not handle that. I could date a girl taller than me. If she's stronger than me, I wouldn't care. Help me move couches left and right. Better looking? Nah. Not a problem. But funnier? I'd rather date a girl with the same hairline as Ron Washington than her be funnier than me. I could not handle
Is
that.
her being taller petty?
Yes.
I wouldn't date someone that's taller than me.
I think the big one for me, because I mean,
I'm talking like 2-inch difference. Maybe even 1.5 inches.
If she's like 6'5", if she's like a 6
well,
inch
I'm not
difference.
6'4".
No, I'm saying.
Oh, she's 6'5"? No way.
So like,
no way.
Unless she's enough of like a supermodel to where people, I don't know. No, I still couldn't do it. Like if she's famous enough or enough of a supermodel to where people think I'm a badass.
How tall Sophie Cunningham?
I'm still going to get made fun of.
So the fact that Peyton's shorter than Mackenzie, if you were Peyton,
that's not true.
Then that would it's kind of true.
Enough.
Yeah, I feel like it is true.
It would make me think. I would be contemplating a lot.
The answer for me on this one is, and there's a couple different ways to go, but I've said this before and I've gotten killed on the fan text for it. But if she likes sports,
oh yeah,
I don't need to introduce that extra added, like I don't need to fight with you about the Schottenheimer hire, like in addition to whatever other stuff. So when I find out they like they're really intense about sports, it's like, that's great.
Yeah.
We could be friends. I would never date you.
Oh, I probably got the most insensitive one now. Just popped in my mind.
You're not gonna say it?
I'll say it.
Oh, okay.
Arm hair.
Oh,
dark arm hair.
Dark arm hair.
Light arm hair is fine. I'm talking like dark, my people type arm hair, where it's just you could not braid it, but think about maybe coming close.
Like Bigfoot.
Not Bigfoot. Not that extreme, but dark arm hair. I'm praying my daughter does not have arm hair.
There was a girl in our neighborhood growing up. Her name was Kelsey Wilf.
I don't think you need.
Sorry,
wow.
too bad. Too bad. It's done.
Change the I to O.
It's done. She would have. I'm certain she changed her name, and she had like hairy arms. And the kids in the neighborhood called her Werewolf.
Bullying.
Wow.
Kids are mean.
Bullying. Oh yeah, arm hair. Dark arm hair.
So mine
How many ladies right now are checking themselves out right now? Checking out that forearm.
So mine would be if they only ever wanted cats as pets and no dogs. I can do the 1 and 1. If Mackenzie wanted 1 dog, 1 cat, that's fine. But they were like all cats, 0 dogs, couldn't do it. I'd walk away.
Let's see from the fan text here. Too woke. If they're a Commanders fan, if they have bigger hands, Eagles fan, ugly feet, Midwestern accent.
Yeah, those are all. Look, I can understand some of those. Let's see. What else do we have? Adam's apple. Too woke.
Right,
we got lots of facial tattoos. That's another one that's on.
That's not
here.
petty. I don't think that's pretty. Like, I mean, that's pretty loud.
If you won't get to know the person behind the facial tattoos, that's maybe one thing. All right, since I just mentioned, I threw basically a 10-year-old under the bus. RJ Choppy, you just got insulted by a 10-year-old. What's your non-violent, 100% savage comeback?
Whisper that your daddy has a girlfriend.
This is if you've ever seen the old, and I know he's canceled now, we can't bring him back, but if you've ever heard the old Louis C.K. bit talking about watching your kids on a playground and just the aggressive thoughts that go through your head when you see a kid bullying your kid, and you're like, the things you want to say
like
to this
how
child.
I was at Toppers looking at the kids outside.
Yes. Oh, Sean was ready to like get up and go outside and just fight some random like 12-year-old who was picking on, I don't know, he's 8 or something,
He was
8 or
beating
9.
the hell out of his little brother and just bullying him and noogies nonstop and just putting him like in a headlock for like 10 minutes.
Sean was about to go out there and put him in. How do you like it?
I'm like, where are the parents? Where are the parents here?
I think he was right across with like headphones and not even paying attention.
Not paying attention.
The answer to this, like if you because you can't get too aggressive. What it is you just like lean in and very intensely and very seriously just go, no one likes you.
Yeah.
They all pretend to be your friend. Nobody really loves you. They say a lot of really nasty things about you.
I'm worried about this, like with the first bully or enemy that my kids deal with, of like drawing the line. I'm worried about my own self-control when it comes to this. Peyton?
So, I'd get dark with this thing, and I'd call him a virgin, and then I would explain what a virgin is to him.
Oh, my God.
And then I would say, this is why his mom isn't a virgin anymore, because of what I did. And that's what I would tell him.
All right, very nice.
I'm not going to follow that.
Let's hear some of the
You're a virgin.
Some of the,
and he's like, explain to me what a virgin is.
And then I tell him what I did with his mom, and that's why.
Does she have a cat?
972. Sean went full Billy Madison. Let's hear. If you 940. If you tell a kid they're a weak little bully, they almost always tear up. 214. How about I'm your real dad, right? And I put you up for adoption.
Oh,
so there's some good answers there. You want to wrap, or we got time for one more? Save cross.
Do one more quick.
Okay. All right. One more here. Peyton Russell. What 90s 2000s trend would baffle kids today?
Going to an actual store to like rent movies. I think the idea of like having to go to Blockbuster or something, would just baffle them, because now they can do everything online.
Right.
There's my answer.
I don't know if it's trend or not, but this wild thing we did back then, you would go outside your house without telling your parents where you were going, and then you would just show up randomly later that night, unannounced, wondering what's for dinner.
Collect calls as a means of contacting people.
Oh, yeah.
They would I think that would blow people's mind. You called, like, people had to accept your payment like you were getting a prison phone call.
I forgot collect calls.
Yeah.
I totally forgot. Ask Reddit. Blowing up. The Franklin Franco injury attorney text line here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. RJ Choppy explains why paying Micah is not going to bring you your Super Bowl. Next on the home of America's team, 105.3 The...
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt here in the Metroplex. We'll go back out to Oxnard with Tommy Yarish, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20, and Bobby Belt is already predicting a fight out there.
Oh yeah, we're
gonna like Tommy.
We're gonna have a joint practice fight, I think, because of all the chippiness we've already seen, and they fight at practices. I also wonder if there's going to be a fight for Tommy Yarish out there today, because he'd been talking a lot of smack leading up to training camp that he was going to race Patrick Walker from DallasCowboys.com, and Tommy was like, I'm young, that's all that matters. I think he lost yesterday. I'm not sure if he won or lost, but it was something yesterday where I know Tommy was getting worked up about it, so we will have to find out if he ultimately got what he wanted or if a fight occurred after.
Pat looks like he's in tip-top shape. I could see Pat.
But like Tommy's whole thing was like, he's 45. I'm a youthful child. I will wipe the floor with him.
Micah Parsons showed up yesterday for practice in his jersey because Brian Schottenheimer said he wanted everyone to look the same. To me, that's a good sign that Micah right now is not willing to just detonate everything, and he's leaving room open to get something worked out. That's just me thinking out loud. But RJ Choppy, we're sitting there in the Admirals Club. Well, in LAX, and he started his research project on Micah bringing the Cowboys a ring if they work it out.
So it's quite simple. Is Payne an edge rusher? Does it bring you a championship? Is it a valuable position? Absolutely. It's 100% one of the four. I don't think you could argue it's absolutely a top 5 most valuable position. Quarterback, left tackle, edge, corner, wide receiver. In any order you want to put those on, those are the 5.
And Bobby, after Rashawn Slater got paid, you were wondering about a positional difference.
Yeah, because so you had brought this up, I think, last offseason, just how odd it is that the receivers are getting paid at a certain level that corners are not mirroring. Like we're talking about, guys who have been $38 million, like a Jamar Chase, and then we just now finally got a $30 million corner in Stingley, and that had to jump the market in a massive way to get it. We're seeing a little bit of that on the reverse side with tackles and edges, where edge rushers are getting paid upwards of 40 plus. They're the second highest paid players on the football field other than quarterbacks. And then tackles are still the highest paid tackle now is Rashawn Slater at $28 million annually. So they're not even up to corner money. I don't know if that's just a NFL team's value, like attacking styles. All right, I want an edge rusher. They're going after the quarterback. A receiver's going, attacking down the field. They're attacking a corner, and they don't necessarily like something that's more in a defensive position. But there's a massive pay gap there of like $14 million annually between edge rushers and tackles.
So I went and looked. I just went to Over the Cap, and I was just like, top edge rusher contracts. And of the top 25 highest paid edge rushers, from $41 million a year all the way down to $14 million, how many have rings? How many have a Super Bowl ring?
Edge rushers.
Edge rushers.
And how many is the total list of names?
I just did the top 25.
Top 25?
And I had Bobby help me because Bobby's easy.
3.
It's 2. It's Josh Sweat and it's George Karlaftis that have rings.
Okay.
Like, now, look, is that a cause of, is that a
Chicken and the egg.
What?
Chicken and the egg.
Chicken, maybe it is chicken and the egg. Maybe it is. But I bet you if I did the top 25 quarterbacks, you would find a different number.
Okay.
Right? You know what I mean? Like that's.
And what do you mean chicken of the egg?
Like,
in
which
terms
comes
of like
first?
which is the explanation? Is
Yeah,
it like,
I know.
Does paying the pass rusher? No. Like the question of does paying the pass rusher mean it makes your roster too difficult to maneuver and thus you can't build a Super Bowl winning team, or is it just like an issue of no? If you have a Super Bowl winning team, like you generally have better players that you don't need to necessarily invest in an edge rusher because you've got a top quarterback.
Thanks for educating me on what chicken and the egg means. Choppy. Which one comes first?
Which one comes first? Because like the thought is that the team building, the newer team building way is stars on offense, depth on defense. Don't pay any defensive player top dollar. It's better to have 11 C+ players on your defense than 5 A+ players, 3 C+ players, and 3 D players or worse. Because they're going to attack the weak link.
Which years did Kansas City win the Super Bowl? It was 23, 22, and 19, I think. So in 2019, the highest paid player on Kansas City's roster was Sammy Watkins. In 2022, it was Mahomes. Behind that was Chris Jones. See, that's the other thing there. They do pay a pass rusher. It's not an edge.
Yeah, it's an interior, which is another kind of newer thing that teams are starting to value pressure from the interior as opposed to pressure from the edge.
Think about teams that have won the Super Bowl in the last 5 years. Rams. Aaron Donald. Last year, everybody couldn't stop talking about Milton Williams and Jalen Carter playing on the interior for Philadelphia. You've got Chris Jones in Kansas City. That's why a lot of people do value interior pressure. That's one of the things.
When Tampa won,
Eberflus loves the interior pressure stuff because of you're talking about how in an era where they're getting the ball out like this, they're just trying to throw it in under 2-3 seconds. That pressure is going to come quickest right there from the 3 technique.
Right. So as the game evolves and every sport evolves year to year, even the teams that have won recently, basically every team that's won this decade has had tremendous pressure from the inside. Again, Rams, Chiefs, Eagles, Tampa. They all had good interior defensive line.
Now, Tampa did pay 2 big-time edge rushers on their title team. They paid Jason Pierre-Paul and Shaq Barrett.
Right, they did. But if you look at, like I said, the current top 25, you're looking at 2 guys that have rings. Again, it might not mean anything.
So it
doesn't necessarily mean that you don't pay him. Okay. It's just like, just be careful. And this goes back to would you take the 2 firsts and the $40 million?
So go down the list. Let's name the names and let's talk about their situations to see how fair this is.
All right. Just go right down the list. TJ Watt. Miles.
No quarterback.
Myles Garrett.
No quarterback.
Tried to get one, just didn't work out.
Daniil Hunter. Houston.
Young quarterback.
Max Crosby.
No quarterback.
Nick Bosa.
No excuse.
No excuse.
No, San Francisco, no excuse. San Francisco should have won a title.
Josh Allen, Josh Hines Allen. Brian.
No quarterback.
Brian Burns.
I'm trying to think. Some of these guys.
He was with
Brian Burns is Giants.
Yeah, and Carolina.
Yeah.
No quarterback.
Montez Sweat.
Montez was Washington, then Chicago.
No quarterback.
Rashawn Gary.
Green Bay.
They're not
competitive.
They're not ready yet.
No, but they've been. I mean, there were a couple. Yeah. There were obviously a couple of Aaron Rodgers MVP seasons.
Andrew Van Ginkel, Minnesota.
So I could argue the top 10 you just named. There's no quarterback. So how am I going to blame the DN?
You're not blaming.
How am I going to use that to say?
Yeah, you're not blaming that. You're just building your team backwards.
You could blame it on the DN.
Well, they're trying to find the quarterback.
You could just say that you can't. You don't have the flexibility necessarily to go get the quarterback if you're paying the top end of the edge rusher.
So where do y'all stand on it? Let's put an opinion on it.
Look, I think paying a defensive player $40 million is stupid. I think it's fiscally irresponsible.
Now we're getting somewhere. 8 minutes in. Here we go.
Yeah, it's stupid.
Why did he say that? I think you could. I think you pay an edge rusher if they're like somebody of Micah's level is worth the money to me. Is he more worth it than $40 million of flexibility and 2 firsts, so like that trade you had brought up from the Patriots, which it's not a real offer, but one that was on the internet. If you're telling me the New England Patriots, who are a bad football team right now, they're a sexy pick a little bit to be kind of a bounce back team.
Yeah.
But if you tell me that football team is going to give you 2 first rounders, a second, a third, and a fifth for Micah, I'm doing it. $40 million and all that draft capital in a capped league is worth it. That's 100%. That is a guaranteed. You don't even have to say I can get 4 starters at $10 million. You can go find 2 $20 million players now. 2 $20 million players. And 2 firsts, a second, and a third better start for you. That's 6 players that can meaningfully contribute to your football team.
If you go to the just the Eagles, right? If you just go to the Eagles, like the Eagles have they got how many? They have 3 offensive linemen making $20 million.
Yeah, look, I mean, a lot of
right.
teams.
I mean, that's what you've done. You've just revamped everything.
Let me see. I need to see who signed for like $20 million annually this offseason.
So no defensive player for you. 40 mil, Choppy?
No, I wouldn't. I would. It's stars on offense than depth on defense. I'd rather have the depth. Yeah, if you could.
But what about playmaking? What about any type of playmaking on defense?
Well, you're looking for
like Chris Jones did make plays in their championship runs. We talked about Jalen Carter. Aaron Donald came up big. The Giants won because of their defense and Strahan, and
different
name
league,
up there.
Right? Different league.
Yep.
I would now listen. Donald and Chris Jones are not $40 million. They're not making $40 million either. And pressure from the middle has shown that in the last few years it works.
I could have signed this offseason with $40 million if I had that flexibility. I could have signed Calais Campbell, Trayvon Merrick, and Charvarius Ward. So if I can sign those 3 guys, and then I can get I can get 2 firsts and some extra. That Micah's great. Micah's not better than 6 contributors. That's a lot.
All right, so there it is. The edge payment RJ Choppy study here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. In order to hit us up, 877-881-1053. What have the totals been saying about trading him if you got the right offer?
I think most people have said, like, yeah, if you get a Herschel Walker trade, or like for modern times, a little more modern, if you get a Mark Teixeira trade, sure, you take it. But I mean, there are definitely a lot of people who will say, like, 817, Micah brings pressure up the middle. He's not just an edge rusher. He can do a lot of different things. You can move him around. You can do different things like that. There's a lot of people, I think, who are just committed to, that's a great player, and you just don't walk away from great players for things you think you might be able to get, which I understand.
Choppy, was Micah being doxxed?
Well, yes.
And what does that mean?
So they go dig up dirt on you.
Okay.
Docs, they open your personal documents. They expose you to the world. They dox you.
People are saying that he's a hypocrite. He's a hypocrite. He wants to be paid at the best defensive end in the NFL, but his trade request is hypocritical because.
And didn't he once say, "I don't need 40"?
Yeah,
he did.
He said he was. It may have been even low. It may have even been lower than that he said. I'm trying to remember, but yeah, he said basically, I don't need to be paid that high.
What happened to that?
What happened to at his football camp? Him saying, what other guys get, that doesn't matter to my situation.
Back on April 11th, our anniversary.
Oh, happy
show anniversary.
So
April 11th.
Yes, sir. Finger tinkle, whatever this is.
He said on the in the wake of the Nico saga at Tennessee, he said college football is now a joke. Y'all minds, well, just make college football, and it was semi-pro league. Hold players accountable to the contracts he signed. Or they signed. And they're doxing them, saying it's a hypocritical statement to make. Which I don't really buy that because football, NFL is different. You have to basically everybody re-signs at this point in the contract. They all get their extension at this point in the contract. It's in the CBA. There's no CBA in college.
There's a reason why the CBA and the NFL says if you are on a rookie contract, you're allowed to waive the fees because they recognize it's not. It's not tenable to be able to just say that, if they've played at a certain high level, yeah, you can justify paying them this low rate. Like there's an argument to be made for that. And again, you got to remember, these are contracts that they negotiated under a structure that basically outlined what the contract was going to be for them. There's not a whole lot of negotiation when you're signing a rookie deal, unless you're Shamar Stewart, I guess.
Yeah, I think this is stretching it a little bit.
It's stretching. He's not being hypocritical.
But Jerry, he's trying to be married to this contract word.
He is. I mean, it's a one track. Mike Levy's called a one track, not a contract.
Yeah.
Because it's only
Again.
one way. It's that they can cut you and I can't leave.
And Jerry is also saying we as fans should be happy with his approach because he's trying to save money for other things. That is an argument that is past and gone because of how
What's your point?
late they wait. That is my point, Mr. Jones, which we'll get into later on the home of the Cowboys. So there it is, the choppy research study and Micah being doxxed over his past NIL comments. Back to football in 840. Below the belt by myself on DFW Sports Station, but Peyton Russell has PP in the morning, and he wants to talk about pocket pancakes. And from now on, you're not buying drinks on the first date. You're building shelves. PP in the morning next.
After.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and also brought to you by the personal and jewelers Franco and Franco. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Franco first 214-817-333-3233. With Franco and Franco, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franco and Franco, the go-to contract attorneys in Dallas.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manning. He has found himself on the most toxic show on The Fan, and there's no number two.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history.
That is right, 8:20 on Tuesday. Time for a little PP in the morning. And guys, I promise you we will not do any movie reviews. I was scolded last week with the Happy Gilmore 2 reviews on the fan text. Some agreed with me, but the Tolos, they were giving me bad feedback. So I promised no more movie reviews from here on out until I watch another movie.
Because they disagree with your opinion, or you spoiled it?
No, because I gave it I think a 3 or 4 out of 10. They were like, no, it was way better. Some were saying they laughed the entire movie. I said, you're a liar. You know what? You laughed during that entire movie. So,
Wow.
RJ, Bobby, have you guys finished watching it yet?
Yeah. Talked about this on last week.
Nope. Zero interest in watching it. So
It was, like I said, it was okay. All right. I really enjoyed the cameos.
Well, guys, look at your pants pockets, because what can you fit in them right now? If you had to guess.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Whole lot.
Nothing.
Not much. I have the shorter shorts on today. I don't like them.
Well, hopefully you're not freaking putting food in there that isn't wrapped up, because Brewers manager Pat Murphy is just built different, I guess. I mean, this guy is a unit, and on Friday night, he was doing the Apple TV broadcast there. He was doing an interview in between innings on Apple TV, and this was the interaction with him and the reporter with Trisha Whitaker.
I like a lot of different things during the game. There's pancake. I got a little pocket pancake right here that I munch on. They're wonderful. You want some?
Oh, those are delicious. Pizza, bagels, what else do you keep in your pocket?
Whatever fits.
Whatever fits. There you go. You heard it here from Pat Murphy first. Pat, thank you.
Disgusting, man.
This is the Brewers manager?
Yeah. Yes, he whips out. This has to be a bit. He had to have known he was doing the interview, and someone said, hey, take out this little pancake. No way you're keeping food unwrapped in your pocket. You know how much this girl eats it. She takes a bite of it. He took a bite of it, and it's in his back pocket, too. Aiden had the video up on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube. He took it out of his back pocket, took a bite out of it, and then offered it to her, and she took a bite. You know how much This guy farts during games like this. It was like a third or fourth inning. Woman, you can't be doing that.
This thing is walking pink eye.
No.
The lint.
The lint?
The amount of lint. Like if you drop something on your carpet, how much do you examine it before picking it back up and maybe eating it? Aiden is already making a very disgusted face, but the amount of lint in your pocket getting on that pancake.
Carpet's a no-go. Carpet's a no-go. Yeah, the carpet lint or whatever the fibers, they come right up. The pocket, it depends on how wet the food item is. Like, if it's a whole apple with the skin, that's easy, right? Take it out. But if it's a half cut apple and you've got the wet, I'm out on that.
I don't know. The thing that stood out to me on that one was the very obvious flirtatious tension that existed between the two. That was a little. What else can you fit in your pocket?
There's a little Riz there?
Whatever fits.
I don't know that it's even
There was
Riz.
a pause, too. There was a pause. She smiled. She knew.
I don't know about Riz. There's history there, it sounds like. Riz-tory, maybe.
Are you breaking news here?
No, I'm just saying that's just what it sounds like.
Gotcha. All right.
Sounds familiar.
He can't break Cowboy news. You think he's going to break Milwaukee Brewer news?
That's because I give it all to you during the breaks.
Some of that is true. You use me.
There's just there's no way anyone out there actually puts food like that in their pockets and keeps it there. It's got to be wrapped up to me. If it's something like that that's opened, there's no way. I mean, just anything in there. It's not really a germ thing. I mean, it kind of is, I guess, but just disgusting. Putting the food in the pocket, I can't do it.
That's a good question. What else could you? Maybe a Twizzler.
Yeah.
And the reason I said it's so hard, and you know what I mean.
But
It's
you can't
not gonna
put a Snickers bar in there because it's going to melt.
It's not going to absorb. I'm talking about unwrapped. It has to be unwrapped.
Yeah.
Almonds.
Almonds. I can do almonds.
That's pretty good.
I think a pancake is a great carry around snack, just not in your pocket. But you're talking about you can eat that cold, you can eat it hot. It's nice and dense. It's a good choice. It's just I wouldn't put it in my pocket.
Yeah, I made the mistake early on. I think I was in kindergarten or first grade. Our class had Hershey's Kisses that we had, and so I grabbed them. I was like, well, we were going out the recess, and I was like, well, I'll grab some, put in my pocket, and it was like August, September, so it's hot outside. I left them in my pocket.
Unwrapped?
No, they were wrapped, but it's Hershey's, it's chocolate, and so it melted all in my pocket.
Yeah.
I had 4 or 5 in there on each side that were melted.
M&Ms
and I had to
are
go
fun.
in the bathroom and wash it out and try and not make it obvious, but it was a nightmare. My mom was very upset with me. All right, it is PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time, and we're back talking about the dating apps. Look, the dating apps, they're just not safe anymore for anyone. For men, women, whoever out there, it's just not safe to be on the dating apps because it's time to go back to talking to just, talking to women at bars and clubs and then going from there. But now there's a story out here. Single women are now using the dating app Hinge to get their furniture built by people they match with. They say screw dinner or drinks on the first date. They want that boyfriend experience on the first date, and girls just want a handyman.
What's the boyfriend experience? Do my bidding? Come here and just start knocking out my chores.
They want a
list?
handyman. They said here's task 1. Because
you'd rather have a handyman than get dinner and drinks bought for you the first date. I don't understand. I don't get that.
Unless you're using them, which I mean, nowadays, women could be using.
Yeah, well,
men
they
to
could
do
use
that.
you for a free meal and drinks as well. I can't believe that this is a thing because didn't we just have Uber new rideshare rules that stop?
Yeah.
For safety.
Yep.
Yeah,
So
that
now
basically you can match up. Women can match up with women drivers.
I don't believe that this is happening.
Look, I mean, it's.
Let me invite you over to my apartment to come fix my shelves on the first date.
It's obviously
There's no way.
Yeah, they're
I
obviously
mean, the
matching
objective
with
is to
people.
go home with her, on the first date. So here's an easy way to go home with her. She just invites you to her house.
They're obviously matching with people that they already have a rapport with, kind of on the apps, I guess.
Sounds like Caitlin is on this app.
Oh God. This is fantastic though. This is natural element. You're so much more. First of all, you're so much more personable. You can get to know the person way better than some fraudulent drinks and a dinner. Where
how are you going to get to know them better? You're standing up with a hammer and nails.
You're talking. Yeah, you're talking. You're getting.
Oh, why do you want this big old TV on there?
Yeah, you're getting a natural
you got these
element.
shelves.
Look, one of the it's like trips.
You guys need to do a mock Riz back and forth while RJ comes over to put your TV up.
Your relationship has not even started until you've gone on a vacation with them.
Right.
We all agree on that, right?
Yeah.
The first handful of days alone. This is another one. Moving, putting stuff together, that's a major stress point. But also,
the stress is not putting it together correctly. If you stumble or have issues, you might get canceled
You gotta
right
be on your
there.
A game. Yeah, you got to be tip-top.
You put it together twice. You put it together and then you break it once in the process, and then you start putting it back together.
I guarantee you that I could woo way better with some well-placed butt crack than with just coffee table talk over some chips and guac.
And you're a professional personality. Says a lot. This is awful. Stupid idea.
So if
it's going to become a safety issue, which will get it canceled.
Let's say we're all single here. You know, there's no wives, fiancés, whatever. If she's a 10 out of 10, perfect girl, you've ever seen, and she does this to you, she says, "Hey, I got stuff for you to put up in my house." She's a 10 out of 10. You really want to know her. You want to continue the relationship. Is this a turnoff for you? If it's the first date,
it's not a turnoff
at all.
I'm intimidated and terrified because I'm an awful handyman. So I got to decide.
So you would still go over. You would still be all right. Now I got to figure it out.
I got to figure out, what is it? Do I have any chance of doing it? Or do I admit that I'm a terrible handyman? Or do I just go over there, use the charm, bring the bottle of wine, bring some food, and then admit and let it be seen that I'm horrible at actually putting something together? That's what's going through my mind.
It's the choppy play when he went to the San Juan shootout. When Brian Esther asked him, "Have you ever done play-by-play before?" And he went, "Yeah, lots of times."
Yeah, all the
and then
time,
he got
man.
there, he's like, "Never once."
Always
But
lie.
I'll figure it out. That's the thing. Just you go like, "Oh, absolutely, I can do that," and then you get there, you're like, "What I meant was I can read instructions."
Right.
I don't know if I will actually be
Better
able
to
to
get in the
them.
door versus her saying, "Oh, you're not enough of a man." Broadus just texted me, "So drunk one time I put," oh my God, this might be the single worst thing to put in your pocket is food. "So drunk one time I put cocktail shrimp in my pocket at a wedding."
Did he have sauce at the bottom there too?
The smell.
Oh God!
I love cocktail shrimp too, but oh man.
What if it's the peel and eat shrimp? If it's still wrapped up,
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't
man.
matter.
Doesn't matter.
Dang it!
Yeah,
That was
you have a
great
barrier.
idea.
No, that would help with the barrier. It's not going to
little
help
bit.
with the smell.
Yeah, no. Oh God, that's awful. Yeah, no. I mean, look. I mean, I'm a sim, so I'd probably be over there in a heartbeat. I'd probably bring her flowers too, and then build whatever.
How
So,
about
there you
this,
go.
real quick?
I'm glad you own that, by the way, being a simp. Thank you, Peyton.
On the fan text, like name a top 2 thing you could easily put together, like a common construction project that you think you don't want a baby crib because I mean you're
putting together somebody else's crib.
You're adopting another child. Like, what's another common build your own that you're like, yes, I'll go over there and murder that project. I'll kill it.
I mean, like a TV stand, dresser.
Okay, how about putting up a TV on the wall? Yes,
sure.
Oh my,
yeah.
Do we
That's
get
a
directions? Are we allowed to get directions?
Yeah, you can get directions.
Oh, okay. Well, then bed frames. I mean, I've done that.
Bed frames, that's a great one.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Dresser
it's such an
drawers.
easy transition point.
Yeah.
Yes, it
Now
is.
let's
That's right.
test it.
Let's see how good a job I did.
Ceiling fan?
Ceiling fan. That's 45 minutes in and out.
Oh my gosh.
I don't
Listen
think
to
I've ever-
Choppy.
I don't think I even know how you would do that. Is there a string? Is there a wire that comes down? Is that
There's
how?
2 wire. Well, there's 3 wires. And there's a
Okay.
ground wire, and there's
If I wanted to
black and
murder
red.
her,
Oh.
I would go over there and do it because after I got done with the job, the ceiling fan would come down and chop her head off.
Dude, I got to take apart the vacuum cleaner. We got the trigger. It broke. And the way they
How
make
would you know what that trigger feels like?
That's right. But the way they build it, they basically put the trigger in as the first piece. You have to take the entire thing apart. And it's like, I'm not paying $600 for a new one. That's for damn sure.
Mine would be it's not really building something, but installing it, the doorbell camera. I've done that. Taking out the doorbell, it's just 2 wires. You unhook the little screw thing, put the wires back there, screw it back. I did it at the rental home. Easy.
Are you capable of anything?
No, I mean, I've never tried. Someone else always does.
Bobby
If
would
you
just
can do the
work 8
doorbell,
jobs
you
and
can do
pay
the
for it.
ceiling fan.
Would I impress her by saying, I'll buy someone to do it on the app, the people who come by and build the stuff for you? And I'm like, would that show I had money?
Yes, it would. Not only money, but just like
And
disposable
then that person
income.
sleeps with her?
Yeah, just
I'm going to come
I've
over
seen
and
that
I'm
movie.
hiring the guy
I'm
to
gonna
come do
hire the
it.
guy
Is
to
that a
come
big
help.
dog move or a simp move?
he puts together the chair that he then sits in the corner.
Yes, he does. Wow, good one.
All right, last story here. PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time, 8:20 on a Tuesday. Cleveland Browns fans are already fed up, and they haven't played one preseason game yet. This is a caller on 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland, and he's letting you know how he really feels about the head coach, Kevin Stefanski.
First of all, it's Stefanski. We don't even call him Coach Stefanski. His name is Kevin Stefanski, and that's how everybody addresses him. They never address him as Coach. He's supposed to be this genius, but come on, Coach. Get those rookies to make them look like superstars, Coach. Nobody said nothing about Stefanski. None of them going to be the rooks. He's going to ruin both of them. Kevin Stefanski is not a good coach. That's number one. Number two, you might not want to hear this, but The Browns would never win a Super Bowl with a Caucasian quarterback. I hang up and listen.
Well, I'll hang up too.
Yeah, I'll hang up too. Awful take.
Just to go right into
a curveball, man. He was so fed up. He was going. He had a good point of Kevin Stefanski, and then, well, he's white. The white quarterback can't win.
I'll hang up and listen.
I mean, they have a number of non-white quarterbacks that we just went down on the depth chart. It's not like they're not trying. They gave Deshaun the guaranteed deal.
Yeah.
Shador. Dylan Gabriel, I don't believe, is totally white. So there you go.
Yeah, it's they've got a lengthy history of. I mean, like you said, like Watson. They paid Watson. They tried Winston there for a little bit. So I mean, it's
PP in the morning, every Tuesday at this time here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Where do the Cowboys rank among the best rosters in football? Bobby has it in below.
D-Belt.
After this.
But first, let's talk about.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. Just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
So how good are these Dallas Cowboys? How good is this roster? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is brought to you by D&M Leasing. Check them out at dmautoleasing.com. Every year over at ESPN, they stack the roster depth and projected starting lineups of various teams across the NFL and try to say, all right, who's got the strongest just on paper talent? And this has been a good exercise in the past. It has also yielded some insane results. Last year, for instance, the number 4 team, I remember pitching a fit about it at the time. That's the only reason why it's burned into my brain. The number 4 team on their list last year was the New York Jets, which was absurd at the time. Even afterwards, even for all the bluster and love that ESPN shows. Outside of the Dallas Cowboys, I don't know that there's a team ESPN loves more than the New York Jets. They adore them. And
I remember not thinking, probably both of us didn't disagree or protest too much because
From the coverage standpoint?
the whole roster.
Yeah, the roster was good.
Garrett Wilson. Yeah, but Bobby's saying it wasn't good, and he was right.
Yeah, I'm just basically dunking.
He was right, but we also understood the coverage they were getting too with Rodgers. They were good. We thought the roster was good, and then the Rodgers factor.
Well, and last
Do
year,
you know what we're talking about right now?
Yeah, you're talking about the Jets.
What about the Jets?
That we liked the roster.
Yeah.
And that they were getting...
We were wrong about the roster.
We were wrong about the
That's
roster,
what I'm
but
saying.
we were talking about why they were getting so much love from ESPN.
So Dallas last year was number 6 on this list. And that was actually my biggest problem, which that ended up being wrong, I guess, was that I said Dallas was considerably better than the Jets as a roster. And that obviously didn't end up being true. But they have put out their list of the best starting lineups in football. And there's some interesting takeaways from this for the league as a whole. Again, 4 of the top 7 rosters they listed last year didn't even make the playoffs. Dallas, the Jets, Cincinnati, and the 49ers were in their top 7 last year and all missed the postseason. So there's some of this in here that I think is a little bit surprising, but I think they get Dallas generally right. The Cowboys, I'll start with them. They come in number 18 in the NFL. They are the 18th best roster, according to ESPN. Just ahead of them is the Arizona Cardinals. Just behind them is the Pittsburgh Steelers. And this is what they write up. They say the biggest strength, a little stretch here, I think, receiver. They say it starts with CeeDee Lamb, who managed his 3rd straight 100-plus catch season despite missing 2 games and being without Dak Prescott for most of 24. They talk about adding George Pickens. They say that you've got Jalen Tolbert, Kevontae Turpin, Jonathan Mingo mixed in as other depth pieces. And it's been a good practice for a lot of the receivers. John Machota had his top 10 players at Cowboys practice on The Athletic yesterday, and he had 4 of them were receivers. It was Lamb, Pickens, Turpin, and then Trayshawn Holden, Sean's guy.
So what's a stretch?
So I think the stretch here is that the best, if you want to talk about just certainty, not just training camp performance,
DN,
but it's edge rusher. Edge rusher, they've got guys who high pedigree.
Who? Let's name them.
You've got Dante Fowler. You've got Sam Williams. You've got...
There's nothing there yet.
No, but if we're talking about high pedigree, we're talking about where they came from, guys who are 1st, 2nd round picks. It's stacked. Fowler's coming off of a 10-sack season. Marshawn Nealand has had a strong training camp as a 2nd round pick.
Done nothing in the regular season.
I mean, it's like saying Ezra Rocku's done nothing, though. And Ezra
he
Rocku,
hasn't.
Right.
He hasn't.
But if we're just talking about done nothing, then we're talking about 3 years of nothing from Jalen Tolbert. We're talking about 2 years of part-time play from Kevontae Turpin. We're talking about George Pickens being driven out of Pittsburgh. There's a ton more questions at receiver. Like they've actually got solid, even the guys that Peyton Turner, for instance, who's one of the edge rushers here. Turner's issue has been health. Turner has contributed when he's been out there. Sam Williams has contributed when he's been out there. They're coming off injuries, but if you talk about consistent contributions, the receiver room is filled with guys who have busted or who have just not contributed at the level that people thought. Or in CD's case, he's great. There's no question with one, but the rest of the room has more questions than the edge rushers, I think.
Would you say the receiver room has more upside? And that the edge room has a higher floor?
I feel confident that the receivers would be able to tap into their upside. More of them would be able to than maybe the edge rushers. But the edge rushers, I think, all have upside. I think they go 6-7 deep at the edge rushers. Like to where you're talking about they could be in there playing over 50% of the snaps if they had to. As long as they're healthy. That's going to be the big part of it. They say the biggest weakness is running back. The X factor for this team is, they say, the right side of the offensive line. which is going to focus obviously a ton on Tyler Booker, the rookie, and Terrence Steele, who you're hoping will come back and be able to reassert who he is with the new coaching staff. We said it while we were out there in Oxnard. There's probably nobody on the team who needed the coaching change more than Terrence Steele. And it's not even a Mike McCarthy question. I'm just talking about on your position coach. Mike Solari didn't like him, didn't like his skill set, didn't think that he was an effective player, and I think it caused friction. The difference here is Clayton Adams, Connor Riley, those guys buy into Steele's skill set, and that was a big reason, according to Stephen Jones, why Clayton Adams even got hired, was because of the pitch that he had for Terrence Steele and what he thought he could be. So Cowboys come in at number 2. They say the non-starter to know, which I think this guy might be a starter, but they focus on Jack Sanborn, who they say Sanborn followed new defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus from Chicago, and Sanborn will get some playing time early in the season while DeMarvion Overshone recovers from his knee injury sustained last December. All right, so some of the others on this list, we'll go through the top 10 rosters in the NFL. Number 1, who is it?
The best roster?
Mm-hmm. It's mainly focused on starting lineup is the big portion of it, and then they've got
Philly.
No, AFC.
AFC.
Mm-hmm.
Kansas City.
Buffalo?
No.
Baltimore?
The Baltimore Ravens. Say the biggest strength is the quarterback with what Lamar Jackson has put up. They say the biggest weakness is guard right now just because of kind of the rotation that they have. But it is the number 1 roster in football, according to Mike Clay and the team over at ESPN. Number 2 on the list is the Philadelphia Eagles. They said that their biggest strength is offensive tackle. I think you could look at that as just the offensive line as a whole, what they do and what they can put together. But number 3, the Detroit Lions, as a team that, if you want to talk about a team that most runs counter to a lot of stuff the Cowboys try to claim in their negotiations, you would have to point to the Lions, who the Lions are showing you pie doesn't matter. We're paying everybody. Like, everybody's getting paid. Panay Sewell's getting paid. Kirby Joseph is getting paid. We're going to get Aiden Hutchinson done. Amon-Ra St. Brown gets done. Goff is still here. Like, everybody in Detroit, they haven't had to walk away from anybody yet.
That's got to come to pay the piper sooner or later, no?
At some point, but I mean, if you never get into the problem, like if you never get into trouble with flipping switches and doing certain things, you're not always juggling. It's like you have a clear balance and you can kind of...
Wasn't Jameson Williams a question there?
Jameson Williams was questioned as if they would trade him. There was talk that they might trade him because they just thought, all right, is he one we want to pay? It wasn't so much, I don't think, that they couldn't. I think it was a question of, is that one we want to pay, or can we get similar output if we just draft and replace and do different things like that? 4 is the Buffalo Bills. 5, the Kansas City Chiefs. Here are the ones that I thought were a little odd on this one. Number 6, the Denver Broncos. Denver had a good year last year, and I'm a fan of what Sean Payton's done there so far. Bo Nix has been good so far. Their defense was the number 1 defense in the NFL last year, but that's still a team that doesn't feel like it's super stacked in terms of weapons. Bo Nix is still somebody who, while he performed well, I think there was a thought that this might have been right circumstances. You were put in a position by Sean Payton, and now he's going to have to respond to pressure from the other side.
And he played like 86 years of college.
This is their starting offense right now, just at the skill positions. It's Bo Nix. RJ Harvey is the running back. J.K. Dobbins off of a free agent deal from the Chargers. Receivers are Cortland Sutton, Marvin Mims, and Pat Bryant, and the tight ends Evan Ingram.
Yeah, I'm struggling with figuring out and predicting Denver for the year. I really am. Did they just pay Sutton?
Yes, they just got Cortland Sutton done. They just gave him
because some people, I think it was G-Bag, although it could have been any other show, right? Eric Chiafalo. I think it was Chiafalo who said, would you just give that to Pickens? I'd sign George Pickens up for that deal right now. But yeah, it was Sutton, 4 for 92.
For playing in the AFC West, it's a pretty manageable schedule that Denver has.
I just don't know about Knicks yet. I mean, that's the beginning and the end of it. I don't know. They're one of my most intriguing teams. But yeah, 23 a year. If you could get Pickens on that, he ain't going to sign up for that.
Now, number 8 on this list, 7 is the Washington Commanders, which is great to know that 2 of the teams in the NFC East are in the top 7. That's comforting. But number 8 is the Rams. You're balanced AF or fair AF.
Yeah.
Do I hate the Rams too much? Or do I dump on them too often?
Yes, because you want to win the Stafford argument. But the Rams are another team that I'm torn on.
Stafford aside, to me, I just look at it and I go, I don't know watching them play last year, and even when they got into the postseason, and I know they gave Philadelphia a hell of a game, But when you watch them, even outside of Stafford, I just go, I don't know what worries me about the
It's
Rams.
like you maybe don't have enough respect for Puka.
Yeah, Puka's.
That maybe he was so like he's been banged up recently too. It's not quite to the Cup status yet, but it's almost like I don't even know if on a given day he's going to be there.
Is he that injury prone?
Last year he got banged up a lot. Like I think he played through some of it, but I mean he was banged up. He was on the injury report almost every week. And to me, I look at the Rams and Puka's great. The only thing is just I don't know.
Played in 11 games, had 79 catches for 990 and 3. I thought the numbers would be better.
I look at the Rams and I go, obviously Jared Verse is a really good player. He's not one of the top 5 pass rushers like whoever made that list on NFL Network recently and left Micah off.
Didn't they give him like number 3?
Yeah, it was who was it? It was Teron Armstead said that Jared Verse was like the 4th best pass rusher in the NFL and didn't even have Micah in the top 5. But Verse is obviously a good player.
Yeah.
Puka Nacua is a good player. I don't look at them and go, man, how are you going to be able to handle the Rams?
I can't name anyone else on defense.
No, and they've got good players. It's not that they don't. It's just it's a little anonymous. It's like you remember when they played the Packers in the playoffs a couple years ago? I mean, how could you forget the Cowboys? We went into that game talking about who are their receivers.
Yeah, like 5 of them.
But they had like 5 number 2s basically. But we were all just kind of like they're kind of anonymous, but they can beat you when they go that deep. The Rams are deep. It's just I don't understand how it's something where
Stafford health. I have no idea about Devontae coming off of what recently has taken place with him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, coaching, the great coach Sean McVay will elevate
Fantastic.
them.
He is.
No, I mean, and he deserves a ton of credit for being able to cover over or to make up for differences that, for instance, Kyle Shanahan is not. Kyle Shanahan has still not been able to get answers to things that he should have, I think, reasonably been able to handle. Okay, we mentioned there that which Sean Lee is I think we'd all agree, one of the highest IQ players we've ever seen. Yeah. I had done probably like 5-6 years ago, I'd asked various people I knew around the NFL.
Well.
So I asked players, coaches, different things like that, not just Dallas, but outside of here, who the highest IQ football individual they'd ever been around was, whether it's football player or coach or whatever else. And I think I got half a dozen answers that were from people not in Dallas who said Sean Lee. Like, I mean, that's the kind of reputation he has. And DeMarvion Overshown has, I feel like, gotten a little bit of the hype train going more than I would have expected.
That ESPN top 10 list, what was he?
I was out that week. You told me when I came back, you're like, Overshown was 8th on that list. I was blown. I had no idea he would have even been an honorable mention. He was good. Yeah. You talked about it when we were driving in a couple weeks ago, and we had Maggie and Perloff on. And Perloff, spent 2 minutes talking about Overshown and how much it's critical that they're going to miss him. And I remember walking in, you're like, is Overshown, thought of that nationally? Are people talking about him like that? But for him to end up 8th on that list, for them to... The Cowboys clearly view him as a branding positive. The way they went when he got the Agent Zero, they went all out with social media videos.
And watch, he's going to get another number 0 stuck on that jersey after he supported Micah publicly. Going to get that 0 change real quick.
So when I look at Overshown, I think that's a great player. But Eberflus, somebody who got really close to Sean Lee. If Eberflus is invoking Sean Lee's name in the process... And he said, I love talking about Sean. I'll talk about Sean every chance I get. This is what he's talking about with Dallas Morning News. And he's talking about we need to maximize guys like that we did. That's a lot of praise that goes heavier than just Perloff talking about him. Or number 8, Eberflus with direct experience saying this guy can be Sean Lee. That's massive expectations. You just hope it's not the same injury history.
Tommy Yarst from Oxnard at 9:20 this morning. We'll crosstalk with KNC with Ask Reddit at 9:40. Win of the Rangers season. Choppy will be there tonight for the return of Aaron Judge. Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers.
Runners at first and second, 2 men out. The 1-1. And that ball hit high and deep into left field. Dominguez goes back, watches with the rest of us as Josh Jung has just walked off the New York Yankees. A 3-run home run to left center. Rangers win it 8-5.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about a 3-run walk-off home run on a 1-1 pitch with 2 outs in the 10th inning and extras after an intentional walk to pitch to Josh Jung? And the Rangers get the 8-5 10-inning walk-off win over the Yankees in the game. They tied it up in the ninth off the closer. Joc Pederson, a much-needed bomb that he was able to get.
Brett Boone just liking everybody's tweets on social media. People going crazy over that against his brother as the Yankee losing streak continues. And there are many leaving that stadium or, commenting online that feels like a stamp it game. That is a game to possibly remember if this thing leads to a playoff berth with the electricity and the excitement, despite the Yankee fans there.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was a game that the Yankees had the starting pitching advantage. Tonight, the Rangers have the starting pitching advantage. The Rangers, I think their ESPN analytics is like dang near 70% to win tonight's game. They're whatever that FPI thing that they use is, but the Rangers have about a 70% chance to win. It was about what it was with the Yankees last night. And then, get to tomorrow and another wild card thrown out there. But now you're in a position because you won that game, with your ace on the hill in Eovaldi, against Will Warren, who has got an ERA, pushing 5, that you could win the first 2 games of this series and you could walk away with a minimum of 2 of 3.
Yeah, I mean, look, this Yankee series is obviously going to be a big one just from the perspective of these are 2 teams that tried to sharpen themselves in this wild card race and in the race towards the playoffs, and they're in kind of similar circumstances right now. Last night felt like it was going to get out of control early, and the fact that they were able to rally and bounce back from that, it was really impressive. And it's
Corbin
who did
was
it
off.
Yeah. Oh,
like really more off than DeGrom was the day before. By the way, Nadell asked Bochy if DeGrom is tired, and he's like, I don't think so. I'm listening to him. Trust that he's going to be honest with us. Maybe some stuff off with the mechanics, but it does not sound like any type of 10-day shutdown for Jake.
Well, and I mean, even though Corbin was not good yesterday, that swinging strike to end the first was huge in a big spot right there. Getting that was massive. And then, it was just a nice bounce back night for a number of guys. It was just redemption. You got the big Ezekiel Duran 2-run single that tied it up when they had gone down 3-0. Then they got a run on the board. Then he ties it. Then you end up getting the Joc Pederson home run in the ninth, then the Josh Jung homer late, which Josh Jung, I don't even know that we can call it redemption anymore. He's just playing good baseball now.
Well.
Like, ever since he got back, he's looked good. It's not anything that you're willing to just dismiss and say he's back, but he's looked really, really good.
10-game hit streak.
Yeah, and he's hitting, his OPS has gone up. When he got back to the majors, his OPS was 648. In the 10 games he's been back, his OPS is now up to 698. So he's boosted at 50 points in 10 games.
In the wild card, the Red Sox are 2.5 games clear of both Seattle and the Yankees, who are both tied for, however you want to say it, the second spot, or they're tied for the third spot. And then the Rangers are a game and a half back of both teams. Now, people are killing all social media is just, they love to just fire Aaron Boone every day.
Yeah.
Killing the decision to walk Wyatt Langford to pitch to Josh Jung. I thought Bassick put on a clinic again last night saying, if you walk Wyatt, he no longer becomes the runner to start the 11th inning if there is an 11th inning. It's the last out, right? So if you walk him and then Josh Jung is the last out, Jung becomes the runner that you put at second. You want that. You would much rather have Josh Jung at second than Wyatt Langford, who could score from a ball put anywhere on the field that's outside the infield. And then, of course, like people are going to hindsight. That was the right call. I'd have walked.
Oh, Wyatt was having a great night.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, he had a double to the line. I mean, he hit the ball hard. I absolutely would have done the same.
2 hits, 2 walks. Like, Wyatt Langford was having a good night.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I understand walking Langford. The thing that I was panicking about a little bit was just the decision to try and turn the double play in the 10th. And it worked out for him, but when that ball got hit back to the pitcher and then the throw looked wide at first to second, I was like, just throw it home. Like, you've got the guy's charging home. You're going to be able to get him at home. Just throw him out. But it ended up working out.
But look, the Yankee fans are not going to be happy. And Tolo Panic 61 sent me some audio that I just forwarded to Peyton. I haven't even listened to this. Is this Yankee fan reaction to last night, Peyton?
Yeah, so a lot of people are, this is the guy that does a podcast, but he video streams the game, and then he does not play-by-play, but he talks with his followers and subscribers during the game and has a reaction to it. And so this is what he had to say while the Rangers were mounting their comeback.
The 2-1 from Devin. Hit in the air to right field and deep. This game is tied. This. This. Everyone in their fucking mother know what's gonna happen here. Fucking stupid. I don't know how you got fucking plumbers, magicians, fucking idiots, golfs, plumbers, baggers, grocers, everything on planet Earth, not ball players, that know you can't close this fucking guy. Everybody knows Baboon. Everybody knows but the manager of the team.
Is this guy's real voice?
Sounds like a bit.
I mean, it does.
I'm looking at him. Yeah. I don't know.
He's got the New Jersey accent.
Get out of here. Get out of my way.
I'm walking here.
I'm walking.
This is what a lot of New York radio sounds like.
Oh, yeah.
Plumbers, baggers, grocers.
But it's also
the grocer sounds fake.
The grocers.
That's fake.
It's also just a dumb fan. Like, smart baseball fans know, like, the manager, guys, doesn't. All this is decided before the game. Who the closer is decided before the game. Like this, blaming the manager for pitching decisions is a low hang. You talk about low hanging.
You mean
fruit.
like we just know who our team's closer is, or
yeah? So they have the Rangers have a plan today. It's like, all right, so we're gonna go. They have a plan for the pitch count for the pitcher.
Yes.
Right, the starting pitcher.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, in the middle of the inning, if it's a middle of the inning, we might go to this guy.
Take yesterday, for instance. You think Gray for 5 was planned out and then Kalum?
I think what was if they needed a long relief, they were going to go to Gray. If they were, a lot of times, it's if you're winning, you have this bullpen that you go down. Like when you get to the point of the game where you're going to use the bullpen, right? If you're winning, you take this path. If you're losing, you take this path. Like, if we're down by 3, I'm not throwing my best relievers here. But if we're up by 3, I'm going down this road, and we're going to use these guys in succession.
Like the 2-point chart. Like, you've got the chart in football, and you just say, this is the circumstance, and if it's the circumstance, we're doing this, and if not, we're doing that. But
now, you can mold things throughout the game and how it changes,
and that's
right?
where you can pick it apart. Like, I don't know what the Rangers right now are going to do 7, 8, 9 in a game today.
Well, right. I think they do. I think they know.
Okay.
Going into the game. Now, again, if you're winning.
But if Garcia's thrown back out there and he gets lit up in the 9th, then you can have a Ranger fan freaking out and saying, you should have gone to one of our 2 new additions. And then they would yell at the manager for that.
They would yell at the manager. And
it doesn't matter if it was pre-planned. It was the wrong move in your eyes because it didn't work out.
Right.
And people are turning on Garcia now.
And that's where the fans would go. And I'm just saying, it's not that binary where it's just the manager.
Who makes it's not.
It's the manager, it's the GM, it's the analytics staff, it's all that crap.
Then what does the manager do?
Manage people. But they have
but
obviously
how? If they've already got that. But no,
Bochy's also part of all these meetings.
I'm not disputing that's the way it is. If that's the way it is, that's what I'm just saying. If that is the way it is, what is the manager doing?
He's part of this decision-making process, pre-game.
So he's just that sounds like he's an assistant, basically. Because if it's all mapped out already and it comes from the analytics department and scouting and everything else, that sounds like he's not making a real decision in the game at all.
Well, again, in the game, a lot of these things are pre-planned. That when you get in a situation where you have to make a pitch change in the middle of an inning, that may not be pre-planned. I'm just talking about, they just base it hey, look, we got this guy, this guy, this guy, if we need 3 relievers. Obviously, if DeGrom's out there and his pitch count's low, you just let him go.
Back to your segment.
There we go. Diamond Cavs here on 105.3 The Fan. The Rangers up to 13th in the power rankings on Sports Illustrated, and they did a grade on how all the teams look post-trade deadline. Their deadline grade, they gave them a B grade. And it says, so much of the trade deadline analysis is understandably centered on how effectively teams address their needs. Sometimes, though, it makes sense to double down on strengths, and that's what they did, adding Kelly, Maton, Coulombe to a pitching stat that already had the league's best ERA. Though the group on hand was already performing well, they feel better about Kelly starting a playoff game than Jack Leiter or Patrick Corbin. They could have done more to help its below-average offense, however.
Yep, I agree with a B. And they decided to take the approach of let's add to our strength. And G-Bag asked Chris Young about it yesterday.
For a while there, things just weren't coming to fruition and involved on a number of fronts in a number of different ways. But, our jobs are to make this team as good as possible and look for ways to try to improve. And, the trade deadline is kind of the last period at which the front office can make some changes to the roster. There's small things that we can do the rest of the season, but this is the group we have. And so it was very important that we did our best to upgrade this team. And we feel like we did that. We attacked our pitching. We felt like the best way for us to continue to compete and to win this division was going to be to improve our pitching and really fortify the rotation and improve the bullpen. We struck out on the back end of the closing market, but that's okay. We feel very good in the group we have. Our bullpen's been tremendous this year. And by getting two veteran arms in Phil Maton and Danny Coulombe, we feel like we've really lengthened our pen and shortened games, so to speak. And I think we saw that this weekend with the way the pen pitched. It was really, really impressive. Those guys have done such a great job. And as I mentioned, we're going to get Chris Martin back in that mix at some point too. So the hope is we get Josh Spores later in the summer here. Tyler Malley is doing well on his rehab or in throwing progression. So, we feel like we're going to get stronger from a pitching standpoint.
I'm going to need an assistant GM who actually took swings at the plate is what I'm going to need now.
18 runs the last 3 games. 5 runs a game, Bob. 5 runs a game. 8 runs not enough for you last night? 8 runs?
Sure. We got down to the final out and we threw 4 of them on there. It's great. It's good. But
a runner was given to you in the extra inning.
The strikeout, the runner was given to you, and one of the runs you scored was somebody throwing a ball into center field, just sorry about that. Saying we struck out on something is that's an apt description because they didn't do anything at the plate. They didn't do anything to touch on the 2 biggest needs that they had. It's great. I'm glad they won last night. It's a big game changer, but it's it's a little poetic that right at the end of the deadline, you don't go get a bat, and then the very next performance you're out there and you get shut out. That's a problem.
He's relying on Josh Jung to do this. He's relying on that being a wake-up moment for Joc Pederson. He's relying on Zeke Duran doing something like he did last night. Josh Smith continuing to be who he is as Josh came up with a big hit. So that is Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ. Bobby, thanks for getting some fights out in Oxnard today, and it's just not between Micah and Jerry. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com is next.
Did you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
877-333-3033. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
We will finish up Ask Reddit questions with the KNC masterpiece. Fred should be must listen whenever he shows up at 9:42 here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Bell, joined from Oxnard, California by Tommy Yarsh. DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, sir. Where are you exactly there at the facility?
Good morning. Just outside of the hotel.
With bad internet.
Before I walk over to the Chick-fil-A that's about 100 yards away from this hotel.
But your hotel, you didn't Uber this morning for this, right?
No. Yeah, this is my hotel.
Okay, good. All right. Your Micah Jerry take as of today. What is your opinion after listening to Jerry speak to the media on Saturday and making phone calls and talking to people behind the scenes? Where do you stand on the back and forth?
Yeah, look, I think that there's truth to both sides, right? And that's every negotiation. But at the end of the day, I think Micah Parsons' trade request was just him trying to levy some more leverage on his side in this deal, right? I think that as a whole lot, he doesn't really have much in the sense that, the Cowboys have the option to franchise tag him twice and things like that. I don't think they want to. I don't think that's the end goal, but the option is there. And I don't think that, looking at what we've seen in the past, I don't think the Cowboys are necessarily afraid to do that. I don't think they want to do that either, though. I think they do want to give Micah Parsons his deal. Jerry Jones has never shied away from rewarding his players with a lot of money and maybe sometimes even overpaying as it relates to the rest of the market. And that could definitely be the case here with Micah Parsons. So I still think a deal gets done. I think it's still just a matter of when, not if. I don't think it happens here in Oxnard. I think this is a deal that we might see happen back in Frisco or maybe a day before the game or the day of, kind of like Dak was last year. But I still think Micah Parsons gets taken care of, and I still think he's a Cowboy come September 4th.
So do you think there's any that he really actually does think that he wants out, or you think this is all just posturing?
If there is, I think it's very minuscule. I think from Micah's perspective, the way that this has been handled in his eyes is somewhat disrespectful. Just the back and forth and not getting the agent involved. Jerry Jones has done plenty of deals, like he said, and he's negotiated with players, he's negotiated with agents, and usually to get across the finish line, agents are involved in some capacity. And so, for him to sit there and say, we had a deal done when the agent wasn't involved, I understand having a handshake deal done, but Jerry Jones knows that in today's NFL, agents are so involved, especially when you've got a guy as respected and involved as David Mulligetta. They know that he's involved. So, from that perspective and how the Cowboys have handled that side of things, I certainly sense Micah Parsons' frustration. But at the same time, this guy loves Dallas. He wanted to be in Dallas. He loves his teammates. He's adored by his teammates. So I think it would be pretty tough to leave.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com here on The Fan. Did you learn anything new from Micah's statement or Jerry talking where you were like, okay, I didn't factor that into this whole saga when both gave their sides? Was there anything from either side or just one thing that jumped out to you, Tommy?
I don't know if there's anything new that I learned. I think it was more just confirmation of, hey, these guys back in March when they met at the Big 12 championship game came to some sort of agreement, right? And agreement's kind of a strong term because it sounds like, maybe we're getting ready to sign a deal here. I think it was more of just a handshake deal. Like maybe Jerry tossed it around like, all right, 5 years, $200 million. That's not any sort of actual number. That's just me experimenting here. And Mike is like, sure, let's do it. And then that was that. I could definitely see that being the case. And that's what we thought was the case, but Jerry Jones confirmed that. So, and then Micah Parsons just, again, confirming that, that he didn't view that as a negotiation. He viewed that as, a conversation about, hey, do I have the right leadership traits in place? Am I on the right track to be able to sign this deal? So that was really more I learned. Otherwise, nothing really too surprising from what Micah said in his statement or what Jerry said when he spoke to us the other day, because, more or less we've already known both sides of this story, and now it's just a matter of, all right, who's going to call who first, right? Who's going to finally cave and who's going to finally say, all right, let's just get this done. Let's stop all the drama and let's get a contract done.
Tommy, they've had really tense negotiations with big-time players before. Dak Prescott and his agent, Todd France. DeMarcus Lawrence and his agent, David Cantor. Ezekiel Elliott and his agent, Rocky Arsenault. Those all got very tense. I don't know of a time they ever just flat out admitted to, we will not speak to the agent. We're not taking a call, to the point where it doesn't even sound like they've had a conversation where things could have gone side. Why is there such an issue specifically with Mulugeta?
I don't think there's an issue with Mulugeta. I really don't. From everything I've garnered, the Jones family and the Cowboys organization, they've negotiated with David Mulugeta before. They have a lot of respect for him. They know that he's, one of the best in the game. And I think in part, they know that what they're doing right now, or what he's doing right now, is part of his playbook to get his guys paid more, right? And that's just because David Mulugeta is good at his job. He's playing his cards so that Micah Parsons can get significantly more than the rest of the pass rushers in the market. And they had made it clear earlier too that, hey, we're going to be the last ones to sign. We're going to be the last ones to sign so that we can hold that record for highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. So I don't think there's any bad ill or negative thoughts about David Mulugeta from inside the Cowboys organization. I think they view it as, we had a deal done in March. Why would we need to change it now? If we had a deal done, if Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons had a deal where, he views this negotiation as it's just the two of them. He's told that to us at the owners' meetings is, he's negotiating owner to player, and those are the only two parties that matter. And then he went on to say, I don't even know the agent and whatever it was that he said after that. I think that's how they view the negotiation. Jerry Jones sees it as they had a done deal, and now Micah Parsons is trying to get his agent involved, which could change things, and so that's what's making the Cowboys hesitant. But again, Jerry Jones knows what he's doing. The Cowboys know what they're doing, and they've done plenty of these deals before. They know that agents need to get involved at some point, and they know that they will be involved at some point in some capacity. So at some point, those conversations need to be had, and a finish line needs to be crossed.
What stood out to you from practice yesterday?
Really good day from Trayshawn Holden, I thought, in the red zone period. Towards the back end there, he had back-to-back touchdown grabs. Just look, really, the rest of the offense, I think, it's starting to click. Dak and CD were talking last week about how, usually around that 2-week mark, you're feeling like you're in game shape and you're feeling like you're ready to go. And I think that's kind of, that you're kind of seeing that. You're kind of seeing that start to click slowly but surely. George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, both of them got involved in the screen game early. I think the first 2 plays of practice were screens to Pickens and CD. And, I've told you guys this before. I think, we don't give George Pickens enough credit for how good he is after the catch. I think that his ability to run those long strides is something that we haven't really seen much because he's more of a deep threat is what he was used as in Pittsburgh. But Brian Schottenheimer is going to get him the ball in space, and they're going to try to let him work. So that's always a good thing. And then, defensively, I think you're going to see a real challenge today in the Rams, especially with this cornerback room, this defensive line, pass rushers on both sides of the ball. So a pretty mellow practice, I thought, yesterday to set up for a really fun day today.
Yeah, Zach Walchuk tweeted, ball knowers know the Rams have one of the best D-lines in football.
Ball knowers, yes.
Young and really good, so that sets up for today's back and forth. Did Mozzie get banged up yesterday? What's his status?
Sounds like a knee injury, I believe, for Mozzie Smith. Not sure of his status. He was able to walk off the field under his own power. He walked back to the medical tent, and then after a couple of minutes in there with Jim Maurer, he walked back to the Cowboys locker room. So we'll see if we see Mozzie out there today.
Has he looked any different compared to years past? Has he kind of shined, or he's just there?
I think he's had some solid reps where you say, okay, that's exactly what you want to see from Mozzie. He had one rep against Tyler Smith. I think it was last week where, he shrugged him off pretty good and he got to his gap. And you say to yourself, okay, that's what you want to see. But we want to see it like 5 times in one day and not once every 3 days. So, I understand that it's still a process and, at the end of the day, he's a guy that lost weight. I mean, this is just me and how I want my one text. I want those dudes to be heavy. I want to be 330 pounds. I want them to take up space, and I want to be hard to move. And I understand Matt Eberflus's scheme. They want to get those guys up the field. They want to get those guys running away. And I just don't know if that's Mazi Smith's strong suit. I think this is a guy who in college was just super athletic and could take that space up. And so, whether or not that is playing to his strengths is maybe what's causing a little bit of this, what we're seeing in camp, where sometimes he just straight up gets moved around. I think we saw the best play from Tyler Booker so far in camp against Mazi Smith when he created a running lane that might have been the largest for Javonte Williams in his entire life. And it was he just kind of paved the road and threw Mazi Smith out of the club. So, it's still an adjusting game, and there's still steps that need to be taken. But the bottom line is, with how thin the Cowboys are in defensive tackle, Mazi Smith, regardless of how he looks in training camp, is a body they need in there.
Tommy Yarsh has the story up on DallasCowboys.com on the return of La'el Collins. What did LC have to say, and where do you see him fitting?
LC, I think, is a guy that's just really, really pleased to be back. After that ACL, MCL injury in 2022, he admitted, hey, a lot of people in the NFL kind of threw my name out. They threw me off, wrote me off, whatever. What was it Geno Smith said? They wrote me off. I didn't write back.
Yeah.
And, LC's writing back for now. I don't know how long that letter is, but nonetheless, this is a guy who he kind of – what stood out to me was, like, even when I left, he said, even when I left, this place is always home. And it never really felt the same outside of here in that 1 year in Cincinnati with the Bengals. So I think this is a guy that's really happy to be back. He and Dak Prescott are very close. And I think that played a big part in his decision. And I think Dak Prescott has a little bit of a smile on his face knowing that LC is in the locker room. That's a good locker room presence for him, not just on the field, too. But as far as where he shakes out on the depth chart, he was taking some third-string right tackle reps in practice yesterday. This is a guy who hasn't played an NFL game since 2022. So I think there's going to be some sort of ramp-up for him to be able to get back into playing shape. But This is a depth addition. I don't know if he'll necessarily be a guy who's starting for the Cowboys on Sundays. But if guys get banged up or guys get moved around, he's a guy that they'll give him tackle guard flexibility. So he can certainly play in there if there are open spots needed.
Over under 1.5 fights at practice.
I'm a pacifist. So I'll say I'm all for sportsmanship. So I'll say under.
Tommy, thanks for joining us, and thanks for hopping on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube moving forward. We'll talk to you on Thursday. Enjoy practice.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
One of our new favorites, maybe the new favorite. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. What will Ask Reddit be like with Fred Davis? We crosstalk with KNC next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Paprika?
No.
Doesn't sound right.
What's it Saffron Squad?
Chevy dealership in the world, more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Here's the pitch, and there's a high drive, well hit. Right field, straight away, way back. That ball is history. Joc Pederson has tied the game with a home run off Devin Williams.
And a Yankee transaction has been made after last night's call on the fan.
Yeah, the guy who gave up the home run to Josh Jung, Jake Bird, they just traded for him. We were on the playing fields in Oxnard. They've already sent him down. Minor leagues.
Wow.
Let's see. They have given up their bullpen since Friday has given up 12 earned runs.
Oof. Did they give up something of significance?
They got I think they gave up one top 10 prospect for all the players, all the relievers, so nothing major. But still, you trade for somebody. I mean, you're giving up prospects. I mean, even the 15th best prospect could turn into something.
Bednar got rocked too, didn't he? Like basically everybody they've traded for has gotten rocked.
Got rocked
since getting brought over.
It's Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. Fred in for Kevin. Corey Majors, good morning. What's coming up?
Guys, was that the turning point for this Rangers season last night? We dive in on that. And then overreaction and reality at 11 o'clock. Looking forward to all the fun.
And you wanted to comment on a segment we had?
So couple weeks ago when we were at the airport, I put a little thing together. Went through the top 15 all-time sack leaders and tried to figure out how many of them had won Super Bowls and how many of them had won Super Bowls with their team they were drafted by. And Reggie White, Strahan, Suggs, Dent, and LT won 2. That's it. That's the teams that
Reggie didn't win with the Eagles.
No, he did not. Though that's guys that won one. And that was and with their own team, it was like 3. And Micah is on the trajectory. He would finish top 6 all time. He would be at 143 would be a number that let's put him at. If he plays 7 more years and has 13 sacks a year, he'll be top 6. But does that mean Super Bowl? And the numbers pan out where the best of the best it didn't quite get it for him every time.
Now, how much did you connect their quarterback that they played with their career?
Jim Kelly.
So that's for Bruce.
Yeah. Reggie White was Favre.
Yeah.
Kevin Green was all the terrible quarterbacks that played in Pittsburgh. Julius Peppers never
Neil
had
O'Donnell 1 year.
Okay. Yep, he was a great quarterback for the Cowboys.
Neil O'Donnell 1 year. Come on, that was not his fault. That was Andre Hastings.
Julius Peppers, Jake Delhomme, Dolman had Jim McMahon, Strahan. We know that. Jason Taylor never won a Super Bowl. We don't know his quarterbacks. Suggs.
Do you have Jay Feely 1 year or something like that?
Yeah, a lot of these guys.
Fiedler.
A lot of these guys didn't have great quarterbacks.
Jay Fiedler, that's
Some of them, a lot of them didn't have great. Dak's not a great quarterback either.
Okay.
Well,
Bobby
is he
puts on his
great or good?
sunglasses.
I think you know the answer to that.
So, are you willing? Are you willing to say that they shouldn't pay him based upon the DN history?
I like the discussion of the amount of money. Just seems too absorbent to do. It just seems like too much when you can put a better, deeper roster together on that side of the ball. I've always been about give me more talent. I don't need just one high-end talent.
Bobby should wear those glasses as he's also going to the Yankee game tonight. I don't think he's going to be on the field, so you can bust.
No, I don't have Boone's number. So
Brett Boone's balls tomorrow when he joins us at in the 9 o'clock hour. But yeah, you should wear those inside.
Well,
but
these are Zach's. I'm stealing. These are definitely Zach's.
You will be in the
been there
suite.
for 2 weeks.
They've been there a while.
But they're Zach's, I think.
He's been here.
I swear I saw him wearing these like these in Oxnard. So, but I assume there is. This is over by his chair, so things like that. No, that's we'll be in the suite tonight. So we have babysitter.
So after you're down on the field for batting practice, where are you sitting?
I don't know. I don't have the tickets yet. They'll get deposited into the account.
Same person responsible for the field pass, responsible for the tickets?
I assume so. Yeah, I assume it's all going to be. It may be at will call. I don't know. They may just have him at will call. But he did ask for my email address. He goes,
okay.
I need all 4 full names. Full names. And after what happened at the Roman Coliseum, I'm not making that mistake again.
Yeah.
Okay. I had to use the real name. But you need all 4 full names.
All right, let's finish up Ask Reddit. Fred, have you ever participated in Ask Reddit?
No, I mean, I've listened to you guys do it a bunch of times, but this is my first time participating.
Let's lead off with Fred then. Fred, what's a single sentence someone said that stuck with you forever?
Man, I got to thinking about that, and the only thing I mean, really nothing came to mind, unfortunately. One that I wished I'd have heard sooner is, you'll never go broke. You'll never go broke, or excuse me, you'll never have enough women chasing money, but you will lose women, or you will lose money chasing women.
I get it. I've never heard that.
Yeah,
I thought you were going to say you'll never go broke taking a profit.
Yeah, no.
All right, say it one more time.
So you will never lose women chasing money, but you will lose money chasing women.
Okay.
I wished I'd have heard that 30 years ago.
That's a good one. The one that stands out to me, and I don't even know that it's good advice necessarily. It has always stuck with me when somebody said it, which was, "What somebody thinks of me is none of my business."
That's a great one.
And I don't know if I even agree with it.
Well, you definitely don't. You don't apply that.
No, because the idea there is just, it just depends on who. Just a generic somebody, no. There are certain people who it matters. There's other people it doesn't matter at all.
That's a good one. I like that one.
Yeah.
Grandpa told me when someone offers you money, take it and don't ask where it came from.
Plausible deniability.
Yeah, you don't want to know.
That makes
Some
sense.
things you just don't want to know.
Corey?
There's always somebody bigger and stronger than you out there. That was the time I was like 12 years old. Dad and I were play fighting. He raised his hand and accidentally hit me in the lip, and I started bleeding. And then I jumped on his head and started punching him in the head.
Dang.
The next thing I know, I'm up on the wall by my throat.
Yeah.
And he was like, just remember this. And I was like,
Oh,
okay.
man.
So always go into those things.
Okay.
Hey, what do I need to do here?
Well,
and
then you got
I saw my
lit.
dad mad twice. That was one of them. So
And the other?
when I scratched his car with my bicycle handle because the rubber was off, and I just went down. Brand new truck, 2 days old. I was turning around, just
What color was his truck?
blue. Oh, and it was in.
Of course it was.
It's funny because they're different. And that was he get in the house. I sat in there waiting. He comes in there furious still. Boom! Punches a hole in the door.
Wow.
Only other time I'd ever seen him mad was like that. That door sat with that hole for the rest of the time we were there.
Yikes.
Never fixed it, never replaced it. But he
What
was.
kind of bike was it?
It was a green and white
10-speed BMX?
bicycle. I don't know.
A Schwinn?
Yeah, maybe a Huffy.
All right.
Sean, you got one?
What difference would that make?
Well, I mean, I just remember growing because since he and I are the same age, I can actually, have references that he'll understand.
Okay.
And so
I think it was a Huffy.
You know, I had a dyno back in the day with the pegs on the back.
Yes.
So,
Okay. I don't remember one from back in the day, but I heard one on reality TV the other night that I'm going to try.
Oh.
And it said,
Okay.
if you say an insult calmly, it's super powerful.
Yes.
And usually my insults are loud and yelling and mistaken, like yesterday's G-bag. But I'm going to try to really cut deep by saying it calmly now and see if it hurts that person even more.
What insult?
like
Think about the insult that's cut you the most deep over the last few years and how flippantly it was said. You weird for that.
I don't remember. Oh, you weird for that.
Yeah, it was just
that
you weird
wasn't
for that.
said to me. Trayvon typed that.
But you did it
Can't
not
tell.
come? No,
it came across chill.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
It's
and
it's
it scrambled my brain.
Yeah.
Trayvon did.
He said you were weird for that?
He go, you weird for that.
And that yeah.
I do remember
And that,
Sean.
and that
Sean-
messed my.
I can see.
And he called me weird. He just messed my brain up for a whole week.
Have you seen the?
I can see that.
Have you
And
seen
then he
the?
wore his Uggs to practice.
Have you seen the trend of like when you tell a guy he's being annoying? Those videos that it's like a girl going like, "Stop it! You're being so annoying," and then the guy's just basically like, "Okay, all right, well, like I guess you don't love me," and like just like walking away, whatever. Like Kristen saw that video and she's like, "That is you with everything." Any criticism, you just start going, "Okay, fine. I guess I'm just turning around and walking away." Then nobody wants to hang out with me. All right, what is normal at 3 p.m. but terrifying at 3 a.m.?
Your dog barking his head off. Oh, because in 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it could be somebody walking their dog. But at nighttime,
That's a great one.
A knock at the door.
it's a murder.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
that's
that
a good
too.
one.
That's a good one.
You never want to hear somebody knocking at your door at 3 in the morning.
3 a.m.
Having to fill up gas. I do not want to stand out at a gas station in the middle of nowhere at 3 a.m.
Do you ever fill up on the way into work? I mean,
no,
it's not 3.
No, I will always. Yeah, I'll generally make sure my gas is taken. I've had to do it before, but even still, that's 5:30. To me, that's different than 3. If I'm up at 3, it's probably an overnight road trip, and I'm stopping in the middle of nowhere to do it.
That's fair.
Cleaning your gun.
Yeah, I don't.
And you're thinking, shouldn't I have done this before this moment?
Yeah. How often do you clean your gun?
Not enough, but certainly not at 3 a.m.
How often are you supposed to clean it?
I don't know. I mean, I don't. I'm not by any means a firearms expert, but I know enough to be dangerous.
Hit Google real quick.
All right, here we go. Who do you think is the most universally recognized musician in modern history?
Like
Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson was the first one that came to mind. For
like
me.
their face, their sound, their songs.
However you want to say it.
whatever.
The sound,
Yeah.
the way they when you see them go, oh, I know who that is.
It tells the way you recognize it. Just answer it how you want.
Yeah.
Either way, it might be Michael.
Yeah.
Oh, it might be Michael.
Yeah,
Because Michael's voice is so unique. Who you just saw,
Now-
Dylan's voice is so unique that him like singing, like instantly, oh, that's Bob Dylan singing.
And I didn't just see him.
Yeah.
No, you just saw the movie. That's what I mean.
It's a good movie.
Yeah.
You saw it.
Now I would think with our kids, it's probably. I mean, I would throw Taylor Swift out there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Right?
Taylor Swift.
Absolutely.
I mean, my
Yeah.
daughter's a Swiftie, so
It's just so generic and vapid and cookie cutter. It could sound
Yes.
like anybody made it.
yeah, absolutely.
From a
That's it.
voice perspective, like it would like Springsteen, something that has like the really
But
bad
but
voice.
does the younger generation even know who Bruce
No,
Springsteen
probably
is?
not. Probably not.
You know
Yeah,
what I'm
like
saying?
Michael transcends.
Michael transcends.
Absolutely.
Michael
I mean, you
definitely,
still got.
Michael definitely over Prince.
And international, too. Michael's international.
Yeah, I would give him just a slight edge.
I'll tell you what, when you hear a Beach Boys harmony, you know it's the Beach Boys. Like there's no mistaking
there's no
who that
mistaking
is.
that.
You know
when hear it.
Rihanna.
Again, I'm going to go with people over a certain age, though.
I don't know. When Brian Wilson just died, there were a lot of people know the song Good Vibrations.
They do know that song.
And there's a lot of those that get reused and kicked around. All right.
Does Peyton know who the Beach Boys?
Yeah,
Does Peyton know who the Beach Boys are?
No.
No, there's no way he does. He didn't know who. The whole way we started doing How Young is Peyton Russell is because he didn't know who Freddie Mercury was. Who Freddie Mercury is probably up there too. And then last one. What's a sound from childhood that you can hear perfectly in your head right now?
Oh, dial up.
You've got mail. I
Dial
can
up.
hear that just clear as day in my head.
Peyton, what's for you? The sound. Or have you not thought about
The sound of his butler sweeping the floor.
Yeah.
the drawbridge lowering?
Yeah.
The bell.
What was the exact question of the sound?
Never
What's a
mind.
sound from your childhood you can hear perfectly in your head right now?
I tried to include, because he usually has the best Ask Reddit answers.
I mean, probably.
Fax machine.
Oh, the fax machine. Yeah.
No, the refrigerator being left open because I've always left the fridge open. When I get food out
back
there.
in our day, we were
Yeah,
kids.
beeps.
We didn't have a beep.
We didn't have that at all.
The beep alarm.
Yeah.
You're lucky if the dryer beeped when it was over.
The way the water hose hits the bottom of a plastic pool, because we didn't have good pools growing up, so we had that.
I didn't have a pool.
What about a belt coming off of somebody's pants?
I heard that one.
Yeah.
We were a Switch family. We weren't a belt.
Oh, man.
The KNC masterpiece is next on the.
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
On the next KNC Masterpiece, potential trade partners for Micah, and is it time to have the Josh Jung talk? The fun starts at 10, goes all the way to 2 on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. No.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Not for today, all right? Not today for the Josh Jung talk, all right? After last night, there's no way we have to have that talk. He did great things last night. We will celebrate him today. Plus 10-game hitting streak. Like, we'll rock with that for a little bit.
Absolutely, we will.
The Joc Pederson talk, I guess it was time, because when he hit his home run last night, Fred.
How about what he said afterwards?
He said, "Don't F with me." And I was like, hold on, dude. You're hitting 123, and you hit a home. Granted, great moment for the home run, because I had just tweeted, freezing cold take.
Yeah.
I just tweeted over the weekend. Every time I need Joc Pederson to do something, he doesn't. And then I needed him to do something last night, and he absolutely
did. And he did do it.
Yes, he did.
He did do it, and, you know, it's funny because I was sitting there, me and my son were watching the game last night, and I told my son, when Joc Pederson stepped up to the plate, I said, well, this isn't going to end well. And, you know, my son's getting used to watching Ranger baseball, and so, of course, then Joc Pederson, you know, just hits a moonshot, and, you know, I was like, okay, well, that didn't turn out so badly. I said, no. And then as I'm watching him say, you know, don't bleep with me, I started laughing, and and of course I gave my son the rundown of what was going on with Joc Pederson. But look, athletes And let's not pretend that Joc Pederson hasn't had success.
That's true.
In Major League Baseball.
That is absolutely
all right?
true. Yes.
And let's not pretend like this guy, hasn't had big hits and big moments like he did last night. Obviously,
this year's been atrocious.
Well,
so
right.
Far, so
and as
far.
Ranger fans, as Ranger Nation, we have not been privy to said moments. And so was last night. You could tell from just his body language, the don't bleep with me. He needed that. I mean, not only did the Rangers need that, but Joc Pederson for his psyche and for his well-being and for if this guy is going to be the piece that Chris Young and the Ranger front office thought he was going to be. Look, if him saying don't bleep with me is what he needs to get his mind right, if that's the positive affirmation that he needs to tell himself in the mirror 10 times while he brushes his teeth with his right hand, then you know what? I'm here for it.
Guys, Alec, you might remember this too. During the run to the World Series, Adolis Garcia is playing. They're playing against the Twins on a Sunday. I remember this specifically because I'm sitting there in the stands, actually in the suite. Thanks to our Tolo Rachel Ring for buying the suite for Peace-a-thon. And I'm sitting there in the suite and I'm walking around going, I know he struck out 4 times already today. I know he's struck out 4 times. He's about to end it right now.
Yeah.
And then he did, and I'm sitting there, but you look down at him and he's holding his jersey and he's looking at it and he's screaming, and that was the most emotional I'd ever seen Adolis Garcia. And that was the moment that you were like, he needed that moment right there. Did. And he came back to life, and then the team goes on and wins the World Series. So you might be right. Like, that moment right there might have been the thing that cracked everything open for him.
Exercise some demons.
I'm not saying he's going to go 4 for 4 every night for the rest of the year.
But, just bat 200.
Yes.
Yes. Let's just go. I mean, again, it's a crawl before you can walk, but at the same time, it has been a physical and mental black hole when Joc Pederson steps out steps up to the plate, steps out on the field. And so, you could feel, you could tell the dugout was relieved. You could see the smile on Bochy's face.
Oh, man, that smile was amazing.
And again, just the entire team, like, Joc Pederson seems like a guy that they like, I think. For the most part. I mean, again, we haven't gotten any,
if he can help, if anybody can help you always like him.
Oh, well, absolutely.
I'll say that,
right?
No matter what, if they can help our team win, man, I love you.
Well,
so
I guess my point is
thing.
that from all intents and purposes, it doesn't seem like he's an a-hole in the dugout or in the locker room, right? Like, I've heard nothing to suggest that, not only is he crappy in, at the plate and just as a player right now, but he's been a complete behind the scenes as well. Haven't heard that. Haven't heard anything to suggest that. So, again, if he's well-liked, and then, of course, the walk-off itself, Josh Jung, another guy who's been scuffling a little bit, gets sent down, and really ever since he's been back, outside of the little bugaboo with the calf strain, which apparently no Tyrese Halliburton Achilles tear going on here, at least not tonight. But what a moonshot he hit last night.
I did notice there were a couple times in the game where he would be at second base, and he's not running full speed to get to third.
Right.
And there was maybe some opportunity, but he was gingerly taking care of himself, which that's perfectly fine. You want to DH for a little bit and do that for us. I'm perfectly okay with that. With Josh Jung, he is the heart and soul of this team.
Yeah.
Corey Seager is the best player on the field.
Right.
Josh Jung, go back to the World Series when he's the first one out of the dugout when you've done something good.
Right.
Adolis hits a home run. He's the first one there giving him the Bash Brothers.
Yeah.
He all the things. He is the emotional leader, while Adolis is the emotion of the team. Right. If he's hot, if the team's hot, he's there. But Josh Jung is necessary to this team. And last night you saw why, and I think that's the big lift that you're going to get from him. Things didn't start out so well last night.
No.
Patrick Corbin started off a little tough. Gave up 6 hits on the night, 3 runs. I was amazed. Somebody did ask me to play all the runs from last night. I don't think we have all the runs, but we're good. Thanks a lot, Peyton. I appreciate it. The start, he wasn't great to start the game, but whenever he got out of the first inning with only giving up 1 run with bases loaded, I was like, that's a positive right there.
Oh, absolutely.
Only giving up 1 run, and now I tweeted that. A lot of people were like, I don't know, with this team, that seems insurmountable. And I was like, yeah, I get it. But then they have a 4-run inning, and that the vibe completely changed after the Rangers went up 4-3 for me in this game.
Well, and again, I guess I'm not going to say I'm in the minority on this, but I feel like with the way this offense has played, look, if this was 2-3 months ago, yes, a 2-3-4 run lead does seem insurmountable for this offense, but not anymore. I mean, again, and like I said, we'll use the arbitrary June 7th date that we keep using, which was the second game of a 3-game split against the Washington Nationals. But, this team has been one of the best offenses in baseball. And more importantly, shout out to our boy Jared Sandler, who posted a bonkers stat today.
Okay.
I don't know. And if you guys don't follow Jared, shame on you. Go give him a follow right now. But he posted something this morning, and I can't remember. I don't know. I didn't look at the time. I don't know if it was last night or this morning that he posted this. They're 56-45 against all of baseball, 3-10 against the Seattle Mariners, your Texas Rangers.
They've not been able to figure out the Mariners.
So,
at all.
And let's think about how many. And again, we talked about how many one-loss games they've had in the last 2 times they've played them, last 2 series they've played them. So again, that's and we've gotten into that, and who knows, maybe that'll all change when they come playoff time. That said, I think we're starting to kind of settle in a little bit that against anybody not named the Seattle Mariners, pun intended. Like, this team's pretty dadgum good, okay? And I get it. The Yankees are reeling, but, oh, by the way, they're a wild card team right now. You took care of the Detroit Tigers not too long ago, okay? You've beat, you lost 2 out of 3 to the Dodgers early on in the year, and that was when your offense was absolute, a dumpster fire. Right, so
before the break, you handled up on the Astros.
You took care of the Astros, right? And it seems. And the funny thing about this team is that again, it's and you should have taken 2 out of 3 against a good Padres team if you had a bona fide closer at the time.
True,
right? So that's the thing about this Rangers team that I think. And we had somebody text in yesterday. Oh, you got to give Bochy. You got to. Why is Bochy not getting more blame? Well, because of nights like yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay, and we wonder why. Okay, well, why are you giving Pederson the benefit of the doubt? Why do you? What's his deal? Does Pederson have pictures of Bochy? Look, this is what the handy's dealt.
Yeah.
And you have to look when you're giving a guy $17 million, like you're giving Joc Pederson. Like, again, by the way, he's only had 20 at bats.
Yep.
Since he came off the DL with the wrist injury.
This started thanks to Jared, by the way, for what I'm about to say.
Yeah.
And it was started with Jeff Bannister, my philosophy on baseball. The season's 162 games. You have 5 at-bats a game, maybe, if you're lucky, all right? With players, Bannister was very key on, you're waiting why are you waiting so long for this guy to show?
Yeah.
All right, why are you waiting? And Bannister's theory on this was, I need to plant seeds that these guys trust me.
Yeah.
That I'm not just going to react out of nowhere because I need to give them every possible opportunity to prove that they can't so that I can get the best out of them. I need to plant a seed with the guy. And that seed just isn't planted for this team.
Right.
That seed's planted for any free agent out there that wants to come play for me. That seed's planted for any trade person that comes into this team. I'll have patience with you because you're a pro. I know that you're a pro. You're here for a reason, and that's the way that Bochy's been like that since he got here.
Absolutely.
There are plenty of players that you're like, why do you keep giving this guy a chance? At some point, I might need him. I know what their skill set is, and I'm going to be patient and see that it comes out. And we as fans are not that patient. It is just not in us to be that patient, but I'm glad our manager is.
Well, and we all know what fans short for, fanatic, and that's what we all are to a large extent.
Absolutely.
But, and look, you've heard this. Coaches have said this, and you played the audio yesterday of Pete Carroll talking about different coaching styles and what have you. Joc Pederson coming through as clutch as he did yesterday. Josh Jung coming through as clutch as he did yesterday.
Huge game by him too.
Huge game, right? And this is the kind of stuff. And one of the questions I want to ask Bruce, if we have him on Wednesday, is think about it. He's taken Marcus Semien, okay, who has been a leadoff man for most of his career and has been a damn good one. But threw him down to 9th in the lineup at one point. Okay, 9th in the lineup, batting 173. All right, now he's kind of he's had a very up and down year, but he's also had some very clutch hits. But you sent Jake Berger down, you sent Josh Jung down. All right, you gave Adolis 5 days off. All right. You've stuck with guys like Joc Pederson. Like, my question for him is, you sent Berger down, right? You've done all these things with veteran guys. Moved them up and down the lineup. I mean, and again, when the offense was a scuffling and darts were flying, arrows were flying at these guys, what are those conversations like? And what does it say about the trust these guys have in Bruce Bochy that I'm going to send a guy like a Josh Jung down? And let's be honest, outside of the calf strain, Josh Jung has been night and day different from when he came back. And, a month ago, it's just the end of Josh. And of course, look, I get it. It's the internet. It's clickbait. It's going to happen. It's just the end of Josh Jung, What does this mean for him moving forward? And Bruce Bochy was very steadfast and said, no. He's very much a part of our plans, but he needs to get his head right.
Yeah.
And what is that like, having those conversations? Because the one thing about baseball that always fascinates me, outside of golf, it's probably the most mentally demanding sport of any professional sport out there.
Yeah. He said the same thing about Zeke Duran last week with us.
Yeah.
Kevin was like, is he kind of on his way out? And he was like, he's loved in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
We know what he can do, and we might need him at some. He said that last week.
And look, he came up with a huge hit against the Mariners.
Huge hit last night too.
Yeah.
To send the team over the top to get the first lead of the night. Like, so he knows that these guys, the personalities, how they fit together. Bobby this morning was like, what does a manager do if everything's already kind of pre-planned? Because yesterday, Patrick Corbin's not having a good day. You got John Gray that you can go with long relief. I'll get to John Gray in just a second too. Well, they know that. They have that plan just in case. Well, what does a manager do? Manages people. Well, what does that mean? You gotta have your finger on the pulse of these guys. You got to get to know them. You got to understand them. Know what motivates and pushes buttons for these guys. And Bochy does. It's a master at that. That's why when players that aren't playing for him anymore, they're like, look, I knew what was demanded of me, but I also knew that I was going to be respected the whole time.
Yeah,
as a man, and I was going to get opportunities. John Gray, on his run to the World Series, pretty much forgotten. Okay, no longer a starter in the situation. Hey, John, what was the conversation like with Maddox and Boch? They didn't really talk to me. What do you mean they didn't really talk to you? I needed to figure it out myself, and they knew that.
Yeah, and sometimes sometimes that's the best approach.
So they let him, and then what? He finally gets his chance, and he's like, I cannot wait to get my chance, and he does it in the World Series.
Yeah,
and he has an exceptional outing. And help saves the team go in the World Series. Last night, John Gray's kind of in this place where he can be a starter. He could demand. He could demand to go somewhere else. I know the injury hurt. His hair is amazing, by the way.
He does have great hair.
But he's
not Alec Medford great.
No,
but
not
still
at all.
Pretty good.
That stuff looks like you use lots of conditioner.
I try, man. I just watched it yesterday.
It's very Pantene Pro-V-ish.
I was just thinking that earlier this morning too. But he was needed last night. Whatever role, I'm there for you, Coach, because that's the kind of group that he wants, and that's what John Gray is. This is a luxury to have a John Gray. I mean, you had Dane Dunning like this before.
Right.
You have a John Gray who could be a starter, can be a closer if you need. You don't need, but he's available for it, and also can go long relief if you need to be able to seal up a few innings like that last night.
No, you need guys like John Gray, and to your point, he is a luxury because you just never know, especially moving forward, whether he's going to, a bullpen start, right, or a bullpen game type deal. Okay, you feel comfortable with the John Gray being thrown in there. All right, we know what we're going to get out of Merrill Kelly because I think this team's going to have to skip some starts with Jacob deGrom moving forward. But last night, I thought it was a great performance by John Gray because he'd been a little rough a couple nights prior to that. I can't remember if it was at the Mariners. I think he threw against where he got roughed up in that Thursday night game. So to have him bounce back the way he did, and that's the thing about pitchers, right, is that you got to have a short memory.
Yep.
Okay, but to your point, this guy literally is a Swiss Army knife. It doesn't matter start, long relief, close, whatever. Guys like John Gray are a luxury to have.
All right, the other thing too last night, you did see Camilo Doval, the guy that I wanted to trade for.
Yeah.
He had 12 pitches, 8 strikes, got out of the inning clean, but it's all right.
It's your boy.
The Yankees got him. So I'll just have to move on with my life and just accept a World Series run, guys. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola.
Our goal
Was it Saffron Squad?
brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, let's head out to Oxnard, where we have Mickey Spagnola, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Mickey, how we doing today, man?
Oh, it's a great morning here in Oxnard, California.
Nice. Are you taking part in Tank Top Tuesday? Are you all ready to rock today?
Seeing that I didn't have any video, I took my tank top off.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. Well, so you did have it on at
shirtless
some
then, is
point.
what you're
then,
saying.
yeah. All right.
No, I wrote it. It was over my shirt when I rode in so people can see me.
No shirt noon. That's when no shirt noon, Mickey. You don't forget about that. That's when you take the shirt off completely. Hey, is Shotty going to have like a presser today? Do you think that's going to be something that he rolls out and does today before this thing?
It's scheduled for after the scrimmage.
All right. Okay. That's good to know. I know. Is McVay going to talk too, or is that something? I don't know if that's something that happens there.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to talk to his media.
Yeah. Okay.
If anybody here wants to go listen to him, I'm sure he's not going to say, "No, you can't hear this."
Well, what is the what? Bobby said this morning he's expecting fights. He's expecting chippiness. I expect they want to get a lot of work done. But Schottenheimer's been very adamant that he likes competitiveness. What is the feeling about what the competitive nature is going to be like this afternoon?
Yeah, I'm sure they'll end up at some point be some pushing and shoving. What you don't want is what took place here, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago when they had an all-out brawl that spilled over to the fence where the fans were, and the fans started throwing punches. I don't think they want that. It was pretty funny when that occurred out here because they were practicing on both fields, and the Cowboys' offense was on the house side field, not where the bleachers are. And I was standing over there watching, and they were practicing goal line against the Rams, right? And the thing erupted on the other side, and the Cowboys were at the line of scrimmage, lined up to snap the ball, and the entire Rams defense ran over to the other field.
Oh, yeah, I remember that, yes.
Romo called the snap signals, and they ran into the end zone. There was one guy there, their linebacker was on the field. He didn't go over there. And Romo ran in on a quarterback sneak and spiked the ball, right? And so we finally saw what was going on. We started running over there, and one of the Cowboys security guys was like, get back. And it's like, do you think I was going to run over there and get in a fight? Are you kidding me? It was an all-out brawl with people swinging their helmets, and it was pretty vicious. I don't think it'll come to that. They practiced against them last year, and it was fine. And the other thing that they have tried to diffuse some of that, and I'm assuming they stayed. The NFL officials were here yesterday, and so I think they're here to at least administer some sort of decorum here while they're practicing. So I think that helps too. I don't know they can fine anybody for fighting in a scrimmage, but at least the officials are here. I can tell you right now, and I was always wondering about this. Micah Parsons actually out here doing conditioning work, and I heard he's been doing this the last couple days too, by the way. So, it's going to take him a couple weeks to get. We talked about it yesterday, right? But at least he's doing conditioning work. So for a guy that wants to be traded and doesn't want to be here, he's sure working hard to make sure he's in shape as best he can while he's not practicing.
Yeah, that's nice. That is nice to hear for whatever team he might play for. Mostly the Cowboys.
Yeah. You think somebody else is monitoring that? Oh, okay, I could trade for him because he's working out. I'm not worried about paying him $40 million a year.
I'm glad, Mickey, you brought up Romo and that moment in a practice going for the touchdown, because my first memory of Romo was a game, I believe it was against the Raiders in the preseason. He's on the goal line. He walks down. I think Parcells was telling him to kill the clock and end the game, and Romo's like, no, I'm going for a quarterback sneak. I want a touchdown. I need to shine here just a little bit. It was like his rookie season. And that
was, I think it helped him make the team. Because they were in hurry up, and they were motioning to spike the ball, and Romo didn't spike it. He went in for a touchdown. I'm sure Parcells was pulling his hair out, going, "Oh, this kid," But yeah, that did occur in that preseason game.
And that's where kind of like, is Dak going to get a lot of work in these preseason games? Are you feeling like he's going to step out onto the field, because getting ready for that first game is important now? He'll get
work today, and I think he'll get in like a full practice, because they're not going to be hitting the quarterback in the preseason game. Certainly not Saturday, and this scrimmage and Saturday's the preseason games will be big for Joe Milton. He's going to have to show, some semblance of being able to run an offense. And the thing that he has to do, and Schottenheimer talked about it yesterday, and we've been seeing it, for 2 weeks, is he's got to get the ball out of his hands quicker. He holds on to it too long. And what Schottenheimer says, when you do that, then you can't get it to your, I think he called it your access receiver, like you can dump it off. And if you wait too long to do that, then that guy ends up being covered. So we'll see if he gets out of this habit to pull the ball down all the time when his primary reads, first and second, aren't open. He's ready to run with the ball, and he's got to understand that at times you got to throw it away, and at other times you got to dump off to your escape receiver and take what you can get. So this will be a good test for him, but a bigger test on Saturday.
Mickey Spagnola, Cowboys Insider, joining us here, talking all things Dallas Cowboys. They get ready for an inter-squad scrimmage with the Los Angeles Rams, and, of course, the game on Saturday. That being said, Mickey, stop me if you've heard this before, Mozzie Smith with an injury. What's the latest and greatest on him, and dare I say, is this the beginning of the end for 58?
I don't think you give up on a first-round draft choice that quickly. Now, I haven't heard anybody talk about the injury yet, so we'll see where it's at. If he participates today, and how much he's able to do, or if they've got to hold him out. But I don't think you go ahead and make a decision like that so soon. You got to let it play out, and you normally, with a first-round pick, you're going to, give him the benefit of doubt at this point, and you're going to at least go through the preseason games and see how he's doing. He's had his moments. He's played well. He's had his other moments that not so much. So, plus it's a position they don't have much depth in, so you can't overreact and say, okay, I'm done with him. Who else is going to be able to play that nose tackle position?
Linebacker-wise, who's a guy that you're like, considering that, look, with linebackers, we don't get to see, especially when they're just in shells and shorts, we don't get to see really a whole lot out of them. Who's a guy that kind of you got your eye on today as far as, who's acclimated well to this new scheme, or is, might be a surprise day one starter?
Well, the good thing is Kenneth Murray was back in practice yesterday after missing, it was almost a week. He got back on Saturday, and I think they sort of eased him in. So it was good to see him on the field. I want to see how Jack Sanborn performs at the middle linebacker position. He's not the biggest guy. He's 6'2". They list him at 235, and they're kind of hoping for a Sean Lee type performance where you may not be the biggest guy or the strongest guy, but you got to be the smartest guy and be able to identify things as quickly as possible. And he has, he started games for Eberflus in Chicago, but he was never like the full-time starter that it appears that he's going to be, or they want him to be here. So I'll be interested to see how he does against the run, and somewhat today, but more so in the preseason game, because those guys on defense are going to have to play. They can't hold everybody back because they got to find out as much as they can about some of these guys on defense. And if you look at the defense and what's happened so far, you don't have Micah Parsons out here. You don't have Trayvon Diggs out here. Deron Bland missed nearly an entire week when he went home for the birth of a child. And so, Sam Williams is in pads for the first time in a year. So they're going to have to see, exactly what this defense has. And it's kind of hard to analyze just where they're at defensively because they've played mixed and matched so many pieces that you really don't know yet. And it's not a good assessment of what maybe this defense can do. So I'm guessing that they're going to have to play these guys in the preseason to get this thing together. And then who knows, when Diggs gets back on the field, when Parsons gets back on the field, it's gonna take some time here to get that defense going. So a lot of when they start the season, I think it's going to rest on this offense to be able to perform well until the defense maybe can catch up.
I'm pretty excited about, and I think we all are excited about what Clayton Adams brings to this offense. And when it comes to the run game and this offensive line, Fred and I had a pretty extensive talk about the offensive line yesterday. What kind of progress are you seeing with this group and where they're heading right now?
Well, again, without Guyton there, so it's an experimental thing at left tackle. Between Nate Thomas and Awesome Richards. And I noticed yesterday, while Thomas had been taking the majority of the snaps on the first team, they rotated it yesterday, and Awesome Richards took a lot of the snaps with the first team. Then Tyler Smith has not practiced last couple days. He was at least out there in pads and a helmet. I must have done some individual drills, but he didn't do any team. So that meant, your starting left tackle, your starting left guard weren't out there, and chances are I don't know if he'll practice today. So the left side of your line is kind of under, backups. They had Brock Hoffman at left guard. So we'll see what happens there. And then, we're just assuming that Tyler Booker's just going to step on the field and be a Pro Bowler. And, this is the NFL. And I know he's an All-American and a first-round pick, but there's a little bit of adjustment there. So, to me, the key to the offense is going to be the offensive line, how quickly they can get that group going. As a matter of fact, that's exactly what I wrote about last night, that, you can have all these talented players on offense, the quarterback, the wide receivers, the running backs, the tight ends, but if your offensive line doesn't perform well, that kind of neuters the skill players. So this is going to be interesting to see how this offensive line comes together, and it's imperative it does if this is going to be a high-powered offense that the skill people suggest can be done.
Mickey, thank you so much for your time today, good sir. We will get back with you tomorrow, man.
I'll be here. I'll let you know what took place.
Yes, sir. There he goes, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Did the Rangers send somebody down to AAA from the Yankees? That was a confusing tease. Next on The Fan.
was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, you got myself, Corey Majors, alongside Fred Davis and Alec Medford hanging out with you as well. And it is time for some baseball nuggets brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. And we start, ladies and gentlemen, with the power rankings. The Rangers have been up and down for most of this season.
Yeah, they have.
They were down, low 20s at one point during this season. Right now,
13.
CBS has the Brewers at 1.
Dude, they're balling right now.
They are. Actually, the top 3 teams are all National League teams: Brewers, Cubs, and Dodgers.
Okay.
The best AL team right now is hot. They were up 3 spots. They're down 3 spots. It's the Blue Jays. Phillies, Tigers, Padres, Mets, Red Sox, Astros at 10.
Okay.
Mariners, Yankees, and Rangers at 13, as you said. Now, as we look at the standings right now,
you're all welcome. You're welcome.
The Rangers are 1.5 games out of the wild card spot. I believe they were 2.5 out yesterday.
They were.
Now the Yankees, they beat them. Now they're 1.5. Beat the Yankees tonight. Half
Carry
a game
the
out.
1, subtract, carry the one, half a game.
Yeah. And they're on the Yankees on a 4-game losing streak. Boston is now on a 6-game winning streak.
Yeah.
And that's kind of defeating, but it's okay. You just need to get into one of those spots, and once you get there, never relinquish that spot. The Rangers, though, they're down 2 spots there, and that was obviously after the weekend, losing to the Mariners a couple times.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it.
That's pretty tough right there, but the Rangers working their way up. And again, power rankings is it arbitrary? Is that the right word to use?
So.
Just kind of like it's objective, and all these people throw these out. But I feel like the Rangers are kind of in that window. They're not any worse than that. And they might actually be better than that.
Dare you say middle of the pack?
Middle of the pack is kind of where they are, working their way up. All right, they're a team that I think can work their way up. Cowboys, middle of the pack.
Yeah,
going to take a lot of effort for them to work their way up there. Yesterday, the Yankees lost to the Rangers, and whenever they gave up that walk-off home run to Josh Jung, Jake Bird was on the mound. Jake Bird has now been optioned to AAA for the Yankees.
Yeah.
And I kind of like that moment for a team. Don't you? When you're in a clubhouse and you see you just had a dude that they just traded for.
Yeah.
He got on the mound. He gave up the booty, and now he's being sent down. That kind of that's a little feather in the cap. I would be walking around the
from
clubhouse.
a Rangers perspective, yeah.
I would be walking around the clubhouse like, guys, we had that dude sitting down. Now, I guess you do have this. You could be sitting down at any time.
Well, see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know from a Rangers perspective. Like, I don't know that you're really in a position right now because, the proverbial scoreboard, if the season were to end today, you're still a game and a half behind the Yankees.
Yes.
Like they're in the playoffs and you're not. So homeboy might be getting option, but guess what? He might get a playoff share, whereas you're going to Cancun.
Yeah, and that's why I'm not in that clubhouse right now. And those guys are.
We would tell you, Corey, slow your roll.
Chill out. And I would be like, no.
Don't bleep with me. Okay, Joc, calm down. Calm down.
That's what Joc Pederson said.
Hey, look, we're either going to, that last night is either going to be to your point, and I thought the exact same thing last night. And I told my son, I said, this dude, this could be the moment he needs. This could be his jump off point, or this is going to be a microcosm of the Joc Pederson experience where he goes back to hitting 126 for the rest of the season, gets DFA'd in early September. And this is going to be one of those moments where we look back when we're looking back at the Rangers season after they missed the playoffs by 2 games, and we say to ourselves, wow, remember that time when Joc Pederson said, don't F with me, and then proceeded to be not good again?
Or it could be the moment that turned everything around.
And he goes on a just heater of all heaters. Because, I mean, look, a hot bat, as you well know, Corey Majors, can flip this whole thing. If you start getting production from Joc Pederson, that's going to flip this whole lineup around, man.
It changes everything.
Because I'll say this much, and yes, I get it. Since June 7th, this offense has been better. But we need some double-digit ass whoopings is what this team needs.
Dude.
Okay? I'm not trying to get all crazy and get ahead of myself here, but this team needs some double-digit ass whoopings for a couple reasons. One,
Preach.
To keep the offense going, right? Where we're just out there watching, all right, I'm here to see dongs, people.
Well,
pause.
Yep.
Pause.
Dingers.
Of the home run variety, people.
You need to start using dingers instead.
See, no disrespect to the morning show. I have got none but love for the morning show. But again, I listen to more G-Bag because you guys know
it makes sense.
I do the night show, people.
Yeah,
okay? I don't get up till later.
Eric
all right?
and Zach are definitely throwing dongs out
So
there.
they throw dongs out.
That is true.
I listened, and I do, Blake and I do crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation 3, 4, sometimes 5 times a week. So, yes, again, I've had to hear about dongs for some time now.
Alec, when he said the 4th time he said dongs, you put your left hand over your eyebrow and you put your head. Was that disappointment, or was it I don't want to be associated? What was the feeling that you just went through right there?
Colin Firth. All of the above?
Yes, all of the above.
All of the above?
Just a little caught off guard here at 10:49 a.m. Central Time here in the mighty Metroplex. It's I mean, I'm not used to having somebody as loud as Fred at this time in the morning, let alone somebody as unhinged.
Yeah.
as
And it's only Tuesday, too. So we got
only Tuesday.
Week. We got more week ahead of us.
What an awful point.
Congratulations to Marcus Semien winning his 6th Heart and Hustle Team Award this year.
Oh, man, I'll tell you what. Who would win that here at the station?
Heart and Hustle. You know what? I'll go with Kevin. The effort he gives for Peace-a-thon every year.
Okay.
Like that dude's collecting. He does the full 14 hours of everything. I would go for Kevin on that one.
I'm going to say I'm going to say Ruben Portillo.
Oh, dude, you know what?
I'm going to say
Screw
Ruben
Kevin.
Portillo.
Ruben's the
okay.
one.
I mean, look, we get it. You're teaching kids about Jesus and baseball, but Ruben Portillo. All right. This kid here. Let's talk about Ruben Portillo for just a split second.
All right.
All right. I don't know what he does outside of work. In fact, I don't know that he has a life outside of work. But I know
watches
this
wrestling and the Oklahoma City Thunder.
That's right.
He does. He claims to run too.
Okay,
he does.
He did run in Oxnard. I know that.
Now I have challenged him to a 5K. Okay, I have challenged Ruben Portillo. So Ruben, if you're listening, I want to run a race. Now, granted, I haven't ran in years. And I still think I could beat Ruben Portillo.
What?
That said,
why?
I just feel it in my bones. That said, he is my Heart and Hustle winner here at 105.3 The Fan.
Dude, you're dead on. That's a fantastic option for that.
You're welcome.
Especially
You're
all the
welcome.
work that he does for us when we're out on the road. And we'll see him tomorrow when we're out at Globe Life.
That's it.
We'll also see him Friday when we are
Twice this week.
when we're at Jake's off of Marsh Lane in Dallas. So we'll be out there at Jake's. I know on Thursday, Jake's for Fan Phenom and Saxy. G-Bag's
will be there as well.
And then we'll be at the Jake's on Marsh on Friday. So big week ahead for if you're Tolo that wants to come out and say hi to the fan. We're going to be around for you.
Okay, real quick. I've already hijacked this segment, but question I have for you. Has anybody reached out to you about Fan Phenom?
Yes.
And they asked you for like pointers and what have you?
Yeah. Tolos have messaged me. They want ideas.
I'm telling you right now, we got folks that think this is like American Idol.
Yeah, I'm not.
This is going to change their lives.
I've told them I'm not going to give you segment ideas, but I'll give you tips on great radio.
Yeah.
I don't know that we do great radio. I try.
Hey, we're doing the best.
That's
with what
all
God
you
gave
can
us.
do is try. But my opinion always is be personable.
Yeah.
Have some personality, and you can always fall back on that. Even if your sports stuff's wrong, you can just be like, I'm a knucklehead.
Look at what I've done for a year.
Yeah.
Okay? I mean, come on.
Yeah. So yes.
No, I got to shout out to my boy Marshall. I got to call him back because he's geeked for this thing.
Oh, really?
Okay, like he's asking. He wants to know pointers, suggestions, the whole nine. And if he's listening right now, I know he does Tolo. That's why I kind of threw it out to you because I guarantee that, as you alluded to, there's a lot of folks out there that are kind of unsure. What do I do about this? And it's like, just don't overthink it.
Show energy.
I'm a big Jim Rome guy. Have a take, don't suck.
But he does.
Rack him.
Like
hey.
Like just because he has a take doesn't mean that he doesn't suck.
Look, I'm just gonna say this about Jim Rome. Prime Jim Rome, late '90s, early 2000s was.
You got a point. No, you got
he's
a good
like
point.
he's like anybody else. Okay. Rappers don't get better as they age. All right, what are you looking at, Carter? I see you pull it. I see you raising your head up there, back there. Okay. No rapper puts out a good album after like the third one. Okay, no, because Andre 3000 said it best.
877-881-1053 if you know of one.
Look, don't start with 444 was good. No, it wasn't. All right, don't tell me Eminem's new album was good because it wasn't. All right, it wasn't
compared to the first ones. No,
that's right. What are you rapping about? Okay.
How much? How?
Your 401k? No one wants to hear that.
Getting up early in the morning to go to the restroom.
No. What? Babysitting Haley's kids?
Checking the prostate.
I mean, and look, I love Ice Cube. I am an Ice Cube fanatic.
Yep.
I have listened to his last couple albums, and it's just like Lil Wayne's last album, not great. And I love Wheezy.
Yeah.
Not a good album.
So valid point with Jim Rome as he got there.
He tell you all that to tell you this.
He still
Early
exists.
Rome was fantastic. Rock 'em. After that, Buggahaw.
Aaron Judge should return from the injured list tonight for the game against the Rangers. I love the fact that he should return against Nathan Eovaldi. So I'm perfectly okay with that. Let's get another one tonight. Coming up next year on the KNC Masterpiece, NFL overreaction or reality and potential landing spots for Micah Parsons. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Yes, Fan Phenom is going to be going on this week. You have 4 opportunities. That is going to be this Thursday, next Thursday, and the following 2 Thursdays. We will be at different Jakes throughout DFW. We will tell you every week which one's coming up. And you got to get out there for it. This Wednesday, Friday night, that's tomorrow, we're going to be out at the Globe for the Rangers-Yankees game, setting things up there. And then on Friday, we'll be at Jake's off of Marsh Lane in Dallas. I think it's Marsh and Walnut Hill, so you want to be over there hanging out with us. You have some great burgers, have some great drinks. It's always a good time at Jake's. Kyron Williams just got paid, Alec. Is that what we're hearing here?
Yeah, Ian Rappaport has the story that Kyron Williams, after a Pro Bowl appearance, he's getting a 3-year deal, $33 million, $23 million guaranteed at signing. And I gotta put a little feather in my cap because I drafted him high in fantasy in our fan league last year, and everybody called that a tricky pick, a controversial pick, and it worked out very well. The man got paid for a reason.
People just hating on you is all that was.
Yeah, it happens a lot apparently, especially on your show.
What's that? Do we hate on you?
Your producers do, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's true. Dylon did say that of all the people he could beat up here at the station, of all the producers he could beat up, he called out Alec Medford.
Wow. That seems unnecessary.
Well, I mean, look, we like to rabble-rouse at night.
Alex Jack now.
Okay.
So kind of...
And Dylon's skinnier than Carter.
Yeah?
Yeah. In fact, I think Carter could kick Dylon's ass.
Okay, all right. And, you know,
I'm instigating right
Carter
now.
has ginger rage. So that's something that he can also
Ginger rage
dip
is
into.
real.
I've seen it before.
100%.
There was a day where something was going on back there, and I was giving him a hard time, and I saw his face turn as red as as your notebook, and then he flipped me off. Now, a couple days later, he apologized.
Hit you with the keyboard.
It took 2 days for him to calm down after that.
Just one angry looking beat.
Ginger rage is ginger rage and old man strength. You don't want to mess with. Those are 2 things you don't want to mess with.
I'm here for it.
Congratulations to Kyron Williams. He'll be practicing joint practice with the Cowboys today, and they'll be playing Saturday right here on 105.3 The Fan as they get the preseason started there. Now, Micah Parsons, this discussion we've kind of gone through. Hey, where do we feel? I think most of us feel like, and Mickey talking this morning, this is placating. This is kind of, it's part of the show. He's playing part of it. Now, it is a little bit of a match back and forth. It's part of negotiations.
Yeah.
You know, we've seen this on smaller levels in a lot of different areas, and every year it seems like we see this with Jerry Jones. But let's go through the practice of it all, too. If something was to happen, if they said, all right, we are finally at a point where we can no longer do this, what are some places, some trade partners that might be options for the Cowboys?
He'd look good in a Chiefs uniform. I'll tell you that much right now.
Okay. Is that you grew up a Chiefs fan?
In case y'all didn't know, I am a Chiefs fan for A1 from day one. I'm 44 years old. I grew up in Topeka, Kansas, which is, 50 minutes from Kansas City.
You went through all the bad.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, I grew up on Marty Schottenheimer. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, like, when I asked Brian Schottenheimer a question, I'm coming at it from a place of like, bro, I've been there.
Heart, yeah, you care.
I know. I mean, I grew up I was there for Steve DeBerg. I had the Christian Okoye Nigerian Nightmare with the Freddie Glove poster in my room. All right, so yeah, don't call me a bandwagoner. I've been through the Brody Croyles, the Brock Hewards, the Tyler Thigpins. Okay, Matt Castle. All right.
You had the Dante Halls, though.
I was there for old boy shooting himself in the parking lot.
Oh,
okay?
yeah, I remember that,
Yeah,
too.
we tend to gloss over that for good reason. All right.
One of my favorite players of all time is Derek Thomas, by the way. That's like one of my favorite. I always loved his style of the way he played. One of my favorite players.
Impregnated half of Kansas City.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
But now that I do, doesn't change
the Sean
anything.
Kemp of the NFL.
On the field, he was fantastic.
Yeah. Well, he had to keep playing.
I didn't see, like back then, I wasn't getting a Kansas City Star. I wasn't here in Dallas getting
great
the morning
newspaper
news.
though.
Yeah,
great newspaper though.
Yeah, a lot of great writers coming out of that one for sure.
They did. You got Jeff Passons from there.
Yes, that is true.
Wright Thompson.
The first team on NFL.com's list is the Buffalo Bills. They don't have the cap space to make this deal happen.
Right.
And they would have to kind of go through a lot of different hoops to get to that place. They also pick at the back end of the draft pretty much every year because they're trying to beat the Kansas City Chiefs in the last game of the year.
Got a pretty good quarterback.
They do have a good quarterback. I would, if Micah was to go somewhere, I'd be like, hey, that's a great place for you to be. I just wouldn't see that place happening.
Yeah, you'd have to give up they'd have to give up a lot.
NFL.com suggests the Carolina Panthers. They allowed the most points in the NFL last season, 534. And they need some They needed everything, right? Like they went through, they were a bad team, and they're trying to make this first-round pick quarterback look good, and they were like, we still don't have any talent around us.
That's one of those you're just trying to stick it to Mike if you made a trade like that.
You think so? Yeah. Hey,
Carolina.
Go
Who
end
cares
up in
about Carolina?
This one is interesting. The Chicago Bears. The price tag for Parsons, we've discussed this. 2 firsts is where it starts. Like it doesn't, and that's where it starts.
I mean, do they even have first-round picks left?
I don't think so. I don't think
no,
they do.
that's right. They took all of Carolina's. Never mind.
Yeah. They could scrounge together the draft picks if they wanted to, but it would be one of those where, all right, this is the team now. Like they don't have any other options after that.
Okay, but let me ask you this.
You send him there, you're sending him to the right place for him.
Well, for him, yes, but I wonder from a Chicago standpoint, do you have buyer's remorse because of the Khalil Mack deal?
That's a good question.
You tried that once before,
but that was kind of a bargain for them. Like that ended up being actually pretty good.
Oh, for Khalil Mack,
like it ended up being the Raiders.
I mean, you didn't win
up.
anything, but and again, and to your point, you talked about it during crosstalk this morning with Sean and RJ and Bobby. Does a DN put you over the top?
The best defensive end in the league right now is Myles Garrett. He's never going to get to the Super Bowl.
No. Well, not with Cleveland.
Not with that team.
Not with Cleveland, unless he's a trade deadline target somewhere.
The next team on this list, the Cleveland Browns.
Wow.
And that would make sense. They actually have the picks to be able to pull this off, but because of the Travis Hunter trade. So now they have the ability to do this immediately. But for a team possibly turning a young quarterback this year, it wouldn't be great for him. No. But again, Cowboys could be an option there. And then the Las Vegas Raiders are an option as well. You see him next to Max Crosby, across from Max Crosby. That would be. We talked about this yesterday. We don't think that the Raiders are a good team, but they have a good head coach.
They do.
A reasonable quarterback.
You saw TB12 out there too.
Yes, you did.
Isn't that a weird situation though?
What?
Like, and we kind of glossed over it last year because we're like, all right, we kind of wanted to see what Tom Brady was going to be like in the booth. He's an NFL owner who's actively participating with the team.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's out there at training camp.
But they have rules. He can't go be parts of some of these meetings.
And I think that's and you can tell.
Yeah.
You really can.
Yes, you can.
And look, and don't be wrong. I mean, look, Tom Brady, I'm a Tom Brady guy. I love me some Tom Brady. But you can tell in his breakdowns. Like you get stuff, and look, I like Greg Olsen. I don't think Greg Olsen's the end all be all like everybody else does.
I think Greg Olsen's great.
I do too, but I mean, people make it out like this dude's John Madden or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yes, he's good, but let's stop pretending like he's the greatest color commentator of.
I think
all
he's
time.
better than Brady.
Well, yeah, of course, he should be better than Brady, but he's not Tom Brady.
That's true.
Okay,
and also he says important instead of important. And that's always freaked me out.
Who says that? Greg Olsen does?
Yeah, it's important. Listen,
is that an East Coast thing? I feel like there's certain phrases and words
and letters that just go missing. They're like,
T's are important, ladies and gentlemen. Take that however you want to.
The Buccaneers. Buccaneers are also an option, and then the final one, NFL.com has the Washington Commanders. There's no way, right? No way.
I mean, the price is double. I'd want 4 first-round picks.
I'd be interested to see what they get from. So you're saying within the division immediately the price goes up?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
No matter what.
I'm going to fleece you, and you want Micah? Great. I want 4 first-round picks.
And you know what, though? When you have a team like they have right now, it might be worth it. You might be looking at your team going, we're young in a lot of different areas. I know we might get something for Terry McLaurin that could help balance this out, which I personally think they should keep Terry McLaurin anyway, but that's a different story. We're very young in a lot of different positions. We're set for the future.
Yeah.
Now I know they added Von Miller, and he's now at the top of their depth chart.
Our age.
And that would be like Dan Quinn would love to have the player that he brought into the system and knows how to use and all those things.
Oh,
and knows how
Mike is eaten
that
in
would be
Washington. But again, you're basically at that point you're going Los Angeles Rams. We don't care about a first round pick for the next half decade.
F them picks.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it got him a Super Bowl.
Yeah. This was brought up by your friend Mike Florio.
Yeah.
Who you took shots at yesterday, and I appreciate that.
I did. Horrible choice. Good lawyer, though, right?
Yeah. I do like this question.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones has been negotiating directly with players who are represented by agents.
Mm-hmm.
He's been doing this for years.
Long time.
This ignores the letter and the spirit of the collective bargaining agreement.
Right.
He's done this before, and he's been unchecked by the NFLPA.
Well, stopping Jerry.
Then that's the NFLPA. Should they step in, or is this beneficial to the NFLPA because they know that Jerry Jones is going to eventually cave in on whatever it is anyway, and it helps them set the market. As long as he's doing that, nobody else is in there getting in the way of this turning into, because Jerry said this yesterday, I work on these significant deals. Steven takes care of the BS.
Absolutely.
I work on the significant deals.
Is Dak mad that Jerry negotiated his deal?
No.
Is CeeDee Lamb upset that Jerry negotiated his deal?
Is Zeke?
No.
None of those guys are.
Cowboy fans are. Right? But at the same time, I mean, if any owner would overpay the way Jerry does, and really the only one let's be honest, okay? Yeah, you gave Zeke a deal too early, but CeeDee Lamb was market appropriate. All right? I mean, let's be real. If we're getting into the nitty-gritty here, outside of the consternation and the football field aspect of it, okay, you should have never given Dak $60 million.
True.
Okay, period, end of story. That was a dumb deal.
Mm-hmm.
Because you could have waited, let him play it out, and then going into this season would have been a night and day different. Now, could you imagine him negotiating Micah and Dak this season? I mean, heads would have exploded. Yeah. Seriously. I mean, and now, of course, we'd have content. Hell, we might knock off Infinity Network overnight and just do more Cowboys contract talk.
We'd never talk football, just contracts.
Just contracts. Seriously. It'd be Joel Corey, by the way, tomorrow morning on
tomorrow.
8 o'clock with the morning show.
Nice work.
That said, no one has an issue with the CeeDee Lamb deal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're upset because it took a little too long, but ultimately, no one's complaining about it. It's
it was
market
frustrating that the early part of the season, CD says that he had problems being ready for the season
absolutely.
Because of it. Yeah,
and that's the thing.
That's frustrating.
And that's the part we worry about because the Micah deal, and for all intents and purposes, is going to get done.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're having fun with this trade proposal stuff.
Yeah.
But you, me, Alec Carter, and everybody listening here today to 105.3 The Fan.
You know where it's going to land.
You know as well as all of us, Micah Parsons will be a Dallas Cowboy for the next 5 or 6 years. And he's going to get paid anywhere from $160 to $200 million guaranteed. We're going to quibble over this. They're going to kumbaya when it's all said and done. And the $1 million, or maybe in this question, or in this case, $200 million question is going to be, will it get done before September 4th against the Philadelphia Eagles? And then the longer standing repercussion of all this is, okay, let's say it doesn't, and it does get done right before that. You're not playing him against the Eagles. And then, then he needs to get back in shape because even though he's there at camp, it's not like he's doing anything football-wise. Then it's going to take him 2 or 3 weeks to get into football shape.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is the stuff that, again, I've talked about this. I talked about this with G-Bag yesterday. That is my biggest frustration and irritation with all of this, is that valuable football time is being missed out on.
You're going to get two quarters of great production out of him before he
tweaks a hammy.
I'm exhausted, and I need to be on the sideline for half of this quarter as well. I'm fascinated that the Players Association and the league haven't stepped in and said, Jerry, you can't do this anymore.
Right. No,
but as you said, nobody messes with Jerry. They're like, he does his own thing.
What? He's overpaying people? Whatever.
Everybody seems to be okay with that. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time for some AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus the perfect marriage of pro wrestling and pro sports, next on The Fan. This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors alongside Fred Davis. We also hanging out with Alec Medford. It's time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well. Plus, a complete mad idea to marry pro wrestling and pro sports from Bill Simmons. We'll get to that sound here in just a little bit based off of something that happened at SummerSlam over the weekend out at MetLife Stadium in New York. But we'll get to that here in just a little bit. Gentlemen, look at the National Day calendar. I see National Underwear Day is today, which means Corey is not participating. It is also National...
You're a commando?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's wild.
A very, very well-known fact.
Yeah, MJF, when we were out at the Globe. By the way, we'll be at the Globe tomorrow.
That's right.
Nathan Eovaldi on the mound today.
Yeah.
Aaron Judge coming back. Rangers rolling against the Yankees right now. MJF was out there. He sat down with us. He talked some smack and tried to walk off. I cut a promo on him.
Yeah.
And then he tried to come back and give me a wedgie. Said, joke's on you.
Couldn't do it.
I don't wear underwear.
Wow.
And it's really tough to outsmart a guy like MJF, who is just like pure evil.
Yeah, he's a great actor now.
Yeah, exactly. And you outsmarted. You got him to break, too, you and Kevin both. So good job on that.
Twice.
Yeah, and that's incredibly tough to do. So we're going to skip over that. It's National Work Like a Dog Day. I feel like everybody can relate to that at some point in their lives. It's National Oyster Day. Who cares about that? But it's National Night Out Day. So...
okay.
What is an ideal night out with you and your boys, you and your friends? 877-881-1053. What's your favorite activity to do with friends here lately? Because mine has evolved over time. Obviously, once you get past the age of 21, the options open up a little bit. But I will say, I have a favorite go-to that kind of was opened up because of that, but it depends on where you go. I love the arcade scene with friends.
Right?
Because I'm competitive as hell.
Yeah.
And I just love competing against my friends and people that I care about because I feel like I can be a little bit more intense when I've known them for years and years and years. I can say some things that are probably hurtful to any other person, but it's just the gamesmanship of knowing that person for so long. So going to one of those arcades where you can grab a beer and you can just walk around and play all the games with everybody and you can just demolish your friends in skee ball or, whatever, like stick hockey. Yeah, like air hockey,
buddy.
any of that kind of stuff. I love that. I could spend 4 hours at an arcade like that just trying to whoop my friends at any game I play.
Are they target-rich environments?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. And some of them will do like different theme nights and stuff.
Okay.
Where it's kind of like more inviting to trying to get more people out and get different types of people out, kind of come out of their shell and have some fun, have a few drinks or whatnot.
Okay.
And it's really hard to get into some of those places at those times because there's, as you kind of alluded to, there's a lot of people on a mission.
Yeah.
So I just like to pick a Friday or a Saturday night where there's not really anything going on, so I know I can actually get in the door.
There's a difference, absolutely.
Yeah, because some of those parties that they do and stuff, it's like you got to get in the second they open RSVPs on a website, and if you don't, you're screwed. So, because I've tried that. I know like Cidercade has done like those stoplight parties where it's like depending on the wristband you have or the color cup you have, that tells your availability to everybody in the building.
Oh, they got like singles things at these singles parties at these games?
Yeah.
Paige and Carter Freeman. Hello.
So you can show up with somebody, and if you have a red cup, that means hey, stay away.
Yeah.
If you have a yellow cup, that means there's something there, but I could be swayed. You know?
Oh, wow.
And then green means I'm open for business. So, yeah.
What's the side piece color?
Yellow. That would be the color. That's like, hey, there's technically something going on here, but
situation.
yeah, there's a situation going on, but there's no titles.
But I'm open.
Or the easy way to put it, it's complicated.
Yeah,
it's complicated. Yeah. So
Well,
I've
I
seen
love the complicated
I think it was actually Blake Elliott who tried to get me to go to one of those, and then we went to the website and they were booked. They were like, nope, not a single slot open. You gotta walk up and see if maybe there's some spots open.
Are you as sold on Blake's wingman skills as he purports them to be?
Yes, because I've experienced it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shout out to our boy Blake Elliott.
Yeah, and he still tells the story like I'm the villain in the situation because he got himself kicked out of a bar after he set me up with somebody.
Oh, we got kicked out at the but he was not accosting the and you know, look, there's not a hurtful bone in Blake Elliott's body. Let's make that clear. But he had said something about, kind of questioning the person's work ethic.
Yeah.
To that effect?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, his ego got involved, and then the bigger ego of the bartender got involved. Yeah, and this was with no drinks in his system whatsoever.
Right.
This was
Blake
just
doesn't
Blake
need
Elliott
drinks.
being Blake
No,
Elliott.
sir. No, sir.
Yeah, and I understand why he wanted to go to one of those scenes, but I do love the arcade scene when I'm
Okay.
hanging out with friends, or even if it's like mini golf or something. I need something that I can be like unreasonably competitive.
What's your go-to arcade game that if I told you, hey, you're going to get the 10 out of here, but you got to win this game, it will be?
Ooh. Give me stick hockey.
Okay.
Not air hockey, stick hockey.
What is
Like
stick hockey?
Like the old school, it's got a big dome over it, and it's kind of like foosball, but with hockey players. Oh. It's a lot more complicated than foosball.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I can get some work done with stick hockey.
Okay.
I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah, there was a time that foosball would be it. My uncle was a big time, like, he was
You
playing.
spin it?
Can't. That's against the rules.
See, what's the deal?
But I learned how to roll it.
Yeah.
Down the
That's
to
the key,
forearm.
right? Yeah.
Pop. And then I was so he brought a Texas tornado or a tornado foosball table to me.
Okay.
I had it in the apartment. We did nothing but play. Like that was everybody would come to our apartment and party because we had a building with nobody else in it but us. We lived on the 3rd floor. Loud. All right. Had a great time. And we played all night long.
Did you live in like a Section 8 condemned apartment building? What do you mean there was nobody else in there?
No, it was a new build, and so they weren't full yet. And so we asked for a discount on the price, and they said if you stay in that building, 3rd floor, and we were like, deal. So we got really good. So there was a time, but I would probably go with NBA Jam.
Is it the shoes?
Yeah, it would be NBA Jam. That would be the game that I would be like, I got this.
Okay,
and I'm leaving with Adrian.
Nice.
Because she's a 10.
Look at you. I'll tell you what. This guy is happily married.
Here's the thing, though. Being happily married, I don't go out with the boys as much as I used to.
We got 3 kids,
and we
man.
play Call of Duty. So that's the thing. But if we do, we just wind up at somebody's house and go to the pool.
Dude,
and
that's what we
drink in the pool.
Sage.
Yeah, drink in the pool. That's usually the way that we rock.
If you leave your house, I'm counting it. So
okay,
that's a valid
I leave
answer.
the house, go to my buddy's house, hang out in his pool.
That's definitely.
And then get a ride home safe.
Yeah, exactly.
Or
Like
sleep on this couch.
A little kickback scene. It doesn't hurt anybody. I like it.
No, it doesn't.
No.
What do I do for going out? I really don't go out. That's the problem.
Yeah, me and Blake will change to that.
I do nighttime radio. And so now I will go out. Now, look, and to your point, Alec, you know this. I have gone out with Blake a handful of times.
Oh, it's already happened?
Well, but here's the thing: I don't drink,
so the level of tomfoolery is only so much, right? I mean, we've gone to where have we gone to? Ojos Locos, not a target-rich environment. Okay, not a target-rich environment.
Depends on the day.
Yeah, but here's the problem: you're not pulling waitresses.
No,
Especially
they're
not
there
at
to
my
make money.
age.
Yeah. They're
Not
there
at
to make
my
money.
age. Okay. That's the problem. Look,
They're working you for a tip.
Exactly.
Look, they absolutely are. Me and Blake went there a couple weeks ago, right after a show, and dude next to us is probably 60. All right. But see, difference was me and Blake are eating quesadillas and drinking tea. This dude's over here pounding Dos Equis. All right. My man's over here got old girl with the BBL blinging out the back. All right. Just staring through his phone. You know what I'm saying? I told Blake, I said, we can't compete with that. We can't compete with
So
that.
just bring the Patron bottle and set it on the table.
I mean,
At that point, you may as well.
might as well. So yeah, I did. And real quick, nerd thing. Like last night, my son's in town. We went to the gym. We hung out at the gym. We worked out.
I've done that before, though.
I'll tell you,
right?
It's kind of fun.
I'll tell you
It
something, though, Fred.
absolutely is.
Here's a place that I suggest to you. Friday, Saturday night. Legacy Hall area.
Okay.
You've been over to the Legacy Hall.
I don't
area.
even know what Legacy Hall is.
Legacy Hall near the Star. It's near the Star.
Okay,
So it's in that area. And this is what happened a few years ago on soda, as lean as I'd been in years. All right. Fantastic work by me. And my wife and I go out for our anniversary dinner.
Yeah.
And this is what, like, Adrian and I, we go out. We'll go out to have drinks and go somewhere. We go out. We're having, she leaves and goes to the restroom. I'm at the bar by myself. I said, give me some of that Colonel Taylor's there. Two girls show up, sit down next to me, and they look at me and they say, hey,
Who you here with, big boy?
have you ever, would you come dance for us? And I was like, what do you mean dance? And they said, well, we're a bachelorette party and we need somebody to, and you look great. And I was like,
wow,
this is the greatest compliment I've ever gotten. And then I started laughing and remember my wife is there.
Yeah.
And I was
For
like,
a second, though.
and that's when I was like, by the way,
were you not wearing the wedding ring?
Yeah, I was. But I was like, this is my wife and I think it was our 12th anniversary.
Yeah.
And they were like, that is so cute. And I was like, yeah, so
And you wanted to
unfortunately
see
I
13.
can't. Yeah, I wanted to see 13. Hey, we're at 19 now, I believe. So I wanted to see here. And then I told my wife and she laughed. And I was like, damn, that hurts, a little bit. But Legacy Hall is a pretty little area that's kind of popping.
Have you guys been to that time machine place? What was that time machine
The
place?
Magic Time Machine?
Yeah, that Kevin was talking about.
It's the same as it always was. It is a time capsule, is what I remember.
I need to check this
It
place
hasn't
out.
changed. But yeah, that I would say Legacy Hall is a good area to slip through. Just go check it out for a minute and on a Friday or a Saturday night.
Let's see. From the 512, a round of golf with the boys, then everybody's families meet up afterwards for some barbecue in the pool. I like
Wholesome
that.
fun.
It's very wholesome. From the 214, a Rangers game. That's always great with the buddies. Whenever, like, a lot of my friends are still in college, so whenever we get everybody in town, we try to make an effort to get out to a Ranger game as a group and then go hang out at Texas Live after. That's always my favorite.
Aren't you kind of a karaoke guy, though, too?
Yeah, I haven't done it in years, though. Because my friends are lame, man. Like, anytime I pitch the idea, there's like 3 people that are in, and then the other, like 8 that we invite are like, I'm 50-50. And then it's like, okay, that means you're too scared.
Yeah.
Like, come on. Just have a couple, whiskey cokes, and you'll be okay. Nobody's here to judge. We're here to have
it's
fun.
karaoke, dude.
We're
Come
here
on.
to have fun. So I do like the Rangers game suggestion there. I like this from the 214. They're going to see Fantastic Four tonight with their brother. I still need to see that. I'm so behind on movies and stuff. It's bad.
There's a Studio Movie Grill does something where people with disabilities can come watch for free, like on Saturday morning. And Lucy and Adrian and Avery went to go see it. I had to take Carter to go do some stuff, but they went to go see it. And Avery loved it. Adrian said it was good. And Lucy spoiled it for me. She told me what happened at the very end. And I was like, well, appreciate that.
Well.
But they all liked it. That is another thing. I like to go to Studio Movie Grill. I love the fact that I can
There
get
you
a
go.
meal
That
and a
sounds like a
movie
dad thing
all
today.
in one spot. It's great. And they serve Petticolas Velvet Hammers there.
Only
So
you
I'm
could
already
fall
always
asleep.
good with
Then
that.
you'd be good.
Yeah. Big Velvet Hammer guy. And guys, I have an insane idea that would never happen, but this is courtesy of Bill Simmons on the Bill Simmons podcast, appropriately named there. So over the weekend, WWE had their second biggest pay-per-view of the year, SummerSlam, the first ever 2-night SummerSlam out at MetLife in New York. And Bill Simmons, a big wrestling guy too, outside of the regular pro sports, he watched it. And night one, just to make it brief, Seth Rollins pulled off the dupe of the century where he faked a catastrophic knee injury.
Oh, wow.
At Saturday night's main event, he was spotted in public on crutches and a big brace. He went and actually got MRIs done at their company doctor's office, like legit and everything. And he sold this kayfabe. He kept it alive, and to the point where he even told his daughter, like, I'm hurt, I'm going to be out for a while. And she immediately went and told her preschool teacher, hey, my dad is faking an injury. So she spoiled that for the preschool teacher, but he was faking this so he could surprise everybody at SummerSlam take off the knee brace, throw the crutches away, cash in his contract for the world title match, and win the world title on spot after duping everybody. He's had numerous knee injuries before. So everybody thought it was real that he tweaked his knee again. So Bill Simmons had a bit of an idea of how this could translate to pro sports.
It was the best injury swerve I've ever seen in my life. And it made me think, I just wish this could happen in other sports where, I tweeted this and then people were like, this did happen with Paul Pierce in 2008 when you got hurt in the wheelchair. And I was like, all right, I didn't really even come back for that. But it would be funny. I guess teams do this with football injuries where they either hide how hurt somebody is but it would be great if somebody was just supposed to miss the game and then all of a sudden showed up. Like some playoff game. It's like, Josh Allen, he's out. He's been scratched. He's going to be the third quarterback. And then he just runs out 100% healthy and just with the other team. I loved it. I love the Rollins thing. WWE is having a really, really strong comeback year from a storytelling standpoint, even though it's doing well for.
So I think that idea is amazing just because the situation he gave. Imagine a Bills, and for Fred's sake here, a Bills-Chiefs playoff game. Josh Allen, he's done for. He's not playing. We're going to make him the emergency third quarterback. And then they go for the coin toss, and he comes running out. He has some music that hits, and he just runs right to midfield, and he says, nope, gotcha. I'm playing. And then they win the game. So I know it would never happen, but wouldn't that be amazing just to see? And I saw somebody followed up with a tweet to his idea. They said, imagine the trade deadline, but nobody is allowed to report the trades. So the only time you find out that a player gets moved is when they come out in their new jersey.
Yeah.
That would be even crazier.
Yeah, that would be chaos.
And that would be the most pro wrestling thing ever.
Must-see kind of stuff, too. Great stuff there, Alec Medford. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. How many quarterbacks do the Browns actually need? Next on the Fan.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece, all 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors alongside Fred Davis. We got Alec Medford hanging out with us as well, and it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Dip it and rip it, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot going on this week and this weekend with the NFL as we get moving into the first preseason games. I know the Hall of Fame game happened. I don't count that one, Fred. That's not something I count. But these preseason games that are going to be rolling here are going to get some good ideas of what some of these teams are doing and what some teams aren't doing, because Joe Burrow going to play. Zach Taylor said, "Hey, we gotta get him out on the field. He and the receivers need to be out there." You go back and look at what their last 3 Septembers, they've been terrible. And so, hey, let's get him out there. Let's get him some reps, because we need to be ready for game 1 this year, not trying to play catch up. And if you watch receiver, I don't know if you've gotten your eyes on that yet, or not receiver, quarterback. Joe Burrow talks a lot about that and how frustrating it is, because they know they're good, but they waste so much time early in the season trying to get it back together. So that's one of the reasons I asked Mickey about Dak. They have work to do.
Oh, they absolutely do.
Dak Prescott and George Pickens need to be able to be in full pads against opponents that aren't the Cowboys, and a joint practice is fine, but joint practice is very much detailed and lined up. What happens whenever everybody's plans are all out there and nobody knows what's going on? We need some moments like that.
Yeah, no, once you get off schedule, I mean, let's call it what it is. I think I heard a stat years ago where I think most plays break down within the first, 2 seconds of a play. So, how much can a quarterback improvise, go off schedule, what have you, to your point. And again, whether it's a couple series, no one's expecting him to play a whole half, because as we talked about a little bit yesterday, you're only going to play maybe a quarter in the first game, maybe a half in the second game, and that's it. So you're going to get essentially 6-7 series max going into an NFL season of live football action. I think that's a big reason why the NFL nowadays, those first 2 or 3 games of the first 2-3 weeks of the NFL season is basically an extension of the preseason now, because you got guys that they haven't hit, tackling's usually not that good, and offense is kind of a little wonky because, again, you're not seeing real live football action from your ones.
Yeah, you can't get the real scrimmage type environment in real life. You can't get that real stuff. I do wonder too. I'm sure the Staubachs, the Aikmans, those generations look at these guys, and is pansy a bad word? Is that? I'm sure they look at it and they go, "What a bunch of pansies! They're not playing any preseason games." The owners are like, "I'm saving myself millions of dollars wasted by not having them play in these preseason games. It's a waste." Also, the owners don't want the games; they want real games.
Right?
They want to have a longer season, 18, 20 games. Jerry said that multiple times. So I don't know what's right, though, because it seems like the old way worked for the physicality of the NFL season.
It did.
The line is, football doesn't make tough people. Tough people play football.
Yeah.
And you walk in and play tough games, and some guys used to play tough games in the preseason just to make teams, that was pride for them. I don't know what's right. But it just does seem like you have a sloppier football early in the season because you waste your time with the preseason saying,
plus you have no two-a-days
for the
anymore.
Backup guys.
No more 2 days, right? Where, guys were hitting twice a day for 2-3 weeks of the preseason, and we're playing 4 preseason games.
Yeah. The Cleveland Browns have added yet another notable name to their quarterback room, Tyler Huntley. Former Pro Bowl quarterback. Yep,
Pro Bowler Tyler Huntley.
He is 27. He spent last training camp with Cleveland before failing to make their roster. Injuries to Kenny Pickett, Dylan Gabriel, and Shedeur Sanders have all kind of put them in a weird situation. Pickett missed 3 practices before coming back on Saturday, limited capacity.
Right.
Sanders didn't participate in team drills this Saturday due to arm soreness. But he was back on practice on Monday.
Yesterday, wasn't he?
Gabriel was limited on Monday as he was dealing with hamstring tightness. And then Joe Flacco's old. So that happens to be one of those things that they're doing. How many quarterbacks will run through Cleveland before the end of this season?
I mean, what are you bringing Huntley back for to begin with? I mean, why? I mean, regardless of whether these guys are banged up or not, I mean, you've already got 4 of them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and arm soreness. I mean, Shedeur Sanders has been playing football his entire life. When did his arm? I mean, he's not throwing 100-mile-per-hour, rehab sessions.
Do you think they throw more reps in the NFL than they do in college practices? And I'm very curious about this.
I don't think so. I mean, look, especially when you're in Colorado, my guess is he was taking the majority of the snaps. It's not like Deion had whoever. I mean, gun to your head, could you even name another player besides Travis Hunter and Shedeur?
Shiloh Sanders.
Shiloh.
So yeah, one other one. Another thing too, though, is maybe he is throwing a little harder than he was in college, because
now that
in college I could see. He knew his guys are beating whoever the cornerbacks are. He's probably
tighter
tossing.
windows.
Yeah, and he's probably adrenaline. You're out here trying to prove that you're not
no Myles Garrett in the Big 12.
You're not hey, this guy could have been undrafted. I'm not that. I'm actually I could be a starter in the NFL, and I got to show that not only my team but my coaches that I can do that. So maybe that's it, but I don't know. It just feels like they're going to have a lot of names run through there because it's Cleveland and they never know exactly what they're going to do.
That just seems like a really dysfunctional. I mean, we already knew it was kind of a dysfunctional situation already, and of course, you can't even include Deshaun because he's got the whole Achilles thing going on. But I mean, I'm guessing it's got to be strictly a camp body.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Right?
That's definitely the thing there. But I think it's always funny to keep track of the amount of quarterbacks because. We've seen 60 of them since like 2000, and so I always feel like we're just adding to the list. One of the most intriguing stories of the offseason and continually as we go forward is going to be and will continue to be Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
Travis Hunter, because of the two-way starter option. Mm-hmm. He could be a two-way star. And Liam Cohen discussed with Rich Eisen, he said ultimately for him, it's going to come down offensively and defensively. We've done more offense because that's where more of the development was necessary. And that makes sense, right? He needs to learn routes. He needs to learn what the nuances of our offense. On defense, he needs to learn how to shut down a guy. We don't necessarily,
that's a tall order, dude.
Yeah, we don't necessarily need him to do this, but he said it is absolutely going to happen. That Travis Hunter will absolutely get not just the first reps on the depth chart, but he will absolutely be playing both ways on the field.
I mean, look, we got Good Morning Football on in the studio here, and Liam Cohen's talking about how he thinks there's a viable chance or plausible chance that Travis Hunter can be in the conversation for offensive and defensive rookie of the year. If he's able to do in the NFL what he did in college, I just think that speaks to what a freakish athlete, and we talk about, I mean, look, we know you got to be a freak to be in the NFL to begin with, but if this dude's able to play at the same level in college and do so in the NFL, we forget Deion, and I like Deion as much as the next guy, but that's we've never seen anything even remotely close to that.
What's in it for him? He's not going to. We look at Shohei. Shohei should be paid more than anybody because he does two things,
and he is.
But he still, I mean, he can, like, Soto's contract comes up and you're like, like he just hits.
Yeah.
But so what's in it for him other than, that dude's different? And whenever a Hall of Fame comes up, maybe that's the other thing. But, that guy's different because he does both things. I think it's just going to get him more attention. And I think
definitely get him more money.
Yeah. You think so?
Oh.
I think if you're a great cornerback, you're going to get paid.
Corner and wide receiver, though? I mean, look, now you go from being a $30 million. Now you're talking about possibly quarterback money.
You're not getting paid double, though. They're not going to pay.
You're going to be.
You could change the market.
You're going to be in your own market.
Yeah.
There's nobody that does what he does. I mean, and look, that's a phenomenal point. I mean, look, we've never seen that conversation be had where, okay, I'm paying you to be both a number one wide receiver and a number one cornerback. Now, the question is, how long will he be able to do it for when that first contract comes up? But hey, if he's and we're going to find out this year of what this guy can do. As again, on both sides of the ball, because then the other part of it is too is if you're an offense, if you're CJ Stroud and he's trying to lock up Nico Collins, okay, and by the way, you just got off offense and you just got done playing offense, I'm probably going at you.
Yeah.
On the next series.
Yeah.
Because they talk about it when guys come off kickoffs. You go after somebody like that. Imagine playing the entire series previous to. So kickoff's one thing. Now I'm going to go at you after playing an entire series. So this is one of those stories that sounds good right now in training camp, and it looks fun and it's great on Madden. We will find out. And again, it gives us one more reason to watch Jacksonville.
Oh, for sure, right there, for sure. And another reason to watch the Vikings. JJ McCarthy will be playing in the preseason opener.
Oh, he's got to.
And that is important too. I just want to see, I want my eyes on it, because this team with Brian Flores as their DC, the talent they have on defense, maybe the best receiver in the game. If he can be good, they are going to be a contender. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time to discuss this Rangers team. Have you already made up your mind on what this Rangers team is, or do you believe they're going to figure it out? And was last night the turning point? We do it next on The Fan.
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers get at it tonight. Will Warren on the mound for the New York Yankees. And you will have Nathan Eovaldi, the July pitcher of the month for the American League, on the hill for the Rangers out there. And here's something I need out of y'all. I need Rangers fans to cover up the Yankees fans tonight. Did you hear last night? By the way, Paul Goldschmidt, whatever, bro, he crushed that one. He looked like he knew that pitch too.
Hey,
that one it hit off it hit off the wall at the second level, and I was like, oh, but you heard the Yankees fans erupt in that stadium, and I know there were some comments about it last night as well. I need Rangers fans louder, and that's not me saying y'all weren't good last night. I'm just saying I want more. And I don't think there's a problem with wanting more out of you guys because
you got to allow with that Joc Pederson hit.
If we want to make that run, if we want to go to that next place, we all got to invest in this thing now. So Rangers fans, they gave you a reason last night. Give them a reason tonight. That's all I'm asking out of you. But that does come down to this question that I'm asking, and that is,
yes,
do you believe that this team will figure it out? Have you already made your mind up of what this team is? Do you think last night was a turning point? Last night I was texting back and forth with somebody from the Rangers front office. And we were kind of talking about Corey Seager, and Seager had a couple moments last night where he's swinging at low pitches, and I was like, that's not him. And then there was a curveball that Fried threw at him that he just looked foolish on. And the person was like, that's not like Seager does. It's very rare that he looks that way. And I said, he's going to find it. They're all going to find it at just the right time. I believe it. And I do. And then guess what? Josh Jung shoves it in my face from yesterday's tease about the discussion. And Joc Pederson shoves it in all of our faces based on yesterday's discussion. And everybody's kind of boiling pot point with him.
I'm not going to allow him to shove it in my face just yet.
All right.
Because it's one game. Okay, now you do this, if you become a viable member of the lineup, then you can shove it in all the faces you want.
Every face.
Okay, all the faces get the Joc Pederson treatment at that point. So, I mean, look, you're in it to win it right now, right? You're in the throes of a wild card run. You're in the throes of a divisional run. Now, again, the wild card aspect of it is far more attainable right now, and you're definitely much more in the hunt of that than you are the AL wild card. But again, this is an Astros team that, a month ago looked like the best team in baseball.
Right.
Swept the Dodgers in LA and put belt to butt doing it. Since then, they've looked quite mortal. In fact, I want to say they're 2-8 or something like that in their last 10 games. So, and again, you're this Rangers team who, oh, by the way, doesn't have to play the Seattle Mariners anymore. Which, again, if you face them in the playoffs, that's a conversation we can have come September, early October. We'll live with that. But no, I am sold on this Texas Rangers team. I do want to. Corey Seager's going to be fine. I'm not worried about Corey Seager. I would like to see Jake Burger get back in the lineup sooner rather than later because, again, if this tandem of Jake Burger and Joc Pederson is going to be and Rowdy Tellez, God bless him, but, I mean, there's a reason why he's been on 4 different teams in 8 years.
Yep.
All right? Mm-hmm. Brisket Sandoz notwithstanding, this is kind of who he is. 1 home run every, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? All right, you'll live with that. Unfortunately, if you have to live with that, then you're in a different conversation. But I have faith in Adolis. I have faith in Simeon. I have faith in Seager. But the Youngs, the Himes, and the Peterson/Burgers of the world are going to be what determines whether or not this team makes a deep playoff run or gets in the playoffs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's where I think because somebody said they believe, but 2 through 4 has to wake up.
Yes. No, I don't disagree. I mean, you'd like to see them because they were hot. I mean, Simeon was money in June.
And last night, 0 for 5 for Seager.
Yeah.
The only reason he scored the run, because he has 1 run he was the ghost runner, or the zombie runner on second base in the 10th inning last night. 0 for 5 from Simeon, 0 for 5 from Garcia. What you got last night was you got output from Wyatt Langford, Josh Jung, Ezekiel Duran.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Joc Pederson obviously had the home run that mattered so much because you can't get to the 10th inning without that.
Him.
And, man, by the way, For me, there's a little bit of Babe Ruth in his swing. It looks like he just swings it from his belly button and just kind of, and that's how. Like I don't know.
Herculean praise by you.
Is it? I'm not saying he's Babe Ruth.
I mean, that's what it sounds
I'm
like
just
to
saying,
me.
if you ever watched Babe Ruth swing, because of the way his body was built, he had to swing a certain way, and there's a little bit of that to it. That's what I'm saying, and he crushed it.
He did.
But last night,
he really did.
You got from 5, 6, 7, and 9 was where you got your most work last night, and actually 5, 6, and 9. Josh Smith did a little bit. Jonah Heim did a little bit. Those little dinkers that get through, those little hard hit ground balls that get through, those are just as good as a line shot single out into the outfield. Something that gets a runner on, something that gets a runner over. And that's where the Rangers have been struggling so much most of the season, but they're finding those moments where they can get runners on, move them over. You just if your other three in the middle of the heart of your order are doing damage, then these guys, they can add to it, and then you're getting what you were asking for, Fred. Then you're getting those double-digit blowouts that really make you feel confident walking around crotch first.
But don't you agree, though? This is the difference with this Rangers team in the first week of August versus the last week of May or first week of June, where if Corey Seager, Adolis, and Simeon went 0 for 15 in late May, early June, that's an L. Mm-hmm. That's an L all day, every day. Yeah. Whereas now you are getting, because that's the thing about baseball, and that's one thing I always say about when you want a team that, like me being a Jayhawk, if a team's gonna make a run in the tournament in March, you got to have a third and fourth guy. On nights when your 1A and 1B alpha dogs are shooting 2 for 12 that night, who's that third and fourth guy that comes out of nowhere and gives you 15 and puts you over the top, right? Like every championship team has that one or two guys that come out of nowhere and score.
And Josh Jung has to be that guy.
Josh Jung has to be that guy. Joc Pederson had to be that guy, right? To your point,
Ezekiel Duran.
Ezekiel Duran had to be that guy last night. Kyle Higashioka has been that guy several different times in the bottom half of the order, right? Yep. So you need to have consistency. Again, when the Astros took care of the Dodgers a few weeks ago, there was one game where their 1 through 5 guys I think went like 2 for 12, 2 for 13 or something crazy like that in the first 3 innings, but yet your 6 through 9 guys were like 6 of 7 or something crazy like that and had 2 home runs. So that's what it takes offensively if you're going to have a team that's going to make a run come September, October.
There was a couple moments last night. Patrick Corbin had to walk Giancarlo Stanton, formerly Mike Stanton, because
he can't walk, right?
He got runners on. Yeah, he can't walk. Is that what
the deal is?
His body's broken down, man. I don't know exactly.
That fell off.
Just quick. Muscles don't, But last night they had to intentionally walk it, and they were able to get out of situations because you don't want to pitch to that guy, honestly. Like
he can still hit.
You saw what he did. He had a line drive that was maybe 30 feet off the ground, dead center.
He can't run, but he can hit.
And so last night there was a lot. Like Yankees fans today are losing their damn minds because you walked a guy to get to the guy that hit the home run on you last night.
Yeah.
And that is, I think they did the right thing last night. You put yourself in a situation where you can have a force out at any bag. Wyatt Langford was already 2 for 3 at that point in the night. He was getting on. He had a double. He's doing the things that Wyatt Langford we expect him to do. And the Yankees were like, we got a runner on second. I know Corey Seager isn't going to score from second. I know that's not going to happen unless it's deepest or a home run. Unless it's the deepest part of the outfield and it rolls around, he's not pushing it. But when you put him on, now again, you have force outs, and then Josh Jung gets the pitch. He worked the pitcher over for that pitch. And you saw that last night. Joc Pederson worked the pitcher over for the pitch that he got that he hit out. And that was what the impatience of Rangers hitters early in the season was. I'm going up there. I'm a Ranger. I crush. Every pitch I hit should go out. And now you're starting to see these guys really work pitchers and put themselves in a good position for a play like that. Josh Jung's big problem early was he was impatient. Then when Brett Boone got here, and somebody suggested, by the way, Fred, stop going back to June 7th. Is it June or July? So June 7th?
No, June 7th is the date that people keep throwing out.
Go back to the day that Brett Boone was brought on. and I don't remember exactly what day that is.
I'm just telling you what MLB
I'm giving you an
is
opportunity
saying.
to change it and to twist it and to say, hey, since then.
I'm just telling you, because I heard Choppy say this on the morning show, that since June 7th, the Rangers had the number one offense in baseball.
Yeah. No, and it's...
And look, it's not... I mean, it's a great stat.
Yeah, I love it too.
But
I love knowing that.
I just laugh because it's such an arbitrary date.
And so, again...
Game 2 of that National Series.
But when Brett Boone got here, Josh Jung was one of the first people, and you go back to Evan Grant wrote a story on it. Jared talked about it. When Josh Jung does it, other players do it too.
Yeah.
Because they see this guy who's been an impatient swinger anyway is taking his time, working a pitcher over, getting lots of pitches out of the guy until, hey, I'm going to foul the ball off as many times as I can until you give me the one that I can put over the fence.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what happened last night. And honestly, go back to the World Series season. Rangers did that too. That Adolis walk-off to win in the World Series. What he did against the Astros. He worked pitchers over until he finally got the one that he said, okay, now I can rock this. And so that's what this team has to get back to, the discipline that it takes to be that kind of hitting team. And when they do...
Which they've done against everybody except Seattle.
Because of their pitching, they're going to be dangerous.
I agree.
And so if I'm asking today, 877-881-1053, do you believe in this team? Evaldi's the reason I believe. I believe that, I call him a bulldog. Colby Lewis was a bulldog. I'm going to give you innings. I'm fighting for everything. I'm scrapping for everything. Jacob deGrom's the Lamborghini. Nathan Eovaldi is your Platinum Chevrolet pickup truck.
There you go.
All right, he's the one that's out there giving you tough innings. He's battling for you. You know that everybody can pile into the back of that truck and take off with him. And so because he's on this team, that's why I still believe. And tonight, I think we're going to get another episode of that.
I believe because of Bochy. I believe because of Bruce Bochy. Again, every other year, he's shown it time and time again. This is what he does. He wins World Series, and he just knows. You talked about it in the first hour of the program. He just knows how to relate to players. He knows how to push buttons, and not in a negative way, but where to put people. And I know a lot of people were complaining, why is Joc Pederson in the fifth hole, this, that, and the other? The bottom line is this. While Joc Pederson, and yes, I'm sure all the fans can ask all the questions in the world, why is he pitching, or why is he in the fifth hole in the lineup? In Bochy we trust, all right? Because guys are not questioning. They understand the method to Bochy's madness. Bochy is going to give you the opportunity to get out of your funk, and if you don't get out of your funk, you can't walk away saying to yourself, well, look, I was just starting to get into a rhythm, and then he yanked me out. No. He's going to give you a shot, and you saw it, and guess what? You saw it pay off last night.
From the 972, Haggerty, Higgy, Duran starting to hit like we need them to. From the 945, still wildly shocked we're this far above 500 when most of the season we were on the cusp of giving up on the season for months. That's from Bailey the Bird. From the 214, in August, the time for a turnaround has passed. This Rangers team is what it is at this point. We can get 100% get excited about nights like last night, but don't let them fool you. And then from the 682, I never saw Babe Ruth because I didn't have Victory Plus back then.
That's a good point.
Yeah, and there's not a confirmation that if you have Victory Plus, it's going to be beneficial. Although I do have a strategy for you, Fred.
It was good last night.
Unplug your TV for 2 minutes.
I've heard
Let it hard boot, and then get the refresher going.
The TV
right there.
or the router?
The TV. Let the TV hard boot, hard reboot. That's what I've done this before. I'm not guaranteeing it's going to work, but sometimes you just it's a smart TV.
Yeah,
it's like your computer. It's got some cache going on. It's got some stuff built up. You just need to refresh it. So
I mean, it's funny. It doesn't do that for any of my other apps, though. I'm just saying.
From the 817, unfortunately, I do not believe in this team. The offense too inconsistent. They've shown what they are, unfortunately. And then from the 254, absolutely, I believe that we have a nasty lineup with most dangerous pitching staff. They look like they're returning to fundamental baseball again. And that's, hey, man, I love it. We're split right now. Yeah. Hopefully by the end of the season, we'll all be together on this. And hopefully tonight, Rangers fans will be lighting that place up. And Yankees fans will be like, why did we even show up in here? Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for Fair or Foul with Fred Davis.
Hey there, folks.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's for Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay,
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get into fair or foul in just a minute. Also, what was the biggest dream moment of your sports career? We'll get to that coming up in about 20 minutes here. But before we do, Thursday, that is this Thursday, Jake 7910 State Highway 78 in Saxe. That is your first opportunity to join Fan Phenom. Get your chance to stand in front of the boss, deliver your takes. I don't think it's just takes. I think it's personality. Show all the things that you got. Be you. Don't try to be somebody that you're not. Boss is going to see right through that. I'll tell you this. Grego once told me, he said, Corey, if you aren't authentic, the audience will see right through it.
No, 100%.
If you aren't who you are, the audience is going to know it, and they'll never trust you again. And that was a really good piece of advice from him, and I always appreciated that one. So if you're going to do this Fan Phenom this Thursday, 7910 State Highway 78 in Saxe, then you need to be you. And also, we'll be out at Jake's off of Marsh Lane and Walnut Hill on Friday. Myself and Fred will be out there partying with you, so come out there, have some good burgers and drinks as well. But right now, it's time to do some Fair or Foul featuring superstar Fred Davis.
I appreciate that, Mr. Corey Majors. You guys know what that music means. It's time for a little Fair or Foul. I am going to read a story and or tell a personal vignette, and we will decide whether or not it is fair or foul. We're going to do a little audio edition. Audio from Corey Majors' all-time favorite sports radio host. Yes, that's right, Mr. Colin Cowherd. Now, have you shared that story on air?
It's been a while.
Okay.
I was during the Super Bowl that was here in Dallas. I was a showrunner for SB Nation and Colin Cowherd's show. They hired a bunch of freelancers to do stuff, and I just graduated. And I'm in there, and he has Tony Romo coming on the show. The director, producer tells me, I need you to get a sound check pull his microphone down in front of his mouth. And I go over and I'm like, Tony, can we pull that down? He's like, yeah, sure. Yeah. He does it. Immediately takes the headset and puts it back up. Microphone's gone. They said, we didn't get the sound. Can you go back and get one more? Can you please get the sound check? I said, yeah, sure. I step in. I say, Tony, can we get this right here? And Colin Cowherd goes, like, we're not going to get an effing sound check from Tony effing Romo. We're going to be effing fine. At which point I was like, I'm just trying to do my job, you a-hole.
Yeah.
And I've never liked him since then. That was a bad experience.
I get it.
And I didn't appreciate it. And
Nor should you have.
And so that was that. So I've always felt that way. Whenever I hear Colin Cowherd, I'm just like, he might have the best take in the world.
So this is going to be foul from Corey no matter what
Probably
he says.
so.
Unless he says Corey Majors is the greatest broadcaster of all time.
Yes.
Which, look, I would have sent that audio to you ahead of time and let you know that. But because I didn't, you know that's not what he's going to say here. So this is Colin Cowherd. And look, Colin Cowherd's at that age. He doesn't care what he says anymore. He'll say inflammatory stuff. And I'm not convinced that he believes half of what he says anymore. All right? That said, this was Colin Cowherd on his show yesterday talking about our very own Brian Schottenheimer and the way he wears his visor.
You know, I don't like backward hats. What's worse is a backward visor. That's a 2-win team. I'm taking away 4 wins. So when you sit in front of a podium, you're representing the Cowboys, you're representing Bank of America, you're representing a $12 billion corporation. I think you got to do better as a head coach than a visor backwards. There's a reason at country clubs and private clubs, you have to wear collared shirts and jackets. There's a reason for that. Why? Like, there's a standard. I don't want to look like a guy that's here to move my couch. Like, I want you to do better than that. That's awful. That is so bad.
Okay. As somebody who wears his hat backwards from time to time, I have zero issue with this. And here's there's a time and a place. All right. Number one, when it comes to when you go with the hat backwards. All right. And one of the things that we've loved, first of all, I'm a Brian Schottenheimer guy, so that obviously bias involved there.
This is true.
And I've made it clear. I've made it clear since the Cowboys hired Brian Schottenheimer.
I like the guy.
He has grown on me.
I like him a lot.
All right. I had questions about him as an offensive coordinator, and I still do. I think we're all...
We haven't seen a game yet.
We have not seen a game yet, and let's be real. It's not like we knew... it wasn't like he was a innovative offensive mind as an offensive coordinator. All right. I mean, that much is fair, and I think there's a lot to be said about what will this offense look like. Yes, is he great at all the other stuff? Is he great at the team building and the camaraderie and the culture and da? Sure. Bringing it back to the backwards hat. Shoddy is about as genuine as the day is long. Like, there's nothing that we've seen from him. You guys were in Oxnard. You've talked to him. Yep. All right. And I'll tell you what, one thing, and I'm a big believer in, the old saying, success leaves clues. All right. I think being genuine leaves clues. All right. Little things that you're going to do that suggest, okay, this guy's real. When you guys asked him to drop his favorite play, yeah, and he drew up that play when they scored a touchdown when he was with the Jets, and he said, this was one of my dad's plays, and we won the game as a result of that. Okay?
And he was petty because it was the team it was against. I love that too.
Right? But the thing was, he grabbed it, he did it, he drew the play up for you guys real quick, and he went from being interview mode to, you got to see, like, this was real. You got to take it. We all got to see a peek behind the curtain of, this is the real Brian Schottenheimer right here.
Yep.
Okay? Like, this is real football 101 here. That said, when he's got his visor on backwards, like, you're coaching, man. Like, you're in the throes of it. And again, this is not. It's one thing if it's Bill Belichick. It's one thing and even if it was Pete Carroll, I don't think anybody would care. But again, you look at who's doing it. I don't think there's anything disingenuous about when he wears his visor backwards. Now, game day, when you need to be suited and booted, I need to see you ready to go. I need to see your hat forward, okay? Like, I need to see you locked in. That's not there's something to be said about when you roll your sleeves up and it's time to go on practice Monday through Friday when we're getting after it versus, okay, it's game day. Let's look. You look good, you play good type deal.
Yeah, you might roll the sleeves up in fourth quarter.
Right.
Like, that's a possibility.
Okay,
but I
and he's got to
agree
kind of cock to the side a little bit because he's getting knee deep in some stuff, and that's one thing. All right, but Shoddy getting after it, rocking the hat, the visor backwards, I think is what am I trying to say here? Is in cahoots or speaks to what this guy is and how he's gone about handling his business. I say it's fair. I think it's going to be just fine. And if anything, I just think it's really more so shows and goes along with who this guy actually is.
Yeah, There's a lot of different things to discuss here.
Sure.
Because you're seeing a split audience right now on the fan text.
Oh, I bet.
On no grown man should be wearing his hat backwards. You look like a straight up dumbass.
Your boy Kevin called me out the first day I did a show with him.
For wearing your hat backwards?
Got your hat on backwards.
Kevin wore his hat backwards. He wore his hat backwards like his whole life. I saw it.
I told him he looked like Big Pun.
Now he doesn't wear a hat anymore. But that's a different thing. He also doesn't wear shorts.
Yeah.
He doesn't wear shorts unless he's on a boat.
Crazy.
He has weird standards.
That's
Kevin
crazy.
does, but his eccentricities are the reason.
That's what we love him. That's what we love about him.
We started wearing our hat backwards. Griffey was the reason that became popular.
I would say that in rap music.
That's definitely a good reason as well. I wore it like that because my hair was messed up and I needed to have something cover my head, but I didn't necessarily need a brim. And so I turned it around. And Griffey, I am never been a visor person. All right,
I'm not a visor guy at all.
Visors, I feel, are golf.
Or Steve
Spurrier. And it really, I don't think you get the same effect when you take your visor off and throw it down at the ground as you do a hat. I don't know why. I just don't think it hits the same way. But I've never been a visor guy. So I don't understand the flipping the visor behind and turning it around. I've never really understood it.
Yeah.
But I have no problem with it. People got ticked off because Tony Romo wore his hat backwards. I guess he never won a Super Bowl, so obviously that's the reason, because he was wearing his hat backwards the whole time. This is generational. It is demographical, I think, as well.
Yes.
I don't know if it's socioeconomic because I don't know exactly where that's.
I think that you could definitely throw that in the mix.
But it definitely is demographical because there are people that are very, dug in on this is how I believe something should be.
Yeah.
And there are other people that are like, everything's fine.
It's fine.
And when it comes to standards at golf courses, they're pretentious and stuck up. All right, that's how I've always felt.
This ain't a golf course.
I'd rather play at a muni anyway, a city golf course where I can have fun with my friends and drink out of a Dixie cup. That's how I've always enjoyed life that way. And I'm perfectly fine with people
Tiger Woods wore his hat backwards sometimes on the course. So you know what? How'd that work out for him?
Somebody said Fred Durst wears his hat backwards so he can reverse and get his truck pulled into a parking spot. I'm learning about this.
It's a fatty right there. It's a fatty.
My hat's backwards right now. I turned it around intentionally, obviously. Let me turn it back around so I can.
But you can pull it off either way.
And you know what? I wear, if it's a fitted hat backwards or a snapback, I don't care.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I don't care at all. And so you're right. When the conversation started, I was already against Colin Cowherd.
You were.
And now even more so.
I will say this. I would have an issue with it on game day. I would have an issue with it on game day.
Oh, here's what I want to know. Is he wearing anything on his head at all on game day?
Oh, he'll wear the visor.
He has fantastic hair.
He does.
No reason to wear it. You're inside. Out there in Oxnard, here's one thing. Your neck's going to get burnt.
Yeah.
You need to put on some sunscreen, but you can turn the hat. The way he wears it, he's covering up his neck. Kevin put a rag under his hat so that he could cover his neck, so his neck didn't get burnt. You saw Broadus take the roster and stick it underneath the headphones.
He has to, though.
Because that dome will get shiny.
That dome will get burnt to a crisp. I'll tell you what, during the break, I will find out. I'll look up some game day photos of Brian Schottenheimer to see if he is a hat guy on game day.
But hold on. He also said they were 2 wins, and he's deducting 4 wins from this team.
He's a 2-win team now. He's taking 4 away.
He's taken 4 away.
So he's got him as a 6-win team
because of a backwards visor. Alex,
so bad.
That is, that's not something that.
I say it's foul that foul. This is his take that he's going to lose. That we're going to lose the locker room and what have you because he's got a backwards visor on during a press conference in spring training.
Absolutely
training camp.
Foul. Absolutely foul. Alec, do you agree? Or you wear hats even with your long hair?
I do.
Do you ever wear your hair down and hat on?
Yeah, that's how I usually rock.
Okay.
It amazed Kevin when I told him that, like, whenever I'm away from work, 90 to 95% of the time the hair is down and I've got a hat on top of it. 90 to 95% of the time. I just have it up because I have in-ears that I take in and out during commercial breaks and whatnot, and I don't want hair getting in my ears. That's why the hair gets tied up. So, yeah, I'm usually a hat guy. So I think this take is ridiculous, like most things he says. And I just wanted to be known also, there's a whole article about it on Awful Announcing that in this same episode of his show that he did, he had a whole Terry McLaurin segment where he got like 5 facts wrong about him. So like most things he says are just generally incorrect, whether it's factual or just opinion based. He's typically just wrong. And like Fred said, he's kind of just at that point where he can say whatever he wants and it doesn't even matter.
Can.
And good for him. That means he's done all the right things leading up to this point. Good for him. I have to be the voice of reason to say, who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares? I care about what happens on the football field. I don't care about a visor. If it's pointing the right way, he could wear it sideways and I'd say, cool. I don't care. As long as he's saying the right things, doing the right things, and winning football games, what does it matter to me? It does not affect me whatsoever.
From the 903, Tom Landry would never. They don't even let coaches wear suits anymore for the entire season. Wasn't it like you can wear a suit for one game?
And look, I get it. Tom Landry's a legend here. He would also be 100 years old now. Okay.
That's true.
Okay, my grandpa will be 96 in...
Congratulations.
Let's say the 5th. My grandpa will be 96 in 6 days. Okay, he's running a 5K on Saturday. I was supposed to run with him. I thought it was this past Saturday, not next Saturday. That said, yeah, there's a lot of things that my grandpa does at 96 years old that I wouldn't do.
Is he going to defeat you in this 5K run?
Oh, no, I unfortunately, I can't run in it because I got my times mixed up. But no, come on. He's 96, for God's sake.
Because you're fast or because he's old?
Both.
Okay, all right.
But, I can run a 9-minute mile right now, and I haven't run in over a year.
From the 214, y'all give this guy way too much credit. Schottenheimer, that is. He's totally unproven as a head coach and wins press conferences. I
agreed.
Yeah, I don't think we didn't say that. There's nothing. We haven't said anything that says that this guy is going to win all the games.
Did we not qualify the conversation of that we love what he's done outside of we don't know what we're going to get from him offensively, and he's not known as he's not. And again, that's my if you ask me today on August 5th, what is my biggest concern going into the 2025 Cowboys season? It's not about injuries. It's not about anything on the field. It's Brian Schottenheimer runs an offense like his dad, and we're in week 6, and we're saying to ourselves, why the hell did you trade for George Pickens if you're averaging 150 yards passing a game?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that would be a question that we would definitely be asking at that point. After week 1,
that's my greatest fear.
We still won't know what Schottenheimer is completely because there's going to be more to add to it. Someone for the 214. Belichick wore a cutoff hoodie for crying out loud.
But he wins.
But he won.
That's the difference.
So if Shotty wins,
you could wear a ski mask on the sideline and no one's going to care.
And only a ski mask.
A shiesty.
Guys, one of the things that I didn't get to, fantastic fair or foul there,
Thanks,
Fred.
sir.
I love it. One of the things I didn't get to earlier in Baseball Nuggets, the 5 series to watch this week, according to MLB.com. I love knowing that the Rangers are one of them. However, doesn't it feel like the Rangers are only one of them because of the Yankees? Like it's not the national network. Somebody pointed out the Rangers never get pinned on MLB.com's Twitter or X, if that's what you want to call it. They never get pinned, but as soon as Josh Jung hits a walk-off against the Yankees, first thing right there, we're putting this at the top. And they did post it. They said, hey, look, the Rangers and Yankees series has a lot of things in it that are you have the Yankees swept a 3-game series from the Rangers in Brooklyn or in the Bronx in May. All 3 games were close. The pitching set the tone. Pitching's not the same right now, though. And their hitting's not the same. Can the Rangers continue to gain ground, not on just them, but on Boston? Texas 10-5 since the All-Star break. Make that 11-5 because this was from yesterday. And this series could go a long way towards dictating Texas' postseason fate. And now Aaron Judge coming back. Dude, this might be one of the signature series of all of baseball this week because A, it's the Yankees, and B, the Rangers climbing the mountain right now.
Could it be part of it that, and maybe this is a baseball thing as a whole, but who's the personality
for the Rangers? Team? Josh Jung and Adolis. Quite honestly. I mean, Evaldi actually is fantastic. He just doesn't do interviews. He'd rather be watching his teammates'
but that's the problem.
Yeah.
Okay?
They have a team full of this, and I've heard this from Rangers front office this year at spring training. We have a team full of guys that want to come here, do their work, and go.
And go home.
And not go home, but go home so that they can rest. But yeah, they want to fulfill what they have to do and play baseball. Like, that's it. And so you got a good point there.
I mean, look, Corey Seager isn't giving you any quips.
No, he's not doing any Micah Parsons podcasts.
He's not, okay?
Which I'm pretty cool with.
I'm okay with it. Here's what you got to ask yourself as a fan, okay? Do you want to be that team that's getting – and look, it would be fantastic because here's the thing. You got Bruce Bochy, all right, who got that whole southern drawl and has forgotten more about baseball than we'll ever know, and says great – baseball 101 type stuff and has never said anything that always says the right thing. Mm-hmm. And I always learn something from Bruce Bochy every time I hear him talk about Major League Baseball.
Looks like he might smell of bourbon and pine tar.
Absolutely, right? I mean, he probably has sandalwood, reeks of sandalwood, right? That said, okay, I mean, Jacob deGrom's not a firecracker.
Right.
Okay, here's the other thing.
He won't talk to media.
Won't talk to media, okay? And then you have no closer.
Right.
Usually your closer's kind of like Josh Hader.
A wild card.
Okay? Josh Hader comes in, right? I mean, he's got a fine-ass wife, okay? He's all tatted up on the side of his arm, okay? And he's got that, long hair. Yeah, thank me later. Okay. All right. But they don't have that here, okay? We don't have a closer like that. Yeah, I saw that. The look on your face told me all I needed to know. Okay, so that's on one hand, it's hey, do you want that, or what TV wants to see, or do you want the team that, again, as you alluded to, Corey, goes about its business, goes and wins games, and Keep smiling the way you're smiling right now. Told you.
Hey, I always appreciate a teammate setting another teammate up for information they didn't know before.
That's it.
And that happened there. Yeah, I'm right there with you, man. That's exactly how I feel. And tomorrow when we get the chance to talk to Bochy, that's one of the things I've been wanting to ask him. Do you want to be an underdog or do you want to be a front runner? Because I feel like he's a guy that's like, I like to surprise people. I like for them to not know about what we actually are until they're already in it, and then they're like, "Crap, how do we fix it?" And then the series is over. And I think that's how Bochy likes it done.
Well, and right, wrong, or indifferent. And look, I'm not trying to be adversarial when I say this. I mean, you're still viewed as the second best team in your own state.
Shut that down right now.
I mean, I'm just telling you.
Not in this city.
Because here's the reality of it, and you guys know this as well as anybody. All right, people love to hate the Astros, and baseball loves that. Ice Cube said what? Be the what you love to hate? Well, guess what?
Heel.
Baseball, the Astros are the team you love to hate.
You know what? I do appreciate that. We've had Ice Cube on a couple times.
Yeah.
And Jared Sandler set the foundation of today was a good day. Rangers win, Astros lose. Today was a good day. And I got a chance this year to ask Ice Cube, do you approve?
Yeah.
And he said absolutely, especially since he's a Dodgers fan and he hates the Astros anyway. Guys, on what is the single most memorable, biggest dream moment of your sports career? This means you doing something that you didn't get a chance to do, or you got a chance to do. It was a great moment for you. And I'll get into mine in just a moment. But here's something from the Portland Pickles.
Okay.
You ever heard of the Portland Pickles before?
I wouldn't know a Portland pickle if it was fried.
You know where they play?
Portland?
Good job, Fred. Look at this. Look at this. Somebody said he was just a meathead. No, he's not.
It was a trick question.
On Saturday, the Collegiate Summer Baseball Wooden Bat Team was holding its Fan Appreciation Night at Walker Stadium in Portland. Good job, Fred.
Okay, I'll take it one step further. Maine or Oregon?
Oregon. I hope. Damn it. I didn't even know there was a Portland, Maine, honestly.
There is. Sea Dogs.
As part of the event, a fan was invited to get on the field and take a legitimate at-bat during the game.
Okay.
This dude stepped in the batter's box, and here's a little bit of audio on how his night went.
Payoff pitch. High fly ball. Left center field. Are you kidding me? 4 letters, 1 word. Oh, God.
4 letters, 1 word.
4 letters, 1 word. God.
That might have been the best.
That's amazing.
Who
is that guy? We need to have him around. Now, on Fan Appreciation Night, they invite this fan down on the field. He gets his chance to be part of the game. Here's what he did. First at bat, he draws a walk. Impressive. All right? That's awesome. Second, while he's there, steals second base.
This guy had to play baseball, right?
I do believe he ended up rounding third and scoring, sliding in home, slid into second, goes into the outfield, nabs a pop-up in the outfield, then gets his opportunity at his second at bat and absolutely torches one. I mean, this was a bomb. And the kid looks like he may have played some baseball before in his career.
He had to have, right?
And I do wonder, was it a ringer that they threw out there?
Oh, that's a great question.
But I love these kinds of stories because every single one of us,
you might be onto something here.
Every single one of us knows
he's a college player.
That whenever we were standing in the front yard shooting hoops in our basket in the driveway, when a car drove down the street, you said that could be a scout. I have to make this shot. Every one of us did. We knew there could be scouts out here today. We have to do that. And so I love the idea that you get this opportunity to shine, and you do shine. So he is a college player. You've looked this up. You found it out.
Well, you got me thinking. Well, first I looked up Portland Pickles because I want to see where they were at. To your point, because I wanted to make sure.
Was it Maine or Oregon?
No, it was. You were right. It was Oregon.
See?
So 2 for 2 for our boy Corey Majors over here. I'll tell you what. You'll really impress me if you can tell me what the name of the mascot is.
I'm going to say it's a pickle.
It is. What's his first name?
Dixie? Dill.
Hold on. Now you got to be. You're close. You're close. It is
Kyle Yeomans.
Probably so.
Kyle Yeomans the pickle. Dylan
the
pickle.
the dill pickle.
Dylan the pickle.
What's the deal with him?
What is the deal with him?
But yeah, what is that one moment in your sports career, your sports history that happened? Now, this takes me back to a moment in mine that I was able to manufacture because I had some really fun moments in high school sports that I just really adored and loved. But one night we were working the night show, and I just made the offhand comment that I could hit off of Mike Bassick. And I think I said something like, I get it 7 of 10 off of him.
Wow.
And Kevin was like, what? So what happens on this station whenever you make a declaration like that? Audio gets sent.
Yeah, it does.
Audio got sent to Lucius because he was on G-Bag at the time, and audio got played.
He's still on G-Bag.
During G-Bag. Well, no, Mike was on G-Bag at the time.
Oh, yeah, Mike was on G-Bag at the time. Okay,
and so they send the audio, they play it for G-Bag of the day, and Mike goes, you mark the time and place, tell me when. And I said, okay. So I call in, we have this back and forth, and I'm thinking, we have a little baseball field right here, and there's North Dallas High School is right over there. I was like, we could go to a little park and do this. It'll be fun.
No.
Somehow, Mike Bassick is pitching in Dirk Nowitzki's charity game and talks Dirk Nowitzki into letting us do this before the game.
Wow.
So not only that, like we go out there, and before that game, they had some Special Olympians playing as well.
Yeah.
And so Mike goes, hey, Corey, do you really want this? You get 10 cuts at me. Do you really want that? And I was like, all right, let's cut a deal here. You can only throw fastballs. And he was like, all right, fine. So he says, I'll only throw fastballs. So we worked this out where we were like, all right. And so I get to the stadium. I'm practicing all week. Guess what happens right before I'm in the batting cages? My bat, the knob, the top of the bat pops off. I don't have a bat to use now. And so he says, you can use my wooden bat. All right, that's fine. He says, let's go to the batting cage. So he's walking me up to the batting cage, and we're whack, whack. And he goes, that's a pro player right there. And I was like, how can you tell? He's like, you can tell by the sound.
Right.
We get up there, it's Pudge. All right.
Just ripping cuts at the batting cage.
Mike says, let's go down into the clubhouse and just kind of hang out until everything gets started. Get down there. Pudge walks by, puts his hand on my knee. How's it going? Michael Finley's down there. Rick Carr. He has got me in this moment of, oh my gosh, I'm surrounded by all my favorite superstars right now. We go out to the field, get out onto the field. He's like, let's do some talk. I need to warm up. We're throwing the ball. All the players are coming by talking with us and everything. Chuck Greenberg walks by. I almost hit him with a fastball out there. Having a great time. And then the nerves start to build.
Absolutely.
Because now I realize there's 8,000 people in the stadium getting ready to watch me either look like a fool or do something special.
Now, you said you could hit 7 out of 10?
Something like that, yeah. I ended up hitting 4. So I look at it, and I've always said this since then. I hit 400 off pro pitching.
Yeah, you did.
I hit 4. First pitch was a shot, too, by the way.
Okay.
All right? By the way.
Exit velo, 90 plus?
Sure. Yeah.
Kilometers.
I wasn't even in good shape at this time either. Mike, I get my 4th swing in. Mike throws a curveball.
Yeah, he did.
I throw my back out. I'm dead serious because I was not expecting it. I take this cut back, I felt it right then. I went, ugh. And I think I made contact on a few more after that, and it was done. I hit 400 off pro pitching. That's where I stand.
First guy since Ted Williams.
It was an awesome moment, but I'd had plenty of chances to play high school stadiums around DFW, but I'd never hit in front of 8,000 people like that before. And it was an awesome experience. I still tell Mike to this day, that moment was one of the coolest things I've gotten to do. The only thing that would be better than that moment would be probably getting to throw a first pitch out at a Rangers game.
Yeah.
Like that is the apex of little Corey, Red Hot Rangers, growing up on the T-ball team, growing up here in DFW. That's the apex for me, would be that moment. So that was it. And Mike really, the fact that he helped me do that.
Oh, 100%.
We weren't even on the same show.
Right.
He was just like, hey, let's see if we can do this. So that was a lot of fun for me.
What did he get his fastball up to against you?
I think like 88.
Okay.
Yeah. He was like, that's as much. He's like, I'm not getting much more than that. And I was like, That's fine, dude.
That's fine. I mean, come on.
That's fine.
I was gonna say I'll take that all day, every day.
From the 817 student teacher basketball game senior year, coach that cut me guarded me. I put 40 on him.
Yeah,
That's from Dustin in Fort
Good
Worth.
for Dustin.
I thought it was only me that had done that, thinking a scout might see me. No, I think all of us did it.
Yeah, you were thinking maybe, just maybe.
Yeah, winning the high school state championship back-to-back in Kansas from 07-09 and being ranked nationally by Max Preps was their apex moment right there.
You go.
By the way, somebody says that player is a current D3 player.
Yeah, no, he is.
In Idaho.
Yeah, and he was a ringer. They signed him to a contract for the rest of the year after that.
It's still
It's
fun.
still cool.
And
I mean, it's got us talking about the Portland Pickles.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and think about this. If you were at that game that night and you saw this, you think you're watching the show. You're thinking you're watching something amazing. From the 5-1-2 50-yard receiving touchdown in my last high school game ever, played tight end. That's from Eric in Austin. And then from the 6-8-2, I struck out Aubrey Huff, former MLB player in high school baseball. Nice moment right there. So, yeah, everybody has. Do you have a special sports moment in your career?
Man, look, I think just getting through search and rescue swimmer school, being pigeon-toed, was unique in its own right. So if anybody knows what it's like being pigeon-toed and wearing fins, not easy.
I just got a text from Derek Holland. When are you facing me? I'll definitely be tougher than Mike.
Oh.
You tell me the
fired.
time and date, homie.
Yeah.
I will be there.
Excited.
And I also need a new bat, so we'll have to work on that as well.
Bring a bat too. I'm sure Derek's got one.
Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for the C Block, ladies and gentlemen. We'll do that next on The Fan.
product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Corey Majors alongside Fred Davis. Alec Medford hanging out with us as well. Trying to figure out if I'm going to bring in Carter Freeman for some College Corner coming up here at 1:20. But we do have a little bit of the C block rocking right now. And don't forget the Rangers against the Yankees tonight. This is going to be a really fun matchup because Nathan Eovaldi is going to give you that opportunity to win. I feel unless we're at a point where him and DeGrom are just worn down. And I don't think that's necessarily the case. They've had a lot of innings this year. But this is the...
Well, DeGrom definitely has, more so than usual.
You had a moment last night that was, we discussed this maybe earlier this week or last week. It feels like the adrenaline, Derek Holland told us this a long time ago, the adrenaline of the World Series is just something different that you're always chasing. It's the dragon you're always trying to go find. And last night, I feel like Josh Jung had that moment. I feel like Joc Pederson had that adrenaline moment too. They realized the Yankees are ahead of us in the standings, and we have a chance to make some ground on them. Everybody's watching because it's the Yankees. This stadium's packed, and this is a big moment in the game. And I think that they chased that dragon. They got it. They caught it, and they got that feeling last night. And I think whenever the biggest games are on the line, Nathan Eovaldi's ready for them. He's big game pitcher. And so that's one of the reasons that I think that tonight you're going to hit one of his best efforts of the season.
Well, he's won 2 World Series, correct?
Yes.
One with the Red Sox, obviously 2 years ago with the Rangers, and so having a guy like that, I mean, I know this, and I don't know that this is sacrilege really, but if I had a game one that I had to must win, I'd go with Evo over DeGrom.
Oh, I think he's your game one pitcher.
I don't think that's crazy to say that.
Yeah, I think he's your game one pitcher. In my build on this. And obviously, Bochy will have some other grand ideas when they get in the playoffs. But my build is Eovaldi first, DeGrom second, either Merrill or Corbin, and they don't have to pitch more than 3 innings.
Yeah, I mean, if you can give me 4,
yeah. But that being said, Merrill can pitch 7 innings.
Absolutely. Now, he's an innings eater, and don't forget, Patrick Corbin has won a World Series.
Yeah. And so those I feel very strongly about what this rotation can do, and I think you're dead on, man. Eovaldi's got he's the tone setter, and then you follow up with a sharp DeGrom, man.
Yeah,
that's a combination that I wouldn't want to see at all.
No, because you got a guy in Evo who's been there, done that, has pitched in those high leverage situations, and you got a guy Evo. Yeah, Evo's done that. Whereas with DeGrom, I think once he gets over this little hump that he's on right now, and I would love to get Derek or Mike's thoughts on this as far as kind of just what do you do? Because if you've got a dead arm, right, or if you've got a situation where, again, you've pitched more innings than you've pitched in 6 years, all right, is it something as simple as you just need some time off? Because it's not necessarily I would ask them, I don't think it's not any kind of structural issue. It's just, your arm's just physically tired from throwing 1,000 pitches, whatever it's been, over the course of a 3-month season already.
And somebody said Merrill Kelly is your third starter over Corbin. Yeah, I agree. It's just the concept of being able to throw a lefty into the conversation.
Yeah,
that's an important factor. You see 3 right-handers in a row, and things.
Corbin could shut you down for 4 innings if you had to in a pinch.
Yeah, well, you saw him get out of it last night, and he's had some. I've thought this year. I was very surprised. I had no expectations for him. I thought he was a dude.
Zero.
And this dude has had some artistic moments throwing. Like, seriously, watch the shapes of the pitches, and you're just like, that's art right there.
I don't know that if there was kind of like an under-the-radar MVP for the team this season, I think Patrick Corbin would be in the conversation.
Yeah.
You picked this dude up off the couch a couple weeks before the season started. And all this guy's done is give you quality start after quality start after quality start. This guy has been a bona fide player for you this year, in a year in which we forget Patrick Corbin's 36 years old.
Yeah.
He started over 300 games. Like, this dude's been there, done that, has a World Series to his credit. So a guy like a Patrick Corbin, and again, this is where we got to give CY his flowers, as the kids say, coming up with a Patrick Corbin off the, and then again, grabbing Corbin, and then more importantly, Bochy, the way he's been able to finesse this lineup, and Mike Maddox pushing the right buttons. And again, when we talk about, and going back to what you said earlier in the show, do you trust or do you believe in this Rangers team? For those reasons I just listed, that, those are the intangibles that you have to take into effect and take into account when you go to make a World Series run.
What's really interesting about Maddox is last night, Mike used to say that Charlie Huff was one of the best game plan pitching coaches he'd ever had.
Mm-hmm.
He gave you a fantastic game plan and this is a dude that was a knuckleballer, but he also, before that, he was really good at other things too. But he had a really good game plan on how to pitch.
Yeah.
We talk about the difference between pitching and throwing, and he knows Mike Maddox knows how to pitch. For example, you go back to the Houston series years ago. Every time a pitcher got into a situation where he needed an out pitch, go look at how many times they had one close up and in. And then the next pitch was low and away.
Yeah.
Changing the eyesight, changing the levels, changing directions in and out. And that's what Mike Maddox, like his sequencing, is built to keep hitters off balance. They never know. Corbin's followed that with extreme detail this year, and that's one of the reasons. Yes, he has to execute it.
Right.
But the plan has been good. So, yes, I 1,000% trust Mike Maddox when it comes to building the game plan for the opponent, but also that moment. It's always, keep an eye on this. I've been talking about this for years. When he goes out and talks to the pitcher, first thing, and he did it last night, first thing he does is takes that right hand and puts it on their shoulder to let them know that he's there, to let them know that he cares about them, to kind of get a gauge of the heart rate.
You do got to calm him down.
There is a when you're having a panic attack, an anxiety attack, there is the method of looking around, finding 5 things you can see, 4 things you can hear, 3 things you can feel, 2 things that you can, this philosophy of grounding yourself, zeroing yourself out.
Stimming, as the kids call it.
Yeah, and that's one of the things. He goes out, and when he puts his hand on their shoulder, it's to bring them back. This is reality. Now let's focus on the plan.
Right.
And that's usually every pitcher that I've talked to, I would say, when he does that, and they all smile because they know, yes, he's going to do that. But what does he tell you? And they said, usually it's not like he's cracking jokes.
Right.
He's giving you now we're focusing on this hitter. You got a runner at second, focus on this hitter and get this out, and then we'll be out of it. He's not trying to do anything else. He's not trying to be a psychologist. He's just giving you a plan. Because if you have a plan, you have a direction, you have some leadership, you have some guidance. If you follow it, all you have to do is execute. And that's what this pitching staff's been able to do this year.
Well, and you think about it, if Maddox is coming out there something's going on.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
Like you know, and I always think back to all my Pulp Fiction fans out there when Jules is talking to Marcellus. All right, and they've already, they've blown off Marvin's head.
Yes.
All right, and he goes, I need you to go in there and out and call the cavalry. And he goes, I'm sending the wolf. All right, Mike Maddox is the wolf.
Yeah.
Of pitching coaches. Okay, and instead of 30 minutes, he gets there 9 minutes and 37 seconds later, and lots of cream, lots of sugar, booms into story. So
What a
something
great,
to be said for that.
Great story there too. All right, guys. CBS, for whatever reason, did a 2025 NFL QB mock draft. All right.
Boy, are we? I mean, you would think with training camp here that we would have more.
Yeah. This is
I'm with
this is
you
a
on
real
this.
quick thing.
I love it.
So they went with this year's draft order, and then said, "All right, here's the quarterbacks that y'all get."
Okay.
You're never gonna guess who the Cowboys get. The first pick was Mahomes to the Saints.
Yeah.
Second, Josh Allen. Third, Lamar Jackson to the Jets. Joe Burrow goes fourth. Jaden Daniels fifth. That's your top five because that's an order of top five quarterbacks right now.
Wait, the Saints had the first pick?
Saints had the first pick. They
Why?
go with Patrick Mahomes. Oh, because that's what they did. They had the first pick. The Panthers get C.J. Stroud, Matthew Stafford to the Raiders, Justin Herbert to the Dolphins, and Jalen Hurts to the Colts at 9. Caleb Williams to the Patriots, Jordan Love to the Jaguars, and Jared Goff to the Falcons. At 14, because Brock Purdy goes to the Seahawks right before that. At 14, the Dallas Cowboys get Dak Prescott.
Wow.
And that made me want to throw my computer out of the window whenever I was like, you kidding me? Even in a fantasy world right now, y'all are giving me the quarterback that I already have. That's frustrating to me. And so here's the thing.
Disgusting.
It is disgusting, Mike McCarthy. Here's the thing, though. What I wanted to look at was after. Would I take any of these other quarterbacks over Dak Prescott?
Yeah.
Would you take Drake May over Dak Prescott?
100%.
Because of youth, potential, all those things.
I am a
you
huge
think he's
Drake
better
May. Oh,
right now?
Give me Drake. Because I'm not worried about his injury. My biggest concern with because Drake May can move. All right. I am not sold that that Dak Prescott can move out of the pocket anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Last time we saw him run with any kind of vigor, his muscle ripped off the bone.
Yeah,
that worries me.
Man, that's terrifying.
That worries me.
The next one would be Bo Nix.
Yes.
Now, here's Sean this morning, because of Tolo.
Because I've got the same lineup, right? Everything's equal?
Yeah.
Same O-line, same wide receiver. So I got George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb?
Yeah.
I mean, you give me George. I mean,
look
first
what he
of all,
did with Cortland Sutton
you
last
give me
year.
Drake May, and he's got those two guys to throw to? What? And Jake Ferguson?
Yeah, he's got Cortland Sutton. He was able to do that.
Nix.
Well, Sean asked this morning, and again, because we Tolo, he said, I don't really know what to think of Bo Nix
I heard
yet.
him talk about that this morning, too, yes.
And I think Bo Nix is a product of Sean Payton, but also talented. But I think if you just said, Bo Nix, good luck, then he was gonna suffer. But because he had a good offensive-minded head coach, he had the benefit of somebody that really knows how to make this thing streamlined for him to understand.
But don't you, and not to discount what Sean's saying, I push back on look who his coach is. Look, would Pat Mahomes be the same quarterback without Andy Reid? All right. I don't know.
I don't know either.
We don't know that.
Because I don't know that other quarterback or other coaches would allow him to do some of the things he does.
Or coach him up the way he did.
Andy Reid lets him be him.
He lets him be him. And then, by the way, I don't think it's a coincidence that when Matt Nagy took over as offensive coordinator, his numbers have not been the same as to where they were when Eric Bieniemy and Andy Reid was calling plays.
Mm-hmm.
So there's something to be said for that. So, look, Sean Payton is a dog when it comes to, is Drew Brees the same guy without Sean Payton?
I don't think so.
I mean, he was good. He was okay in San Diego, but he wasn't great.
In college, Drew Brees was the most accurate quarterback in college.
Yes.
At San Diego, not quite the same.
For his
and
shoulder,
then the injury obviously hurt him. But then he had a coach that knew how to use him.
Yes.
And knew this guy's, I don't need him to chuck it downfield all the time. I could use short passes. He's accurate.
Wildly accurate.
He aims at the eyes of the face mask and hits him in the chest. Like, he's accurate. So let me use this. So he adjusts to the player too.
Mm-hmm.
He says, I'm not going to ask you to do something you can't do. Baker Mayfield.
Oh, all day.
Really?
all day.
I think Baker Mayfield's just now made his way back. He was always kind of like
Baker's a perfect example, though.
He had bad situations that he was surrounded by.
I tell you what, ask Cleveland if they'd rather have Baker now over Deshaun.
Yeah, they absolutely would.
You know,
Cam Ward.
I'm not going to insult Dak Prescott. I don't know enough about Cam Ward. He's a rookie. God forbid, give me Dak Prescott.
Cam Ward turns his phone on Do Not Disturb, says he talks to his family, his coaches, and his dogs.
Now look, I think this kid is going to be nice. I really do.
I'm hoping the best for him.
Really,
I like
really
him
do.
too. JJ McCarthy. I have no clue about JJ.
Give me
McCarthy.
Dak 10 times. I don't know any. I didn't like Dak. I didn't like JJ McCarthy coming out of college.
Trevor Lawrence and Kyler Murray.
Give me Dak over both of them.
All right, and so I feel like because Sam Darnold, Geno, Penix, Aaron Rodgers.
You call him Penix?
Michael Penix.
Is it Penix or Penix?
Alec, what's wrong with Fred here?
I don't know.
I don't think you understand.
Get with the program, man.
I thought.
Do we have the drop from Kevin available at some point so that you know
it is Michael Penix?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you not know this? 877-881-1053. Text in. Let Fred know.
It's Michael Penix. Okay.
Exactly what it is there.
Okay, I see what you're doing here.
And that is it. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece.
I would take Michael Penix over Dak Prescott, though.
It is time for some college football corner. The ultimate college football season schedule. We'll get after it next on The Fan.
My name is Michael Penix.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No. Said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors, Fred Davis, Alec Medford, and right now joining us, it is our very own Carter Freeman, who knows more about college football than you.
Mr. Redhead Rage himself.
Yeah, Redhead Rage himself, but he definitely, that's what the reason we have you on, Carter, is because college football is your bag, dude. Like you.
It's a problem.
He is a bit of a freak when it comes to it, all right?
But I didn't make Bruce Feldman's freaks list.
Yeah.
I was a little disappointed.
He said no
Maybe
yet.
I was 101. Out of 100, I was 101.
Yeah.
Honorable mention, exactly.
He doesn't know yet. He needs to be in the know. But that's why we always like to bring him in on these conversations, because 877-881-1053, do you think you know more about college football than Carter? You can try. I can dare you to, but you probably don't. I saw this. It was if I could go to a college football game every single week, here's the schedule I would follow. And so I wanted to kind of go through this because my bucket list, number one stadium I want to go to is LSU on a Saturday night.
True.
That has always been and I want to go to Ole Miss at some point because I've heard the party scene there is amazing. Pretty sure that was the party scene where Katy Perry dropped the thing on Trevor Knight.
It was.
When that happened. So that environment itself, but really more than anything, I could care less about the game. Games could be great. Games
Vibes.
could suck. You never know what you're going to get. I want an environment. And it feels like the lead up at LSU, the lead up through the day is going to be fun. Mm-hmm. And then the environment at night, I mean, we all know there. So here is week 0. There's really only one option, Carter, and that is Iowa State, Kansas State in Dublin, Ireland.
Not Stanford at Hawaii?
No.
That's the perfect time to go to your Hawaii game, is in week 0.
Yeah, Hawaii is a good place to go. But you get a chance to go to Ireland.
Yeah, to watch two Midwest schools.
Yeah.
Some Farmageddon.
Farmageddon in Ireland.
I do like that it is a conference matchup. We've gotten this 2 years in a row now, where last year it was an ACC game, Florida State and Georgia Tech, and now it's Iowa State and Kansas State.
Mm-hmm.
And then you know what it is next year in Ireland? TCU and North Carolina.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Belichick,
that game was supposed to be here, but they moved it to Ireland.
I like that. That's kind of cool. Kansas State, are they when it comes to that state?
I'm sorry, what?
Are they? They're the better football program.
I don't know what you're talking about.
When was the last time Kansas beat Kansas State?
It's been a long time.
Week 1.
It's been a long time. You got to start somewhere.
Week 1, because that was week 0. Week 1.
This one I'm curious about because I think there's 3 incredible options you can pick in week 1.
And that he did say Bama at Florida State would have been great a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
LSU, Clemson kicking off at night would be electric. But how do you stay away from Texas and Ohio State with Arch Manning trying to win in front of 100,000 people at the Horseshoe?
And that's, I believe, the college or the coaches polls 1 versus 2.
Yeah.
So to start the season off with that it's hard to beat, but man, I think the matchup with the Tigers of Death Valley at Clemson, if that game was at LSU, I think I might pick that over it. But the fact that it's at Clemson, I would still probably go Texas, Ohio State.
Okay.
Somebody did text in and said, you got to go to Knoxville. It's an absolutely crazy environment.
That's my number 1.
Yeah.
I would love to go to Neyland someday.
Yeah, and that was what we asked Joe Milton, right?
About the environments?
And he was like, I don't know, man.
Well, he mentioned Penn State, and he was there for that Michigan game where they got a 15-yard or a delay of game penalty as soon as before the first snap even happened. Joe Milton was there, so but Knoxville. Okay, I'm taking Memorial Stadium in Nebraska. Obviously there was a time when that was a I have to get to that place. I don't know that I feel that way right now, but it's still a great environment. And obviously Wisconsin, they play Jump Around, which is Fred's go-to
karaoke jam.
Week 2, he says Michigan versus OU.
That would be my pick too.
Okay. And somebody just said that OU's worst schedule for this year, Oklahoma, best odds to upset Vegas, Oklahoma. So they say they have the worst schedule and the best odds to
what do you mean
upset Vegas? I don't know.
Oh, just like go over there over under?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, OU and I think like Florida have the 2 toughest schedules in the country this year. And yeah, OU's it's brutal. I mean, it's LSU, it's Alabama, it's Tennessee, it's several playoff Texas, several playoff teams from last year. But I think I'll just say now that week 2 game that we just mentioned, OU versus Michigan, it's in Norman. I think whichever team wins that game is going to make the playoff.
Okay.
I think that's an early statement thing for either team, because if OU can show me that they've overcome their offensive issues from last year and beat a young, talented Michigan team, I can start buying into them. Then on the other side, if Michigan comes in with Bryce Underwood, their ballyhooed freshman quarterback, and wins on the road in an environment like that, I'll have a lot more faith in them in the Big Ten.
From week 3, A&M Notre Dame and Florida LSU, intriguing, but Knoxville for Georgia and Tennessee.
And that's early for that matchup.
Yeah,
that's usually a November game, but we're getting that third week of the season.
Is that goalpost going into the river? Or it costs too much now?
And this one's in Neyland?
Yeah.
No, Georgia's going to win that by 2 touchdowns.
But the only thing I'm going to push back on this, you got Florida LSU. I mean,
Florida at LSU, yeah.
I mean, that could be a Heisman showdown.
It could be.
Lagway and Nussmeier.
But so's week 1 between Nussmeier and Cade Klubnik at Clemson.
Yeah. And hey, look.
Or Arch versus Jeremiah Smith at Ohio State.
Right. I mean, but Lagway, I mean, everybody's loving this kid up. And we're gonna have we'll have a decent idea about whether this kid's. We think he's a real deal Holyfield, but you'll really feel good about it on going into week 3.
If you want the environment, that'd probably be the game to go to. But then that can be the statement for Lagway, like, I'm here,
right?
Like, I beat
LSU. Exactly. No, I'm with you on that.
Week 4, Michigan and Nebraska. Already seen them once, so he says I'm going to go with Florida at Miami, so he can check out the U, who you think is overrated this year.
I do. They're top 10 in the coaches poll, which I think is ridiculous. It was a bad defense last year, and Cam Ward bailed them out time and time again. And Cam Ward's not there anymore. Xavier Restrepo's not there anymore. Damian Martinez isn't there anymore. And you bring in Carson Beck, who his receivers, all they did last year at Georgia was drop the ball on him.
Yeah.
So it wasn't all his fault, but he wasn't that good outside of that. So if I'm looking at a team in the top 10 of the coaches poll now that's going to be unranked by the end of the season, I would pick Miami.
Are they this year's Florida State?
I don't think they're going to be 2-10.
Okay.
The DJU is not their quarterback. Carson Beck is better than DJ. I will say that.
Okay. Going into last season, I asked you if Miami was the best team in Florida, and we had a conversation about that, and then they turned out to be the best team in Florida.
Not good enough to beat Syracuse at the end of the season when they should have.
Man. Okay. This is an interesting week. Week 5. Whiteout game with Oregon at Penn State, but also Ole Miss versus LSU and Bama at Georgia. He says Bama at Georgia. Out of those 3, I feel like the whiteout game
I think you can't turn down a whiteout game at Penn State. Like if Neyland for me is my number 1 environment I want to go to, Penn State whiteout game is number 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially against Oregon, who are all expecting to be good again, who's top 10 in the coaches poll. Daniel Lanning's turned them into a bit of a machine when it comes to talent and consistency. And if they could go in and win that game in that environment, because Penn State's 3rd in the poll, like that's another top 10 matchup. I'm taking that. Every day ending in Y.
Plus, you're probably going to see Bama, Georgia at some point later down the road anyway, just because that's usually how it wraps up.
Whether it's SEC championship game or the playoff, you could see that several more times.
One team that I don't see listed in here at all, and maybe it's because their regular season schedule doesn't have a great matchup for it, but somebody said, hey, ask Carter to talk about the Hoosiers. They jumped off the page last year. And
when do they play Illinois? I believe Indiana plays Illinois this year, and Indiana's schedule last year was a big part of what helped them get to 11-1 into the CFP.
Yes,
but they were a good team outside of that. They didn't just beat the bad teams they played; they beat the crap out of them.
September 20th, so week 4.
So week 4, okay, that's going to be a good early season test because Indiana's ranked in the coaches poll. Illinois is 12.
They also got Oregon week 6. I don't know if that one stands out for you.
To that point of the Indiana schedule, it's a little tougher this year than it was last year.
Okay.
But the thing about the Big Ten in my mind is there's like 2 or 3 good teams. Yeah. It's Ohio State, it's Oregon, it's Penn State. After that, it's a jumbled mess. And I talked about this on Bet Nation with Zach and Eric over the weekend. I'm picking Washington as a team to watch in that conference. Their quarterback, Damon Williams Jr., I think is his name. The last 2 or 3 games of that season, he had like the best QBR in the Big Ten. Give Jed Fish there his second season, kind of assembling the talent on that roster again with a really good quarterback.
Yeah.
I think Washington's a team to watch as far as like the 4th or 5th best team, but Indiana will be right there in the mix too, as will Illinois.
Week 6, he said he's already seen Texas and already seen Florida, so he's scooting forward to go see Clemson and UNC. And
Okay, get
I
some
think,
Bill Belichick
Yeah, a
in
chance
there.
to see
Yeah.
Belichick this year is probably something that's going to be fun. Let's go to week 7. And
You have to skip OU Texas,
he says,
don't you?
he says Ohio State, Illinois might be bigger in week 7, but he says he's definitely not missing the Red River rivalry.
Yeah. And he's already seen both these teams too, and he's
Mhm.
picking it again because of how amazing the environment should be the stakes of that game.
You ever been down to the Fair
No,
Park
I
area?
have not. I have not been there.
You need to do
we're
it,
going-
dude.
The goal is to get there this year.
Get
I
to
was
the
on air last week.
Get to the
or last
fair
year.
if you can, for one. If
Yes.
you've never been to the fair, it's always awesome. But the environment around the DFW, all the hotels are booked.
Yeah.
The environment is absolutely, it's electric around
Luckily,
here.
I live in Louisville.
Yeah.
So those we
they're-
should be okay.
No,
You should be
those are
fine.
booked too. Trust me. They as far out as you can get, all the way to Oklahoma. They're booked
Far
all the
north
way.
as the eye can see.
Yeah. When you get to Anna and you're like, there's no hotels here. In Anna.
It is a special, and I know special is a word thrown out in college football a lot, but there really is nothing else like it because there's only 3 major neutral site games in college football. It's OU Texas, it's Florida Georgia, which is played at the lifeless husk that is the Jaguars Stadium,
Right.
and then they move the Army Navy game around, so it doesn't really have a permanent spot.
Wasn't it better when they called it the world's biggest cocktail party?
Which is still it was better when it was at the Gator Bowl. And I wasn't even alive when it was at the Gator Bowl, but the fact that OU and Texas have been playing at the Cotton Bowl since Woodrow Wilson was president.
Right.
That's awesome. And the fact the Jaguar Stadium just does not have the same allure that I would assume the Gator Bowl used to have.
In week 8, he says he's going to South Bend for USC Notre Dame.
Okay. This might be
And-
one of the last times we see that game.
Yeah.
If, USC has their way.
Marcus Freeman's a really good coach, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah, he is.
Is he in college forever? Is he one of those guys that's like, nope, why would I ever leave Notre Dame?
I hope so, but I never thought Brian Kelly would leave.
Yeah.
And then, LSU opens up and gives him all the money, and then he goes there. So I think in this day and age, you can never say he's going to be in one spot forever.
No.
Week 9, he says Michigan State, not interest. It's Oklahoma State at Tech. And I know you're a big Tech guy. Fred, you mentioned that you love
Oklahoma State at Tech.
Yeah, I don't. It sounds like that week is kind of.
Is it? I mean, I was going to say
week 9 is
week
kind
9.
of.
I see Alabama at South Carolina.
Okay,
that was South Carolina nearly upset Bama in Tuscaloosa last year, so that holds a level of interest to me.
Who's Lamar playing that week?
Arlington Lamar?
No, Lamar
Jackson.
Lamar down in Beaumont.
Oh,
in the Southland Conference.
The Cardinals. Thank you very much.
Week 10, Georgia, Florida, big one, but he says he's going with Penn State. Is it Penn State, Ohio State?
I do believe that. Here, I have let's see, Ohio State.
He said, I wouldn't miss Penn State and that Benedict Arnold of a defensive coordinator. They're coming back
Jim
to
Knowles.
Ohio State.
That's true, yeah, and that's in Columbus,
All
that
right.
game.
Then in that week 11, Florida State at Clemson, but he's going LSU, Bama. I think LSU, Bama's an awesome environment.
That's a no-brainer.
Texas at Georgia in week 12. And then he said, I've never been to Oregon, and here it's a stadium you absolutely must see and hear. So he's going to USC at Oregon for that one for week 13.
Pac-12 throwback.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be Oregon-Washington, which is one of the best, most underrated rivalries in the country.
Yeah.
I don't believe it has a name like the Red River rivalry does, but it is a year in, year out an awesome game.
Then let's bounce over real quick. I know we skipped the last week there. That's fine. Let's bounce over to the Athletic. They rolled out their Freaks list,
which I did not make. Annual
Freaks list from Bruce Feldman. I always keep an eye on it. Now, unfortunately, Mozzie was on this list a long time ago, and we put a lot of weight on that. Okay, but number 1, Jeremiah Smith out of Ohio State. Your
No
thoughts?
question. That's easily. Did you watch him last year?
That dude.
Yeah. You saw one play from him. You're like, yeah, that's number 1.
Number 2 is Caden Proctor out of Alabama, offensive tackle, 6'7", 366. And has 274 pounds of lean muscle on his body.
With a 32-inch vertical jump.
Squatted 815.
Yeah.
Squatted 815 pounds. Bench 535. Fred, you said you want to have
we done a drug test in this guy?
bench press competition with some people.
It's just he's from
Not
Iowa.
him. It's not that guy.
He's a good corn-fed boy.
Must
from
be.
Iowa.
My God.
Number 3, Nick Harbor out of South Carolina, wide receiver. 6'5", 245 pounds.
He was one of those guys when he was recruited that the people at the time were like, he's going to make these kind of lists because he's a track athlete too. So you could see it in high school.
2020 in the 200 meter. Yeah. So this dude is measured 5% body fat. Ugh. Amari Washington, Oregon defensive tackle. Is this a dude I need to keep an eye on here?
Him and the next guy, Peter Woods at Clemson, are two guys. So Amari Washington was behind Derek Harmon and Jamari Caldwell last year, but he'll have more of a presence as a starter this year. So you'll definitely see him if Oregon's going to be good. Peter Woods might end up as a top 10 pick at Clemson.
Okay.
That's like him and TJ Parker on that defensive line are going to be terrifying for ACC offensive lines.
And that's just the start. There's plenty more to that list, and we'll get to it before this season begins. Thank you, Carter, for joining us for that. Really appreciate it, man. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation.
something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jess. My name's Jess. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, this crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by D&M Leasing. And gentlemen, we are 2 days away from Fan Phenom having its opportunity to be right there for somebody to take it. And you guys are going to be out there on Thursday, 7910 State Highway 78 in Saxe at Jake's. That is this Thursday. You guys have been in this business for a while now. For somebody that's trying out. Now, I don't know, Broadus, if you ever tried out for this.
Get fired from the NFL, and you got a shot to be in radio.
What is the advice you have for any of the Tolos? My advice is just be you. And as I was telling Fred earlier, Grego once told me, if you are not authentic, if you're not genuine, the audience will see right through you. And so I've always been like, well, I just got to be me then. So I'll just do that. But what is some advice that you've had? Because I kind of indirectly learned from Gavin Dawson, and you also were very nice to talk to me along the way as well. But I just listened to your show when I was going to college, and I was like, man, that's a fun show. There's some drama to it. There's a pace to it that's a lot of fun, and that's kind of how I learned. So along the way, you've been in this business for a long time. Any advice?
Yeah, I would say #1, make sure you're talking about something you can be highly confident in. That will give you the ability to be conversational and to speak extemporaneously. Right?
That's a big word. Yeah.
Do not script anything and try to show up and repeat those answers. It will be terrible. Do not try to read anything. You could maybe have 1 or 2 words to like remind you of what the thought is, but you're speaking of like being yourself, so you're trying to capture the vibe. And it's very difficult to do it. If you don't have much podcast or broadcast experience, just stepping in and trying to do it first time is very, very difficult. I think the only people that can do that typically are people that talk way too much in their normal life, and they're going to be a pain in the ass to work with. So the good news is, if you're not a natural talk all the time guy, you're it's not like you're out, right? But you got to get experience. So I would say between now and then and the end of the competition, practice as much as you can at home. Doing shows by yourself, you don't have to post it, but try to get yourself as comfortable as possible.
I wouldn't overthink it.
Yeah.
I think people, and I think Dawson's right. I think people come in with an idea of like, okay, we're gonna, I got to get these 5 or 6 things in. Yeah. No, Dawson's right. If you're really good on college draft, talk about the college draft. You're really good about the Mavs, come in there and talk about the Mavs. You're good about soccer, whatever, hockey, whatever. Just pick a sport or whatever, a topic that you're really, really comfortable with. And just don't overthink it. Just don't over prepare for it. Let things kind of naturally take their place.
But don't under prepare. Right? Like run it by your
properly
buddies.
Prepare. Because I disagree with you on this. I disagree. I disagree on this because I think the biggest thing is that people come in there with too much information, too much, and then the time goes really, really fast, and they're halfway through their points, and they're kind of. You don't have an hour show to impress somebody with. Yeah. You got 5 minutes, 7 minutes, whatever the time limit is.
3 to 5.
It's never enough time. And if you overthink it, over prepare for it, I think you get killed. I don't think you get through all your points, and you walk out of there a disappointed person.
Yeah, to your point about doing something at home, talking into a microphone, that was one of the things my internship was like, hey, get as many reps on that as you can.
That part of it's absolutely correct.
When I was at home, Adrian would be in the shower, Avery's a baby, I'd put him in the swing, and I'd just put a thick blanket over my head and record into the recorder I had, and just do a thing on the World Series for 5 minutes, and just do 5 minutes. And then I would play it back and be like, that sucked. Got to do it again, and just get into that. That one thing, though, is this is when we're in the studio, the distractions are limited. You're gonna be out in an environment, and we all know this experience is very different. when you're out there, you have people coming up to the table trying to talk, taking pictures, waving at you. There's lots of distractions going on. Somehow you got to be able to focus. My first show I ever did was at Star Power. We were out at Star Power. They're spinning wheels. They got people coming in. There's horns going off everywhere. And Kevin and I were like, how do we stay focused through this? So it's going to be a fun environment.
Yeah.
You're on the road, baby. You're on the road. So you're ready for that.
Like I say, the time limit, it goes a lot faster than you think. And if you go in there and you feel like, oh, I only made half a point or this, or I didn't really do that very well, you're going to walk out of there disappointed.
Yeah.
Just know the time is what it is, and you just got to make the best of it. 1 or 2 points you can make.
I mean, but listen to how like the CBS Sports Minute happens in 30 seconds, or read a column. Right?
Boy, those suck sometimes, though, don't they? I mean, it's like it's kind of a mail-in thing, though.
Oh, it
a little
really
bit.
is. It really is.
Yeah, for a guy like for the boomer ones every once in a while, and he's just like, oh my gosh, happy birthday to so-and-so. And you're like, what? But the pace of it, there definitely is a pace you kind of have to be within.
Well, you got to have an opinion, right?
Yes.
And that's why I say don't under-prepare. Don't come in and just say, well, I'm going to talk about Nico, and I think he's a doo-doo head. And then you go blank, right? Where are you taking us?
I said doo-doo head. Was that not good enough?
Right? There's got to be a beginning and an end.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right.
Should they use doo-doo head?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know, depending on how humorous you are with how you say it, might be great. I mean, you mentioned Grego. I think if Grego said doo-doo head, it'd be amazing.
Yeah. And then you got Arnie out there, and he just wants to point at people. Yeah, there's all sorts of different ways. Again, BU, best of luck to everybody. And G-Bag Nation will be out there on Thursday leading into that. So you'll have all that to be able to hang out with and have some fun. Will we see a Huggins pushing a coach over moment in the joint practice today like we saw last year, Broadus?
Oh, I don't think so. I mean, you never know what's going to happen, but no, I was excited because I think this is a good opportunity because you'll see a lot of the starters being practiced here. I'm kind of getting the vibe that there's going to be some starters that are going to play in the game on Saturday.
Interesting.
But not everybody. So this is where, as we focus, and this is a late practice day. Me and Dawson will be doing the show, and it's going off at 4. Well, it's going off 4 o'clock our time. So that's a couple hours, but that's a little bit later than normal for everybody. So we'll try and wrangle it all in. But yeah, I think that you never know with the practices and how they all shake out with the emotions and stuff, but I'd hope not.
I think I saw this morning somebody was asking a question about some of the starters getting reps, and you were like, they need work. Is Dak a guy that needs work?
Well, I thought people. The specific was about Dak. I'd like to see Dak play 1 or 2 series. I'd like to see all these guys play 1 or 2 series. And people are asking me about the left tackle situation. I mean, there's a possibility that left tackle could be starting against Philadelphia on a Thursday night. I kind of feel like that you need to get everybody in there and get a little work on that. So I hope he's not afraid of that. But I say that the vibe I'm getting that some starters are probably going to play. We'll see how many starters are going to play. That's what we got to look forward to.
Roll into that. And then you guys are setting up for Evaldi against the Yankees tonight. What else y'all got coming up on the showgram today?
Pure Gold is always majors. Yes. Thanks for asking. I will tell you why I might be facing a life and death situation at some point during this show for myself personally, and that's right out of the gates at 2 o'clock, along with all the top Cowboys things that we're looking forward to. But check this out. At 3:20, hopefully I make it there, Josh Jung is going to join us.
Okay, Josh Jung, baby. Got the bomb yesterday. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Absolutely love it. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. We will be back at it tomorrow. Until then, you've been Masterpiece.
That's a Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Uber Eats had those.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blade.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Thanks for making us part of it. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy Scout, the Super Bowl champion in the Pimp Cup at Basket Control today is one Lucius Alexander. He's fixing to go 4.5 flawless. Rangers baseball's coming up at 6:30. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105throughthefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. We got football on all the TVs. We got Cowboys joint practice with the Rams starting in just a couple of hours. Brian, how you doing? Who's playing today? How many Cowboy starters are we going to get?
Yeah, I think this is where, and Dawson, thanks for battling through. I know we're going to talk about some things you're doing with right now, but I appreciate you battling through today.
Doing my best. Sorry if my performance isn't quite up to standard today.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. But yeah, the thing that to me, which will be, I think that the coaches on both sides really want to be able to use their guys they have now, their veteran guys, and give everybody a look in these practices, because then that they could control how these practices work. Like, for example, last year when we were doing this, like Jared Verse screaming off the edge. Guyton doesn't block him. Verse knows not to hit Dak Prescott when he wins. in a game, that might be a different situation. You have to go make a tackle. You have to go make a hit. So the joint practice is a way, if done the correct way, you can control the pace. You can control who plays. You can control the number of plays. And I think that's what you're going to get out of it today.
I mean, by what's in the air post-game, I think all practices in California have been joint practices, at least in the post-game, if you ask me. But today is joint with another team. So let me ask you this, Brian. Will they be tackling everybody else 100%?
I think that you'll see it's going to, they call it that thud period.
Okay.
So there probably will be a couple of times where we'll watch some clips and a running back will bust through, and then all of a sudden a defensive back or somebody or a linebacker will tackle the guy.
Yeah.
I don't think it's like it'll be that, like we always hear, stay up, stay up, stay up. There'll be guys on the ground and stuff like that. They'll try and work through all that. But I don't think it's going to be full-on tackling unless they do some type of goal line period where that will be live. But I don't think initially that you're gonna get backs will probably be thudded up, wrapped up, and then if they get taken to the ground, it'll be everybody will say stay up, stay up, stay up. But that's you don't want to do anything unnecessarily. But the way that it kind of shapes out with the practice sometimes, that tackling gets done.
Well, if it does, it does. And I think it'd be good for a lot of the young players. I am worried about, just Dak being in a situation because of how his injuries have come. It was 3 years ago, a strained shoulder trying to air one out, then a strained calf trying to throw one.
Fair.
So
All
I would
fair.
keep the competitiveness low for Dak because I don't want him out for week one. But, and then my great players, I really don't want them risking anything. But, hey, with the new offense, I wouldn't mind it too much if we see some run game coordination coming through.
Oh, I absolutely. And, the Rams practice likely different than what the Cowboys practice. And maybe they have some periods that the coaches get together. This is something you get together in the summertime. Shoddy initially talked about he wasn't thinking about working with anybody. But then he was like, maybe I'll get some different scheme looks for my guys. And so you coordinate. The coordinators get together and they say, hey, listen, this is what we want to work on today. And like, okay, will you show us this? And the other team will go, yeah, okay, that's great. We'll show you this if you show us that. And so you coordinate with each team. Like they have like offenses over on one field, defenses on another field. Shoddy being the primary play caller for your offense, he'll be over there, and then Flus will handle everything on the defensive side of the field. But the practice is going on at the same time. It's actually, they're doing the same period, where it's a team period, red zone period, goal line period. Both fields are working at it at the same time. And so it's kind of, you kind of have to, sit up high, kind of watch both of them going at it. But it's coordinated pretty well what everybody needs to see and get out of this practice.
A great opportunity. I think this might be the best time to evaluate how good the Cowboys are, and it'll happen against a very good defensive line and a pretty dang good offense, even though, Garoppolo is an NFC champion quarterback. So, he's one of the better backups. This will be a lot of fun, and again, it starts coming up at 4 o'clock. So I told you last week, and then at the airport again, that it was getting bigger. I had this pimple on my back.
Oh, no.
You remember that story?
Is this the life-threatening thing that's going to happen to you right now?
Well, okay, so stay with me.
Sure it's not a cyst?
Yes, I'm positive it's not a cyst now because I've had cysts.
Okay.
I've had cysts, and I've actually had a couple removed. I got one up on my shoulder right now. So I know the difference between a cyst and a zit and a boil. I Googled boil.
Boil's another one, yeah.
Okay, so...
Did you do the hot cloth thing I recommended?
I was doing hot cloth since I got home Saturday on your recommendation.
Did it draw
a couple of times a day? Yes, it was drawing it out.
Yeah.
And I could see that it was approaching a head. So I get home last night, and she's like, I think you should go to urgent care because this is getting big and very red. It wasn't purple, and there were no red lines in it.
Yeah.
But I said, honey, let's just lance it ourselves. She said, we don't have anything sterile.
Yeah.
I said, well, I have some syringes when I used to do the mail-in testosterone before Men's Tea Clinic. I think I have a couple up in the attic. I'll go grab one. So I went up to Target, and I got the saline and the rubbing alcohol and everything. We lanced that thing. It was disgusting, right? God. It was like, maybe a couple of teaspoons of stuff came out.
Oh, geez. Did it give off odor?
Not that I was aware of. This is back. Maybe we could get her.
I really didn't even want an answer to that. Really, honestly.
you just thought you'd throw it in there.
Yeah, I thought it was a question to ask, but I really didn't want to know the answer.
There's a morbid curiosity with these things.
Yeah, Dr. Pimple Popper.
So I got a video, and I've actually watched it probably 15 times, just like half disgusted and half fascinated at the same time. But But yeah, so with that in mind, yesterday on my way home, I could tell that I was starting to get a little sinusy.
Yeah.
Right. So I wake up today with a sore throat, and so now I got a little bit of a fever, and I'm wondering is that an infection sepsis fever, or is that a little bit of a flu fever, right? So then like around the area on my back that it hurts, it still hurts, but then there's some dull pain more towards my obliques.
No, that's God talking to you. You need to go see somebody about this.
Yeah,
that's God talking to
exactly.
you.
So
how quickly can we get Blake in here?
If I start,
it's not funny, but yeah.
If you're listening, Blake, come on in.
See somebody,
come on in. You know, finish this thing out.
But looking at the back, I feel like the pimple thing is starting to heal, and maybe like you get body aches when you get a little cold or flu, right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, but I don't know about this fever type of reaction.
Yeah, the fever something. I actually had to turn the heat up because I was getting the chills in here. See, so at any
get some penicillin or something like that to run through that system.
I think if I crack a sweat, yes, I need some. I definitely need some penicillin or amoxicillin or something, some kind of antibiotics on board here pretty soon. But I'm thinking I can make it. I'm thinking I'm going to be all right, Brian.
You're too old to be playing around, bro. I'm just saying respectfully, too old to be playing around.
You know what,
out here.
Luce, it's funny you say that because last night I was watching this TikTok video about your health and ways you know that it might be the end.
Oh, damn.
If it's things
pimples on your back.
Well, yeah, if it's like something that you feel like one of them was like if you're getting ready to go on a flight or a trip and you have a weird feeling about the trip.
Yeah, I ain't messing around.
Don't go.
Yeah.
I feel that every time.
Don't go. Well, but yeah, I mean, but that's you and I.
This could be it.
But they have other things like like your heart or something happens with your hands or there's numbness and there's all this like if you feel these things, the end is probably near. That's what this whole thing was about. I was like, oh, God, please don't let me have
Well, I'm sure that's much to the delight of some in our audience.
Yeah.
Maybe now's a good time to bring up the Franklin injury attorney text line, see how much people are pulling for this. But, man, last night certainly felt like a possible turning point if I've ever seen one in the baseball diamond.
Crazy.
Hello. Don't bleep with me. ×3, Joc Pederson hitting the game tire. Was this his moment? We've seen so many great turnarounds this year. Like every good player has been amongst the worst of the entire season at one point or another. And then all of a sudden, there goes Jung, there goes Langford, there goes Simeon, there goes Seager. Right? So why not Joc Pederson now? After 4 months in the injury, I was starting to lose faith. I thought this dude just doesn't get it, or he's too old. But last night he said after the game, as frustrating as the nights where I've lost sleep over the last couple of months of production, it's irrelevant now. I can't change that. All I can do is focus on the next one right in front of me. So I was wondering if it bothered him actually.
Yeah.
Because he's so damn cocky. It reminded me of Rugi.
He can say that now that he hit one.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, now I can get over it. I can get past it because I got one in the bag. But if he still didn't have it, he'd be hella frustrated. Because clearly it was frustrating him.
Yeah.
Sleepless nights.
Yes.
If you go to work and you can't work, you can't produce that work, it bothers you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just pure swagger and confidence that he hasn't let on more.
Yeah.
Because inside was a boiling tempest of frustration, and Joc Pederson let it out last night, and if he does it again tonight,
that boil is on your mind, ain't it?
It is. I mean,
boil.
I have alleviated the pain significantly. Like, it was getting so bad, I was having to, bow my back just driving. Right? Or try to get in a weird spot where I was kind of resting on my hips, but not letting any of my back touch. I'm starting to get a little bit of a hunch. But now that I've drained probably 70% of the volume in there, it's got a lot more flexibility and movement to it. It's quite a bit more comfortable. Aaron Judge expected back from that 10-day trip tonight. Likely to play that 10-day IL trip. He's likely to play a DH. I think he missed 11 games in total, but I guess that would mean Giancarlo Stanton will not be unable to play. He has 10 homers in 32 games, but he is not going to play the field. And Judge is expected to DH this evening. The Yankees 4-7 in that stretch. They're currently on an 18-28 run, so this definitely preceded his absence. They've actually just maintained about the same winning percentage in these 11 games without him. 342 average, though, fourth with 37 home runs. If the Rangers can win tonight, can you imagine how exciting day baseball is going to be tomorrow for all the Tolos?
No, I would be. Anytime you can find a way to beat up on the Yankees, I don't care if they're good or bad. That's that fan base right there. That's a tough one to deal with, and it's funny to see the reactions of them after the game. The Yankee fans, on social media talking about how they were just the bullpen, the manager, the timely hitting, everything that you can imagine they were complaining about. But give Bochy a lot of credit. I mean, he went with the pitch hitter with Joc and that worked out great for him. I mean, that was absolutely just great timing, using your bench to get you back in the game. Great job of, in the extra innings, or the extra inning, being able to play defense and get out of a jam. So yeah, it's and they come up with the big hit. And I know I was very, very critical of Josh Jung yesterday. And I'm like, hey, and I asked CY about that, availability and being hurt and how can you count on and that, and nice for him. I mean, a lot of folks reminded me that I was that critical of him, but hey, if I'll be critical of him every day, if it means they find a way to kind of get him going, hitting home runs like that and clutch hits and things. But that's a great win. The Rangers clearly, after what happened in Seattle, needed that one badly.
Yeah, no doubt, man. So high drama here as we're inside 50 games or so until the end of this season. A lot of people sounded off here. Saying,
a lot of people say.
Yeah, saying go get it checked out, and could be that staph infection type of stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was.
I mean, so I had an ingrown hair in this exact spot like 8 years ago, and it popped, right? And I've always
and they're
felt
bastards
like
too. They can really surprise you sometimes.
It was still down in there, so I don't think it's anything maybe other than an infection. But I appreciate everybody's concern in their text. So Astros won last night as well. They remain 4.5 ahead. Rangers are 1.5 behind Seattle and New York in the second and third wild card spots. So a win tonight would put you just a half game back. And when it comes to facing Bombers, it's not getting any easier because the Rangers are going to have to do it again next series. The Phillies in town. Kyle Schwarber hitting 2 last night, pushing him to 40 for the season. The Phillies fans hitting it with chance of MVP right as he hit a grand slam. Yeah. So that was a lot of fun. Okay, what team would you most want to trade Micah Parsons for if we go there? I think it's got to be the Raiders. I've been thinking about this quite a bit. Like,
you want the picks, you want the high picks, right? Is that what you're kind of thinking?
Yeah.
I think if you're going to do it where it turns into multiple ones, you want the team that possibly has the worst path to having a successful season.
Yeah.
You'd love to trade Micah Parsons. Okay, I'm saying you'd love to. You would love to trade a player to another team. And we had this problem when we traded, a pick to Buffalo way back in the day, and they drafted J.P. Lossman, the quarterback out of Tulane. And we were thinking we made the trade at the time. This is the one we ended up getting Spears, Marcus Spears for. So we had the 11th pick, and then we thought that Buffalo, when we made the trade, that Buffalo's pick was going to be potentially a top 12 pick. But it ended up being number 20. So they were kind of outside, that line. And so it worked out, for us because we got Spears, but we were thinking that maybe that pick was going to be a lot higher. So if you're going to make a move, you always try and trade it with a team that potentially could finish worse in the standings. Now, Seattle made the trade with us for Joey Galloway, and we gave them the 18th pick. And then our next pick that they got from us was number 7.
Ouch.
So you went from giving them 18, which is okay, cool. And then maybe you could have made that pick 24. And then, so you give them 18 and 24 for Joey Galloway. Okay. That's a decent trade, but 18 and 7, that's a horrible trade. That is a horrible trade.
Especially as we're getting ready for the Dirty Dozen debut, and we know Cowboys history. It's like, how important is a draft class?
Yeah.
It's massive. If you're giving up 1-1, it better be for a guy that is pushing you over the top right now.
Right.
And I don't think that would apply to the Raiders, but maybe they're desperate enough. Maybe Pete Carroll has enough pull that he'd want to go for it right now. And it does maybe create a little path to victory for them.
You could probably think about I don't particularly think that trading him to the Commanders would be a good situation. I don't think trading him to Philadelphia would be a good situation.
I get back with Dan Quinn and shine all over us, bro.
I don't see that.
He'd be hump dancing out there on the star and everything. Come on, bro.
No question.
Doing the lion and whatnot and peeing.
Yeah. I would try and target teams that you feel like might be talent poor, and those picks end up to be better picks for you when it's all said and done.
Yeah, you never know. Things change so quickly in the NFL, and we're about to see it again, where some contenders have horrible seasons and some teams picked to finish at the bottom are going to rise to the top. And where do the Rams fit in that? I think the Rams could have a great year, and they could end up winning this NFC West. Today they did a deal with their running back, very team-friendly. They just seem to have a lot of the components of team building and coaching figured out better than the competition. Okay, we'll get the G-Bag of the Day champion in here. We'll get Wolchuk's top 10 at 2:20, and we're back with more sports here on The Fan. All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and we have the top 10 at 2:20 coming up in just a minute. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck decision in Dallas. 817 says, trading Micah anywhere is a poor decision. Yeah, no doubt. There's just, the idea of trading him is crazy. I just thought if it came to that, what would be the best scenario? And I think it comes down to, like, what's the worst team that would want to trade for him? That's where I'm starting. Yeah. I want these picks to hit in the top 10. If you're picking in the 20s, there's no way you're going to get a player as good as Micah Parsons. Both those guys put together won't be as good as Micah Parsons. So it's a bad idea, especially with a quarterback who's over 30. You have George Pickens for this year. Like, there should be a strong push inside that front office to make sure they're doing everything in their power to try to get this thing done this year, okay? And I think that means adding corners and maybe another defensive lineman, although Perry and Winfrey is balling. Yeah. Can't wait to see him in joint practice coming up at 4 o'clock. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius with the G-Bag of the Day champ.
Yeah, man. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every day, 5:30 to replay the champ right about here. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. Day 2 for this champion audio. Let's go to the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chop? Which one of you? Here, host Sean Sharif crashed out on a caller. His name is Tolo Ernesto.
Live on Sean and RJ.
Yo, what's up, guys? First time calling, man. It feels good to finally talk to you guys. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Thanks for listening.
So here's my thing. You guys got to stop letting Steven off the hook, man. I mean, Steven and Jerry. You guys are going to need to realize all this could have been avoided if you would have signed Dak 2 years ago. We wouldn't be in this situation. CeeDee Lamb a year before, we wouldn't be in this situation. You guys got to stop letting Jerry off the hook.
Do you listen? Do you listen to this radio station or show ever?
Yes.
Okay, well, you sound like it. You sound ignorant. Because we do it, dude. Are you kidding me? Every single. Did you hear G-Bag last week? Did you hear Gavin Dawson last week? Did you hear us with Jerry last year? Turn him down. Turn him down. I can't stand these tweets. And don't say you listen when you don't. You just expose yourself. I dealt with one listener over the weekend who kept saying, "Yeah, we should do this." Did you hear Clarence Hill tell Jerry Jones you're being disingenuous to his face? Come on now. Like, just admit you don't. I'd rather you admit you don't listen than lie. It's BS. Stop. It's ignorant. What?
I was just saying, he said he was talking about the listeners who had just called in.
What?
I said he was talking about the listeners.
I thought he was talking to us.
No, he said he was talking to the total.
Ernesto, are you talking about us or the listeners?
I'm talking about the listeners, dude. I'm not talking about you guys.
Put him down.
Way to go. That's not Jerry cutting Todd off. Todd, you're not going to ask your question.
Ernesto,
you stop talking.
I accept my nomination for G-Bag of the Day, week, month, and I apologize.
Apologize. He did. I don't think he made it clear in the call. How did Bobby learn that?
I think the guy Ernesto was going with the flow of the conversations and the callers and everybody picking it up, and he was like responding to people on air and not the host on air. Shout out to Sean though. We do it, dude.
Yeah. I was listening to see when he chimed in with it. Sean was pulling one of my numbers. He was interrupting the guy.
Yeah.
And the guy says, "I'm talking about the Tolos."
Oh.
And Sean never heard that.
Okay.
Like, he got drowned out. I was listening, like, when did this guy say it? Because he didn't initially say it. It was when I'm talking about the Tolos.
Yeah.
And Sean, like, you're an idiot.
Stop. It's ignorant. What?
I was just saying, he said he was talking about the listeners who just called in.
Yeah.
What?
I was talking to the Tolos. I love you guys. Well, salute to Ernesto, and thanks to him for turning it on and leaving it on. It's time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. And Zach and Eric out the next couple of days. I think Eric's going to return on Friday.
Thursday, I believe.
Eric's going to return on Thursday?
Thursday, yeah.
Okay.
And we're on the road, right? We're doing the Fan Phenom stuff. And
That's
then
right.
we got day baseball tomorrow, so hopefully you get to feel a little bit better for that.
What day is that you guys going to be out?
Thursday.
Thank
Saxy, is that where we're going to be? Saxy, I think, is what we're
Yeah, it's an off day for the Rangers as well, so that's a full 5 hours.
Full 5 hours, yeah. So,
looking forward to that. Got to drive to Kansas City Thursday night, actually, after the show.
Who does?
I do.
You need to go see to a Care Now after the show immediately.
You think so?
Yeah, and get a amoxicillin martini.
I mean, so Cassandra, she works at a doctor's office. It's a pediatrician spot. I said, could I like send her a picture of this and have her write me a prescription or whatever it's called for, the antibiotics?
Yeah, you need an amoxicillin martini. That's what I was going to ask though about your girl. She popped that boil.
She did.
Oh, they're so morbid. They get into things like that.
Yes. Yeah. She
I couldn't help.
She was laughing and vomiting or, making the sound like she was going to vomit. Yeah. And I was like, you like this. Yeah. There's a part of you that likes this. Yeah.
Foreplay for this man.
But I think I'm good. I think I'm good. But what I don't want to do is go to one of these urgent care spots and have them send me through the $600
because they will do that.
Wash.
You just need some amoxicillin to clean that on up and go on about your life. Maybe a doctor to look over it once to make sure it's something not weird.
Yeah. I figured like the teledoc could do this. Like I don't need to go to some place where they're like, oh, you have insurance? Cool. Let us ring up a $1,200 bill. We have to eliminate this and we have to eliminate that. We're going to need an MRI to make sure it's not, they're going to do that thing.
Shout out
Jimmy.
the dentist.
I mean, when I was growing up, you could get in and out of the doctor for $15, $20, copay, deductible, or whatever. And around 15 years ago, it just all of a sudden went to like, this is going to be $300. This is going to be $600, and I don't know. So I guess I've become that old man that doesn't want to go to the doctor because it's a pain in the ass. It's going to cost too much money.
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of it's a scam. I've had this what's called a ganglion cyst in my wrist 4 times as a kid.
They cracked that with a book, I think.
Right, they used to crack it with a book.
Yeah.
That would be the approach with it. So, like, the last time I had it, it stuck around for like a month. I finally went to the doctor. They shot it with cortisone twice, and it never came back. So here comes young Abby, 14 years old, obvious ganglion cyst on her wrist. Take her to the doctor. I'm like, yep, I've had it. Her Nana's had it.
I know exactly what it is.
It's hereditary. Yeah, they're like, oh, we can't shoot it with cortisone without knowing because it might disrupt the growth plate. And then her hand wouldn't grow properly. And I'm like, and what are the chances of that? Probably less than 1%.
Bro, just change the oil, bro.
The doctor got the attitude with me, and I'm like, this isn't doctor attitude
change
for
the oil.
Right?
I can't believe you made it here.
Right? This isn't doctor attitude like I'm the professional, let me do my job. This is doctor attitude like I need this $1,200. So if you want to be seen by me, you're going to agree to this MRI before we actually resolve what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like every time I go to the doctor, what I'm sensing is a salesperson trying to capitalize and not like accurate medicine. And it sucks. It's probably going to end up killing me, because I can't trust these doctors anymore.
Can't trust the doctors.
It's become such a game to maximize
upsells.
The profit off of you. And, until you hit that deductible, it's a massive check. That's you're like, okay, this better be real serious, right? If I'm going over, I would call it $300 for the doctor.
Sure.
It better be something that I can't just tough out. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Woolchuck's top 10, the 10 Dallas Cowboys players making strong impressions in the first half of camp.
All right.
Number 1, this is off The Athletic, John Machota, CeeDee Lamb. This is
that's his number 1 guy?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I don't know if he put it in any order, but I mean, I think what's different mostly with CeeDee Lamb this year is his leadership.
I think CeeDee has been outstanding. I actually think Pickens has been better.
Wow, look at that. And Pickens is number 2 on the list. What's been better about Pickens?
I think Pickens has found a way, and maybe it's because I've never seen George Pickens play live, and I got really excited about, okay, here's a guy, they put him on the same side, and he finds ways to all we talked about was vertical player. He does so much more than that. You give him a competent quarterback that can throw him the ball, he was going to make plays on the move and things like that. That's when we had a chance to interview him. I just feel like that those are the things he's doing better. The crossing routes, the in cuts, the red zone stuff. He's been really, really good on that stuff. And so I'm anxious today to see how the Rams, maybe we'll have some one-on-one stuff, some really good clips. But I'm interested to see how he works against the Rams, because he's been a problem for the Cowboy defensive backs.
Yeah, I just want to get the ball in his hands running across the formation. High completion throws.
You got the right idea. If you're going to do that, that's a really good plan.
I mean, somebody mentioned on Twitter today, I think it might have been Dan Rogers, that he feels like these Cowboys are going to be so good in the yard after catch department that it's going to be a really good offense, really efficient offense. It might look like Dak doesn't have the depth of target that you would like, but if you don't have to push depth of target because your guys are freaking yak monsters, there's no point in it.
Where they are making some headway is these quick screens and stuff. You know, when they get the ball, it's like they fake it and then they play action that thing, and now that ball's going to the outside on the screen, and it's one move and then gone. Just make an adjustment. Then boom, beat the defensive backs, and they've had some success running some of these quick screens with these guys.
Okay, we go to Kyer Elam as the third player on the list, the top 10 most impressive players at camp so far. What do you think they have in this guy, Brian?
I tell you what, there's questions about him, like has he always been a practice player, and then he gets in games and the technique and the ability kind of falls apart. So far, so good. I think he's one of these guys that everybody when he was traded for, everybody was kind of like, oh, damn, this guy can't play. They all watched the clips. They saw the Kansas City game. They saw him getting beat and all those things. But there's some things about his game that we saw from Florida that have been translating into. He was at Buffalo where the coach really didn't like him. The GM liked him. And now he gets a fresh lease on life. He's working with the secondary that the coach really likes him. He looks comfortable playing. He's covered Pickens. He's covered Lamb. Anybody on the outside, whoever's come his direction. And I know I saw 9 practices, had 3 interceptions. So that just tells you that he's around the ball. He can read, he can react, and he can make plays.
I hadn't heard this thing that maybe he's just a practice player, though.
Yeah, there's people that just think that maybe that he's a guy that looks really good in practice, and then you get him in the game, and he kind of falls apart.
Donovan Ezeraku is up next, number 4, top 10 Cowboys that have stood out in Oxnard so far.
He might be number 2 when it's all said and done.
What do you think's a good goal for him?
I kind of felt like that if he had somewhere between 6 to 8 sacks, and I felt like this is Voch Lombardi and I were talking about it on our show, is that it was kind of like, well, where do you think? And because Voch was saying, well, remember when Dorrance Armstrong and he had when we were going through when they were second in the league in sacks, and we were naming all the guys that were part of that. Guy had 6, guy had 8. This guy legitimately. He could have just 8 sacks. I said 6, 7 sacks. I'll give him 8 with the possibility. If you tell me that Fowler had 10 last year, I think this guy's a better pass rusher than Fowler.
He did have 16.5 last year at Boston College.
He's got a feel. Lucius, he's got a real feel for how to come off the ball and how to get underneath defenders. He was talking about it when we interviewed him. Remember, he was saying, hey, it's a little bit different than college football because they have more tools in the tool belt kind of thing. And they'll show you a hand and then they'll get underneath the hand. He says that's kind of where he's trying to learn. But he's a smart kid. He's going to figure out on a weekly basis who he's playing against and how to break them down.
Yeah, I mean, Ezeraku is the rookie I'm most excited about. I think Booker's going to be solid, but I think Ezeraku has the chance to be a star.
Yeah. I agree.
And if he does that along with Micah Parsons, this defense could get really good in a hurry. And he was top 3 at his position last year, run defense in all of college. Yeah. Jaden Blue's number 5. Is he the clear number 1 now, or how would you?
I think Sanders, to me, if you just want to say the veteran guy, Sanders has shown to me that he has that ability to. He could press the hole and see the cut. Press the hole. I need to make a cut backside. It's a BB block. It's a Booker block. Oh, wait a minute. Steel hook the guy here. We can, I think Sanders is a little bit better doing that. Where Blue has shown up, guys, is when they put the pads on. He's been a much better ball carrier with the pads on than it was with helmets and T-shirts on.
Okay, how about Trayshawn Holden? Is he going to make a case to actually be on the team?
He's okay. There, when you add Pickens, now everybody takes a click down the food chain. And so how
Colbert,
many?
Mingo, Turpin.
Yeah, how many do you keep? Do you keep 5? Or do you keep 6? There's a battle at 6 when it comes to like Flanoy, Brooks, those guys. So he's shown up ahead the guy that kind of had a really good day yesterday was Tolbert. But we've talked about quiet days. It's typical Tolbert. Have a really good practice, and then now be quiet for 2 days.
See, Tolbert's the guy that I could see maybe preferring Holden over, because you need Mingo for his size and his run blocking. You need Turpin for the return game and all the gadget stuff. Like, Tolbert's the guy that if you're looking to only keep 5, that I'd be interested in having Holden instead of. But I mean, Tolbert had such a productive year last year. That'd be hard.
He did. And that's the thing that the argument is always about consistency, and consistency in practice, and consistency in games. You could show up, you could be great for 1 week and then disappear for 3. That's an issue. Coach talked about that yesterday.
Cavante Turpin, number 6. We've talked a lot about him. Maris Leofau, the second-year linebacker, coming in at 7.
How about that? Yeah.
He's one of the starting 3, right?
Yeah, it's funny. They play, because Dallas runs the ball so much and they play heavy personnel, that they play base defense. So he's the third linebacker right now for you.
Malik Hooker coming in at 8. One of the better run defenders on this team, and he's been Johnny on the spot in the run and pass game so far on defense.
The thing with Hooker, though, you got to be careful, because when he does come forward, he has a tendency to miss.
Does he?
And so, he's shown up because he's defended the ball better. There's been times where they've put him in coverage where all of a sudden you get shoddy schemes on down around the goal line. They are inside the red zone. Shoddy schemes, Lamb across the formation, and now Hooker's in coverage. They did it with Hooker. They did it with Lamb, and they did it with Pickens. Both times Hooker gave up a touchdown on the play. So you got to that's something you got to be aware of about him.
Yeah, I think it's a testament to really what you said about this whole team struggling at run defense, that he actually missed less tackles than a lot of his teammates.
It's something that you just got to know that he will occasionally come flying to the ball, and next you know he's right past the ball.
Hunter Lipke, last guy on the list, says he's trying to do whatever the coach is telling him to do. Is he going to have a big role, or is this
huge role? Yeah. If you there's some ideas and principles I believe they've stolen from the San Francisco scheme. What Shanahan does when they call trade, when they take 2 guys and trade them from right to left. And then they took a motion with Lipke and move him to the trade side. So you got 3 blockers on one side. San Francisco is really big on this. When they try and do it with Juszczyk, they'll motion him, and then they'll snap the ball, and they'll have him at the point of attack, blocking right there as a move guy. Hunter Lipke is going to get a lot of opportunities to do those kinds of things.
Okay, Cowturd on Shoddy. How much does this matter? It's coming up next. Rams-Cowboys joint practice will start at 4 o'clock local time, and we'll be all over it, breaking down the big plays and developments, and we're back here in the nation.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, Evaldi versus the Yankees. We'll
Spagnola V product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Doesn't sound right.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys-Rams joint practice coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll take a look at Ranger stuff coming up at 3 o'clock. Post-trade deadline reality for all 30 MLB teams. How you feeling about your Texas Rangers here after last night's big win? That was exciting. I did post a picture on social media at Gavin Dawson on Twitter of this this bursted pimple on my back because people are saying, no, that sounds like staph infection. Ooh. So are you saying that it's not a pimple and not an ingrown hair? It's actually a staph infection that's come up on my back somehow? There was no cut. Like, that'd be super, super random. But I am open-minded. And with a day game tomorrow, Brian, I think I'm probably looking at waking up and going to the doctor.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I was thinking maybe after the show.
Yeah, I can't believe you're putting it off again.
Yeah.
They close it out, what, 7, 8?
We got Rangers Yanks at 7.
Yeah, okay.
Have a
They
little
close about 8, 9, the care nows.
urgent care centers.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I figured they'd be open later in that, but it says be aware of sweating or nausea or throwing up, like as clear signs that it's a bigger infection that requires urgent service. So I think I'm good. I think I can take a wait and see approach.
Famous last words.
Yeah,
I think I'm good. Yeah, all right.
yeah.
Come on, beer real quick.
I mean, what's the worst that could happen in over 9 hours of sleep? Okay, cow turd on shoddy. Does this matter? I have respect for Colin. As far as being a professional, yes, I think that's important. But is a backwards visor? Like, what year is this? I think growing up in 1991, that might have led SportsCenter. A backwards visor discussion and a debate. As far as being professional, I do think it's important to be professional, but I just think most of these are just personal style. And I want to wear my hat backwards. I want to wear sunglasses inside. Like, there's nothing objectively unprofessional or rude about that.
They beat Tony up over it. Tony Romo, yeah. It was his shoulders and his hat at the same time. Shoulders all slumpy. Hat was backwards. He's like, this guy doesn't care. And he's throwing 4 interceptions a game.
I think there's definitely something to said for body language. As a quarterback, you want to, project confidence. But yeah, I just think that there are different flavors for what you think is cool, and as long as it's like hygienic, you got a decent haircut, you've shaved at some point in the last couple 2-3 days, I think you're good to go, Brian. That's my opinion on it.
Yeah, I just to me, training camp is one of those times where you might wear the same clothes every day, the same look.
You're in the lab.
You're grabbing. There's like when you go in your room. Or maybe in the locker room, maybe in your locker you've got 3 or 4 hats and you got a visor on top, and or maybe you're in your room and you got 2 hats and a visor, and you just grab it, you throw it on and go. But you got the same shirt on you wore yesterday, you got the same shorts, and it's training camp practice. If you wear a hat backwards, it's okay. I've worked with coaches that always wore their hats backward. Hell, remember how Dan Quinn's a head coach on the sidelines with an NFC Championship game with a hat on backwards. Is that the reason he lost? No. He just ran into a good team there in Philadelphia.
Well, sometimes like, Stallone and Over the Top, you need an energy shift. And flipping that hat backwards, it's just...
I've worked with plenty of guys that have just always worn their hats a certain way, but it's training camp. And so... Like they say, the league always tries to encourage you to the league won't let you wear like a coat and tie on the sidelines anymore. They won't let you go with the old Tom Landry look, or when those coaches used to wear the skinny tie with the white.
They won't let you?
No, you can't. You can't.
Why not? I like the training camp look. You're in the lab right now. I'm going to grow my hair out. This beard's going to look raggedy. We're trying to figure these plays out. I'm trying to see who's going to be on this roster. It's tough.
It is tough. And,
it's not time for me to dress up, but they should be able to be fly as they want to on the sideline during the game. I don't see what.
Yeah, the league.
Why even police that?
Because they want you to buy the hoodies.
The merch.
They want you to buy the merch. They don't. Matter of fact, Mike Nolan was his father was a coach for the 49ers for a number of years. And he used to wear a tie on the sidelines, and Mike wanted to honor his dad at San Francisco doing the same thing. And the league was like, wait a minute, we got to make it, they made him jump through hoops just to do that. So, yeah,
they had to wait till Reebok made a suit.
He had on, okay, you have to wear a certain tie, and you have to wear a certain shirt, but it's all about the merch. They don't. And if you're turning their merch backwards, they probably feel like that it's not getting exposure is another thing that they're dealing with.
Okay. All right.
Or making your merch look cool, but you probably got a great point. No, we want to see these logos.
They want to see the logos. Yeah. They want to see the hat. They don't want to see the back of the hat with the band. They don't want to see that. They want to see the front, and somebody's going to say, hey, I'm going to buy me one of those Cowboys visors. That thing looks cool. Well, you could go to the pro shop and get one. You can wear it back. You can wear it backwards if you want when you get it. But the league is really particular about that.
Every square inch of that sideline, including the players, is a potential for a billboard, right?
Towels.
Yeah.
The towels. I remember the whole thing with those, Gatorade has got some really cool towels now. They just should be just regular old towels. But now they've got the team logo on them. They've got the color. They've got Gatorade on them. I mean, they're actually, you would never think about taking a towel. But like, if I could take a couple of those Gatorade towels with the logos on them,
Oh yeah, I love
those make good
towels.
outdoor
Yeah.
cooking towels. You know, Throw
I
them
love a
over
good
your shoulder.
playoff towel.
Yeah,
You know, like
yeah.
the ones we got from the Rangers run in 23. The
Yeah, no,
Mavs
these are
ones.
big.
Yeah.
These are like big. These are like bath towels that you could get on the sidelines that they put over the shoulder.
Oh, that's fly.
Yeah,
Yeah, I want them big green ones. I know what you're talking about with the logos all over. It's like a step and repeat.
Yeah, they've got them now where each individual team has their own towel. So like on the sidelines, like the Packers have their towels, the Cowboys have their towels. So you got to grab me a couple of those.
Man,
Cowboy
those would do
towels.
numbers if they sell those.
They
you
do.
know? Oh, they do.
They do. Yeah.
I could imagine Cowboys fans just having those as
Oh,
their
they're going to
beach
sell
towels or
everything
their
on that sideline. They're
home
going to sell
towels.
everything on that sideline.
Well, I mean, I guess if there was an inkling of unprofessionalism in Brian Schottenheimer, like a nepotism storyline, this guy doesn't deserve it, and he's out there being unprofessional with his visor on backwards, maybe then I'd have a little bit more appetite for the discussion. But this guy's killing it, Brian.
I wanted to ask
Coach of the year.
No, he's definitely got the swag. I wanted to ask Lucius this question.
Coach, you got relax, bro. We just started.
I'm calling it.
We just started.
Lucius,
Damn.
you went
at some point.
I mean,
Lucius,
prisoner of the moment, my man.
5 years of listening to McCarthy like press conferences and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, you've had to listen to every one of Schottenheimer's because he drops a cuss word
he
every
likes
single
to
time.
cuss, yeah.
Every
S
single
word
time.
is his favorite one.
S word is his favorite one. And I was going to ask Lucius, how many press conferences have you listened to entirely?
Every single one he drops an S at least twice in there.
Yeah.
At the very end of it.
So usually, like McCarthy, you just let the thing go. You're like, I don't care. He's not going to say
This
anything.
man is struggling to breathe. He ain't going to give you too many words.
Yeah, but I do feel like maybe they won't win enough this year, but eventually in the next couple, 2-3 years, they're going to win enough. And I think Shoddy's vibes and the way that he interacts with everybody, like he's going to talk to reporters. Everybody's going to learn to like him. They're going to get an up-close view once the season starts of everything that goes on with him.
Yeah, he's doing a really smart thing because what happens when you become a likable guy in the media, they don't go after you as much.
Nope.
So he's doing a really bright thing doing that.
Yeah, I think he's thought of everything.
Oh, he's trying.
And obviously he hasn't. But if something comes up, he'll spend significant time about it. He says he's an elite communicator. I think that's maybe the number one skill I'd be looking for, of course, after knowing football. Being an elite communicator, it pluses everything up from the way that you interact, what you can convince Jerry of, talking with your other coaches, talking with your players. The benefits of this are pretty outstanding. So I think, you talk about strong takes, but how about this? I think Jerry finally found his Landry. That's how much I think is Shoddy.
I think to me, I was just thinking if he could be
stunned you, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
It's a little early for that.
Is the fever,
but I wanted to call my shot.
Fever kicking in.
Is that the fever or the cold medicine?
Is that
I'm not quite sure.
It's something.
Does staph infection present as cold? Because if it does, then I'm out of here. All right, because that's what I feel like right now.
Yeah.
I got a giant pimple on my back, and I feel like I've come down with a cold in the last 24 hours. I think they're totally unrelated.
Yeah, Blake, if you got nothing coming on, come on in and we'll do some radio.
I'm telling you, if you Google it, you probably have everything in the world that you don't want if you Google it.
There's a first.
Right?
I am going to chat GPT it here at the break, but I feel like a first responder might have just heard my Brian Schottenheimer take and decided they need to come by a 75 pitch.
I will say this, though. If Schottenheimer's a quarter as good as his father, you'll have a successful coach. I think his dad was a really good coach.
Yeah, and I think what last week showed me is he's got enough of Marty, right? He's got enough of the tough son of a gun to lead a group of men without being looked at as a pushover or too much of a fun guy. Top stories at 3, post-trade deadline reality for all 30 MLB teams, and we're back with the nation.
Our goal is to be D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Alrighty, I'm hearing from people on the text and Twitter that I need to go to the doctor now. Okay, so I just wanted to put that out there. I don't know if we can get somebody in here for me, but I'm convinced now. I put that on Twitter.
Some guy said you might get MRSA or something like that.
Yeah,
and it's resistant to any common antibiotic out there, bro. Super virus.
What's Will Chambers doing right now? Should we give him a call?
You gotta plot with that one. Oh, he might be into that liquor by now.
Oh, you think he? We'd have fun with this thing, right? Did he retire? Will's in good standing with us, right? He's not.
I just don't know if he's sober right now. It's the afternoon.
I think he'd be okay.
Okay.
Right? I think Will's okay. Yeah.
I just got that stomach feeling when you get worried, you know?
Oh, yeah. You've read all those comments.
Like everything was fun, and then I read the comments, and I'm like, crap.
Yeah.
Reality. This one person just said on the text, Gavin definitely needs to go to the doctor now, not after the show.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I did lance it last night. I was very, very careful with rubbing alcohol and a sterilized instrument, and I only went in deep enough to puncture it to create the hole, to drain it and get some sort of relief. But I feel like this is a fairly common thing, right? People
It can be fairly common.
Yeah.
You just need some antibiotics. That's what you really need, is somebody to look at it to make sure it's not something really weird. But you could be back in an hour and a half.
I could.
It's that type of vibe.
Yeah. Maybe I could bail and come back and finish up the show. Or maybe there's like an urgent care doctor out there that could just swing by 75 and Fitzhugh, or could have me text it to them. I mean, this is the frustrating thing. We have all this great technology. You know what it is. Why can't I just text it to somebody and say, hey, I don't want to leave work, but I feel like I need antibiotics. Could you send that to CVS and then have a DoorDash driver send them over to me?
Man, Will just said, he goes, man, I'm stuck at work, or I would. And I just asked Blake. And Blake said, I said, hey, can you come and do some radio? Or he says, right now, ? I said, yeah. He says, yes. I'm like, okay, come on in.
You're making that call right now? I think Tim Collins is over there and Gavin Spittle is over there. I mean, I would like to go, though.
Hilarious.
So
he said ETA is 320 if we can do this.
ETA is 320?
He said ETA is 320. I'm just trying to help the situation. If I'm messing up,
I get it. I'm in. I'm going. All right.
You going? All right. Well, I could say I don't want our bosses to come screaming down the hall and just start MFing me or something like that.
Well, like I said in the tease, might be a life and death situation. Yeah. So it would be it'd be best if Spittle wasn't doing the hockey podcast right now. But there's Stars fans want their content, right? So he's standing and delivering, and we wouldn't want to interrupt him on that.
Okay. Is it okay if I say Blake to come on in? Is that all right?
Yeah, okay. I think so. Let's go ahead and make that call. It's all right for Blake to come in because I got to go because I have a medical emergency.
Who's going to get yelled at first, you or me? Probably me for trying to get something done, right?
No, I think we're good.
You think so?
I mean, it's chain of command.
Yeah, I mean it is. Okay, so Tim Collins is putting a finger up, and he is on the phone now. Can we get this green lit as we dive into? See, the thing is, I feel great. As this thing was going on, other than the sinuses and me feeling like I'm coming down with a little bit of a cold, there are no signs of infection in my energy, right? I don't have a fever, so if I do have it, it's early.
Okay.
And I just got to get it snuffed out.
Okay, as long as it's not a fever. If it's a fever, then you need to go see somebody about it.
I mean,
quick.
I think I might have a slight fever, but that's probably due to the cold. So it's complicating my analysis. If it wasn't for the fever and the cold being on board, I think I'd just be with no problem through this. But man, I'm starting to have muscle pains in my lower back and stuff. So actually, that's one of the things that's making me feel like maybe it isn't the best.
My man said it's complicating his analysis.
It is. It is. I cannot get an honest read on whether I feel like this fever is from just a cold or maybe it's from the infection. Obviously, if I didn't have this cold right now and I had a fever, there's no way I'd be here right now.
Right.
Okay.
And then me doing radio, but if it's just Lucius, it'd be a good show. Me
outstanding. Yeah, you guys would do
like a music. We do a music show.
Yeah.
We just start talking, just playing like old songs, like a.
And number 5 on the list.
Yeah. Brought us to 1967. You liked this one.
Yeah.
So the topic is, what are the odds that you're about to go on another magic carpet ride here with your Texas Rangers?
Oh.
Or at least deep enough in the playoffs to make it very exciting, And I consider that ALCS.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'm going to be able to drill down and give you the precise odds, but I do see Bradford Doolittle, ESPN, giving us the updated probabilities. How much have the Rangers improved their outlook over the last couple of weeks?
Mm-hmm.
Right now, they're headed for 84.1 wins. Might get you in the wild card.
Didn't Bassick say we need like 86 or something like that?
86 to be sure.
Oh, okay.
You're making the playoffs 43% of the time now. It had dipped like down to 18% a couple of weeks ago before this heater.
Yeah.
And right now they are the champions only 2.1% of the time. I think that's low. You know, I think this is a situation where maybe the numbers aren't going to get you home because you need a human brain to separate what happened early, what has happened in the last 2 months, and what is likely to happen if you have DeGrom and Eovaldi once you get to the playoffs.
Yeah.
They say the lingering concern, though, is still the bullpen. Rangers offense remains confounding, but lately it's been so consistently productive, it's fueled Texas resurgence. The rotation remains the standout unit, especially with the addition of Kelly, though. Newcomers Danny Colum and Phil Maton. I'm going to get that last name eventually.
You got Maton right. I think you did.
You can't help but look at the prospects it took to acquire Kelly and wonder how much that offer could have been tweaked for Griffin Jacks or Yohan Duran, who they did not get the hammer bullpen piece. But I mean, this dude Colom has the best ERA in the American League.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know why
last night.
I don't know why he's not capable of going to the ninth inning, but I definitely want to give it a shot.
Stuff. I think it's the stuff. I think it's if you remember, I asked my buddy who's a GM in the league about him, and he was kind of, I asked him if he thought he could be a closer, and he was like, I think a lot of it had to do with like the velocity. Let me see if I can pull that up. But
so you could be nails in the seventh or eighth inning, but you don't have nasty enough stuff to get hitters who are hitting in that final frame. I don't know. I always assumed it was psychological. Like some guys just don't have it between the ears to be able to, digest that reality that the entire team is depending on them.
This is what my GM buddy said. I asked him about him, and I asked him, hey, do we get a decent reliever here? And he goes, yeah, a decent mid-tier reliever. And he says, average stuff, good deception, and execution. So I think that's when we start to think about our closers. Maybe that's why that Hobie Milner's not closing, because it's execution, it's deception, but it's not.
Yeah.
I guess you got to make these guys swing and miss. That's the most important thing.
Well, and in a setup role 6, 7, 8, you can pick the part of the lineup you're going to put him out there for,
right?
And be like, wow, this is going to work out in his favor. In the ninth, you got to take whatever is on the way, and if it's horrible matchups for you, if you're the closer, there's really no dodging it. And then you give up a couple of tanks, and the next thing you know, you're on your own head, and you're on your way to, having a bit of a confidence breakdown there. And then who knows if you're even going to be good for the 6th, 7th, 8th. So, I trust the Rangers know what they're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, you kidding me? They got Maddox, they got Bochy, they got CY on this, and I'm sure they're coming to the right conclusion. But, when you're looking at that bullpen and the different ways they could configure it to make this thing, come together, that's I think where the curiosity has to go, and it will. If Garcia messes up, I think you got to try to say, hey, can he overcome the things we just talked about and put him in a ninth inning role if Garcia gives up another dong this week, blows a save.
Yeah.
The Mariners are 12th, just slightly ahead of the Rangers with a 3.5% chance of winning the World Series, a 70% chance of winning the playoffs, winning on average 87 games. So that's fair, even though they're only a game and a half ahead of the Rangers. The Mariners have improved so much over the last couple of years compared to the team that, nearly ended your season before you could go on that crazy World Series run. But it's been the emergence of Cal Raleigh and now the addition of Suarez that, along with Julio, makes this a team that could have, an offensive breakout as good as anybody else in the big leagues. And then you got your Astros coming in at 9. With a win average of 89 in the playoffs, 88% of the time, and winning the World Series 6% of the time. I really struggle to see the Astros being that good. I think they kind of have the regular season figured out. They proved that last year, and then they just weren't that viable. And I don't know if enough has changed with Houston. So I actually think the Rangers have a better chance of the World Series than the Astros right now.
I kind of feel like you need to be worried about Seattle. That's the one. Seattle's only 3 games back, and Houston's just spewing oil right now. That series that they had in Boston, I know they won last night, but they're 13 games up, but man, they could have just completely buried everybody, and they went on a bad run. And they've brought Seattle and Texas back into this thing.
Yeah.
So, but I think Seattle, just watching them play, and the trades that they made, the pitching they have, it's going to be, I could see Seattle. I could see Seattle being the team that Texas is going to have to battle for the top spot.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Seattle and Texas, I agree with Sandler when he says I think these are the two best teams.
Yeah.
Okay, so Blake's coming in. He'll be here on the other side of the break, do a live men's tee here, and I'll be good to go. I'll probably be back before 5 o'clock, I can imagine. We'll jump in the expressway and salute to Blake, who is on his way in. Wifey said, go to urgent care after work. You will need to have them lance it to get all the infection out, then give you antibiotics. My doctor can't give you antibiotics without an appointment. See? They're all in the hand us $200 before we even take a look at this business, right? Isn't there a better way to get these guys compensated than just taxing the working man? You know what I'm saying?
They haven't figured it out
People
yet.
are making business decisions on their health with the inflation and everything.
Yeah.
Like I said, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, dude, you could go to the doctor for $10, and if there was nothing that wrong with you, they'd, charge the insurance the most of it. You'd put your little copay in there, and then you'd be done, and that's just a thing of the past.
Sometimes I got to get the penicillin from the Mexican bazaar. I definitely did back in the day.
That's the extra
when
strong
the pockets wasn't looking right.
Yeah.
When pockets wasn't looking right. And I'm going to the Mexican bazaar to get those penicillins.
Man,
on Harry Hines.
What else do they have over there at that
They got
bazaar,
a lot of
man?
stuff. Yeah, you got a lot.
How about a shape of the Yankees in right now, though? I think the amazing thing about the Rangers' run has been that the opposite has been true for the Yankees over the last 50 games. They're 18-28 in their last 26 since July 13th. That's the 5th worst record in the big leagues. They haven't won since the trade deadline. They were universally praised for the flurry of deals they made to fortify their bullpen. But last night, their 4th straight loss, and the guys that they brought in have failed them.
Yeah.
So this would be so rich considering the deep history. And, it was kind of a one-sided history up until 2010. But the Yankees owned you. They swept you 3 straight years in the 90s, and the playoffs couldn't even win a single game. They had a reign of terror across Major League Baseball, and they're everybody's rivalry. If you could have a role in getting the manager fired or in pushing them over the edge and out of the playoffs and, into a place that they can't recover from, and they have had a ton of injuries, it would just make it that much sweeter.
They were, if you go back and look, on May 28th, they were 35-20. They'd beaten the Angels. They'd beaten the Angels 1-0. And from that point on, it has been just a steady decline for them. Long losing streaks. Get a couple wins, and then they have a 6-game losing streak, and then they get a couple wins, and then they have a 5-game losing streak. It's been a struggle with them since. But that's hard to believe on May 28th. I mean, they were the darlings of baseball with all the power and the home runs and stuff that they were hitting.
Yeah.
But boy, I tell you, it's been
the torpedo bats.
The torpedo bats. They've lost games. I mean, they've lost games to like Atlanta. They've lost games to the Marlins.
Yeah.
But they also have lost games to Toronto as well and stuff like that. And the Phillies. They've had some games where teams were probably a little bit better than them and are playing a little bit better than them right now.
The Athletic described the scene last night in the visiting clubhouse of the Globe. Players dressed silently at their lockers. The few who spoke whispered to each other. No music played over the speakers. The ping pong table was unused. A pack of playing cards was unopened. Stacks of pamphlets advertising family fun and where to get the best Texas barbecue untouched. Magazines sat in the middle of empty tables. That sounds despondent. That sounds worse than anything the Rangers went through, and it's probably because of the media pressure, the pressure of being a Yankee, the failure there. It is like when the Cowboys lose. That's the sort of emotional turmoil that playing for that organization will put you through. And they acquired Jake Bird from the Rockies.
Yeah.
He gave up the dong to Josh Jung, crushed it. He also blew up Friday, giving up 4 earned runs while getting just 1 out in a loss to the Marlins. He was brought in for the Rockies. He was one of those guys that the Rangers were interested in getting.
Yeah.
Okay, we got Josh Jung coming up next here. It is the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan. The Rangers Player Show is coming up next to the Fan. 105.3 The Fan. It's time now for the Rangers Player Show with the guy that hit a walk-off last night. It was electric. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here it is, the Rangers Player Show, brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. And joining us once again here on your home of the Rangers, it's third baseman Josh Jung here in the nation. And good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
We are doing wonderful. How did it feel last night? When you're rounding the bases, do you notice anything? Does it all go blank? I mean, what an electrifying moment to be part of.
Yeah, it kind of goes blank. As soon as I saw the ball leave the yard, it kind of all went blank, and I felt like I floated around the bases.
But you had to know off the bat it was gone, right? I mean, that was a solid shot.
I knew it had a good shot.
Okay.
It felt good. It felt flush. Back spun pretty well. I knew it had a good chance.
Now, when you know you're going to extras and you see your spot in the order, what's going on through your mind there with the chance to get it done?
I mean, as a DH, just making sure I'm ready for that moment, making sure that I know I'm hitting, fourth in that inning, and knowing I'll probably get a chance, especially with Langford, and he's been hot, and you look at all the different variables there. He's super fast. They'd rather have me out there on the bases in the 11th if I get out in that situation, not being a burner. So there's a lot of different things going through. And when they had that mound visit, I figured that they were gonna walk in and try to pitch to me.
Yeah, Jess, I was going to ask you about that. Were you like in that count? Were you sitting on a certain pitch, or were you just like you were just locked into whatever Bird was going to throw you that time?
I can't give away my secrets like that.
I know. I'm sorry. I had to ask because that thing you saw it all the way. I mean, it was right. A beautiful swing on it, though.
All I was trying to do is not do too much because it's really easy to go up there and try and overswing and get yourself out of it. And honestly, I was just trying to hit a soft line drive right back up the middle.
So how protective do you have to be of your secrets? Do you share those with teammates? Do you just not talk outside of the clubhouse about it? And sorry about Brian. He's always trying to pry for inside info.
No, we talk about certain things in the clubhouse for sure. But you try to keep it within these walls because you don't want to get it back to your opponents and then them exploit you on your secrets.
Yeah. So quite a roller coaster yesterday. We started the show thinking there was a chance that you could go on the injured list, and then you hit the walk-off. How is your health doing right now, buddy?
I'm good. I've progressed every day and in a good way, and every day we're going to keep building up, hopefully be able to play third by the weekend. So that's my big focus right now is just continuing to get better every day, and I'm glad I was able to get in there yesterday and not go on the IL.
Yeah. Clutch.
Hey, Josh, your experience in it, maybe I'm making too much of this, but your experience through the playoff run in a World Series, and you guys are playing a lot of meaningful games right now with like 50 to go. Is it something somewhat similar, or is it just, man, it's a whole nother season. It's a whole nother thing. But do you ever draw from in big games and big moments like that with what you went through with a couple of years ago?
I think it's more of like a new season, new thing, but every game right now is important. We played Seattle, we got the Yankees, the Phillies, we got the Blue Jays. I mean, all these guys are all playoff teams, and every single game matters right now. And that's how we got to look at it. And I think that's how we're attacking it too, is all these games matter. Even though it's August, right? Like all of these games matter for the playoffs because as we saw in 23, you can sneak in by a game. It's that close when it comes down. So I think just, especially as an offensive standpoint, going in there and trying to produce as many runs as we can. And hopefully last night, coming back a couple times in that game and ultimately winning it, I think can carry over. And we got to look at each series as trying to win that series. And being able to take game one, especially from the Yankees, is huge. And we got one of our dudes on the mound tonight in Evo. So you take it one game at a time. But definitely when you get into those moments and situations down the stretch here, every game's important. So hopefully we can do everything we can to come out on top.
It's Josh Jung here with you on The Fan. What's going on with Evo? I thought you were supposed to get worse as you're getting older, and this guy is maybe having his best year ever.
mean, I've seen him. This is year 3 now with Evo. Just the dedication to the routine, the monotonous routine that he does every single day. He loves it. He enjoys it. Watching him just honestly get better, and as you said, could be the best year of his career so far. I mean, yeah, it's no secret. It's no doubt that him having this year is any part of just how he goes about his business every single day, and always has that hunger to get better. And I mean, it's awesome. Even when he feels like he doesn't have his best stuff, it's like, dude, you're going out there and you're performing really well. And yeah, I mean, just watching it, it's been incredible.
Josh Jung, there's been stories this year about the vibe or the energy of the Rangers clubhouse. I know a former player commented on it. We won't bring up his name, but I mean, what you're describing there, it sounds like there's terrific leadership here, and whether it's Corey Seager or Marcus Semien or Evaldi, maybe it's just a different flavor. It's a leadership by example instead of more rah-rah. How would you describe the Rangers clubhouse? I'm sorry, I'm babbling on here. What do you think?
I mean, it's definitely hard when you're struggling, and it felt like there for a couple of months everybody was struggling, so it's kind of hard then. But as things pick up and as people have success and they stand up and they lead the pack, and I would say it's more of a lead by example type deal than when you have guys get hot and you can just follow along, and it gets the clubhouse going.
Hey,
when
Josh,
when it feels like everyone's struggling, especially as an offense, I mean, that's that weighs on everybody, but as things pick up, as guys get going, it's that lead by example. It's like, come on, follow me. And things have picked up over the last, I guess, month and a half, and it's been great.
Hey, Josh, sorry about that. I was going to ask you, and I was going to circle back about the pitching. When you're standing out there at third base, do you know immediately when your guy's going to have it that night? I mean, do you just know by watching how the pitch and how they're working and stuff? They're like, oh man, we got this one tonight. I know the games are super competitive and tough, but do you just get a feeling sometimes watching your guys pitch that they're really going to be on tonight?
I mean, we have one of, if not the best staff in the league. So I don't care if they have their best stuff or not. I know they're going to go out there and give everything they got. And I mean, they've done an unbelievable job all year. Yeah. Even when they feel like they don't have it right, like they're still going out there, getting out of big situations. And even the guys we added, I mean, they've had some big spots so far and have delivered. So hopefully we can keep that going. But yeah, staying out there at third, watching these guys, it's been a lot of fun, especially them getting some ground balls out there and letting us make some plays. I mean, it's been a lot of fun playing behind this staff.
Josh Jung here with you in the G-Bag Nation, home of the Rangers. Pregame tonight coming up 6:30. Do you like playing the Yanks? Did that mean anything extra to you last night? Number one brand in baseball and all that?
It's just another opponent. It's just another day. But I think in the scheme of things, where they're sitting in the wild card, where we're sitting, that was just a big win for the team in general.
Yeah, it was.
And being able to come back a couple times in the game was huge.
Well, thank you for shutting up their fan base too.
Keeping us in it. I mean,
going
out there and shutting them down in the 10th with the runner on second.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The pitching staff jokes around and says there's a guy on second, no outs, and they don't score. It's a run. It should count as a run saved, and that was a huge run saved for us last night at the top of the 10th.
Speaking of that, when you look back on your career, was the play you made, was that against Baltimore, the double play that ended that game?
Yeah.
Is that your favorite play of your career?
It was later. It was late in the game.
Yeah. That's the one.
Chapman on the mound, I think in the 8th.
Yeah, I think that's the one I always remember.
That was a nice play, yeah.
Yeah. You moved to your left, and it's kind of bouncing, and you just stabbed it, and it was like, holy crap, this team. Yeah, this team can really play, and the rest was history. You know what else I'd love to get your thoughts on is how remarkably confident everybody was early on in that playoff run. Like, you'd eliminated an opponent, and I think it was Heim that said it's going to be even more fun when we win the World Series. And I think that was going into Houston. Looking back, how were you guys that confident at that point?
I mean, we sweep Tampa, go into Baltimore, take those first two, end up sweeping them. I mean, confidence at an all-time high there. And it was something about that flight from Seattle to Tampa after losing the final game of the regular season, losing the division, and everything starting over back at zero. It kind of felt like opening day all over again, and we had just had some guys come back from injuries, and the full lineup was back together, which we didn't really have in that second half. And I don't know. It was just we were just building on it. It was pass the baton mentality, and as an offense specifically, we were just building on each other and putting innings together. And I mean, it was a crazy run.
Things change quickly in baseball, no doubt about it. So, I mean, from that peak to struggles this year and your trip into the minor leagues that was kind of an extended stay, was that tough at all?
It wasn't ideal. I'll just say that.
Yeah. Okay. You figured something out though, dude. You've been on fire since you came back. What happened there? What clicked or?
Just trying not to do too much. Specifically me, when I struggle, I try and take it into my hands and try to do too much, basically. And going back down there, working with my hitting coach, Cody Atkins, we were growing every day in the cage.
Yeah.
And just not trying to do too much. Don't go into the box trying to hit a 5-run homer. It's impossible. So just go up there and honestly hit a soft line drive right back up the middle, and whatever happens after that. Was it
one of those things, Josh, too, where you're just so competitive that that you talk about hitting the 5-run homer, but you're just so competitive, and when we watch you play every night, and we see this guy out there, it means so much to. Was it hard because you've kind of felt like maybe I'm letting the guys down a little bit, and that was something that was bothering you along the way?
I mean, you have all the emotions when you're going through something like that.
Sure.
And that was probably the biggest, longest stretch that I'd gone through. And yeah, I was trying to force the issue. And when you force the issue, things kind of go the opposite way.
Right.
So that's kind of what I was going through. But yeah, all the emotions, you're experiencing all of it, because you do feel like you're letting the guys down. You have expectations for yourself. You're not meeting those, and you try to force the issue. And sometimes you got to release that and just worry about winning one pitch at a time.
I mean, the run you're on right now is just incredible. Starting pretty much July 1 or maybe even a little bit earlier than that. Yeah, a few games earlier than that, late June. So now that you're dialed in like this, is there another side of that to manage, or do you just let it flow? The excitement, the confidence of it.
The game ebbs and flows for sure. It's a roller coaster, and it's just riding the wave you're on. When you're peaking, you try to ride it, and when you hit that valley, you try to get out of it as quick as possible. But yeah, right now it's managing it just like you would if you're going through it. It's not trying to do too much. Don't try to go out there and hit 4 homers. For one, that's not the guy I am. 2, just go out there and whatever the team needs, that's the at-bat you need to have in that moment. And success or failure, view each singular event kind of as it is and move on to the next one.
Well, you're the man, dude. Congrats on this bounce back, tearing it up, having a good time out there. The walk-off last night was incredible. So continued success. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
There he goes. Josh Jung here with you, World Series champion in the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Yeah, in the month of July, dude hit 367.
Yeah.
So, and then last night, a 2 for 4. And we talked about this in 2023. The Rangers really struggled when Josh Jung was out, and
right.
He came back, and it set the lineup off.
I don't know, yesterday, and like I said, talking to the guy, when we walked in, it's like, oh, guess who we got to talk to today? And I'm like, yeah, the guy I'm the most critical of, and because of the availability or lack of. And I just, you're right. When he plays, the team has a chance. I mean, he's he'd be one of your better players, but it seems like there's something always kind of a setback, and you can kind of tell with the way he was talking about it. He didn't want to talk about that minor league stuff. I mean, that was probably a real beatdown for him, probably a low point in his career. I mean, he's had some injuries he's had to deal with, but good for him last night, and basically shutting me up, with a. Because I was thinking, like, if this guy's not available, maybe you have to move on. Maybe you have to think of different plans and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But the guy's a World Series champion, young guy, and hopefully the injury stuff can get behind him, where he can have a number of years that are just healthy, where he can play a lot of games and and show the talent that he has.
Well, speaking of health, I'm going to get out of here actually and go to urgent care now, Brian. So I know Krusty's Corner is coming up next. Blake is going to jump in with you. What do you have planned next?
Yeah, you know what? Since Blake's showing up, I'm going to ask him a bunch of Cowboys questions. We'll see what he thinks about this football team. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to chat about D&M leasing with you before we do anything else, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, it's just...
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yeah, buddy, you're listening to the G-Bag Nation. Gavin Dawson had to run to go take care of that back, so it is just me and Brian Broaddus, but don't get worried, we've got you covered all the way until Gavin gets back or the show ends at 7 o'clock for Texas Rangers baseball.
Yeah.
Do a little Krusty's Corner here. Shout out to the great folks at Reliant Air Conditioning for sponsoring this segment.
Yeah.
Brian, Krusty's Corner, I love to be, we've done versions of this on the weekends with me, you, and Fred.
Right.
But now we get to do it during the G-Bag with all of your great G-Bag listeners. So what you got for us today?
Yeah,
Brian?
it's interesting with the Rams joint practice here in about 15 minutes. We can all kind of follow along on Twitter, and I'm sure that the great folks there, John Machota, Todd Archer, Calvin Watkins, all those guys, Tommy Yarish, these are all really, really good follows that will be posting clips and stuff. And
Nick Harris
does a really good job. Yeah, you mentioned Nick as well. But I was just curious of your thoughts. I know you and you mentioned Fred, when I was out there, we did the weekend shows together and stuff like that. But as you look at it from this standpoint, as you look at this team from where you're at right now, and fortunately, I've been out there and seen. I'm curious of where you are. With this football team. I'm curious where you are. Are there things that going into it you were like, you know what, I'm not too sure about this group.
Yeah.
Is there things that have changed for you when it comes to this football team?
So Fred asked me where was my excitement level heading into the season before training camp even started.
Yeah.
I said a 6.3 for the team out of 10.
Uh-huh.
And then I said if we're talking about just the defense, I'm around a 4. If we're talking about the offense, I'm around an 8, and kind of averages around 6.3 in my head. There was a lot of concerns about the secondary, and those concerns have not swelled. Those have not gone down for me when it comes to secondary. I know what Deron Bland is going to give you, and I feel fine about him. I don't think we're going to spend much time speaking about him. But other than that, when it comes to Kaiir Elam, I think has stepped up.
Yeah.
But at the same time, from what I've been reading and kind of just reaching out and seeing what different people have had to say, Kaiir Elam has done this before for Buffalo. Looked good in the preseason, training camp, all the offseason stuff, summer. And then when it's time for game time, whether it's missing plays, just not tackling, not being in the right place. So do I feel a little bit better about Kaiir Elam from when the trade happened? Yes. But that is not saying much. The bar was very low for Kaiir Elam, so I'm very worried still about the cornerback position. And the depth chart comes out today. And me being a mean green, shout out to Kamon Hall, former North Texas kid. But if he's my starting nickel week 1 versus the Eagles, I'm taking the overs on all the Eagles receivers. I don't feel good about that. Now, maybe you can persuade me why, hey, this guy's going to be really good.
Sure.
But from what I've seen, outside looking in, not being at the practice, Kamon Hall starting at the cornerback position from when we had Jordan Lewis last year, who I'm sure everyone listening right now knows how good of a slot corner he was and got paid in Jacksonville because of it. I just don't know if Kamon Hall is going to be able to really be starting an NFL game. We saw what happened with Kalen Carson last year.
Sure.
The guy you drafted, all of us had high hopes. The seatbelt looked good in week 1. Week 2, barely played. Gets thrown into the ground by Derrick Henry, and we never hear about him again. Shoulder injury, of course. So the secondary is something that did not go down, and I was very worried about, and I'm still currently worried about.
So is the secondary being the number one? Where were you in the running back situation?
Okay, the running backs, I will say, I have a little bit of a smile on my face now. I was very.
Is it just what you're seeing from clips, or is it you're not letting a guy like me influence you on anything like that?
No. I think the clips have looked nice. I've really liked what I've seen from Jaden Blue.
Yeah.
I think he's hitting the hole well. He's exploding it. We haven't had any juice in the backfield in a while. I was a big Rico Dowdle fan. The analytics showed how good of a running back he was the last 10 games. He's one of the 10 best running backs towards the back end of the season. I wanted the Cowboys to bring him back. They didn't think he was worth the money, whatever. They get Javonte and Miles. I wasn't high on that. If you listen to Fan After Dark, Fred is super high on Javonte, thinks he's going to be the lead back.
Yeah. That's weed.
I'm more of a Let's see what Jaden Blue has. And then when the stuff comes about him being lazy, we know about the fumbling. I was like, I don't know, man. Is he ever even going to get a shot?
Yeah.
And from what I've seen with a little bit of injuries and just Schottenheimer giving him first team reps, I haven't heard anything negative about him from training camp. So it seems like, do I think he'll be the week 1 starter? No. But do I think he's going to get more opportunities than people are prepared for? I do think so, and that makes me happy. I feel a lot better about the running back room than I did 3 months ago. So, yes, that is something that went up for me.
In Blake's thoughts, is there a chance that Pickens could be better than Lamb this season?
No. There's not a way that Pickens could be better than Lamb just because, 1, I don't think it'll happen numbers-wise, and 2, I don't think the eye test will prove it either. I am so high on George Pickens, and I think they are one of, if not the best, wide receiver tandem in the league. And I think they're both going to eat. I think you're going to see a Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle type season if barring Dak stays healthy. I am very much excited to see the opportunities that CeeDee Lamb now has with George Pickens on the other side and Jake Ferguson. So while CD and George and Ferguson might not have the counting numbers they were all saw from CeeDee Lamb a couple years ago and last year, I think when it comes to efficiency, when it comes to touchdowns, when it comes to just the overall offense, moving the ball up and down the field better, I am very excited to see what George Pickens can open up because we saw this. Allen Hurns, Michael Gallup, Dez, they like having a downfield, big body target that they can spread the ball down the field to. And you have you've not had that.
Yeah.
Shout out Brandon Cooks, but he's as tall as Alec Medford. Like he's not stretching the field. We're like, hey, all of a sudden we have to play a different coverage. We've got to shade a different side of the field because Brandon Cooks is on there, and he's a great receiver. But having George Pickens as a different type receiver, I don't have the stat in front of me, but I'm pretty sure the most 20-yard catches in the last 2 seasons, CD and George Pickens are both top 4 in that. And just the threat of George running past you, now those little dig routes, now those crossers, now those slants by Turpin,
he'll drive you off the ball.
are there.
Yeah.
And I also think on the other side, having George Pickens work with a guy like CeeDee Lamb, I think, can we say that's the best receiver he's ever been in a room with?
Probably so, yeah. Well, depending on what you think about Amari Cooper.
Love Amari, but I think CD at this point from what George is working with, the route running from George, now it's kind of hard to tell in the clips, but it looks good. But I think
he's a legitimate running routes.
I think it's going to bear even more truth in the regular season. I think his route running is going to get even better. It's iron sharpens iron with those guys, and I love the way the guys speak about each other. I think you need a little bit of banter, you need a little bit of an edge, and George Pickens is. I think CD already had a little bit of that edge, kind of that, I'm the best in the game. You're not going to mess with me. And George is just going to bring it out of him even more. And if both of those guys are monsters, Jake Ferguson, Jaden Blue, those guys are going to be getting one-on-one coverage, having linebackers cover them. So I'm not really worried about the offense at all. We can talk about the O-line.
Are you worried about the head coach, primary play caller, using everybody like we would like him to use them? Like using the receivers, using Turpin, using the backs, using the tight end.
Schottenheimer had his little press conference the other day, and CeeDee Lamb talked, I think, the day before, and they both kind of echoed the same thing about what have we been complaining about since I've been here, and even before
static offense,
no motion, getting out on the edges. Like this is 2025, 2024. We're just running hooks, curls, verticals, and teams. If me in the press box and the person I'm sitting next to and my mom who's watching the game know what play is coming.
Your mom knows ball.
If we know what play is coming, that is probably not a good thing when you're going against these elite defenses, the Vic Fangios of the world and D'Amico and all these Saleh. They know what's going on. So I know there was myself included that didn't like the Schottenheimer hire, but I think there are pros to it that we have no idea what kind of offense he's going to run. What there's going to be a lot of things the same way when you have a rookie quarterback and teams don't know how to game plan for him. Then we see the sophomore slump.
I think I have an idea.
Don't spoil.
I think I know. I think I know what they're going to do. I think they're going to be power gap run scheme.
Yeah.
I think they're going to try and do some elements of some outside run, some zone stuff. I think they're going to be a big waggle boot team. I think that's what they're going to try and do.
A little 12 personnel, or you think
12
just 11?
personnel, 13 personnel. I think that's what they're going. I think you're going to see some crossing routes. You're going to see some bunch formations. You're going to see combination routes out of that. I like what I've seen so far. The thing that bothers me, there is a ton of boot and waggle stuff on this offense. There is a run the ball, and then now it's run the boot. or run the waggle, with the blocking, get the blocker out in front. I just wonder how much that is that going to be like. It's going to be run heavy and then the play action off that.
Can I ask you a question? Who
Sure.
gets more snaps this upcoming season, Luke Schoonmaker or Jalen Tolbert?
Oh, probably. Well, see, they'll tell you that Jalen Tolbert is probably the third right now. I think they're being nice to Jalen.
I thought we're on the exact same page. I thought the exact same thing when I saw the depth chart.
But it's a competition with Mingo and Turpin. Turpin's getting a lot of burn there.
And Turpin feels like a Schottenheimer guy. He's a smaller guy. I'm going to use him in motion.
Right.
I'm going to show you how you can make this guy versatile. We saw last year had one of the best slant routes we'd ever seen, and then he never runs another one under Mike McCarthy. So I think Turpin's going to be used. I think Mingo's going to be used. I find it hard to figure out where Tolbert finds himself in this puzzle.
I keep talking about Tolbert has got to find a way. Schottenheimer said it himself, when you have those quiet days, and there have been some quiet days.
And he can't afford them.
Yeah, yesterday he was outstanding. But is today going to be a quiet day? Is the next practice going to be a quiet day? That happens with him quite a bit.
Woo! Okay, one more before we get out of here. Mozzie Smith, Jay Toya. Is that a real battle for the one, or is it Mozzie's job day one?
No, you know what? Mozzie walked off the field injured yesterday. I think you're going to see Jay Toya and others get opportunity there. I think,
who's another guy other than Jay Toya that could really be at that one tag?
Well, the kid they drafted from Maryland would be an opportunity, but I don't know. I think it's going to be one of these things where they're going to play with smaller guys. I just think that's what they're not going to play toe to toe. JT will probably be a big guy for you. We'll see, but I just don't. I really don't. I don't see them like they're maybe going to look for a bigger guy, but right now I don't see them playing with a bigger guy.
September 4th, Cowboys, Eagles. Yeah. Cowboys fans, get ready for that. That offensive line is no joke. Well, that was Krusty's Corner, sponsored by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gavin sent me this. He's got 5 betting hot takes for the Dallas Cowboys. Will you be taking these takes? We'll discuss those next on the G-Bag Nation.
Our goal is to have you win.
Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady.
Nation. If you're just now getting in your car and you're wondering whose voice you're listening to, Blake Elliott, joined by Brian Broaddus and, of course, Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. Gavin Dawson had to run over to the little urgent care, make sure nothing was going wrong with him. Someone texted in, Blake, don't sit in Gavin's seat. You'll get the MRSA, MRSA. What's that? What is MRSA?
It's the sickness.
Is that what he has?
It was. We think it might be in his back. You might want to change that.
Yeah, you got no sleeves either, brother.
Yeah,
you know what I'm
it's
saying?
contagious. Like
we don't know. We don't know what it is.
You might want to go get the chair you were sitting in.
Okay, talk for a second. I'm gonna grab that chair. I don't want MRSA.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we should have said something, shouldn't we, Lucius? I that's a bad teammate on my part.
Yeah, you should have told him, man. He's got his naked arms laying right next to where Dawson was.
He jumped right in and started doing Cowboys football like there was no tomorrow. So
yeah, he had a boat where there's like 3 tablespoons of goo came out of it, bro.
Yeah, he
was leaning on next to it.
Yeah, he didn't have his headphones. Lucius just told you what he like.
What he say?
Dawson had a serious situation happen.
Yeah, he had a mump that had like 3 tablespoons of goo that came out of it.
Yeah.
What?
You got your naked arms laying in the same spot. So I will be careful a little bit. Something rise up.
I saw him tweet about that yesterday, that he had a pimple and asked if anyone wanted to see.
Yeah, that's
I read the replies. Nobody said they wanted to see.
Nobody
it,
wants to see that.
I'm glad he didn't tweet it out.
Nobody does.
That man's a masochist in a sense, you know.
Yeah. Shout out to Gavin Dawson. Y'all send y'all's prayers his way. I'll be filling in for him while he's at urgent care. I got 5 betting hot takes for your Dallas Cowboys.
All right, here we go.
We'll see which ones are the hottest. We'll see which ones you'd be willing to put your hard-earned Tolo money on, your Tolo bucks. Would you be able to do it? Here's the first one for you. Dak Prescott, Brian Broaddus, will win NFL Comeback Player of the Year. Other guys you have to beat out just to help you out.
Yeah, help me out.
Aiden Hutchinson is the favorite at plus 320.
He might lead the league in sacks.
Christian McCaffrey at plus 370.
He'll be close to the leading rusher.
Trevor Lawrence at plus 450, and then J.J. McCarthy at plus 850. Those 4 guys all have better odds than Dakota Rain Prescott.
I'm going to say Aiden Hutchinson would be the one I would bet on there.
So you would not take that bet.
Yeah, I think Aiden Hutchinson might lead the league in sacks, and I think that'll be the comeback player of the year.
I could see
and
that.
Everybody's saying right now you're a Dak hater. I'm just saying that Aiden Hutchinson is that good of a player.
I would not take Aiden Hutchinson just because of the offseason workouts I've seen. That leg does not look great. And how much are we going to buy stock in? Maybe, I know it's been said before, the Detroit Lions are maybe a victim of their coordinators. Aaron Glenn being gone. Do we think Aiden Hutchinson and Anzalone is going to be enough on that defense? Or is Aiden Hutchinson even going to look the same? I am going to go on the side of he'll still be a very good pass rusher.
Mm-hmm.
Will he be leading the league in sacks? I know, but he was so dominant. Didn't he led the league in sacks like 4 weeks after he was still injured.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing about it. I think that he's one of these guys that kind of figures these things out. And so I'm going to say, I think Dak is going to have a really good year with all the skill players. I just think that Aiden Hutchinson might lead the league in sacks. That's just me.
Where would you situate Dak in those odds then? Christian McCaffrey's there.
Second.
So you think he'll be better now?
Yeah,
okay.
Second. Yeah.
I can get with that.
Yeah.
We got one more Dak one. Dak Prescott will lead the NFL in passing yards.
No.
At plus 850 on the prop market on DraftKings.
No, I would not do that one.
I would probably go guys like Joe Burrow ahead of him.
Somebody. I think this team is going to run the ball a lot more than it. I think if you want to know the recipe for how this is going to work, the recipe would be how the Eagles played last year, where Hurts didn't throw the ball a ton.
Don't make mistakes.
But then you throw the ball, the play action stuff. That's how you operate, but you run the ball well enough. I think this team's going to run the ball, and I think they're going to try and run the ball.
Well,
so I think his passing yards are going to be a little bit down from that.
That kind of gets me in another side note about Dak that it's been on my mind for a while, and it's been talked about. Do you think Dax can rewrite his legacy this year? And if so, is it going to be with numbers, MVP type season, or is it strictly based on wins? Like like you just said, doesn't have the great numbers, but they win.
I think it's going to be. I think they're going to. It's going to show the recipe for him to have success will be the wins will come by really good play caller and his teammates helping him out. I don't think it's going to be him just having to carry the load. I think it's going to be their offensive line. It's the power gap scheme, these backs, how they use these backs, and then the play action stuff off that. He is going to, it's not a bus driver role, but it's a role where He's probably going to be pretty comfortable. If Dak's one of these 23 for 28 games and everything else comes running the football, I think that's the best recipe the Cowboys can have.
So he does that. He's 23 for 28 for, say, like 178, just below 200 yards a game on average.
That's what Hurts does.
So if he does that, they win 11 games and they lose in the second round of the playoffs. Does that rewrite his legacy? Or do you think that keeps him where he's at?
Yeah, you can't be losing the second round of the playoffs.
Okay.
So that's, I mean, how about win a first round game too would be probably pretty good. But yeah, they've got to find ways to get past that first. If they get in the playoff, I think it's gonna be a difficult year. I think if the Cowboys are like 10-7, 9-8, I know people don't want to hear this. I think it's a good year. I think Schottenheimer, he does not need this team to go like 5-12.
Correct.
He doesn't need that, or 4-13. If he's going to build this team and build credibility with the players, he's got to find a way to have a winning season. And it might not be a playoff team, but he needs to have more wins than losses, at least a 9-8 record at worst.
How much of how they start the season is important to you for Schottenheimer's confidence? Obviously, you open the season at Philly. Then you have a home game against the Giants. You go to Chicago, home against the Packers, on the road versus the Jets. So if you are, let's say, a loss to the Eagles, a loss to the Packers, and maybe a loss to the Bears, if you're 2-3 after 5 games,
that's. Oof.
Do you think that's a hole that Schottenheimer can climb out of, or do you think if they have a slow start?
I don't think they can afford a slow start.
Okay.
I think they need to. I think especially offensively, they need to be out of the gate quick. They don't need week 5 and all of a sudden CeeDee Lamb get mad and go in there and tell them, hey, we're doing it the wrong way. I think they need to have, right off the jump, they need to have some offensive success.
Let's say they lose to the Eagles. I don't think that's a hot take. I mean, even if they look good, you got Giants, Bears, Packers, Jets. They need to go 3-1 in that stint for your estimation to have any chance.
I do.
Okay.
I do.
Okay. The next Cowboys hot take that we have right here is that the Cowboys will finish second in the NFC East. That is at plus 300 right now.
I kind of feel people feel like that the Eagles that maybe things with the Eagles might, that maybe they might. You have a Super Bowl run.
I think they might regress.
May regress. I don't know if they regress that much. I think Dallas will be battling for the second spot, though. I think it's either going to be the Commanders or the Eagles in the one spot, and then, I honestly, the Christmas Day game, Dallas versus the Commanders in Washington, that could be for a playoff spot. That's how much I think that game's going to have riding on it.
You got the Chargers 4 days before, at home, and then you travel to. This is in Washington, yeah?
It's in Washington, yeah.
In Washington 4 days later. You think the Cowboys are up for that? Play the Chargers and then travel 4 days later on Christmas in Washington.
Jim Harbaugh team, that's going to be a physical damn game. That's going to be a tough game right there. I kind of feel like that Dallas is going to that game is going to come down. When I looked at the schedule, I looked at it in a way of saying this game, this late in the year, divisional game could come down to if Philly's winning the division, this might be coming. It might come down to like the winner of this game is in, the loser's out. That's how I think this game is going to be, and it's played like I say 4 days after games already being played.
Well, we're talking about who's winning the division. Fox put out the fun graphic of the last 10 NFC East champs. It's always a fun one to follow. So for you guys at home listening, 2015 was the Commanders, 2016 the Cowboys, 2017 the Eagles, 2018 the Cowboys, 2019 the Eagles. So that trend goes Washington, Dallas, Philly, Dallas, Philly.
Yeah.
2020's the exact same trend. 2020 Washington, 21 Dallas, 22 Eagles, 23 Dallas, 24 Eagles. So the trend, if the trend were to continue, the Washington Commanders will win the division this year. How much stock do you put in the Commanders regressing or them being a top dog pushing the Eagles?
Wolchuk was on the Commanders early last year. I think that quarterback's incredible. I think this Terry McLaurin stuff is kind of unfortunate right now, but I really, really do like. I think this quarterback with that coordinator, it's a college offense. He's clearly comfortable playing in it. I think they're going to get better. I do. I think that, and defensively, we'll see how things shake out. But I think offensively, they might have the best quarterback in the division.
It's actually kind of funny how stacked the NFC East was. We went through that little spell. I want to say it was like, I don't want to put a year on it because I'm going to be wrong, where none of the teams in the division were good.
Yeah.
Now you have it where 3 teams are legitimate playoff contenders, 2 being in the NFC championship last year, in the Eagles and Commanders. Some of the best, probably 3 top 10-ish quarterbacks in Hurts, Daniels, and Prescott. When you look at just the wide receiver trios, it's probably the best division as far as wide receiver rooms.
Yeah.
The worst one is Terry McLaurin and out there in Washington with Deebo Samuel, and that's saying something.
Right.
Unless you want to, I don't know who's even a 2A out there in New York with Malik Neighbors, because obviously we all know Malik's running things down there, but who's even his running mate right now?
That's a good question.
Not Wan'Dale Robinson anymore.
No.
Slayton's gone.
No. I was. It's funny you said, because I was looking at it. It's somebody that we know.
Is it?
Yeah.
Obviously not too good.
No, I'm going brain dead on you right now.
I'll look it up for you. When it comes to the different rooms in the NFC,
is it? Oh, geez, I didn't even want to guess.
I don't want to guess either.
Yeah.
Let's look up since depth charts were released today. And a lot of people got.
I wonder who they got rid of.
It says on here Slayton and Wan'Dale Robinson.
Okay, Slayton. I thought maybe they'd done something with Slayton, but
now,
could
that be different? I'm not in the Giants room. They got Jalen Hyatt as well. Still.
Yeah.
Who I think is probably the second most talented guy over there. But we'll have to wait and see. The last hot take that they have is Brian Schottenheimer will win NFL Coach of the Year. It's at plus 3,000, Brian.
Yeah.
Would you take that bet? Would you put $100 on that for him to win Coach of the Year?
I don't think so. I think he's going to have, I want to say he's going to have a good year, but I don't know if he'll be Coach of the Year. I would be surprised if that was the case.
Coach of the Year to me is a little bit of a stretch, just because, one, obviously he's coming into his first year. There's a lot of drama going on. Micah Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence, all that good stuff. We know all about that. So I think this team will look better than they did last year, but that does not say they're going to win a playoff game. That does not say that this defense is going to learn how to stop the run. It does not mean that Mozzie Smith is all of a sudden going to get good at football just because Schottenheimer's out there. I think you've got a lot of good vibes, but at the end of the day, all the people listening right now, the things me and you care about is winning football games. You can say all the right things, but if you don't have it when it matters, then that's it. It's not going to be able to get it cut. It's not going to cut it down. People are texting in, Slayton, don't sleep on the Giants. The Giants are not going to do anything. How can we watch Cowboys practice today live? There is no way.
There's no way. Now, DallasCowboys.com will have training camp live. I don't know. I need to text Tommy Varish and ask him when they're going to have training camp live. That might be the best look you have. But these guys and gals that cover practice are going to be stationed around the field. The clips are the best way, but Tommy they'll have training camp live. I'll just have to see when it is.
We're going to be checking the Twitters to see if anything happens with this Cowboys and Rams joint practice that's going to be happening here in just a second. If anything big happens, we'll have you covered here on The Fan. It's always fun doing radio with Mr. Brian Broaddus. But next, Gavin Dawson sent me a phenomenal story right here. Former NFL player arrested for dogfighting in Broken Bow, Arizona. We're going to discuss that as well as some more fun stories, and as well keeping you up to date on all things Dallas Cowboys next in the nation.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on The Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way.
that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
days all mixed up. I'll be at the Rangers game tonight with the bosses as they take on the New York Yankees, looking to get their second one over theirs. We'll talk to Jared Sandler on the other side. Before we get to that, former NFL player arrested for dogfighting in Broken Bow, Arizona. This is kind of if you need to rack your brain, this is Michael Vick style, but obviously not as popular of a player. This is LaShawn Johnson.
We drafted him in Green Bay.
Wow. Let's just start there. I said he's played Green Bay, the Cardinals, and the Giants from 1994 to 1999. So before I even get to the story, what do you know about Mr. LaShawn Johnson?
Yeah, we drafted him. He was Northern Illinois is where kind of an interesting running style. He was from Oklahoma, though. He's like really a real cowboy. He is like
cowboy
a
boots,
horse
hat.
riding,
Okay.
roper, that kind of stuff. Funny, coming out of Northern Illinois, super bow-legged. He could walk over a fire hydrant and never know it. He's one of that kind of bow-legged guy. But he had a really unique running style where he just kind of bounced off people. Really couldn't make anybody completely miss. He was a run into, bounce off another guy, keep running. He was really a contact collision runner.
Okay.
But he was tough. I mean, because he rode horses, rode bulls, that kind of thing. But I was not. And let me tell you what, I'm not surprised. Not surprised this happened.
So
I'm really not.
Story says he was convicted of 6 felony counts of possessing dogs for use in animal fighting ventures.
Yeah.
He was acquitted of 17 other similar counts. He faced up to 5 years in prison and a fine of up to $250,000, 250 big ones, of each count when he's formally sentenced at a later date. In quote, the FBI will not stand for those who perpetrate the despicable crime of dogfighting, FBI Director Josh Patel said in a statement. Thanks to the hard work of our law enforcement partners, those who continue to engage in organized animal fighting with cruelty will face justice. Prosecutors allege that Johnson operated Malcant Kennels in Broken Arrow and Haskell, Oklahoma, and selectively bred. Try to guess the dogs.
I'm assuming it's easy to say pit, but there was probably
whatever you think the answer is.
Is it the Mastodon or whatever those things are called, like big time fighting dogs? I'm
selectively bred pit bull dogs, known as champions or grand champions because of their winning dog fights. Early this year, the government seized 190 dogs from Johnson that have been in the custody of the U.S. Marshal Service. So wait, are they saying he had over 190 dogs and they took 190? He still had some left over and said, "Yeah, we're gonna put these in a dog fighting venture." My question to you, Brian, I'll give you the last details about the story in a second. Who's going to these? Who's? Oh,
it's kind of
lucrative.
Yeah, that and cockfighting stuff like that. Pause
as Brian looks in the film. Got to make sure.
You have these things, Lucius. I mean, Oklahoma, right? Dog fighting, big.
I would never show up to a dog fight, but my cousin, he was kind of into it.
That's what I'm saying.
He would have some, and he'd be so proud of me, like, "Yo, come look at my dogs."
Yeah.
And you get out there, they're like all manged up and beat up, and they on chains. You like, fam. You don't see this? Like, you don't see what you're doing? You're looking crazy right now.
I feel like there's other things you can do with the dogs other than potentially put them in a fighting situation where you're going to go to jail for 5+ years.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and you lose a lot of animals too, man. Like, they always don't win.
Just kind of a way of life, I
would just think there's different ways to go about it.
Dallas used to be a real big dog fighting hub, like a long time ago, like in the 20s or something.
Yeah.
When it was like a thing for money. Like, if you had big money, you go out there to the dog fights, you eat steak, you smoke cigars.
My question is, if you get caught at said dog fight and you're betting, do you get in trouble? Like, say I was to go to this one, I'm betting on this dog. Do I also get in trouble?
Yeah, for sure.
What if you go but you don't bet?
You're in trouble. If they catch you there, you're in trouble.
You're in trouble. Yeah, it's illegal.
Well, I was going to tell people to text it if they've ever been to one.
No.
But
they can do that. We're not the law. We just can't, give out their number and say, go get him, Johnny.
Don't text in if you've been to a dog fight. Do text in if you're
And then
enjoying
if you
the
get
show.
caught in a dog fight, you might have to snitch on the people. That's where you get yourself in trouble. Because now that the cops are going to ask you questions. Hey, how'd you find out about this place? Let me get more numbers.
Well, Brian was running it, so I
exactly. Yeah, I was running it.
The story talks about Johnson allegedly bred dogs that had won as many as 5 fights and then sold, in quotes, the stud rights and their offspring to other dog fighters, according to Justice Department. The trafficking took place across the U.S. and helped to grow the dog fighting industry. Wow. While resulting in Johnson profiting financially, prosecutors alleged that Johnson's attorney, Billy Coyle, said his client was a dog breeder.
Yep.
Who was never accused of fighting dogs, and noted that the jury acquitted Johnson on most of the counts against him. He was simply a breeder of the American Pit Bull Terrier. I love the gaslighting Coyle said. Or I said, but that was what Coyle said. Obviously, the jury found that some of his dogs bred were probably or were used in dog fighting, and those were difficult charges to fight. Finishes off with this. Coyle said federal agents also used heavily handed tactics with more than 40 officers raiding his home late at night, pointing guns at Johnson and his wife, and seizing his dogs and his property. Johnson previously pled guilty to the state of animal fighting charges in 2004 in Oklahoma. He was given a 5-year deferred sentence according to court documents. So I say all that to say this. If you're going to be dog fighting, 1, don't do it. 2, I don't think it should be some big thing. You shouldn't be having everybody in your circle know about it, because then you're going to have guns at you and your wife's head in the middle of the night, and nobody wants that over a couple $100. I mean, I don't know. Are people making hundreds, thousands, millions of dollars on dog fighting?
You can make a lot of money.
Make a lot of money.
You can make a lot of money because we're charging per head. It's an event.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm charging per dog. We got laying side bets on that.
We don't think there's more events that people could make money off of?
Yeah, there should be, bro.
Speaking of, I'm just reading the text line. I'm very scared because when you guys started talking about his MRSA or MRSA, everyone said it's a serious staph infection.
Yeah.
It's very contagious. Blake has probably caught it. Blake has a sleeve us on. He definitely has it. Seriously bad bacteria. So am I going to die?
Yeah, man. Welcome to adulthood, bro.
Am I going to die?
I hope not.
Yeah, all right.
Is this going to be my last show? Trying to help
no.
Gavin Dawson filling in. How will I know if I got the infection? I just get a huge pimple?
Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty much it. It doesn't go away. Don't pick at it or anything. Just let it do its thing. If it gets real big, then you probably got 3 teaspoons of goo and some penicillin on your way.
Oh, God. Trying to help my teammates, and I come in, and this is what happens to me.
Come win Fan Phenom, where you can fill in for Gavin Dawson.
Speaking of Fan Phenom, it's happening every Thursday of this month. First one's going to be in Saxe at Jake's Burgers. Come hang out with the G-Bag Nation from 2 to 7. After G-Bag Nation concludes at 7 p.m., they will open up the microphone for you guys to be the Fan Phenom and interview and get on the mic in front of the bosses. Let them know what you got, and maybe you can be here with us filling in for Gavin Dawson and his MRSA. If anybody's listening for the first time, and this is the first time you're hearing me, that is where Blake came from. Almost 2 years ago, Fan Phenom, Gavin Dawson called me. Not Gavin Dawson. I'm glad Gavin Dawson didn't call me.
Yeah.
Gavin Spittle called me, and he said, hey, you made it to the top 3. I need you to come in, do your thing. It was with Will Chambers and CA, and I did my Saturday with 2 other guys, did my thing. Radio silence, Brian. You know this. I was in communication. They weren't hitting me up.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I didn't get the job. I'm serving at restaurants. I've told this story before, but there's probably plenty of people that haven't heard this, so I'll share it right here. I take off my clothes. I'm getting in the shower. About to go take a shower. Right.
Right.
Ding, ding. Hear my phone ringing, and I go, oh my God! It says Gavin Spittle, boss at Fan. Of course, I answer. Yes, sir. How can I help you? First, not even 5 seconds into the conversation, Gavin goes, Blank, we did pick a Phenom. I said, okay. I just want to say I appreciate you guys for the opportunity, because the way he said it made it sound like it wasn't me.
Yeah.
I was like, I appreciate the opportunity. I was glad I was able to talk to the guys and hang out with them. Hopefully we can stay in touch. He goes, yeah, Blake, you won't have to be doing that because you are the winner. We're going to send over some paperwork. And then next thing you know, I get the paperwork and I'm here. So I say all that to say this.
Yeah.
If you're at home and you think you can be a Fan Phenom, 1, go do the Fan Phenom every Thursday, Jake's Burger, Saxe on this Thursday. Next week, I want to say Grand Prairie on the 14th. And then after that, I want to say Fort Worth. And then I always get this one wrong. It's either Plano or Frisco. It's one of the bougie.
I think it's Frisco's.
Frisco. I know it's one of the bougie places. So I say go to all four. Blake skipped the first one because I didn't know any better. If I were you listening, you go, hey, I can do better radio than Gavin Dawson, Fred Davis, Blake Elliott, Broadus, Wolchuk. This is your chance.
Yeah.
Put your money where your mouth is. Or if you just want to come hang out with the guys, it is a great experience at Jake's Burgers every Thursday this month. First one is at Saxy. Come hang out and talk to the guys. I think it's a phenomenal time to fellowship and kind of see what it's like to be on the radio. Even if you are young, aspiring, old, whatever, it doesn't matter. We've got a place for you, and we want to hang out and meet you. But I know we got a place for someone else, Jared Sandler, the phenomenon that gives you all the great Ranger stats. So we're going to be talking to him on the other side next in the nation.
Coming up on the KNC Masterpiece, we're live from Globe Life Field, and we got Bruce Bochy joining us early as we get you set for Rangers-Yankees to close out the series. It's a KNC Quickie, 10-1 on 105.3 The Fan.
If you don't know us, we are Rowdy Cowgirls from TFW's #1 sports bar, the Rowdy Cowboy.
Join us for a text...
Has Lola B brought up? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just feel like this is your haircut. The best hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Ask for the back-to-school special.
DFWsecurity.com. Our Rangers are in the wild card hunt, and the Fan is where to get that baseball fix. President of Baseball Operations Chris Young, Mondays at 4:20 with G-Bag. A different Rangers player every Tuesday afternoon, and then a doubleheader Wednesday with Brett Boone at 9:20 with Sean and RJ, followed by manager Bruce Bochy later that afternoon at 12:20 with the KNC Masterpiece. And of course, every pitch of Rangers baseball. Unmatched coverage of your local 9 is right here on the Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. Back here in the nation. Blake Elliott filling in for Gavin Dawson, who is at the urgent care. As soon as I get an urgent response, I'll let you know how he is doing. I'm joined with Brian Broaddus and, of course, LA and the Pimp Cup, making it sound nice and crispy. But let's go out to the Denham Leasing Hotline to talk to Jared Sandler, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing, and hear what he has thought about the Texas Rangers, who have been falling apart, but all of a sudden last night, a little bit of life in their game. Jared, how are you doing on this Tuesday evening?
I'm great, Blake, and hope you guys are all doing well. Gavin's okay?
Yeah, so Gavin's got some back problem, MRSA. Apparently it's some staph infection. When I got here to fill in, nobody told me that it was a staph infection. I then sat in the same chair he was sitting in. I have a sleeveless shirt on because I came from the gym, and now everyone's telling me that I'm going to be terminally ill. So that's what's going on.
Well, that's unfortunate. But Gavin's okay, though, right? We're more concerned about him.
Yes. From what we know, Gavin is okay, and as soon as he is back in good health, I think he's going to try to catch here to get the last hour or two of the show. How are things over there right now at the ballpark? I'll be seeing you over there tonight as well, buddy.
Awesome. Yeah, things are great. Yankees are here, so always a pretty lively atmosphere, and certainly fun coming to the yard after a win like last night.
Nathan Eovaldi on the bump tonight. He just won AL Player of the Month. What was different from Nasty Nate? We know he had a 1 or 2 game stint right before the month of July where he maybe didn't look like himself, and then he gets back to the dominant pitcher that we've been seeing all year. What has been different from Nathan Eovaldi? We know he's been a great pitcher, but it almost feels like he's taking it to another level, especially in the month of July.
Yeah, I mean, I think, his first start off the IL is just kind of rehabbing on the fly. So he wasn't his sharpest and, probably not really reflective of who he is when he's healthy, but, the Rangers felt like they'd rather have him throw innings at the big league level instead of waste bullets in the minors. But, after that start, I think his next one, he went 5 scoreless, maybe he allowed 1 run. And, he's been that guy for this team. I mean, he's, you wonder, well, why do certain guys age better than others? With Adrian Beltre, for instance, the Rangers experienced a guy who was, maybe better in his 30s than he was throughout his 20s. He maybe had a couple better seasons in his 20s, but the way he carried through his 30s that's what made him a Hall of Famer. A lot of guys become Hall of Famers. They set the foundation to become Hall of Famers in their 20s, and then the 30s just try not to screw it up. With Adrian, he was good in his 20s, but he became a Hall of Famer in his 30s. And I'm not saying that's where Nathan Eovaldi is by any means, but similar to Adrian Beltre, they've got just an unyielding work ethic and quest and thirst to just be better. And I think with Nathan Eovaldi, stuff's always been really good. Health is huge, but talk to guys from a preparation standpoint, and then the ability in game to make adjustments, to read bats, to read hitters, to not necessarily stick to the scouting report if there's something that the other team's a change needs to be made. All those little things I think make a huge difference. Then his best pitch is his splitter, his ability to throw that pitch for a strike, is unique. A lot of guys who throw great splitters don't throw it for a strike very often. He's able to, and then obviously when he needs to get swings and misses on that pitch, he can bury it, and hitters have no chance.
This is just me being uber curious. Guys like Eovaldi and DeGrom and now even Kelly, some older veteran leadership, what is their role in kind of just hanging out and giving mentorship to the young guys like Leiter and Rocker and Latz and some of those guys that are, have had their moments but have also had some down spells? What are their interactions like from what you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, I think with Merrill Kelly, I probably have to wait and see a little bit longer. But he was well regarded in Arizona, so I'm sure that as he gets to know guys and gets more comfortable, he'll be a valuable resource. I'll tell you that Jack Leiter falls around DeGrom and Eovaldi like a puppy dog in the best of ways, right? So both Nathan Eovaldi is a guy that helped shift the culture here. The Rangers obviously don't win a World Series without his production on the mound during the postseason, but I don't know that they win the World Series without his presence in terms of helping to turn an organization that had suffered 6 straight losing seasons around and having the understanding of what it takes to prepare and be a winner on a daily basis. And that's rare for a pitcher. It's a lot tougher for pitchers to do that. And I think with Jacob deGrom, he didn't have the reputation that I wanted in New York. Wasn't tough and didn't care about winning. I think that's just the New York media being upset that he didn't love talking to them on a daily basis because this guy has been nothing but an exemplary leader and model for young pitchers. I mean, I think there's a shot the other day after one of Jack Leiter's starts, not his most recent one, but the one prior to that. He comes out of the game, he goes right next to Jacob deGrom, and you see Jacob, kind of mimicking some, fundamentals, some mechanics with the motion and delivery and just constantly working with these guys. And obviously they can't, I think Jacob knows. We always hear how it's really tough for the best players to be coaches because they have just this ability to do things that others can't. Jacob knows that what he does is not what other people are going to be able to do. And so I think the resource he's been for these guys has, been incredible. And, I'd even go so far as to say, Blake, that despite the fact Jacob didn't pitch after his start against the Yankees on April 28th in 2023 for the rest of that year, from that point on, he still was a positive contributor to that World Series team, just with the guidance and the insight he was able to provide and the leadership role he was able to serve.
I think it's funny when you said Jacob deGrom coming from New York and kind of how the media felt, maybe had an ill will toward him. The first place my mind went, especially just East Coast media, was Kyrie Irving leaving Brooklyn and kind of all the things that were said about him. And obviously there was a little bit more to that situation, but comes to Dallas and is a saint, a leader, kind of changes the culture and kind of the leadership there. So I think us as, I don't want to say the media, but just people listening to these players from the outside have to be cautious and kind of see them in their a different environment before we put a tag on them and say this is just who this player is.
Yeah. I think the only difference is Kyrie opened his mouth and said things that would make you understand why perhaps, there were opinions shared about it. Jacob never did anything to deserve that or warrant that. So I listen, at the end of the day, he's a small town Florida guy. He didn't love being in New York City. New York City is a great city for some people. For others, it's not their cup of tea. I just think the New York media has a way about them where, if you don't like our amazing city, then you must be soft, or you must be this, or you must be that. When the reality is, Jacob, like a lot of people in this country, not, I don't know the majority, whatever, probably not, because New York City's an awesome city, but there are more than just a handful of people in this country who don't love New York City. And especially when you're an athlete and, the spotlight is on you 24/7, you don't have any privacy or ability to just separate when you're Jacob deGrom and arguably the best pitcher in the world. That might not be fun. And I think he just much prefers a lower key setting. And, that's what he has here. And that's why I think he feels right at home playing for the Rangers and being in DFW.
Hey, Jared, the fact that they came back a couple of different times last night in that baseball game, it very easily could have just, walked away and said, you know what, it's just not our night and we'll figure out things the next night. But, is that just kind of what this team is now, that they're not going to allow things to distract them and they're going to find ways to come back in these games and fight till the end?
Yeah, I think, their offense kind of disappeared for a few innings there.
Yeah.
And I just think Broadus, how this works, right? Like, in football, the Chiefs find ways to win games. You might turn it on in the second quarter. They're down 14-0, and gosh, they can't even, they're so out of sync, and Mahomes has no time, and, he's running for his life the minute he, gets the snap. Yet, an hour and a half later, they're kicking a field goal to win the game because good teams find ways to win games. And the Rangers were not a team that found ways to win games earlier this year. Their pitching was unbelievable, but they just couldn't come up with that, that back sequence of a hit and a stolen base and a hit, or a double and then, cashing in or whatever, just getting that one run. And now they're in a little bit of a different spot. Now, hey, it's not like they put together this strong rally in the ninth inning. It was one swing, one ball that tied the game, but that counts too, right? And at the end of the day, we've talked about this a lot. The ability to hit the home run ball is the best thing you can do as an offensive, as an offensive player. And the Rangers yesterday were getting some hits off of Max Fried, and they were able to knock him around a little bit. But what did the Yankees have? They had that big 2-run home run from Giancarlo Stanton. The Rangers didn't have that. They were not. They weren't hitting the ball over the fence. And well, when you hit the ball, like, what if Joc Pederson hits a double off the wall?
Yeah.
What if he hits it 109,000 million miles an hour, but it goes off the wall? Well, now the Rangers have to get another hit off of a really good pitcher in Devin Williams, who I know is struggling, but is a really good pitcher. Well, you don't have to worry about that when you hit the ball over the fence. So, the ability to hit for power is so huge, and has been a saving grace, frankly, for the Yankees, despite some of their struggles and their ineptitudes. And that's something that we're starting to see more and more from this Rangers team. And then also on top of that, yes, I just think that they're a team that is doing a better job of finding ways to win games. Obviously, this most recent road trip notwithstanding.
Last one for me here. Joc Pederson and Josh Jung, two guys have had an underwhelming season. Obviously, they had the big hits last night to propel the Rangers into beating the Yankees in extras. How much of a game like last night helps the mentality of these guys moving forward? Or do you think it's still going to be kind of a work in progress with these guys, and fans should temper expectations?
Well, we'll see. I mean, momentum. You can have a big game in basketball, and you go to sleep, you're fully confident, and you, in some ways, have the ability to dictate your performance that next game. Now, maybe a team really puts the focus on clamping down your production, but for the most part, you've got the ability to dictate things. It's a little bit different as a baseball player because there's going to be a different guy on the mound who's got good stuff and is going to be dictating things. But I think the hope is that a night like last night can take a little bit of a weight and pressure off of Joc Pederson. And maybe the floodgates do open. He's always been a streaky hitter, so maybe he's about to go on a hot streak. He's in the lineup tonight against Will Warren. He won't be in the starting lineup tomorrow against Carlos Rodon, so tonight's a good opportunity for him to, hopefully show some more progress and take some more steps forward because, a lot of people have asked, well, why the heck is this guy still in the lineup? And I understand the frustrations. I understand the production hasn't been there. But the reality is the best version of this Rangers team is one in which Joc Pederson is a highly productive hitter against right-handed pitching, and they desperately need Joc Pederson to be that guy, and hopefully last night was the beginning of a nice little run for him.
Well, I am hoping so for sure because you need him because, Berger's down in the minors. We're waiting for him to come back up, and some of your is Cody Freeman ever going to get another shot before we get out of here?
Yeah, I think he's one injury away, an injury to a big league player away from being back up here. I think he left a good impression, and I think his versatility will give him an opportunity if that situation presents itself.
Always fantastic stuff from Jared Sandler. Second, sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing. Before we get you out of here, Jared, home run pick for tonight. I got Jonah Heim. I got Jonah Heim going yard today. Who do you have, Mr. Jared Sandler?
I'm going to go with Corey Seager, but I'm really hoping that Joc Pederson goes deep and that this really is the beginning of a big stretch for him because they need it, and he does too.
Well, we appreciate you, Jared, for speaking with us and hanging out with us. Enjoy the game, and I will see you hopefully tonight, buddy.
All right, sounds good.
There he goes, Jared Sandler, out there at the Ranger Stadium, letting us know everything that's happening at the Globe. They will be taking on the New York Yankees tonight at 7 o'clock. Make sure you guys stay tuned into the Fan for all that coverage. Well, speaking of coverage, the Dallas Cowboys practice has begun, the joint practice with the Rams. What is happening? What are me and Brian seeing? What are Brian's people texting? And we'll tell you all that and next on The Nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
A&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy. Back here in the nation, Blake Elliott, Brian Broaddus, and Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup, keeping you guys nice and cozy on this Tuesday afternoon. If you're wondering where Gavin Dawson is, if you're just now tuning in, he is at the doctor trying to figure out what's wrong with his back. Did he call and already figure out it's MRSA, or are people just telling him that?
People were texting in that it might be that.
I'm really hoping it's not, because we just had someone texted in, retired RN here. MRSA is a bunch of words I don't know. It's not your average infection. It can be deadly. The antibiotics they treated, mainly, another word I don't know, are toxic and not always effective. Prayers to you guys.
Yep. It blocks those things. This is like the Hulk Hogan of all of them, bro.
So someone told me I need to take a shower.
You've got Mercer, brother.
So I hope he doesn't have it, and it's just his back is something's going on.
It could be a staph infection of a sense. You'd be all right? You can knock those out, little penicillin.
The
one day I wear a sleeveless shirt. The guy I'm filling in for has a staph infection.
That is hysterical,
could be
bro.
Deadly.
That is hysterical.
We got you guys some Dallas Cowboys news. Practice has kicked off. The joint practice with the Rams out there in Oxnard. What's happening? A lot of stuff going on the Twitter
sphere. Looks like Turpin's having a pretty good day catching the football, huh?
From what it looks like on the Twitter highlights, on the outside looking in, Kevontae Turpin seems to be your guy right now. I've seen at least 3 catches of over 20 yards. I've seen a crossing route. I've seen a comeback route. And I've seen a little bit of like a little dig route. All of them, he catches and has some yards after the catch. So if you're buying in the Turpin stock, if you want to grab him like the 9th round of your fantasy draft, or you're just a fan of Kevontae Turpin, I think you're going to be sitting pretty this year. He did get knocked out trying to catch one pass. Kitchens, the safety for the Rams, gave him a nice little blow and made sure that he did not catch the ball. So Kevontae Turpin did have that one drop, but then he followed it up with the 3 20-yard gains. If you're wondering about Jake Ferguson, he had a nice catch up the sideline. It looked like a little swing route. He caught and took it up for about 20, 25 yards. But the highlight of the day came early in practice as Joe Milton threw a 65-yard bomb in the breadbasket to Brooks, our boy Jalen Brooks. It is a stampede for who is going to be in this wide receiver room and get a bunch of reps outside of CD and Pickens. Turpin's fighting for a spot, not spot on the roster, but spot to get a lot of reps. Tolbert's fighting for his spot. Trayshawn Holden's put his name in there. Obviously, Brooks has put his name in there. Mingo was phenomenal in all the stuff we saw in the summer. I think it's going to be a very fun battle to see who is getting those wide receiver 3 reps. Because we know they're going to be doing a lot of 11 personnel. We know there's going to be times where we got 2 tight ends with 12 personnel with Schoonmaker in there. And Brian even mentioned maybe even a little bit of 13 personnel as well. So I'm really excited to see what the Dallas Cowboys can do on offense, especially with all these little training camp and videos coming out. It looks like Kevontae Turpin's found himself a spot in the offense.
Yeah, the thing with Turpin is, and it's fascinating by him, that he's now being used as a down the field player, as a wide receiver. When you start to talk about the 11 personnel stuff, he is getting some work because this coach has a plan for him, and he's putting him in the backfield. He's putting him in trips formation. He's bringing him in motion. He's putting him in the backfield. He's looking at a lot of different opportunities to use him. And in these practices, we've seen him, like I say, make plays down the field as a wide receiver. That's a positive sign for him.
Jalen Tolbert also caught a little screen pass with Pickens throwing a lead block, and Jalen Tolbert was thrown about 7 yards to the sideline by the Rams defender, but he did get a nice little 8-9 yard gain. Nice to see Jalen Tolbert getting some reps out there. And then John Machota tweeting 5 minutes ago, a lot of run plays. And then he says, not much happening as it is Javonte Williams running up the middle for no gain. Nick Harris also put Rams D-line versus Cowboys O-line. Rams D-line has won almost every play.
Wow, that is not a good sign at all then. Not a good sign at all.
Nick Harris also did the due diligence of letting us know which guys are not practicing today, so then when we're making fun of people or making fun of position groups.
Well, it looks like they're down in a red zone period here is what it looks like right now, because they're down Let's see and it looks like that Williams is in the backfield. I wish
a lot of Javonte I've been seeing.
Yeah, maybe. I wonder what's going on with that. Here's a pass, Prescott to the corner.
Looks like we got a touchdown.
Looks like we got a touchdown. Yep. Yeah, Dak is. I wonder who he threw it to. That was
I'm going to go Pickens.
That was poor camera angling right there.
Yeah, they're like showing the back
Let's see who he's shaking hands with. I can't tell. I'm sure we'll get a clip of it from somebody.
So Nick Harris these are the guys that are not practicing. No Miles Sanders today, as we see him in a hoodie. No Tyler Guyton today.
There's Tyler Guyton right there standing there talking to Steele.
Yep. No Tyler Guyton in practice today. No Deuce Vaughn. No Micah, of course. No Revel. No Brian Spanford, who is out of the boot, though. Brian Spanford is out of the boot, but he will not be practicing. Brevin, but will not be practicing. No Overshown, of course. No Josh Butler. No Trayvon Diggs. No Justin Barron, and no Wanye.
Oh, there's a touchdown right there. Hunter Lipke, they powered that thing inside right there. That was a good job. That was probably from about the 5-yard line. That was a good inside run there with Hunter Lipke. They handed him the ball.
Who was quarterbacking?
Will Greer. So it was Will Greer took the snap and inside handoff, and Hoffman and that crew up front was able to get some good push. There was a nice hole inside there. It was T.J. Bass over at that left guard spot as well.
So kind of an interesting O-line spot that they've got with no Guyton.
This is the second offensive line.
Second
offensive line, yeah.
Okay, so we're going to keep you guys updated on everything that's happening at Dallas Cowboys campus. They are doing the joint practice with the Rams. Nick Harris tweeting.
Blue just got an opportunity there, and he looked like he was stopped. They didn't get any kind of push off that right side there. That would be boy, I wish I could run these things back. But yeah, it's over there. Charles is on that right side over there. Let's see if 72 breaks a huddle at right tackle, that's Lyle Collins, but really nothing good over off that right side. It looks like this is clearly the second offensive line for sure.
Before they went into the red zone, Nick Harris tweeting out a video, CeeDee Lamb running a corner route, and he was about as open as my arms are to the staph infection. Wide open. Dak Prescott finds him for a CeeDee Lamb touchdown, and then we get another red zone touchdown as well.
Another red zone touchdown. This is Blue going off the left side right there, and they got some Adeniji, and those guys were able to get some push over there and make that happen. Good job by Bass and Hoffman as well. It looks like the first offensive line is now back in, so Dak Prescott, they're working on this goal line period here. And it looks, I would have to say they're probably at the 5-yard line or so. It looks pretty close to what they're doing.
I love how we're getting some camera angles. I feel like you don't usually get the live. We just get the highlights.
Yeah.
But NFL Network is showing a pretty live view of practice. Now, it's not the best camera angle you've ever seen. And also, is this Turpin? Okay, I thought Turpin's in the backfield. He's just
talking to Will Greer. They're going to check this thing. They're going to shotgun off this. And let's see what happens now. It's Booker. They slide the protection. Picked up well. There's your fade. Oh.
And it looks like Pickens just caught it in the back of the end zone.
Yeah, he did. Pickens did. They're going to probably call. Let's see if he pushed off.
We got an instant replay.
Maybe Pickens is saying, yeah, it's a touchdown, bro. Yeah, that was a nice job. It's like Lamb was running inside. This is what we've seen. Lamb on the inside underneath, and then Pickens on the outside.
A little motion, too.
Yeah, a little motion here, trying to get things kind of situated.
I like this. Both these guys on the same side of the field.
What are you going to do? They've been working on that. Here's a throw to the other side now.
So you have CD on the right side of your screen, motions right next to right under the tackle, goes right back out to that slot position, same side as George Pickens. They had just scored a touchdown on that play, the one me and Brian were talking about with the flag. They then call the next play. On the left side of the field, we don't know who it was. Maybe Tolbert, maybe
it looked like to me there was no reaction from the Cowboys, so it was probably an incomplete.
But the fact that they're able to do motion on one side, you've got CD and George on the same side, and then Dak is in shotgun and looks to his left, opposite of your two main guys, and throws to, we couldn't see in the camera angle, we're going to assume Mingo or something. And they're able to get one-on-one. That's going to be deadly.
Yeah, here's Prescott under center, Hunter Lipke in the backfield now, and I'm going to guess this is probably going to be a run play. They're probably going to try and push this thing. Hunter Lipke on the handoff, cut. Yeah, touchdown right there. Hunter Lipke said he tried to press.
Jump cut.
Yeah, he did. He tried to press that thing hard to his left, and then get behind that over there on that side. Smith to that side. I don't know if that was Smith over there. I think that was Hoffman playing at that spot. Smith might not be practicing. Let's see if we get the ones. Yeah, Hoffman right now is playing the left guard, and so it looks like they might have blown the horn here, so that might be the end of the period.
Turpin's been getting chippy.
Yeah, he has been a little
Turpin's
bit.
getting in there.
Yeah.
I love to see Cavante Turpin being interactive. Nick Harris letting us know that George Pickens has been having himself a day as well. Back-to-back tough grabs before we even got into the red zone period that Brian's giving you live coverage of.
Right.
Jared Verse has been having himself a day with his Cowboys O-line. He said Nick Harris said Jared Verse has been living in the backfield. Feels like he's getting through every play.
Yeah, that's that left. We talk about with Nate Thomas over there, and we'll right now Nate Thomas. The ones are back. It looks like to me that no Smith, so it's at the Hoffman
at left guard
is playing. Yeah, is playing the left guard spot right now. Play action. Dak has to scramble, scramble, and he's just going to throw it away. He's just going to throw it away.
I will say this. You were out there in person. How mobile does Dak look? Because to me, it looks like he's moving around.
No, he looks really, really mobile in this period. Actually, I say in this period, but overall, he's looked really, really mobile. When he's had to kind of duck, step forward, run through the line, he's done a good job with that. He looks like that the mobility factor is pretty good. Again, Nate Thomas playing your left tackle, Brock Hoffman playing the left guard. No Smith today. That'd be Booker at the right guard, and here's the throw. Dak again having to scramble. He wants to work inside. Throws it just wide. Looks like a flag. Looks like a flag.
Too?
It looked like that
CD.
Yeah, it looked like CD was probably working.
Looked like a little zig route.
Yeah, well, he was breaking in. He was outside left, breaking in, and then broke to the outside because Dak kind of directed him that way.
Put his foot in the ground, and they both ran to the pylon.
And then Dak threw it a little wide there. But I think they probably got maybe a holding call. We couldn't see it, but it looked like that CD was starting inside and then broke outside.
Nick Harris tweeting, it has not been pretty on either side of the ball for the Cowboys today against the Rams, having big struggles in the trenches.
Okay. Well, and then Will Grier just ran one in, just a straight handoff, or not a handoff, excuse me, just a direct quarterback snap. So, and now they skip away.
Are we going to get, why is Will Grier getting these reps in front of Joe Milton?
Maybe they had a period where Joe Milton got some before. Will Grier does not get a whole lot of work, so he's probably, they're trying to maybe also too that fact that you're going to see a lot of Joe Milton in that game on Saturday.
You are going to see Joe Milton. You're going to see Shedeur Sanders. You're going to see Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
J.J. McCarthy. You're going to see, it's going to be an exciting preseason coming up. We got the Dallas Cowboys. We got all the coverage here for you guys. And coming up next, of course, we got the Expressway. So we'll have you guys locked and loaded. If we get any update on our boy Gavin Dawson, we'll make sure to give you that next in the nation.
have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Paprika. No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Of the Fan is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Blake Elliott joined by Brian Broaddus filling in for the General. We got the Expressway brought to you by the On Time Experts, bringing you commercial-free radio all the way up to the top of the hour. We got Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup. He's going to be doing G-Bag of the Day here in just a second. For all you guys wondering and texting one, who's the guy coming out of your radio? Blake Elliott, fan phenom. Where's the General? Got a couple texts. Where's Gavin Dawson? Gavin Dawson has given us an update. Now, not me personally, but the bosses. He will not be making it back for today's programming.
They done quarantine that fool?
I guess. I did not get an update
Yeah, it's
on
crazy, man.
Did you get an update, Brian, on like if he got what happened, or is he just stuck in line?
No, he says he's going to be out 30 more minutes. So evidently they're working on things. So we'll see.
So does that mean it's MRSA then? We think of it.
It don't take that long.
No.
He's probably get the prescriptions.
Yeah.
Doctor got to put the what is it? Look at it.
Yeah, I mean, sure.
The magnifying glass.
Yeah, they might have to cut some stuff off and send it off, kind of a thing. I don't know. I mean, to me, it's like he just Tim just said he was 30 more minutes.
Yeah,
so I don't know.
They got to juice that thing real quick.
Man, and Dawson might just say the hell with it, and he's just taking the rest of the day off too, though.
Hypothetically, say you have this same bacterial disease or infection or whatever Dawson has, and they say, hey, you're going to be stuck with this for the rest of your life, and you're going to be sick all the time, or you can cut off a limb, body part. What are you cutting off, Brian?
That's weed. That's weed.
You're stuck with this infection. It could be a pinky. It can be a toe.
You're not cutting off a body part.
You're gonna keep the infection.
Well,
Mr. Clean himself is gonna keep the infection rather than cut off a body.
Is it gonna kill me? Is it gonna kill me?
Y'all know more about this than I do. I don't know.
I don't know, but man, Lucius, this doesn't seem like realistic at all, right?
No, I'm glad he asked you.
I know.
I'm asking both of you guys.
I'm seriously. I'm like, wait a minute, like.
Okay, let's say
I asked you the other day, like, would you rather sweat mayonnaise or have Cheeto dust, on everything you touch? That's kind of more of a realistic
probably the Cheeto dust.
Nobody
I hate
wants
mayonnaise.
to live with the infection.
Okay,
but nobody wants to lose a limb.
I said it could just be a pinky, Brian. You're the one that took it to your whole hand. Okay, would you cut off your pinky to get off of this infection?
Is it going to kill me? That's the question. It's going to kill me?
It's going to kill you.
Yeah, of course you're going to cut off your pinky.
Could you cut off your whole hand?
Yeah, you're going to cut off your little toe.
Okay. Let me reframe it because that's bad. It's not.
No, wait, I said a little toe, and you said I said little toe, and you're like, oh no, I'm going to move the goalpost now.
If you're worrying about the Dallas Cowboys, every media member is saying it's not a good practice. They can't run the ball. The trenches are terrible. We'll get back to that just here in a second. Okay, you're not gonna die, Brian, but you're just gonna be sick. You're gonna be like kind of sick every day, like a little common cold, if you will.
Yeah, take your pinky. Take my pinky toe. If I do not want to be sick every single day, so just take my pinky toe.
Would you do your big toe?
No.
I feel like that pinky would mess your balance up.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so, man. I was just trying to feel myself out.
How does Prime get around though? Doesn't Prime get around without one?
He gets around. But it ain't what it used to be. You see?
No, I know, but
it's Paw Paw for sure now.
It's Paw Paw.
It's Paw Paw, baby.
I think I would
Paw Paw Prime.
I would cut off my middle toe,
like the long one that's next to the.
I don't know, just
the
the
long
one in the
that's
middle.
next to like the one. There's usually
no, the one literally in the middle. You have 5 toes, Brian.
Yeah.
There's 2 on the left, 2 on the right, and 1 in the
Well,
middle.
there's one next to the big toe that I don't know if you need it or not. Oh, we're back at practice, I think. Nope, we're at Bears practice now. But no, I think to me that no. I mean, the pinky toe I think would be the one I would do.
Lucius, what body part would you cut off so you don't have this common cold of MRSA every day? Maybe a nose. No one said a nose.
Yeah, I'm not going to get rid of. I'll probably put the big old gauges in my ear. I'll do that.
Yeah.
I'll mutilate myself that way. The big gauges.
How about a castration of one?
What does a castration
scrotum
mean?
Skin.
What does that mean?
Maybe some scrotum skin.
Just take one.
What do you mean take one? I'm lost, Brian. What is I don't even know what castration means, so you have to educate me on that. What does castration mean? Lucius just walked away from the mic and is laughing. Is that a bad word? Am I saying a bad word?
No, man.
What does castration mean?
That's weed. That's weed.
No one's gonna help me on this. The text line.
You lose. The text will help you with the castration.
Okay, people are saying they lose an ear. Back-to-back people. I'd rather lose an ear.
Okay.
Possibility they have to do blood work to make sure there's no infection for our boy Dawson.
There you go.
Blake, your question shows your age. I am 25 years old.
Yeah, but you know what castration is?
No, I already said I don't know what that means. What does it mean?
You can look it up, man.
Yeah, check that out.
No one's going to text it in. The Tolos are letting me down.
Why the Tolos not?
You don't want anybody to surprise you with that one. You want to know what that means.
Yeah,
you don't want to agree with that one by mistake at the hospital one day. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
For sure.
If you have to lose a body part, I just think
I'm tired of this cough, doc, whatever it takes.
Someone said castration equals marriage. Is that true?
No, man, not my house. It's the other way around, bro.
Someone said, "Can you
Give
pronounce?
me a break.
Can you pronounce MRSA?" I just did. MRSA.
MRSA.
Yeah. Did I say it wrong earlier?
You know what, Blake? You're on a roll. I just appreciate you being here because for a while there, it looked like we were struggling really bad. But you've come in and you've done a great job.
I mean, you got both the nosebleeds off today, and then Dawson gets sick.
Yeah.
It was about to just be you talking to the Tolos. Call in for Brian.
It was Lucia's Top 40 Day is what it was going to be. We're going to play all the songs from the 60s and 70s and make comments about
Your favorite TV theme song coming up.
People are saying it means something else. Castration is losing one of the boys.
Yeah.
Both of them are one.
Just one.
And where did this come in? Why did Brian say this? Oh, you were saying that would be the body part.
Yeah.
You would do that?
Maybe then losing a toe.
No.
Yeah, you got 2 of them.
No. Okay.
He's a man of a certain age at this point.
Lucius now that I know understands.
Now that I know what it means, y'all would rather lose one of your boys than a toe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that just a does it actually hurt you moving around, or is that just you just look weird? You're just a one guy.
You won't even look weird.
You
can't tell down there what's going on, really, bro.
Man.
I mean,
yeah. And then they got the thing nowadays where there's like a little pump situation.
Yeah.
So you're telling me a girl's, me and her hanging out, and I got a pump, and I got one guy down there.
Yeah,
and she's not going to
okay.
ask any questions.
You'll be okay. Plus, that pump is amazing. It's like the Reebok pump. I promise you reach down, bro. You give it a couple of pumps, and it was like.
Was it pump up my second guy?
Bro, for real. I'm telling you, yes.
Oh, so I can be like, just wait.
Yes. Yeah. And it looks like one of your
Reebok
boys.
shoes. Let me reach down.
Yep. I want one. I think it's like $30,000 for that procedure.
I think I'm going to go with my middle toe and keep my boys intact. Okay. But I know that you guys with as far as castration,
older. Like for me, it would be not a problem.
I just think there's some interesting answers. 877-881-1053, the Franklin injury return text line. What body part would you cut off so that you don't have Gavin Dawson's disease, MRSA, up on you? Let's go into the Pimp Cup for G-Bag of the Day and let Lucius save the show.
Unbelievable right there. That was an unbelievable mix of 5 minutes. I'll tell you what.
I love when Blake comes on like
I'll
this.
tell you what. But yeah, I'll 100% lose one of my boys instead of my toes. Yeah. I'm not worried about what nobody's going to see that. I can't wear flip-flops or something at the pool. People going to be asking me questions. Oh, what happened?
They call you 8-boy.
Yeah, they're going to call me something. All right, G-Back of the Day. We do it every weekday on The Fan at 5:30. That's 10 seconds away, baby. My name is Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up on social media if you see anything that we should be playing out there. I don't care what platform you may see it on. Send it to me. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, and you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. This is day 2 for this champion audio. We go to the RJ and Choppy show. Which one of these fools is Chomp? Where Sean, the host, crashed out on Tolo Ernesto.
Live on Sean and RJ.
Yo, what's up, guys? First time calling, man. It feels good to finally talk to you guys. How you guys doing?
Doing well. Thanks for listening.
He was happy, too.
So here's my thing. You guys got to stop letting Steven off the hook, man. I mean, Steven and Jerry. You guys are going to need to realize all this could have been avoided if you would have signed Dak 2 years ago, we wouldn't be in this situation. CeeDee Lamb a year before, we wouldn't be in this situation. You guys got to stop letting Jerry off the hook.
Do you listen to this radio station or show ever?
Yes.
Okay, well, you sound like it. You sound ignorant. Like
something else.
Because we do it, dude. Are you kidding me? Every single. Did you hear G-Bag last week? Did you hear Gavin Dawson last week? Did you hear us with Jerry last year? Turn him down. Turn him down. I can't stand these tweets. And don't say you listen when you don't. You just expose yourself. I dealt with one listener over the weekend who kept saying, "Yeah, I wish you'd do this." Did you hear Clarence Hill tell Jerry Jones you're being disingenuous to his face? Come on now. Just admit you don't. I'd rather you admit you don't listen than lie. It's BS. Stop. It's ignorant. What?
I was just saying, he said he was talking about the listeners who just called in.
What?
He said he was talking about the listeners who had just called in.
I thought he was talking to us.
No, he said he was talking to the toe.
Ernesto, are you talking about us or the listeners?
I'm talking about the listeners, dude.
Put him down.
Sir. Way to go.
Pot it down.
That's Jerry cutting Todd off. Todd, you're not going to ask your question.
Ernesto,
You stop talking.
I accept my nomination for G-Bag of the Day, week, month, and I apologize.
Well, that's a hot start. That's already going to be my vote. Right. That is one, because Sean is 100% correct that when people call in like that, they obviously don't listen to the show. But the fact that he was talking about the listeners and Sean just went off on him is hilarious. So that's a strong start.
That's a strong. I like how
very strong.
I like how Bobby came in with the sir.
Yeah.
BS. Stop. It's ignorant. What?
I was just saying, he said he was talking about the
he said.
Sir, I'm just saying out there. He said. He said what?
Sir,
okay.
You're gonna want to look at this, sir.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you want to look at this, sir. We got these charts for you before you respond.
Hey, pot him down. I'm done here. I'm talking.
All right, let's see what we got here for you boys on a Tuesday, Toxic Tuesday. Let's go to Coach Prime. Speaking of Paw Prime, he was on the Say What Needs to Be Said podcast, and if you've seen his health update, he had a press conference for it, and at that press conference, we've seen a little Karuchi.
Yeah.
Karuchi Tran roll out. She was all in the video.
Yeah.
All in the song, dancing.
She was getting with it.
It was a Karuchi Tran roll out.
Is she a younger lady?
36, 37?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe like 39. I don't know. 38. She one of them, but yes. Okay. Very beautiful.
Yeah,
younger than.
Shout out to Dion, man.
Yeah. Made Chris Brown have one of the most iconic photos of all time. Him leaning, talking to her outside the club.
Yeah.
Oh, that was great. Great photo.
Good classic.
Yeah, they asked Coach Prime about Karuchi, and he acted like he was losing connection.
All right, last one. I'm going to let you go, Coach. Don't kill the messenger. Everyone seen Carucci by your side during your hospital visit. Everyone wants to know what that friendship is about.
We got a bad connection. I got a bad. I can't.
You gotta go.
I can't back.
Shout out to Coach Prime, man. Coach Prime, man. Clap it up for Coach Prime.
Just really left them.
Who was that asking the question? Do we know who that was?
Whoever the host is to Say What Needs to Be Said podcast.
I think that's kind of a federal question. I think that's the feds. Obviously, we seen with Carucci. Let the man do his thing. He probably not trying to be super public with it. So on me, I respect Dion for faking the connection. But that's a federal question.
I'm this guy now that if you date or go after like high profile people, if you date them and you're in public and all that, it's fair. For questions are fair.
Now, was this in public? I thought this was like at his hospital scene. This is like
she was there. I mean, they're asking.
We know. Yeah, you put the videos on public. I've seen it.
Yeah, you see it.
My mouth dropped when I seen Carucci Chan sitting next to him on the. I was like, what?
Yeah.
I
was like, is this the Carucci I know?
No, it's fair game. If you're out in public,
clone.
This is what these people always in public. They're always hiding and all that. Crap. If you're walking around with somebody and somebody asks you a question, hey, you guys dating or you guys? No, man, we're just really good friends. Okay, great. That's all you have to do. Just explain it. But everybody acts like, I can't hear you. Hey, what's going on? That kind of thing.
Just for context, Carucci 37, Dion 57.
Cool.
That's what I'm talking about,
Go
dog.
for it, man. That's cool.
That's what I'm talking about. And plus, Coach Brown, you can't be dodging questions on Say What Needs to Be Said podcast.
No.
My man is just saying what needs to be said. Up to saying to the next thing right here. What we got? Trap House Sports. You guys familiar with Trap House Sports? Depressed Cowboys fan?
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
All right, he's got a new one. Dropped a new anthem about Micah Parsons.
Oh, interesting.
What? Oh, sure was. I seen it. All right, sorry about that.
What the we doing? What the we doing? It's a Friday night and I'm sitting here mad and I'm all alone. Dang. I saw the tweet from Micah and I said, Jerry Jones, take your old ass on. It can't be. Stop teasing me. Stop teasing me.
Whoa.
You ain't want to pay the man, now he tweeting tweets. I keep begging him to stay, but he leaving me. And AT&T stayed him illegally. Pull up with 5 Draymond Greens with me. Like LeBron James, the way I brought the heat with me. I might walk in a place where the meetings be. Until y'all pay Micah, I won't leave the suite. Y'all better pay that man everything he needs, because if he leaves his team, I'm bound to tweak. Cowboys. Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones.
He's very musically talented. Jokes aside, I feel like he can kind of rap a little bit. The fact that he's making these parody songs, it's not the worst thing you've ever heard in your life.
No, it kind of sounds like Chameleonaire King Cooper.
Yeah.
A little bit. Okay, Joc Pederson.
Wow.
He put the Yankees broadcast in the chokehold last night.
They were talking about his weight.
Well, they were talking trash. Eric sent me this. Eric.
There he is, Joc Pederson, who has really struggled.
Stunning. Those numbers are absolutely stunning from Joc Pederson, who signed a 2-year, $20 million deal to come over here. Hitting $126.
Had a 908 OPS last year with Arizona. Takes ball one. You can see the physique definitely has evolved for Joc. Hit in the air to right field and deep, and this game is tied. Devin Williams serves it up, and Joc Pederson slams it out.
I love how they're talking about him like he's like a dinosaur at the beginning. They're like, really stunning. This guy, the physique has evolved. This guy right here in front of us. I'm like, is Joc Pederson, the model example of a 5-star athlete? Probably not. But is Joc Pederson still in the majors and probably in better shape than a lot of people right now? I'll say that. He can still match a baseball. So shout out to the Yankees, giving him a little bit of juice. They needed to bomb that homer, and that was hilarious. W.
Yeah, right on time, baby. Love it. All right, that's it. Let's get to voting.
Okay, so usually Dawson would vote first, then we go to Lucius, then the nosebleeds, then to Broadus. No nosebleeds. Dawson's not here, I'm going to be faux Dawson. I'm going to go. Let's keep it in house. Let's keep it with our teammate Sean yelling at our boy Ernesto and then realizing it was the Tolos.
Well, Lucius? Shoot, man. Yeah, I'm going with the same one. And if I do that, it's automatically a winner.
Yeah.
That's what it is then.
It's a winner.
Brian, is that where you were going to go?
No, I think that even though I like the Joc Pederson one myself.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what? Since it's 2-0 right now,
yeah.
I'm voting for the Joc Pederson for shutting up David Cohn in that group.
That was beautiful.
The Joc one was a close second for me. It was a close second. Yeah. So I guess that means, is it a 3-timer now? 3-timer for Sean? Or is this a 2-timer?
2 going for 3 today.
Yeah.
2 going for 3. Yeah. Our boy Sean yelling at Ernesto.
Yeah. 2 going for 3 tomorrow.
Going for 3.
This guy is 1 second today.
Okay.
Boy.
That's weed. That's weed.
I know. I'm trying to get locked in. Gavin Dawson, we're giving you guys updates here on the Expressway, brought to you by the On Time Experts, keeping you commercial free all the way to the top of the hour. Brian, I know you were looking at Cowboys practice going on. What did you notice while we were doing a little bit of sounds?
Dak just unfortunately had an interception, though. Linebacker tried to kind of fit it in underneath there, and the pressure was bad. It looks like to me that Nate Thomas, just from the clips, looks like he's having a rough day, but you know what's next, right?
No, I don't know what's next.
Oh, yeah. It is a Toxic Tuesday edition of LA Live.
Okay, come on.
Right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke.
That's weed. That's weed.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Well, here at DC Stadium, the Redskinettes have new uniforms.
I like it.
Thought you might. As we start the fourth quarter, it is 28-16 Redskins.
Nothing wrong with sexing football together, is there?
It's what's inside the uniform that makes it.
What it is. Boy, what a move the Dallas Cowgirls have done for professional football. Everybody's following.
Oh, that's toxic.
Are we bringing back the name? You know what I'm talking about.
No, that was
No. I know that was old. I'm just saying. Are we bringing back the name?
I don't think so.
No, that's like 1979 right there, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not.
I wonder if that was Sonny Jurgensen in that crew. Sam Huff. That crew's they were a little edgy back in the day.
That was.
They were a little edgy back in the day.
Are we allowed to say that name? Or do we still have to call them the Commanders?
What do you mean allowed?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I grew up.
I'm just saying, sometimes we be saying stuff and it be getting dumped. So I'm just making sure we're allowed to say.
I grew up with them being called the Redskins.
Okay, I'm making sure. I didn't want to say it and be filling in for Dawson, and Carter's looking at me shaking his head and the bosses are texting me. So I think their name should be the Redskins. I said it.
There you go.
Oh, man.
Who's over there debating on?
Hey, I'm just debating whether I should take that bait or not, but I'm not going to take it.
Don't take it.
I'm like, okay. Hey, this is LA Live for Tuesday, August 5th, 2025. It is a toxic Tuesday, if you cannot tell, here in LA Live. Welcome in, Tolos. Welcome in, first time, last time, and long time listeners. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Now, I am not going to get into the Gilbert Arenas illegal poker game issues. We discussed that last week. There's really been no updates to it. But I did listen to his live driving home on Friday. I listened to it, and I said, damn, game, your boy's game goofy.
Oh, wow.
Gilbert Arenas is Goofy Gilbert for real, bro.
Wow, Goofy Gilbert.
I was disgusted by how this man does not take this serious. He's very unserious, okay? Too much goofy-ass laughing. I'll give you a little piece of this. This is some of what I heard, man.
They was like, yeah, so no tampering. I was like, okay. So you can't talk to any of them. And I was like, I don't know these. And then it was like, and no talking to any witnesses. How the do I know who's a witness?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know who the witness is. Like, what are you talking about? Like, is there a list? Because I'm pretty sure y'all can't give out a list, because I'm pretty sure them over there is real dangerous. The way them over there looking, I'm pretty sure you can't get them on a list, okay? All right?
This goofy ass laughing,
Why
bro.
are you laughing, man?
So is he going to prison?
Hold on,
Hey,
fam.
I'm serious. It was like, yeah, so, no talking to the witness. And I wanted to, hey, how do we know who's the witness? Like, I wouldn't know.
Who's talking in circles?
But I'm thinking, them in that cell, the way they was sound, I don't think you want to give them no information, all right? Because they look like they knocking off all.
Yo,
Good time, Gilbert.
Goofy, bro.
I mean, is that anesthesia that they give you to make sure the laughing gas? That's what I feel like he had right before that live.
It's a very serious situation. We got alleged mafia people involved. We got prostitutes running in and out this house allegedly and stuff. And this is how goofy you sound. So goofy.
I mean, it was I think I counted about 15 cackles per.
All right.
Yo, if I did like some mafia situation, I would not be linking up with Gil on my. Like, you're not gonna hold it down, bro.
No,
that's craziness.
You know, that part of it, yeah. It's, I don't know. Like I said, that's a serious thing when you start talking about those things. You know, when you start the gambling part and then the prostitution part and all that, and you just don't want the government coming after you for that.
No.
You know, and they'll make your life hell.
Yeah, they sure will.
For doing that stuff.
Yeah, they put a whole lot of stuff on you. Might get that Rico.
Yeah, that's
you
what they
might
do.
get that Rico.
Yeah.
All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan. Toxic Tuesday. I think Hard Knocks is tonight too, by the way. New Hard Knocks tonight. HBO. Hey, baby, if you're into that type of thing. We got Blake riding with us.
Yes, sir.
Michelle Obama, you familiar with her? You don't?
I am. I'm familiar.
Okay.
Familiar with her. She's the one that put all the healthy lunches.
Okay. She's a fan of trash television.
Okay.
I kind of like some trash television every once in a while.
Okay.
You guys got any trash television shows that you watch?
Well, everything I'm going to say, no one's going to know what they are because they're young people things. So no, I don't know if I have any that qualify. Are we talking about TV actually on live TV?
Anything you
or
watch,
Netflix?
Bro. Anything you watch. It's trash television. It's like the Zeus Network.
What about Robot Chicken? Does that count?
Oh, yeah. Robot Chicken is hilarious.
Yeah, I would throw Robot Chicken in there. I'm sure people would agree with that one. Rick and Morty, does that count? Like it's kind of just like thrown together?
If it's trash.
I love it.
I don't know if it's trash.
Okay.
Trash, we're talking about like Real Housewives franchise.
Is that the Island show? The Island?
Yeah, Love Island.
Love Island?
Yeah.
You
watch Love
like
Island,
that?
Brian?
No, I see people
You should go
tweet
on.
about it all the time.
Yeah.
Should I go on it? Is that what you said?
I stopped myself.
Gosh. Yeah. I'd like have as much chance as like Dawson with that big old Cyclops thing on his back.
All right, Blake missing the middle toe.
Yeah.
I got both my balls, though.
Don't need a pump.
Hey, what happened to your foot? I'm sorry about that.
Now the trash TV, Real Housewives, where they throw wine on each other and flip over tables, or
get
maybe
mad.
they get mad.
Hey, Lucius, I'm going to ask you about that show a little bit. Is that all acting, you think?
Oh, Brian, we're the same person. I was going to ask the same question.
It's called assisted reality.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit of acting to it because I put you in the scenario, then you guys have to get out of the scenario in a sense.
Right.
So is that the same with the Keeping Up with the Kardashians?
Yeah, assisted reality, bro.
Because like they're actually living in that house, actually dating that person, whatever, but maybe the scenarios
Yeah.
a little fire on it.
Do you think producers tell them, like, listen, you guys are being way too nice about it right now. We need to
like reshoot this?
If we're gonna make money on this and do keep it going, we need to have some controversy.
I think producers do things that the subject doesn't know of.
Yeah.
And get the subject to react to it.
You think they've ever had to reshoot a scene because the producer didn't like how it came out? Like there was supposed to be an argument, but they didn't argue. And they're like, can we run that back? And you guys actually get mad at each other?
You guys are not throwing enough wine on each other.
That's it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Where's the blood? Yeah. Trash television, Real Housewives. Miss Obama, she has battles over the remote control with Obama, Mr. Barack Obama. He wants to watch ESPN. She wants to watch Real Housewives. She said it's basically the same. I want to know if you guys agree with this opinion by Miss Michelle Obama.
This is where I want to educate my brother and even my husband who will be listening. Culture is king.
Yeah, culture is king.
The truth is like they razz me about my love of reality TV and the Real Housewives. I watch it all.
You watch it all?
All of it. They think that sports is better reality TV.